Useless spiritual root, eliminated. Next one. The people around who heard the immortal's verdict all cast regretful expressions at the young man on the stage, but their private discussions were different. This is the heir of the family, right? He has a good appearance, but he is not destined to join the immortal sect. How can spiritual root aptitude be equal to appearance? I think the family has done too many evil things, they deserve it. Don't say that, Master Yu is different from those playboys, he has never bullied the people. Just a waste, why don't you get off? This last sentence was not said by the bystanders. It was said by the young man standing outside the team. He was dressed in brocade and gorgeous clothes, with a handsome face, a green jade on his waist, and a landscaping fan in his hand, clapping his palms, with a face full of arrogance. His name is Wu, and he is a cousin of you. He is only 16 years old, but he has tested his spiritual roots first. He is a genius with dual spiritual roots and is expected to build a foundation. The fathers of the two were brothers, and both were expected to inherit the position of the next head of the family. The struggle between the fathers extended to their children, which caused the two to be at odds. Yu clenched his fists, turned around and left the spiritual test platform without saying much. Even though he had never thought of himself as a genius, he had never thought that he was actually a useless spiritual root. With such qualifications, it was a problem whether he could break through the middle stage of chi training, let alone build a foundation. Since he was reborn from the mother's womb and solved the mystery in the womb, he has been in this world of cultivation for 16 years. He has a magical plugin called the placement bar. As the name suggests, it can be used to place things. But physical objects cannot be placed in it. In the past 16 years, he has placed books such as 1,000 Characters, 8 Methods of Yangtze, Detailed Explanation of Human Meridians, Qi Huang Wonderful Scroll, and so on. As long as you flip through it roughly, you can place it in the placement bar, which is equivalent to another him who has been studying, pondering the content, and practicing. Never tired, never stop. For example, after leaving the 1,000-character classic for a few days, he could read it thoroughly. Even if he did nothing, he could recognize many characters. This effect can undoubtedly save a lot of time in cultivation, but the immortal sect has its own rules for accepting disciples. The Shurhu city, where the family is located, is under the jurisdiction of the Lingzhou sect. Every year, the spiritual roots of the young people of the city are tested. At the age of 18, he officially embarked on the path of cultivation. In this world, everyone has spiritual roots, which are divided into 6 levels from high to low. Single spiritual root, also known as heavenly spiritual root, is the first qualification below the spiritual body, and is guaranteed to be sent to the realm of true person of Jindan, and it is rare to have one in 100 years. Double spiritual roots, also known as upper-grade spiritual roots, have a great probability of building a foundation, good materials and beautiful jade, which are relatively rare. 3 spiritual roots, also known as middle-grade spiritual roots, are also the spiritual root qualifications of most cultivators in this world. They have the skills of practicing qi and can basically achieve the great perfection of practicing qi before their life ends. For spiritual roots, which belong to the lower-grade spiritual roots, also known as miscellaneous spiritual roots, have poor qualifications and are difficult to build a foundation throughout their lives. 5 spiritual roots are the useless spiritual roots that Yu has. It is difficult to refine spiritual energy, and it is difficult to break through the 4th level of qi training in this life. The last level is broken spiritual roots, which cannot sense spiritual energy, that is, mortals who cannot practice. Qualification cannot determine the end of a cultivator, but it can determine a person's starting point. The difficulty here refers to the upper limit that can be reached under the same resource cultivation. There may be people in the world who defy the will of heaven and change their fate. But you lost at the starting point. Lingzhou sect is not a top immortal sect, but it will not accept disciples with useless spiritual roots. There are not so many resources for training. Even if they are recruited to do menial work, for spiritual roots are the first choice. Wu's double spiritual root qualification means that he will become a foundation seed once he joins Lingzhou sect, and will get resources tilted. The battle for the head of the family has already been lost. The spirit test platform was set up in the square of the city lord's mansion. Yu left without looking back. Some friends who had a good relationship with him turned their heads away and didn't even dare to say hello. This is reality. The warmth and coldness of human feelings and the coldness of the world change in an instant. Courtyard. Yu pushed the door open and looked at his father, who was burning incense in front of his mother's spirit tablet with some guilt. Do you know? Yes. Chongwen bowed lightly in front of the incense table, inserted 3 incense sticks into the incense burner, and whispered. If Wu only had 3 spiritual roots, his father would still have a chance to compete, but he has 2 spiritual roots. Lingzhou sect will be his backer, and the city lord's mansion will also favor him. Pack up and prepare to leave Shihu City. You couldn't help but ask. Are you worried that your uncle will kill you? He won't, but Wu will. Yu was silent for a moment. You can't rely on him for your life. The kindness of people, the competition for the head of the family is fierce, and Wu is stubborn, often riding his horse to injure people and robbing women. There are also cases of servants in his family being whipped to death. He is a famous in Shihu City. Looking at his performance today, it is also common sense to settle accounts in the future. I know, I'll go pack my luggage now. No need to pack, the carriage is at the back door, and I will take you to Qianqiu City to spend the rest of your life. You're not leaving? The family elders will protect you as your father. If a clan wants to grow, how can they condone brothers killing each other? If you leave, my lineage will be without descendants, and there will be no threat to the position of the head of the family. Yu was silent again. Since his mother died of dystocia when giving birth to him, his relationship with Chongwon has been very ordinary. Even though he has been known as a child prodigy since he was a child, he has never received any praise. He didn't care at first, but now that something happened and a way out was arranged, he was still a little moved. Practice, he won't give up. Father, I'm leaving. Well, have a safe trip. As the door closed, Chongwon sighed, opened his bloodshot eyes, and whispered to the spirit tablet. Rower, Yuer has been very smart since he was a child. Even if he doesn't have the aptitude to practice, he can live a good life. I hope he can spend his life in Qianqiu City and not be as cowardly as me. It won't be long before I come to accompany you. You naturally didn't know what happened in this room after he left, and he didn't know that Chongwon had already made up his mind to die, and the aptitude test was just a fuse. While the spirit test was still going on, you had already sat in the carriage, ready to leave Qianqiu City and leave the vortex of struggle within the family. At the same time, in a servant's room at the back door of the Shihu City Lord's mansion, a man in a black robe threatened with a hoarse voice. The Lingzhou sect is only a third-rate force, and its sphere of influence is only these dozen cities. The strongest in the sect is only a Jindan cultivator. How can it compare with my Nilingsu sect? The Shihu City Lord said in a cold and hard tone. The Lingzhou sect is not as good as the Nilingsu sect, but this is the territory of the righteous, and the demonic cultivators are just rats crossing the street. If you want someone simple, buy them with spirit stones. 10 spirit stones for a 5 spirit root, 50 spirit stones for a 4 spirit root, and 3 spirit roots and above are not for sale. The black-robed man said angrily. You want 10 useless spirit roots? Why don't you go and rob them? Rob? This price is already very generous. The Lord of Shihu City retorted. What about waste spiritual roots? Just throw away a quick-made magic skill and squeeze it for 20 years. The value created is at least thousands of spiritual stones. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. There are some that the demon sect wants. Hearing this, the black-robed man suddenly showed a flattering smile. Don't be anxious, Lord. It's the first time to trade, you should let someone know the bottom price. So, 5 spiritual stones for waste spiritual roots, 40 spiritual stones for miscellaneous spiritual roots. How about I take as many as you have in Shihu City? The Lord of Shihu City hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, but you have to sell me one of the Ni Shui Dan of the Ni Ling Shui sect. Okay, if the Lord of the city can afford the price, I will bring it next time. How much is it? 5,000 spiritual stones. Let's trade again after the spirit test next year. The Lord of Shihu City is a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of Qi training. If Shihu City had not only a first-grade inferior spiritual vein, it would not have been his turn to be the Lord of the city. A cultivator in the Qi training stage lives for 150 years. He is already over 90 years old. If he seeks to build a foundation after he is over 100 years old, there is almost no hope of a breakthrough. If a cultivator of Qi wants to break through the foundation establishment stage, he needs a foundation establishment pill to help him. The top foundation establishment pill costs more than 10,000 spiritual stones. It is priceless and almost impossible for people like him to get it. The Nishui pill is also a kind of foundation establishment pill. It is of a lower grade and brings much less help. It can only increase the chance by 20%. Once it fails, it will result in death. He wants to fight again. Of course, if there is no foundation establishment pill, the cultivator can also take the initiative to break through. There are only a few successful ones. Over time, those who have the conditions will get a foundation establishment pill to assist. After the two reached a deal, more than a dozen chi training cultivators from the city lord's mansion came out in full force and captured all the seedlings that met the transaction conditions today. Night. The wheels rolled on the muddy and uneven ground, causing the prisoner car to vibrate greatly. It almost overturned when it rolled over the rocks. The gaps in the iron railings were so small that only fingers could be stretched out. Listening to the sounds of cicadas, frogs, insects, and kingfishers chirping, Yu woke up from his coma. He vaguely remembered that after leaving the family, he was stopped at the city gate. A black shadow blew a breath on him, and then he fell into a coma. This Wu? No, the spirit test is not over yet. How could he possibly order the monks of the Lingzhou sect to move? Looking around, under the moonlight, you found that there were several guys around him who had participated in the spirit test during the day. Those with useless spirit roots and mixed spirit roots were all here. There were a total of 10 prisoner carts, with more than 100 prisoners, all weak and powerless, as if they had been drugged. He was very familiar with the scenery outside. It was the origin of the name of Shirhu City, Shirhu, a good place for the nobles of the clans in the city to go for an outing. The prisoner cart team was connected to each other with iron chains. At the front was a man in a black robe, pulling the cart with a demon horse with unicorn horns. When they arrived at the edge of the lake, 3 long and 1 short special whistles were blown. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen black-robed men jumped out from the water and surrounded the prisoner cart in an instant. Some people who woke up like you had trembling voices in obvious fear. Who are you? This is the territory of Lingzhou sect. It is illegal to rob cultivation seeds. Ha ha ha, idiot. Falling into the hands of my Nilingsu sect, you still use Lingzhou sect to intimidate us. You are so stupid. Yu's heart moved. As far as he knew, Lingzhou sect was located in the Taihu spiritual region, where the water system is well developed, there are many fertile lands, and there are tens of billions of mortals. The entire Taihu spiritual region is the territory of the righteous. The sect governs the world and plans the territory with the spirit vein as the center. The demon path is in another adjacent area, called Shiyuan Demon Region. It sounds a bit gloomy, but it is actually a good place with mountains, water, and fertile land. Beyond that, he can't understand it by reading books. The Nilingsu sect knows that it is a demon sect just by hearing the name. Who knows what they are going to do by robbing this group of people? It's not like they are going to take them as disciples. 2 words, unworthy. Even the demon sect will not cultivate useless spiritual root cultivators. He sees this very clearly. No one spoke anymore. After the group of black-robed demon cultivators gathered, they released their flying magic weapons. Pieces of black cloth quickly grew larger with the blessing of spiritual power, lifting all the prison cars into the air. The sudden change scared many people and they huddled together and trembled like frightened rabbits. This was the Taihu spiritual realm, full of righteous cultivators. Flying through the sky in such a swagger was like a drop of thick ink falling on white paper. There were many border passes and dangerous places between the two realms, forming an isolation zone that was difficult for many cultivators to cross. It is definitely impossible to fly straight like this. Lingzhou sect is located on the eastern edge of Taihu spirit realm, close to Qiyuan demon realm, and the nearest border is called Black Mountain Pass. There is a dangerous place on the left, Dead Leaf Swamp, and a demonic place on the right, Black Mountain Demon Forest. The monks stationed at Black Mountain Pass come from various righteous sects in the eastern area of Taihu Lake, and Lingzhou sect is just the most inconspicuous part of them. There are also many first-class forces, such as Thunder Fire Temple, Green Cloud Sect, and Moon Palace, 3 powerful sects with Yuani Ingenjuan. There are Jin Danjinren stationed at the border all year round. However, the prisoners saw an extremely horrified scene. The black-robed man leading this group of demon cultivators from the Nilingsu sect was only at the 9th level of Qi training. After being stopped by the foundation building cultivators at Black Mountain Pass, he smiled and showed a token and gave him a bag of spirit stones. All the people stationed there seemed to be blinded. Just let them pass. Let them pass. Passed. No matter how the little white rabbits cried and screamed, there was no response. Yu was in a heavy mood, and he had the illusion that the wind was whistling and the water was cold. The past 16 years were not smooth sailing, but he was often in a happy mood. Now that he was taken to the Red Kite Demon realm, he didn't know what would happen to him. He could only pray that it was not the blood food reserve of the evil creatures. Since leaving Black Mountain Pass and entering the Red Kite Demon realm, everyone was silent, feeling very heavy and had nothing to say. The demon cultivators in charge of escorting them would distribute 3 large cakes and a bag of water every day to ensure that they would not starve to death. When they stopped to restore their spiritual power, they would supervise their physiological excretion. They could not leave the sight range. On the way, several people wanted to escape, but their legs were broken and thrown into the prison car, and they could never get off again. They could only defecate in the car. Seeing this, Yu had no choice but to give up his little idea. He flew like this for a whole month. The Niling Blood Sect, here we are. Yu had never heard of this sect, but just by looking at the size of the mountain gate, his heart was already half cold. The 9 huge mountains were like old tree roots, winding and rising straight into the sky. There were a lot of spaces between each mountain, connected by plank roads, iron ropes, and cloud bridges. Pavilions, waterside pavilions, attics and palaces were scattered in various places on the twisted peaks. The middle of the 9 peaks was hollow, and there was a giant ritual-like thing suspended. There is a blood pool at the top of the 9 giant peaks where they twist and collide. A 9,000-foot blood waterfall falls on the ritual track, filling up the hollow lines on it. In the center of the ritual track is a purple-red palace. It is particularly magnificent. There is a lot of open space at the bottom of the 9 peaks, lined with antique buildings. There are almost no ordinary bluestone and wood-built houses and attics. The floor is paved with gold bricks, the walls are white like snow, and there are dragons and phoenixes carved everywhere. It looks particularly exquisite and elegant, which is completely different from the gloomy and terrifying you imagined. The Shirhu City Lord's Mansion is just an ordinary building here. Only the rays of light in the sky meet Yu's stereotype, either the black fog is rolling or the blood is surging. There are all kinds of flying magic tools, such as skulls, spine-bone swords, corpse clouds, paper people carrying sedan chairs, coffins, etc. A large number of foundation building monks travel back and forth in the sky. Chi training monks are much simpler, basically a piece of black cloth, which should be the standard magic tools uniformly issued by the Nilingsu sect. Yu's heart was burning. As long as he could get in touch with the cultivation method, even if it was a demon cultivator, it didn't matter. He had no discrimination or likes or dislikes for power. As long as it was useful, it made no difference. Since the demon cultivators had bribed the garrison cultivators at Black Mountain Pass, he felt that they would not be allowed to die directly. At least they had to create the value they deserved. There was no stop. The black-robed demon cultivator led them to the foot of the 3rd peak from the left. The environment here was obviously different from the bottom of the 9 peaks, and it was fenced in, with cultivators guarding everywhere. Brother Su, you are finally back. This time you only harvested 100 people? Hearing this, the leading black-robed man finally took off his hood, revealing an old face with ravines. There is no way. The spiritual veins of Shirhu City are too poor, so the cultivation seeds bred are naturally much less. If we go to Qianqiu City, there will be at least 500 spiritual slaves. Count them and take them all away. Spirit slaves? Without hearing more conversations, Yu's car was pulled in front of a stone house, and he was released after the shackles were removed. A chubby, round middle-aged man spoke sinisterly. My last name is Duan, you can call me Manager Duan. From today on, you are the sole slaves of the Niling Blood Sect. You cannot leave until you pay back the money you paid for your bodies. If you behave well, you can get rid of your body. It's not a bad idea to leave the status of a spirit slave and become an outer disciple of the Nilingsu sect. Work hard. Manager Duan said something and left without explaining anything. Yu and his group of mortals who had not yet stepped into the threshold of cultivation were naturally powerless to resist. According to the order, he moved into the 83rd stone house. Beds, tables, chairs, stools. All the furniture is complete, and there is a small compartment as a toilet. The bedding and square pillows are all made of fine brocade, which is no worse than the living standard of the family. Although the windows and doors can be opened, they are equipped with iron bars and can only be opened by hand, just like a prison. It didn't take long. A disciple of the Nilingsu sect walked along the way. Every time he passed a stone house, he would throw a basketball-sized cloth bag into it. He soon walked to the 83rd stone house, gave you the same thing, and left without saying a word. Open the cloth bag. The first thing that came into view was food and water bags. 20 buns were still steaming. You hadn't eaten yet today, but he was already very hungry and ate 5 in one breath. The fillings are meat and vegetables, salty and fragrant, rich in flavor, and each one has a thin skin and full filling, which is better than the pastry chefs in Shirhu City. This kind of treatment made you have more expectations for the identity of a spirit slave. After all, he is a cultivator. Even if he is a demon cultivator, he is not the monster image of eating raw meat and drinking blood in novels and biographies. Stereotypes are not allowed. People have desires. To put it more bluntly, demon cultivators are actually a group of cultivators who take extremes and shortcuts. Their desires are stronger, and material enjoyment is more prominent than the righteous way. They are not ashamed to express it. Even the treatment of spirit slaves is better than that of most ordinary people. In addition to today's meals, there are 2 books in it, one thin and one thick. The thin one records a lot of common sense in the cultivation world, explaining the rules here and what spirit slaves need to do. And each person is marked with the buying money indicator. After reaching it, they can be transferred to the outer disciples of the Nilingsu sect. Yu carefully pondered each one and memorized it deeply in his mind. The first thing written is the rules of the Stonehouse district. 1. Every day from 5 o'clock to 9:0020 Qigong practitioners will answer your questions. Whether you have doubts about cultivation or are illiterate, you can get answers. This is also a spiritual help. The only time period every day when the slave can leave the Stonehouse. Second, after the cultivation breaks through the first level of Qi training, the spirit slave needs to consume his own cultivation and condense 1 or 2 spiritual sands every month to hand over to any manager in the Stonehouse area. This is the value of you and others. Spirit stone is the essence of heaven and earth formed by natural sedimentation where the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathers. The higher the level of the spiritual vein, the more likely it is to produce a companion spiritual stone vein. There are 4 levels of low, medium, high, and top grade. It is also the most widely circulated currency in the cultivation world. Due to its high consumption, the output of the veins alone is far from enough, so there is the role of the spirit slave. If the cultivator is willing to sacrifice his own cultivation, he can also rub the spiritual stone by hand and print money by himself. The cultivator in the early stage of Qi training can only condense spirit sand. The price of 2 spiritual sands is equivalent to 1 low-grade spiritual stone. The extremely pure spiritual energy for the Qi training cultivators seems to be very mixed for the foundation building cultivators. Therefore, the higher the level, the higher the price of the spiritual stone. 3. After paying back the self-purchasing fee of 100 spiritual stones, the spirit slave can apply to become an outer disciple of the Nilingsu sect at the office. The spiritual stones here are naturally low-grade spiritual stones. With the value of 1 tael of spiritual sand equal to 1 spiritual stone, it would take 100 months to pay it back in the best-case scenario, which is more than 8 years. If you add the time for learning and entering the Tao, it would take at least 10 years. I can only pay it back when I am 26 years old. Closing the booklet that recorded a lot of common sense in the cultivation world, you took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time. Although the living treatment is good, he doesn't believe that the Nilingsu sect will be so kind when it comes to spiritual stones and money. In theory, it takes 10 years, but it is possible to spend 20 years to really get started. As for the other thick booklet, it is the Qi training period practice method given by the Nilingsu sect. It is very generous to give 9 levels, and the highest level can be practiced to Qi training perfection. It gives all the spirit slaves a psychological comfort that they are optimistic about you. The thing he wanted most was right in front of him. You gave up all his unrealistic fantasies. This was the base camp of the Niling blood sect, where the mountain gate was located. Even though the Stonehouse area was remote, there were still a large number of monks stationed there. The probability of escape was very small. The only way to survive was to obey the blood sect's rules and become an outer disciple to have the possibility of freedom. Even if it was just a pie, he had to work hard for it and move forward. There was no other way. Blood burning skill. This is the first level Qigong method issued by the Nilingsu sect. Even though you had prepared himself to do it at all costs, he was still shocked by it. It is a pure shortcut magic skill. It burns the essence, Qi, and blood of the cultivator and turns them into the initial blood-burning spiritual power. The essence represents the vitality and origin of the human body, and the Qi and blood are closely related to the strength and health of the body. The loss of Qi and blood will cause premature graying of hair, aging of the face, and frailty. The loss of essence will cause organ failure, loose skin, spots, shortened life, and loss of essence. In other words, it is to exchange life for cultivation. 3 years of life, regardless of the quality of the aptitude, allows the cultivator to break through the first level of Qi training in just 1 month, and then he will be a qualified spiritual slave. It seems that paying 3 years of life can achieve the goal. It is a one-time transaction, and it is over with a hard heart. The problem is that the spiritual sand is condensed, and the cultivation is damaged. If the cultivation drops, it has to be repaired again, which means continuous and long-term burning of life. The requirement of 1 or 2 spiritual sands a month is the real problem. Can it be condensed? After reading the entire burning blood skill, you thought while selecting it and entered the only plugin he had, the placement bar. Placement bar 1, burning blood skill, 0 out of 100 practice 48 times a day, and you can achieve it in 1 year. This is the first time that the placement bar has changed like this. It has never appeared before, and it is very likely related to it being a practice method. But this is a magic skill that burns life. Practice 48 times a day? If you practice one round in an average of half an hour, won't it drain him dry? Just when you wanted to take it out, his thoughts wavered again. This was his only chance to turn things around. Try it once, wait half an hour to see if there are any changes, and then make a decision. Soon, half an hour passed. You did not feel anything abnormal in his body. Instead, he had a lot of experience and feelings of practicing burning blood skill in his mind. A warm current suddenly appeared in his body, which lasted for about 3 breaths and then disappeared. He did not shorten his life, nor did he enjoy the effect of quick magic skills. This situation made him even more confused. According to the rules and usages he had figured out over the past 16 years, you flipped through the booklet that recorded the common sense of the cultivation world, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. Burning life quickly is a special effect of the burning blood technique. It does not mean that every practitioner is forced to perform this special effect. It can also refine and absorb spiritual energy normally. The warm current in the body just now appeared out of thin air, which is probably the manifestation of the burning blood technique running through the placement bar. The placement bar never gets tired and never stops. 48 exercises a day will appear normal. The qualifications of the cultivator have a great influence on the initial cultivation. The spiritual roots not only represent the affinity of spiritual energy, but are also closely related to the conversion rate of spiritual energy. Normally, the qualifications of the natural spiritual roots are naturally attractive to the spiritual energy of the same attributes. When practicing the exercises, the spiritual energy of the same attributes will spontaneously flow into the body and be refined very gently to become the spiritual power of the cultivator. The more they absorb, the more they refine. This is the reason why their cultivation progresses so quickly. Useless spiritual root qualifications have all 5 elements, but the affinity is not good. He must spend his energy to capture it himself, and he will feel that the spiritual energy is violent and difficult to refine. The conversion rate is even more terrifyingly low. If one can refine 1 out of 10 strands, it is considered a success. Most of the time, even 1 strand of spiritual energy cannot be refined. This is why it is difficult for waste spiritual roots to break through the 4th level of Qi training. The Nilingsu sect is built on multiple 4th level spiritual veins. Even if most of the spiritual energy is concentrated on the 9 peaks, the amount of spiritual energy in the Stonehouse district is comparable to that of the 1st level upper grade spiritual veins. The cultivation environment is quite good. Spiritual root qualifications and spiritual vein environment are 2 of the 3 factors that determine the speed of a cultivator's early cultivation. There is another factor related to the cultivator's meridians and spirit. The cultivation method completes the big circle of circulation in the body, which consumes a lot of energy. It needs to be concentrated. In this case, the impact will be reduced after breaking through the middle stage of Qi training. The consciousness breaks through the body, and the operation of the method becomes instinct. The meridians of ordinary bodies are weak, and even the spiritual roots of heaven cannot withstand 12 hours of full-day cultivation. At first, it is considered good to be able to circulate 4 big circles every day. In this regard, except for the yuanying seeds of natural spiritual bodies, everyone stands at the same starting point. As the cultivation level increases, the meridians will become stronger and stronger, and the spiritual energy that can be absorbed will also increase. This process is the embodiment of the gap between those with excellent qualifications. The more the natural spiritual roots are cultivated, the faster they will grow, while the useless spiritual roots will be cultivated, the slower they will grow. There will be a world of difference in 1 year. When you break through the foundation building period, all these restrictions and difficulties in cultivation will completely disappear. 48 exercises a day can bring you a very obvious advantage in the Qi training period, but at the same time, his qualifications are too poor. The placement bar cannot change his qualifications. Whatever the conditions, the same is true for running the exercises 48 times a day, so the warm current he felt before only lasted for 3 breaths. Even so, you was also very surprised. It is better to be able to open it than not. As long as you can step into the path of cultivation and solve the current difficulties, there is hope to change your qualifications in the future. The base number will increase, and the rate at which the placement bar can increase will rise sharply. In fact, even if there is no rare treasure medicine to improve qualifications, the qualifications of the cultivator will be improved when he breaks through the great realm. It's just that 4 spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots often die of old age before reaching this level. Only the middle-grade spiritual roots of the first level of 3 spiritual roots can hope to enjoy it. And the placement bar and the main body do not affect each other. It is like a pendant, and the main body can also practice. Next, you continue to comprehend the practice method. Every half an hour, a paragraph of his understanding and practice experience of burning blood gong would appear in his mind. This was of great help to him in opening up the situation. The spiritual energy that appeared from time to time in the body could bring many benefits even if it could not be refined. The body is nourished by spiritual energy, which is always different. When experiencing the effects of the placement bar in all aspects, you also made an amazing discovery. Not only did the placement bar not affect the main body, but there was no interaction with the outside world, including spiritual energy. In other words, the spiritual energy brought to you by the placement bar running the practice method appeared out of thin air, and no one knew where it was sucked from. This means that even in a place without a spiritual vein, he can enjoy a never-ending supply of spiritual energy for 12 hours, except that the amount is relatively small. There is no disadvantage. Although the convenience brought by the placement bar is a small auxiliary effect, combined, it can give him a great help. One day passed like this. You practiced passively while sleeping at night, accepting the feedback and benefits brought by the placement bar, intermittently, and his feelings about burning blood skill completely crossed a new level. There is no need to study and feel it painstakingly, and the breakthrough may come today. The next day. Early morning. The second day after coming to the Lvls sect and becoming a spirit slave. Before dawn, the railings at the door were opened. You got up on time and followed the crowd to the blue stone square in front of the stonehouse area. At this time, there were 20 cultivators standing on a small platform, watching everyone indifferently. In the square, in addition to the group of people from Shurhu City who had just arrived yesterday, there were many people from other places with mixed spirit roots and useless spirit roots. At first glance, there were at least several thousand people. You didn't know the difference between Taihu and Chiyuan, but the Shurwu area was definitely not all the spirit slaves of the Lvls sect. It was estimated that there were a group of them under the feet of Jiufeng. Among them, there were many spirit slaves with gray hair and old faces. They were all their predecessors. Learn from the past and be a teacher for the future. We must not fall to this point. The 20 outer disciples of the Lvls sect started to explain the principles of cultivation without any delay. There is no need to understand the burning blood technique. Just explain the principles of aura, meridians, and the circulation of the heavenly body, so that these spiritual slaves can understand the technique. As for the illiterate spiritual slaves, they should listen first. After an hour of explanation, it will be their turn to answer questions. 5 monks will be assigned to teach them how to read. Not everyone can get the opportunity to answer questions. You have to fight for it. As a fellow villager in Shurhu City, you found that several poor farmers deliberately did not come forward to learn how to read and write, and they were being clever. They could not understand the 2 booklets issued yesterday, so they would not know the rules here. It would be good if they could generate benefits. If not, the consequences are self-evident. It would be better to die. Living a life worse than death is the most tormenting. Only when they create value far beyond themselves can they hope to be relieved by death. The 2-hour explanation is over. Everyone returned to their stone houses one after another. No one was making noise, no one was talking, and no one took the opportunity to escape. Everything seemed depressing and quiet. You returned to stone house number 83. Not long after he sat down, a cloth bag was thrown in through the window. Inside was water and food, the same as yesterday. However, there was one more thing. The note? You was surprised and felt it was reasonable. Where there are people, there is society, there are differences in status, and there are differences in closeness and distance. Close, there are conflicts of interest. Not to mention this group of spirit slaves who can generate interests but have no sovereignty. The third peak of the Lvls sect is called Hanshui Peak. The wealth created by the spirit slaves belongs to the public property of the sect. Assuming that there are 3,000 people, each person/year produces 12 spirit stones, which is 360,000 low-grade spirit stones in 10 years, which is not a small number. Sufficient interests have led to all kinds of intrigues behind the scenes. The source of the note was handed over by manager Duan, who was responsible for managing the spirit slaves. There was not only one manager in the Stonehouse district. In general, there were 3, representing the interests of different factions in Hanshui Peak. In addition to showing the background, the content of the note was mainly to draw cakes and explain you. After he broke through the Qi training period, he had to pay 1 tael and 4 coins of spirit sand to manager Duan every month. The extra 4 coins would be recorded and could be exchanged for elixirs, spells, and nourishing medicine soups from Manager Duan. If you spend a certain amount, you can even get the quota of outer disciples in advance. This cake fell on his head. Even though you had experienced the hardships of modern society, he felt a little dizzy. Others must be desperate to condense the spirit sand? The magic path is indeed well versed in human nature. Interests and desires are always the root of people's efforts. Want it? Then work harder and do your best to fulfill the duties of a spirit slave. Put the note aside and think about it. Suddenly, a change occurred in the body. A wisp of spiritual energy that was different from before suddenly appeared in the body. Is this the spiritual power of the Qi training period? You felt this unique gentle power and drove it to flow out from the dantian. Wherever it passed, his limbs became warm, and his spirit was refreshed and his strength increased. Normally, it should go through the meridians first and then to the dantian. Yu's situation is the opposite. Due to the special placement of the column, this wisp of spiritual power appeared directly in the dantian. The process of opening the dantian was omitted, from point to surface, rather than the normal from surface to point. This feeling is extremely wonderful. Qi training level 1 achieved. There were no complicated preparatory steps, and even no excessive understanding of the technique. He had broken through directly. This was really outrageous. According to the qualifications of a useless spiritual root, it was normal to spend 3 to 5 years to sense spiritual energy, practice the technique, refine spiritual energy, etc., with each step being a challenge. But now all of this was done. Skip. The placement bar ensured that he could absorb a wisp of spiritual energy every half an hour. This was the first time that the cultivation that was refined into spiritual power was truly transmitted to help him break through the first level of Qi training. According to the description of the Qi training realm in Burning Blood Gong, as long as 10 wisps of spiritual power are accumulated, it can break through to the second level of Qi training, open up more nodes of the practice in the body, and refine more and more pure spiritual power. Even if this wisp of spiritual power in the body is consumed, it can be restored by itself and belong to him completely. If it is condensed into spiritual sand, it will be permanently damaged, and he is reluctant to give it up. At the normal speed, even if someone solves the doubts, the speed of breakthrough is still too fast, unless the special effect of the burning blood gong is used. Yu was unwilling to do so. He did not want to damage his lifespan, and was worried that his cultivation realm could not be concealed. If what the note said was true, he had to change to a spell that could conceal his realm. No, a mere spiritual slave changing to this kind of spell is not confessing. If he damaged his own cultivation, reduced the realm that did not conform to common sense, and turned it into substantial spiritual sand to store, this operation could be called a cerebral thrombosis. You knew very well that strength was the only way for him to change the status quo. The higher the realm, the greater the chance of being able to become an outer disciple. He actually had only one way, to use the effect of the burning blood skill to cover it up. He didn't need to use too much, as long as his appearance looked the same as other spirit slaves. This would explain the abnormality of his cultivation and the amount of spirit sand. Only by Krypton life can it be fast, and it is logical. It is not possible not to cultivate. When Yu was about to activate the burning life skill to practice the main body, he suddenly found that the plugin had changed. Perhaps he had broken through the first level of Qi training and transformed from a mortal to a cultivator. Placement column 1, burning blood skill, placement column 2, none. This Yu's eyes turned, and he didn't know whether it was caused by the realm breakthrough or some other reason. When he broke through the second level of Qi training, he would get some answers. Unfortunately, there was nothing else to put in his hand. After a long sigh, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind again, and he tried to put the burning blood skill on Unit 2. Success! Placement bar 2, blood burning technique, 1 out of 100. Practice 48 times a day and you will be successful in 1 year. Although the description has not changed, the progress is shared by both sides. It only takes half a year for this technique to be perfect. Of course, this does not mean that he can break through the 9th level of Qi training in just half a year. The realm of the technique is similar to that of the spell. The higher the realm means the more comprehensive the control of spiritual power and the development of the body's meridians. Practicing the perfect level technique can greatly improve Yu's poor qualifications, and use skills and experience to offset the problem of absorbing too little spiritual energy. In fact, it is just changing the method to speed up the practice. Generally speaking, a complete technique comes with matching spells, secret techniques, and even complementary pill recipes and magic tool drawings. The only thing about the blood burning technique is the burning life secret technique. This technique is combined with the technique and improves the perception at the same time. If you wants to use it, there is no threshold. The two placement bars are exerted at the same time, an array of spiritual power can be refined every day. At most 10 days, he can break through the second level of chi training. In this way, the main body needs to practice the burning life secret technique immediately to cover up the abnormality. According to the plan, Yu has to burn 10 years of life in a very short time before his physical appearance will change significantly due to the rapid loss of essence. He is too young, and he can't burn it slowly, he must burn it all at once. A Qigong cultivator has a lifespan of 150 years, so even if he burns 50 years of it, it is worth it. Comforting himself in his heart, Yu made up his mind and formed the burning life seal, with his hands to operate the burning blood technique with all his strength. A faint red mist rose from his pores, completely enveloping him. A smell filled the stone house, and his body felt a series of tingling pains, but it was still within the tolerable range. Strictly speaking, this was his first attempt. With the qualifications of a useless spiritual root, he took the initiative to practice. Although he tried it yesterday, he failed at the first step of sensing spiritual energy, which was purely achieved by placing the bar. The feeling of burning his lifespan this time was completely different. There seemed to be dots of 5-colored spiritual light in the air. The blood-colored mist generated by his burning lifespan was like a net, capturing all the spiritual energy within a foot around him and slowly absorbing it into his body. The large circulation route of the burning blood technique also took on a layer of blood color. After breaking through the first level of Qigong, you could see inside, which was a very strange perception ability. Those blood lights were all transformed from his lifespan, and they were very efficient in assisting in refining spiritual energy. Even though most of them escaped due to his aptitude, however, a small part of it was completely captured by Yu. Soon, a new blood-red spiritual power was born in the Dantian. This is the characteristic after the secret technique of burning blood technique was activated. It is clearly different from the normal spiritual power at the beginning. The two have not merged into one. This kind of burning blood spiritual power will have a unique bloodlight vision when performing the technique. The spiritual power is agitated, which is most obvious when confronting with the pressure of the realm. It is also the evidence that Yu left for himself. It is similar to, I burned the spiritual power at Shoushio, you actually doubt me, this is your fault. After waking up from the technique, Yu subconsciously touched his face. There was a very conspicuous white strand in his long hair, which was very dazzling. 1 year of life for a strand of spiritual power. This terrifying consumption made his face even uglier. According to the records in the booklet, the first level of Qi training only needs spiritual power, the second level of Qi training requires 10 strands, and the third level of Qi training requires 100 strands. If it is all based on the current efficiency, it takes a human body to reach the third level of Qi training, which is completely consistent with his qualifications of useless spiritual roots. Alas! With poor spiritual root aptitude, will even the effect of the quick magic skill be weakened? Yu was furious. He knew that this was caused by his burning of life too quickly. Although he captured a lot of spiritual energy, it was difficult to refine it all. He should reduce the lifespan burned at one time to avoid waste, but what he wanted was the physical changes caused by the rapid elapse of life. This would make him look like he burned more life. Yu did not practice the blood burning skill anymore. Consuming too much life in one day would cause a cliff-like decline in body functions. Even if he could live for 150 years, burning 30 years at a time would put him at risk of sudden death. This is a disease that may be caused by a rapid imbalance of the body. He has studied the Qihuan Wonderful Scroll since he was a child and has a deep understanding of this aspect. He will never take risks. With 2 spiritual powers in his body, Yu try to condense the spiritual sand with the cultivation given by the placement column. This technique is not a magic technique, but more like the instinct of a practitioner. Condensing spiritual sand requires a carrier. Qi training cultivators do not have the ability to control the spiritual power into a solid state. Generally speaking, the carrier is the powder and fragments ground from the spiritual stone that has been sucked empty. The cloth bag delivered on the first day contained 1 tael of the drug. It was about the size of a medium-sized egg, wrapped in a cloth bag. Yu chose half of it and infused it at the expense of his own cultivation. In the end, he got 2 coins of spiritual sand. 1 ounce is equal to 10 coins. 1 strand of spiritual power can only condense 2 coins of spiritual sand. That is to say, the spiritual slave must cultivate 5 strands of spiritual power every month to condense 1 ounce of spiritual sand. This is not difficult for 3 or 2 spiritual roots, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven for mixed and useless spiritual roots. This means that one must consume lifespan to achieve the most basic requirements. If one agrees to the manager's inducement, one must add another 4 coins of spiritual sand on this basis. If one wants to improve his cultivation, one must burn more lifespan. Exploited from all aspects, his life is getting shorter and shorter, but the value created is getting more and more, until he dies completely. Good trick! He weighed the spiritual sand in his hand. At this point, he had no choice but to fall asleep. The 2 placement bars gave him the feeling of clones, staying in a place he couldn't see to practice for him, practicing non-stop for 12 hours. This led to him practicing 96 times a day, but even so, he could only extract a ray of pure spiritual power. Waste spiritual roots, so terrifying. The next day, Yu did not go to the explanation session at Mao time, but immersed himself in the practice and went through the whole set according to yesterday's rhythm. In this way, on the 5th day, he saved up 1 or 2 spiritual sands. He specially experimented with the spiritual power of burning blood. After the spiritual power cultivated by burning life was condensed into spiritual sand, as long as it was left for a period of time, the aura belonging to you inside would dissipate. From the appearance of blood-colored spiritual light to pure spiritual sand. This made him not worry about the flaws in the spiritual sand. In addition to Manager Duan, the other 2 managers also handed notes to you. There is no doubt that they have a deeper background behind them. But what has been revealed so far are 3 true disciples of the foundation building period affiliated to the cold blood peak. The gap in status between the 2 sides is like mud and gold. Just stand next to each other honestly. It's the 12th day of coming to the Nilingsu sect. Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the stone house, had a fluctuating aura on his body. The rich blood-burning spiritual power was bubbling around his body, and he suddenly rose to a higher level. Chi training level 2. Yu clenched his fists, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Although the improvement of cultivation was mainly to increase spiritual power, the changes in the body should not be underestimated. It is getting stronger and stronger. It is not inferior to the natural divine power, and it is completely different from the mortal period. There is a market for spiritual slaves. The 2nd level of Chi training is already the top one. Looking at the entire Stonehouse area, there are no spiritual slaves with the 3rd level of Chi training. It can be said that they cherish their lives, or there may be other reasons. If you want to break through again, you must increase the upper limit of the spiritual power in your body to 100 strands. At this stage, you will never burn his lifespan again, so it will take 90 days, nearly 3 months, to rely on the placement column. As for the body practice, he would be very lucky to be able to cultivate 1 strand in 3 months. It is almost meaningless. It is better to put the time in other places and create value far beyond practice. After the realm breakthrough, Yu was a little regretful that the number 3 machine did not appear in the placement column. It was speculated that 1 was erased, and there were 2 possibilities left. It may change after he breaks through the middle stage of Chi training or the foundation building stage. On this day, Yu walked out of the stone house for the first time in a long time. While going to the Bluestone Square to listen to the class, he looked for the location of Duan Guanshi. He decided to put himself in the open and get benefits from Duan Guanshi. Unlike 12 days ago, Yu's black hair turned into snowy silk at this time. His originally handsome appearance became a little ugly because of the dryness of blood. His upright and strong body became thin and even a little hunched. He looked like a little old man, and he was particularly outstanding even among thousands of spirit slaves. This was the aging of his appearance caused by the loss of a large amount of life in a short period of time. Yu only paid 10 years of his life. The aging of his appearance can be restored with the breakthrough of the realm or by spending time to regulate. It is not needed for the time being. He plans to maintain this image until he is successfully promoted to an outer disciple. As the 1-hour lecture ended, when it was the turn to answer questions, Yu forced his way to the front, causing many spirit slaves to glare at him, but after seeing his appearance, they turned their heads and shut up. There is no other reason, this is a ruthless person. Sir, I want to see Manager Duan. I wonder where I can find him. The outer disciple in charge of the lecture felt a chill in his heart when he saw Yu's abnormally aged face. He had the aptitude of 3 spiritual roots, so he didn't need to practice such quick and easy magic skills to have a chance to get a glimpse of the foundation building realm. He quickly pointed at a 2-story elegant pavilion next to the Bluestone Square. Manager Duan is stationed here, you can find him when you go in. Yu bowed his hands to thank him again, and then left. Seeing this, the outer disciples couldn't help but say to their fellow disciples, "This guy, I'm afraid he has burned half of his life. His aura has reached the 2nd level of Chi training, and he is also an ambitious person who is unwilling to be ordinary." His companions looked down on him. So what? The magic skills such as the burning blood skill are originally prepared for the spirit slaves to achieve quick success. Damage to the flesh and blood is difficult to replenish, and there is no hope of building a foundation in this life. That's right, the two-story elegant pavilion. You knocked on the door, and a familiar voice soon sounded from inside. What's the matter? I am you. I became a spirit slave of the holy sect 12 days ago, and I came here today to submit this month's spiritual sand. Ha! Almost in the blink of an eye, the door of the elegant pavilion opened, and Manager Duan pulled a few whiskers on his chin and looked at him in surprise. A newcomer who came 12 days ago? Yu grinned, which was even more terrifying. It is my honor to serve the holy sect. I am practicing the burning blood skill with all my strength. I want to join the holy sect as soon as possible, become an outer disciple, and make better contributions to the holy sect. You, right? Not bad, not bad. After circling around you for a few times, Manager Duan looked satisfied and asked for it directly. Where is the spiritual sand? You offered it with both hands. Manager Duan waited and said subconsciously, only one or two. That's right, you have just joined for less than a month. After clapping his hands, Manager Duan took out a large cloth bag from the storage bag on his waist and handed it to you. It contains 3 pounds of spiritual sand ground from the empty spiritual stone. You take your time to fill it up. Follow me. Then, he was dragged to the square without any explanation. Manager Duan coughed a few times, and the whole square became quiet under the blessing of spiritual power. He pulled you to his side, pointed at him and said loudly, "This man is called you. He has just become a spirit slave for less than a month, and he has already completed the task of 1 or 2 spirit sands. You must learn from him. He is a good example for the sect and a good disciple. If you want to be promoted to an outer disciple, you will definitely be the first one in this batch. I guarantee it with my reputation as a steward. 1,000 gold coins to buy a horsebone. Whether it can be successful or not is not something he can decide with just one word. A spirit slave steward does not have this power, but the true teaching of the foundation building of the cold blood peak behind him does." Just as the spirit slaves were caught up in the discussion, feeling those fanatical gazes, you felt a little scalp numb for a moment. He was completely famous. Very satisfied with the reaction of the spirit slaves, Manager Duan pulled you back to the elegant pavilion again, and this time he was invited in. Sitting on a chair in the lobby on the first floor, Manager Duan directly stated his intentions and did not engage in those messy intrigues. Maybe he was not qualified? You are willing to pay, I am willing to accept. It is a good thing to have ambition, but the rules of the Nilingsu sect are a little different. The disciples of the Nine Peaks Inheritance do not interfere with each other, and manage their own mountains relatively independently. In addition, there is the inheritance of the Master of the Blood Demon Hall, a total of 10 branches, all of which recruit disciples according to their own wishes. In the Taihu spirit realm, the leader of a sect is usually a cultivator who is proficient in general affairs and has a good family background. He does not need to have a very high level of cultivation to take up the position. The real decision-making body is the elders. In the Chiyuan demon realm, the leader of a sect is often the one with the highest cultivation and the strongest strength. He has great power and can mobilize all resources. It is common for him to have the final say. The difference between the righteous and the evil is reflected in all aspects. If the righteous dies a sect leader, it can still continue to exist without shaking the foundation of the sect. If the demon dies a sect leader, there is no doubt that the force will be destroyed within a decade, due to enemies, civil strife, separation, and so on. Therefore, the speed of renewal of the demon forces is very fast. Of course, the top forces are not common sense, and the demons also have ancient sects that have been around for thousands of years. The Niling Blood sect has multiple Yuanying Zenjins, which is a top force in the Chiyuan demon realm. The Cold Blood Peak is the dojo of a demon Jinjuan. The true disciples under his command have great power. Not to mention the outer sects, even the inner sect disciples are qualified to be promoted and cultivate confidence. Manager Duan explained a few words. Then he raised the most essential issue, benefits. This tail of spiritual sand belongs to Hanshue Peak, and the extra 4 tails belong to Suzhenchuan. Even if you work hard until you die, you still won't get enough quota for an outer disciple. You have to recruit people to join my sect, and the number is 100. On the day when it is reached, you will be the first outer disciple of Hanshue Peak among this group of spiritual slaves. You lowered his head and said nothing. This matter was indeed not that simple. This was the benefit he got from stepping forward. Otherwise, Manager Duan would not have told him so much. Any doubts? No, you shook his head. I feel honored to serve the holy sect in Suzhenchuan. I wish I could sacrifice my life. Very good, I see that you have also reached the second level of chi training, which is enough to practice magic. I will pass this ice sword technique to you. It may be useful when you recruit people. You hurriedly took a thick booklet, which not only explained the mystery of the technique, but also generally introduced the common sense and levels of magic. He didn't expect that he could really get a cake. It was really a bit unexpected. Seeing that Manager Duan didn't want to continue talking, he also tactfully left. He started to study after returning to the stone house. The first level magic that can be used in the chi training period is divided into 3 grades, low, middle and upper, corresponding to the early, middle and late stages of the realm. The foundation building period corresponds to the second level, the Dan formation period corresponds to the third level, and so on. Secret methods and secret arts are not in the conventional grade classification, and they are dominated by their effects. In addition to spells, there are also different categories such as treasure spells, magic powers, magic spells, etc. These are not basic knowledge and are not explained in detail. The ice sword technique given by Manager Duan was a bit beyond Yu's expectations. This was actually a mid-grade spell. When practiced to perfection, it can condense 10 ice swords to fight the enemy, and its power is comparable to that of top-grade spells. Yu was not surprised. Knowledge can be copied. It has value to the upper class, but not that much. For him, it is tantamount to a ladder to change his life, and it is extremely precious. This also shows that if he fails to meet Manager Duan's requirements, he will definitely die. Consider for a moment. You took off the blood-burning skill of Unit 2 and put the ice sword technique on it. Placement bar 2, ice sword technique, 0 out of 144 practices a day, and it can be completed in 30 days. 144 practices, an average of 10 minutes per practice? The word animal was stuck in his mind, and he didn't dare to think about it. When a monk practices spells and techniques that match the attributes of his spiritual roots, he will get twice the result with half the effort. If the practice does not match the attributes of his spiritual roots, the efficiency will be very average. The spiritual roots are based on the 5 elements, and then evolve all things. Although the useless spiritual roots are weak, they can practice techniques and spells of any attribute. Even if they are not good enough, they can practice at a normal speed and will not be a drag. Although the natural spiritual roots are good, the path is often determined and rarely changed. Of course, if the practice does not match the attributes, spells that match the attributes of spiritual roots are fine, they can also be learned. It's just a matter of speed. Ice sword technique can be mastered in 30 days, that is, 4,320 times. It seems that my comprehension is much better than my spiritual root aptitude. For normal cultivators to practice magic, comprehension is only one link, and they need to practice it over and over again to feel it. The spiritual power of chi training cultivators is limited, and the strength of their meridians is also limited. No one can practice like you without stopping. This is not a hard monk, it's pure mechanical repetition. Every 10 minutes, a paragraph of comprehension and experience of using ice sword technique will appear in his mind, even the muscle habits of the physical fingers, mysterious and weird. Anyway, there is no hope of breaking through the third level of chi training in the short term. Yu plans to put ice sword technique to perfection first. This is his only means of attack, and he must be proficient enough. The 20th day of the spiritual slave's career. After you stopped using the burning life seal technique of the blood burning technique, only 10 strands of blood burning spiritual power remained in his body. During the 8 days of placement, 4 strands of pure spiritual power were generated, which slightly improved his cultivation. At this moment, in the stone house, Yu's hand gestures changed, and the temperature within 10 feet of his body dropped rapidly. After 3 breaths, a 4-foot-long handleless ice sword condensed out. Swish! The ice sword quickly sank into the ground of the stone house, leaving only wisps of white mist formed by the evaporation of icy air. This power is enough to cut gold and jade, and the speed is no worse than that of a bow and arrow. It's just that the preparation time is a little longer, and the spiritual power consumed is a bit more. It can only be used once and then it is almost squeezed out. It's still a little short of actual combat. It should be able to be used as a trump card in 2 days. Making a judgment in his heart, Yu silently operated the blood-burning technique to restore his spiritual power. If he wanted to use it many times and support a complete battle, he had to break through the 3rd level of chi training at least. Another day, a lecture at the hour of Mao. Yu officially started to act and found his fellow villagers in Shirhu City. These 2 deliberately did not learn to read, so they had been hiding in the corner as spectators. This behavior is no different from waiting to die. When they are required to hand over the spiritual sand, it will be the time for reckoning. It is a bit difficult to persuade them to join the Duan Guancher faction. After all, they are unwilling to learn to read, just because they don't want to become like other spiritual slaves because of practicing. Yu's behavior of recruiting them is actually paving the way for himself. His situation seemed better, but it was only a temporary stability, which was exchanged for his life. If he wanted to get rid of his current situation, what about being a bad guy for once? I would rather die than die with my friends. 2 friends, do you know me? The 2 civilians of Shirhu City, both in their 20s, looked alert. When they saw Yu's appearance, they were stunned for a moment. They did not recognize him from his face, but recognized him from the last time that Manager Duan praised him. The 2 have completely different meanings. You are Master Yu of the family in Shirhu City? It's me. Yu sighed lightly, patted one of them on the shoulder, and whispered, I noticed you a long time ago. The 2 were nervous for a while, and couldn't guess what he wanted to do. This is the Niling blood sect, located in the Qiyuan demon realm. Don't even think about escaping. Unless the demon sect is destroyed tomorrow, you should accept your fate as soon as possible. After saying this, Yu paused and observed their reactions. The 2 dared to take risks, proving that they were stubborn and not easy to accept their fate, but they lacked vision and cognition, and were actually the kind that were easier to fool. His family was well known in Shirhu City. Thanks to the several dandies from the eldest house, he was also well known in Shirhu City, and his good reputation was often spread. In fact, he did not do anything special. The 3 views of a modern person, coupled with a rich enough living environment, have been maintained. Now that he has become a spirit slave, Yu has changed every day. He has long been under a severe survival crisis. In this situation, people are most likely to change. Among the spirit slaves in the Shirwu district of Hanshue Peak, only the Shirhu City batch is new, and the number meets the standard and meets Yu's requirements. Those old spirit slaves have basically served the 3 stewards, and he has no way to change. The number given by Steward Duan just matches the number of Shirhu City's batch. This is not a coincidence at all, but a deliberate act. Let's see if he can catch this batch of people in his hands. In interpersonal communication, it is most taboo to talk about deep things with people who are not familiar with each other, so Yu did not say much. After pointing out their little thoughts, he put another round of pressure on them. You only have 2 months at most. This month, learn the meaning of the words of the burning blood skill and understand the principles of cultivation. If you cannot break through the Qi training stage next month, your fate will be. Properly leaving blank space will make it easier to generate unknown fear. This is the demon sect, not a charity hall. Seeing you leave this corner, the 2 were both afraid and hesitant, and they never dared to approach you to talk. So, the explanation time for this day ended, and everyone returned to their own stone houses. The 22nd day of the life of a spirit slave. Yu is using the same method to approach the fellow villagers in Shirhu City, and he has to change his words for others. There are 3 types of people who are willing to learn. Those who are submissive, those who know the times, and those who are ambitious. The first type of people are the most, the second type is second, and the third type is the least. Yu persuades the third type of people most easily. With the endorsement of the declaration of the day by the manager Duan, his name is very useful. As long as they want to become outer disciples, they can explain the pros and cons a little bit, use ice swordsmanship as bait, and show the cakes he has eaten. These people are tempted quickly. In one morning, 7 people were convinced. At this time, the 2 acquaintances took the initiative to come over and whispered to you. We all have mixed and useless spiritual roots. It is impossible for us to enter the Tao in 2 months. What's more, before that, we couldn't even read big characters. You are lying to us. You couldn't help but sneer. This is the Nilingsu sect, not a charity. Do you think I have good qualifications? As long as you are willing to sacrifice your life, it is easy to enter the Tao, and you are no exception. This kind of ignorance appears in the lower class people no matter in which world, but once they are convinced, they will also be the most staunch supporters. The 2 were speechless again. After a moment of silence, they agreed to Yu's request. Very good. Yu smiled and painted a pie. If you want to get rid of the status of spiritual slaves, the monthly spiritual sand you offer will be increased to 1 tael and 6 coins. Only if you are different from others, you will have the opportunity to be favored by the cold blood true transmission. This the 2 looked at each other, not daring to say more, and could only nod repeatedly. Seeing this, Yu left again. In the next few days, he was dealing with the group of submissive people. This kind of people are the most threatened. They can show a tough attitude, but they are also the easiest to turn against them. There are 3 managers above the spirit slaves. Duan chose him, but that doesn't mean he's the only one. Other managers will use similar methods. Going around to win over people makes a lot of noise. So, he was targeted. The 28th day of the spirit slave career. A group of the old men with haggard and aged faces and messy white hair gathered together. The 3 of them were all at the 2nd level of Qi training. They belonged to one of the 3 managers, the manager surnamed Lu. Boss Fawn, that kid named you has won over a lot of newcomers during this period, at least 50 or 60 people. Will Manager Lu be dissatisfied? Boss Fong stared at you, who was still walking, with suspicion. So what if he is dissatisfied? We can't kill him. The spirit slaves are all the property of Manhwa Peak. If you harm someone privately, you will not only lose your life, but you will also suffer inhumane torture before death, and your soul will not be able to escape. Then what should we do? Give him a verbal warning first, and if it doesn't work, break his limbs. What if it still doesn't work? Boss Fong narrowed his eyes and stared at the deputy, who retreated repeatedly before saying, if conventional methods don't work, then kill an old man who is about to die and throw him in his house. Frame up. It can't be said that they are simple-minded, it's easy to be seen through. There are not many effective methods among the spirit slaves in the Stonehouse district, and it's easy to break the rules. At this time, the stewards behind them need to take action. Whoever is more powerful can get more loyalty from the spirit slaves. If you agree, not only will nothing happen, but you will also have the hope of becoming an outer sect disciple like me in the future. The future is promising. 1 tael and 8 cents of spirit sand, it's settled. Having just persuaded a fellow villager from Shurhu City, you counted on his fingers and found that more than half of the agreed goals had been achieved, and it might be completed within 10 days. He didn't know whether Manager Duan would fulfill his promise, so he could only gamble. The weak had no say, and questioning was courting death, so he could only believe it first. Whether it was a lie or pressure, he kept that sentence in mind. 1 or 2 spiritual sands belonged to Manhwa Peak, and the extra ones belonged to Suzhenchuan. There were 2 prerequisites for him to turn things around. 1. Manager Duan was willing to pass on the message. 2. Suzhenchuan was willing to help him out. Providing more benefits was a way for him to show his value, and it was this easy to use in the magic world. He could only make his fellow villagers suffer, and when he was about to look for the next target, more than a dozen spiritual slaves surrounded him and blocked him tightly. 3 more people walked out of them. They were the spiritual slaves named Fong who were discussing teaching him a lesson. Hey, kid, did you know you've crossed the line? You frowned. This was the Qingshi Square. Not only there were 20 outer disciples watching, and several stewards were stationed there. Of course, the most important thing was the group of people from Shurhu City that you had persuaded and those that he had not persuaded. If they showed weakness or were beaten black and blue, he would be finished. Most of those who were submissive would turn to the stronger party. The other party surrounded him to cut off his path. Perhaps Fawn, the spiritual slave, did not think so much, and simply wanted to scare you so that he would give up recruiting more spiritual slaves. But Yu's eyes turned red in an instant. A spiritual slave will never be able to turn over in his life. He not only needs to be careful like a piece of thin ice, but also needs to be ruthless, and even more ruthless, in order to stand firm. Opportunity cannot be missed. I believe that Steward Duan taught him this spell with this situation in mind. Ice sword technique, go! With you as the center, the temperature dropped sharply within a few feet, and 3 ice swords condensed around him. With Yu's finger waved, the 3 second-level Qi training masters, led by Fong, landed on the ground one by one. Some sticky, dark blood flowed out. The crowd of onlookers retreated even more violently, fearing that the blood would splash on their bodies. There was no dialogue, and he was killed just after he expressed his malicious intention. The spirit slave surnamed Fong was terrified, but he could only struggle on the ground. The 3 ice swords did not disappear after the attack, but returned again under the control of Yu's hand gestures. The blood-burning spiritual power and blood on them alternated, and they completely turned into blood-colored ice swords. You can't kill me. Spirit slaves are forbidden to kill each other. If I die, you will also pay with your life. Yu was indifferent. His hand gestures changed, and the 3 blood-stained ice swords shot out again. Just at this time, a small seal pressed down, and it suddenly grew larger in the process. All 3 of Yu's ice swords were crushed into powder. Manager Duan came suddenly, waved his sleeves to put the magic weapon back into his sleeves, and frowned at you. Calm down. Seeing his backer, Yu immediately showed an aggrieved expression. He was pretending to be crazy, not really crazy. He spoke first. Manager Duan, you are finally here. You have to make a decision for you. I don't know this person either. I was listening to the lectures of the outer sect masters and was just beginning to understand something. Without saying a word, they surrounded me and wanted to cut off my arms and legs. I have devoted half my life to the holy sect, just to deliver the spiritual sand as soon as possible and make a contribution, but these people want to kill me who has dedicated myself to the holy sect. No matter what, Yu's words not only put the blame on others, but also sold his own misery. He also put himself in the position of being bullied for the sake of the sect. It's just that the scene. There was a slight deviation. There were 3 arms and 3 legs, none of which belonged to Yu. The onlookers were stunned. Manager Duan took a deep breath. He had stood up for Yu in public. Now that something happened, he couldn't stay out of it. I know. Come on, a few people carry them away, treat them well, and continue to contribute to the holy sect in the future. Yes. Several people came out of the lecturer team and just carried them up. Another manager arrived. It was Manager Lu. Stop. The 3 managers of the spirit slaves were all in the late stage of chi training, and there was still hope of building a foundation. The opportunity naturally lay in the hands of the true disciples behind them. The struggle for the interests of the spirit slaves was also a struggle for the 3 of them. Manager Lu looked younger, with a thin figure, a goatee, a purple robe, and a high crown. He looked at Yu with a cold expression. Did you do it? Yu was about to repeat the same words as before. Just as he opened his mouth and hadn't uttered a word, Manager Lu suddenly scolded him. How dare you quibble? Without saying a word, he formed his palm into a knife and slashed out a knife aura of about 33 meters. Yu was horrified and could only dodge. The 3 ice swords he had used up all his spiritual power. If it weren't for his high attainments in magic and good control of spiritual power, he wouldn't have been able to use them at all. Manager Lu was so arrogant, which was completely different from Yu's previous attitude. I don't know where the problem was. Manager Duan's face changed drastically, and he hurried forward to stop him. But he was still a step slower. Yu dodged in time and was not cut in the torso, but his left hand was not spared. As if the scene was replayed, one arm fell to the ground and was torn into pieces by the aftermath. There was no possibility of continuing. Wherever the knife aura passed, it left deep marks on the bluestone ground, which was a mess. Manager Lu snorted coldly. Treat him the way he treats you. Take this as a warning for what happened today. Yu looked grim, staring at the pool of meat and bones on the ground, wishing he could skin Lu and eat his flesh alive. Manager Duan watched the whole thing, and he always felt that something was wrong. Lu usually didn't do this. How strong, not to mention in front of him. At this point, Yu was punished too much, and his prestige was greatly lost, which almost made his recent efforts go to waste, and it was completely worthless to Manager Duan. He did not stay and left the stonehouse area quickly. He wanted to go to the Cold Blood Peak to find out the situation before making a decision. Bluestone Square. The spirit slaves watched coldly, and no one dared to approach Yu again. After all, they saw what happened just now. Manager Lu was much stronger than Manager Duan, so it was self-evident what choice to make. Yu used his spiritual power to stabilize the wound and forcibly squeezed out some of his spiritual power. The ice sword could not condense, but he could completely freeze his arm debris. He held the remaining right hand in his arms and took it back to the stonehouse to destroy it. His mood was very heavy. This time, with twists and turns, he completely realized the importance of strength. This is the way of magic. After returning to the stonehouse, Yu meditated and restored his spiritual power. He used ice swordsmanship to deal with the arm debris inch by inch, and repeated it tirelessly, until it is completely reduced to dust. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. Today is the 43rd day of Yu's spiritual slave career. Placement column 2, Ice Sword Art, perfect, Ice Sword Art, 100 out of 100 144 practices a day, 3 years to complete. The information described in the placement column has changed. After perfection, the original 30 days to complete has become 3 years to complete, but the spell has been perfected. As long as the spiritual power is sufficient, he can condense 10 ice swords at a time, and the lethality has skyrocketed. This new change is likely to exceed the original grade limit and reach the level of a top-grade spell. 3 years. This is good news, but Yu is not as happy as he imagined. After thinking for a long time, he took off the Ice Sword Art and replaced it with the Burning Blood skill. The Ice Sword Art at this stage is completely enough for him, and there is no need to place it again. The cultivator still focuses on the realm. After a month of delay, the number 1 placement column reported 15 strands of spiritual power cultivation. At present, the upper limit of his dantian has only been opened up to 21 strands, and the progress is extremely slow. This is because it takes 5 strands to condense the spirit sand. Although he was abandoned by manager Duan, he still had to complete his job as a spirit slave. Now that he has 2 placement bars, he can practice with all his strength, doubling his efficiency. 3 months and 4 days. This is his sudden success, regardless of the speed of his main body's practice. The time required to break through the 3rd level of Qi training. But this is far from enough. Without the help of noble people, it is almost impossible to turn over in the short term. Unless he breaks through to the 4th level of Qi training and completely widens the gap with the spirit slave, how can the secret be discovered? The placement bar is invisible and intangible, he has no storage bag, and he lives in the stonehouse area, without any privacy or secrets. At most, he suspects that his physique is different, or he has been practicing with the burning life secret technique. Soul search is nonsense. This is one of the legendary secret techniques of the magic way. It can only be practiced by a real person who has reached the Dan stage. He is a Qi training spirit slave, and he is not in the eyes of such people. Therefore, only the realm can solve the fundamental problem. On this day, something unexpected happened. Manager Duan, who had given up you, sent someone to find him again. On one side of the bluestone square, there is a 2-story elegant pavilion. Manager Duan, who was broad and fat, looked at you with a smile. But is there resentment? You hurriedly bowed and said with fear, I am just a little spiritual slave. I have already given my body and soul to the holy sect and the adults. I have never had any complaints. I don't believe it. Manager Duan's face turned cold, and he tapped the table lightly with his index finger, constantly exerting pressure. You immediately changed his statement. If you want to talk about resentment, you only has resentment towards Manager Liu. The hatred of the broken arm is engraved in my heart. That's right. Manager Duan smiled and helped him up. The missing limbs will not only affect your life, but if you can't pass the Qi and blood pass in the future, 9 out of 10 will fall on this broken arm. This is a hatred that blocks the way, which is better than the hatred of killing your father and taking your wife. Hearing this, you was a little moved and wanted to know the secrets about the foundation building, but this was obviously not something he could ask now. You was just a little spiritual slave with poor qualifications. I dare not hope to reach the foundation building stage. Think about it, it's okay. People should always have some ambitions. Manager Duan changed the subject and no longer emphasized the hatred between you and Manager Liu. The last incident was actually a little accident. I can tell you that I can even find a way to help you recover this arm. Yu's heart moved. What should I do? No hurry, let's talk slowly. Manager Duan poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Since he went to Hanshue Peak to meet Su Jinchuan last time, he was scolded, and his attitude towards you changed because of this. That day, Manager Liu was aggressive and forcibly destroyed Yu's arm. Not only did he slap Manager Duan in the face, but he also hurt the reputation of Su Jinchuan. Yu was not important, and even if he died, it would be the same, and it would not involve Su Jinchuan. The problem was that Manager Duan was indifferent. He could represent Su Jinchuan, and keeping silent was tantamount to surrendering. After all, he had just accepted you with great fanfare not long ago. This incident caused him to be killed. As for Manager Liu's arrogance, it came from the true disciple behind him. Hanshue Peak is the dojo of the Yuanyingjinjuan of the Nilingsu sect. Its status is already at the top of the 9 peaks. There are a total of 10 true disciples in this session, all of whom are in the foundation building stage, and one of them even has a water-type spiritual root. Whoever can break through the Jindan stage first can get the inheritance of the Yuanyingjinjuan and be listed as the next Yuanying seed. The true disciples are selected every 200 years, and only when the last true disciple breaks through the Jindan stage will a new true disciple be selected from the tens of thousands of inner disciples again, and rarely fill the position in the middle. The true disciple behind Manager Liu accidentally discovered a superior Jindan spiritual object from a tribute from his subordinates, which was in perfect harmony with his main cultivation method. So, he immediately applied for a 3rd-level superior Jindan, blood demon pill. It is expected that within 10 years, he will become the first true disciple to achieve Jindan in this session. Jindan, like foundation building pills, are auxiliary pills for cultivators to break through the great realm. Because of different inheritances, there are also various kinds of Jindan. Blood demon pill is a kind of unique to the Niling blood sect. It has an excellent effect on blood-based cultivation methods and can increase the chance of Jindan by nearly 40%, which is very outstanding. Coupled with the assistance of the Jindan spiritual object, the breakthrough of this true disciple is almost a foregone conclusion. Once the news spread, the power of his subordinates naturally expanded, and his behavior became more and more arrogant. This is a normal phenomenon in the magic way. When you are in power, you will be arrogant and do anything to make money. Such a coincidence can be said to have made the other 9 true disciples red-eyed. Things have come to this point and cannot be reversed. They can only work hard on themselves. Want to try your luck? What if? Therefore, it was a coincidence that Manager Duan came to him again. After listening to Manager Duan's explanation, you already knew what was going on. Because of his previous cold-eyed observation, Manager Duan's prestige among these spirit slaves was greatly damaged. Now Manager Lu has the largest number of people under his command, which is close to 2,000. Manager Duan and another Manager Lu, there are only 600 or 700 people on one side. The management of spirit slaves is the money bag of the 3 true disciples. If one side gets more, the others will get less. And to gather subordinates and develop power, spirit stones are indispensable. Manager Duan continued. You are a capable person. Even after what happened last time, there are still 7 or 8 spirit slaves who have not switched to other managers. The minimum amount of spirit sand handed in this month is 1 tael and 6 coins. For this, Su Jinchuan and I admire you very much, but Manager Lu should not be provoked for the time being. If you can avoid him, then avoid him. As long as you can pull up the spirit slave team again, not to mention the outer sect, even the inner sect disciples can be recruited with a word from Su Jinchuan. You didn't want to eat this cake. Moreover, the situation was different. It was much more difficult for him to persuade those people. Even those who were submissive would not frequently switch sides in a short period of time. Unless a group of new people were sent, that would be another matter. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had no right to refuse at all. Manager Duan, you will do his best. Very good, this is the reward that Su Jinchuan gave you in advance, take it. You took a jade slip, put it on the position of the forehead, touched it with his spirit, and immediately a stream of information flowed into his mind, and he remembered all of it in a moment. This is one of the wonderful uses of the cultivator's consciousness. In the early stage of Qi training, it is still impossible to leave the body. Once you break through the 4th level of Qi training, you can leave the body to perceive the outside world, and every detail can be seen. You can leave the spiritual mark on the magic weapon, and the flexibility will be greatly improved. There are many uses. The jade slip records a rare secret technique. There is no grade division for secret techniques, and the effect is the standard. This technique is called Corpse Demon Secret Technique, and was created by the Tiankan old man 10,000 years ago. This person was born with a disability and was born without an arm and a leg. Fortunately, he has a mutated upper-grade spiritual root, which is a very rare spiritual root. The Corpse Demon Secret Technique was created by him in the nascent soul stage, which confused the arms of zombies to make up for the defects. The secret technique passed down by Su Jinchuan is a disabled version, which has great side effects. The body turned into a corpse, lost desire, shortened lifespan, abnormal qi and blood, etc. There were 7 or 8 of them. The more you looked at them, the more depressed he became. Is this thing for people to practice? He thought it was some kind of elixir that could regenerate broken limbs, but now that he had eaten the cake, this was the result. Manager Duan patted him on the shoulder, playful. When you complete the task, Su Jinchuan will find you the broken arm of the ice corpse. This is a 2nd-level evil corpse. Even if you can't break through the foundation building stage, you can become one of the strongest in the Qi training stage. The strings in Yu's mind have been broken to the limit. After thanking again, he left the elegant pavilion and returned to the stone house number 83. Recalling it carefully. The last time he cut off the arms and legs of the 3 spirit slaves, it was actually a decision he made after careful consideration. If it weren't for the matter of the true teaching of Hanshu Epique, Manager Duan would definitely be able to protect him, and the surname Lu would not be so arrogant. Unfortunately, destiny is not in one's own body. This made him understand that everyone is the protagonist of his own world and the supporting role of others' world, and he still needs to act cautiously and be careful. It is better not to stand out easily when in the magic way. Hiding weapons is the right way. This time, with twists and turns, he faced a new problem. Should he practice the corpse magic secret method? There are many side effects, but the placement bar can increase the upper limit of ice swordsmanship, and it should also be able to act on the corpse magic secret method to complete it. The difficulty should always be lower than the creation. He didn't believe that the nascent soul secret technique would have so many flaws. There must be something wrong with the interpretation of Su Jinchuan. After all, old man Tiankan created this technique for himself, so it must be perfect and without any loopholes. Let's see first. He took down the blood-burning technique in the placement column 2 and temporarily placed the corpse demon secret technique. Placement column 2, corpse demon secret technique, Corpse Demon Secret Technique, 0/114 40 exercises a day, and it can be completed in 3 months. Seeing the number of exercises a day, you was very surprised. After all, practicing once a minute was a bit exaggerated, but it would take 3 months to complete it. If the placement column is completed, it will definitely take years, which is definitely much longer than the ice sword technique. Without much hesitation, he took down the Corpse Demon Secret Technique and replaced the blood burning technique with Unit 2. He decided to focus on cultivation. In addition to normal comprehension, the Corpse Demon Secret Technique also requires practice. Nourish the blood with Een, and you will get the fortune of heavenly Een. Nourish the body with the corpse, and you will get a pure demonic body. Heavenly Een turns into blood, bones and flesh are reconnected. Corpse chi turns into veins, and it is not afraid of water or fire. To put it bluntly, before truly connecting the corpse arm, one needs to absorb Een spiritual energy to transform one's own blood, and at the same time absorb the corpse chi that invades one's own bones for deep transformation. Heavenly Een blood, corpse demon bones. You felt a headache. The heavenly Een here does not refer to the moonlight of the moon, but the second level Een spiritual energy. The corpse energy is only found in mass graves and even in zombies. The external environment is not up to standard. He can't practice at all, he can only comprehend. Su Zhenchuan and manager Duan really think highly of him. No wonder he can practice once a minute in the placement column. After all, to put it bluntly, it is to transform himself by using Een Chi and Corpse Chi. The secret method plays a guiding role to prevent the cultivator from suddenly dying and really turning into a zombie. The external conditions are insufficient. It seems that only the placement column can be relied on to meet the prerequisite requirements. The placement column originally has the function of replacing his practice. The ice sword technique is a pure spell that brings him perfect understanding and usage experience, and even physical memory. The burning blood technique brings him the understanding of the technique and additional cultivation, just like he cultivated it himself, with his arms waving like fingers. There is no difference. The Corpse Demon Secret Technique is a transformation-oriented secret technique. Reconnecting the broken limbs is one part, and physical transformation is another part. This means that when you comprehends the perfection, he will also complete the transformation of his body at the same time. This conjecture is in line with the law that the placement column has always been effective. It's rare to find such a disadvantage. This cognition has both advantages and disadvantages. If it is not completed, those disadvantages will inevitably appear gradually. However, if it is completed by the effect of the placement column, it must be based on the foundation of no further progress. At that time, the body has been transformed, and only then will the secret technique be completed. What specific variables will occur, even you himself cannot predict. Power. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he decided to wait a little longer. With the current number of spirit slaves in the Stonehouse district, it would be too difficult for him to turn over. He must introduce more people to have variables. This wait lasted another 10 days. The 53rd day of the spirit slave's career. A group of newcomers from the Taihu spiritual region came to the Niling blood sect timidly like them at the beginning. They were all mixed spirit roots and useless spirit roots. The number tripled to more than 300 people. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually a drop in the bucket. Manager Lu was becoming more and more powerful in the spirit slave ecosystem. He wanted to recruit people like he did in the past, but he had no idea where to start. Only those second-level spirit slaves who had their broken limbs reattached in time would stare at him. That's right. Yu's left hand was completely destroyed, while the 3 troublemakers who were the source of the incident were able to save an arm and a leg because of timely treatment. How ironic. As long as they live, Yu's backer Duan Guancher will have no prestige. Who would be willing to pay the price of burning his life for a person who has no ability to fight for the opportunity to be promoted as an outer disciple? Many promises are nothing more than empty promises, and no one will believe them. When it comes to the explanation and teaching session, the spiritual slaves will know everything after communicating with each other. This group of newcomers cannot solve the root of the problem, but they can help you regain his foothold. It is of great importance and cannot be delayed until the next day. Thinking of this, late at night, when everything is silent, except for the outer disciples on duty, everyone in the Stonehouse area has fallen asleep, and the iron fence of Stonehouse number 83 is quietly opened. This thing can only hold some preparatory spiritual slaves who have not yet entered the Tao. If they really break through the first level of Qi training, they can be bent with just a wisp of spiritual power. The symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. Moreover, being inside the Nilingsu sect, at the bottom of the cold blood peak, it would be difficult for even a cultivator who had built a foundation or formed a pill to escape, let alone a cultivator who had practiced qi. The existence of the stonehouse area was like a human-shaped spiritual stone mine, tight outside and loose inside, and not as strictly guarded as imagined. Yu lifted the fence from the bottom and leaned over to move out. His eyes were erratic, and he quickly came to the stonehouse of the three people who were looking for trouble along the wall. In a moment, the perfect level of ice swordsmanship was able to break away from the constraints of the form of the art, and to a certain extent change its form according to Yu's mind. Ice swords as thick as fingers quickly formed. They hovered in his palm like a dancing cold wind, wanton and arrogant. In a blink of an eye, the dark stonehouse kept ringing with the sound of puffing, and it was completely silent in less than a breath, and his heartbeat and breathing stopped completely. You couldn't help but look up at the night sky, a moonless night. The next day, the outer sect disciple in charge of distributing food walked past the door as usual. He kicked Yu's fence and called out a few times. "Hey, it's time for breakfast." Yu, who was curled up in bed, with an old face, white hair, and a broken arm, got up quickly, as if he wanted to explain. But the person who distributed the food spat in disgust. It turned out to be an old man. "Boy, bad luck." Bang, with just a kick that was neither too heavy nor too light, an obvious dent appeared on the iron fence, and he walked away in a swagger. Yu then returned to normal and put the cloth bag full of buns and water bags on the bedside. In the way of magic, strength is the truth, but sometimes it is reasonable to borrow rules. No matter whether it is a demon, as long as it is a force, it will have its own rules. No matter how bad it is still a rule. In essence, obeying the rules of the Nilingsu sect is obeying the rules of the sect master. There are many people who mess around, but if they are caught, they will also be in trouble if they make a big deal. Lingnu is the private property of Hanshue Peak. It is nominally the property of the master of Hanshue Peak, that is, Yuani Jinjuan. It's just that people don't value this little bit of benefit, and tacitly give it to the true disciple as a money bag, but if it is revealed, whether it is for face or to enforce the rules, the person who makes money will not be let go. Dare to be greedy to the head of Yuaniing, what will happen? Do I have to give you the position of sect master? Yu's method of revealing the truth was very clumsy, and it happened that a few people needed to die, so he chose these three people, which was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Whether it was true or false, the true disciple behind Manager Lu was in seclusion to form a pill, and he would not be able to come out in the short term. If they could use the excuse of offending the master of Hanshue Peak to deprive him of the opportunity to receive the nascent soul inheritance, the other 9 true disciples would do it. He just happened to come up with a lame excuse. No matter how untenable it was, the true disciples knew that the master of the peak himself acquiesced to this matter, but the inner and outer disciples of Hanshue Peak did not know. Whether the true disciples intended to fight for it by formal means or use shady means to destroy the person's formation of the pill, as long as they could prevent him from getting the opportunity to inherit, they would definitely do it. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. He picked a not-so-perfect beginning, and it depends on whether these true disciples dare to seize this opportunity and tacitly join forces. You had to admit that he was gambling. In case of failure, he also prepared a way out and dragged manager Duan into the water. Even if the big brother Su Jinchuan was involved, he would be if things got out of hand. Others would naturally tend to think that there was someone behind the scenes directing this. Soon, the Stonehouse district was in chaos. As expected, the disciples distributing food found 3 bodies in the Stonehouse area, and immediately caused an uproar after reporting it. The law enforcement disciples in the Stonehouse area lined up to enter, morning classes were cancelled, all spirit slaves were strictly guarded, and the 3 stewards came together, and a big show was staged. Steward Lu, who had been in high spirits during this period, stood at the front with his hands behind his back, his face livid, looking at the bodies of the 3 spirit slaves who seemed to be pierced by thousands of swords. His eyes narrowed, and he keenly felt the cold air from them. Ice sword technique. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Steward Duan, who looked helpless, and said in a cold tone, "Fatty Duan, did you do this?" Steward Duan was stunned and frowned in response. "What does this have to do with me?" Steward Lu immediately cursed. "Fatty, do you think I'm blind? You're the only one who knows ice swordsmanship. Who else could have caused the icy aura on this wound if not you?" The quarrel between the two fell into the eyes of Manager Lu. He remained silent and quietly stepped back a few steps, looking unwilling to participate in the dispute. Fatty Duan snorted coldly and pushed Lu away. After carefully examining the corpse, his expression changed instantly. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead inadvertently, and his eyes turned. I'm not the only one in Sherwoo district who knows ice swordsmanship. Are you talking about that spirit slave? Although the two sides had a grudge, Yu was also Manager Duan's man and had learned ice swordsmanship, but Manager Lu did not believe this explanation. The last time he saw Yu, his ice swordsmanship had not yet been perfected. The condensed ice sword was thick and large, and the cross-section of the wound was not very smooth. The three corpses today must have practiced ice swordsmanship to perfection in order to form such a small wound with a sharp blade piercing the body, and only Fatty Duan could do such a devastating lethality. A little spirit slave, who is only at the second level of chi training, has to work hard to condense spirit sand. It is impossible for him to have such a skill. You don't admit it, right? Then come with me to catch that kid and interrogate him. Hearing this, Manager Duan was speechless for a moment. He just wanted to get rid of his suspicion and forgot the task given by Su Jinchuan. He wanted to win the hearts of his subordinates. Yu was the best example. Now he is in trouble again, and it is really difficult to choose. Moreover, in his eyes, this matter was done by Yu, and there is no second choice. A possibility. He was determined not to take the blame. Then let's catch him and confront him. Who's afraid of who? He's your man, of course you're not afraid of confrontation. Manager Lu sneered and asked someone to take the body and walk to the stone house number 83 where Yu was. After a while, he arrived at the door. His eyes were sharp. He saw the iron door with signs of damage at first glance, and his heart was shocked. Could it be that Fatty Duan has prepared a countermeasure? Is this a sincere attempt to suppress my prestige? Not only Manager Lu thought so, but the third manager surnamed Lu who had been watching also thought so. You, get out. Fatty Duan didn't care so much. After shouting, Yu moved out timidly. Without waiting for the three to speak, his knees softened and he collapsed to the ground. I killed the man. You can punish me as you please. Manager Lu was solemn in his heart. Sure enough. Although he had no good feelings towards Yu, this beast surnamed Duan was so despicable that he would hurt his prestige even at the cost of his own life. In this case, he must not be allowed to succeed. He thought for a moment before speaking. You, right? Do you know the punishment for killing a spirit slave and damaging the property of Hanshui Peak? Yu deliberately glanced at Manager Duan and shook his head without saying anything. Don't you know? Manager Lu was more confident and explained coldly. The Nilingsu sect has 9 tortures: Lingqi, Bronze Bull, Oil Pan, Insect Bite, 5 senses, Sky Lantern, Soul Extraction, Roasting, and Yongding. If you plead guilty, you will have to suffer at least 3 punishments. You will be put into the oil pan to endure the pain of frying. After being rejuvenated by a miraculous hand, you will experience the pain of being steamed by a bronze bull. Finally, your soul will be extracted and refined to become a ghost slave of the 7th peak. You will be a slave and servant forever, and it will be difficult for you to reincarnate. Yu was indeed hearing the criminal punishment regulations for the first time. He didn't need to pretend. He could naturally perform an expression of shock and disbelief. He stared at Manager Duan blankly. It was as if he was waiting for his explanation. Fatty Duan was not very smart, but he was not stupid either. He immediately realized Yu's plan and couldn't help but speak. Why are you looking at me? Don't make random accusations. You never know that the mouth can cause trouble. Manager Duan has such great authority. Manager Lu interrupted him, revealing the aura of perfection in chi training. How dare you lie and threaten me in front of managers like me? The spirit slave confessed for you, it's simply lawless. No, Fatty Duan wanted to cry but had no tears, feeling extremely aggrieved. His erratic eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the broken iron fence of Stonehouse number 83, as if he had found a loophole, and said in a shrill voice, "This fence must be the trace left by you sneaking in and out at night. Those 3 people must have been killed by him." Manager Lu's eyes became even colder. You mean, the law enforcement disciples on night watch neglected their duties and couldn't even watch over a small spirit slave? Do you believe it? The law enforcement disciples lined up around were unwilling to take the blame. We have at least the cultivation level of the middle stage of chi training, and our consciousness can be projected out of the body. I can guarantee that the spirit slave Yu was in the stonehouse all night. Look, this is the general trend. No one wants to take the blame. They just need to cooperate with Manager Lu. Just at this moment, the disciple who found the body stepped forward and said, "This is my fault. When I was distributing food in the morning, the spirit slave was sleeping on the bed. Seeing that he was not working hard to condense the spirit sand, I kicked a corner of the fence. The damage was caused by me." Manager Duan, how many spirit stones were given to him to cooperate so well? In his eyes, this was a false accusation. It was a targeted move by you and Manager Lu. It was a betrayal. He couldn't do anything to you at the moment. As long as Su Jinchuan said a word, he would never be promoted to the outer sect and become a formal disciple of the Nilingsu sect in his life. Have birds of a feather. You, don't forget what you got from Su Jinchuan. What did that Lu guy give you? That you would rather help him plot against me. Manager Lu's eyes widened. How dare you accuse and slander me? Someone, take this fat man down. When he was about to have Manager Duan escorted to the law enforcement hall of Hanshua Peak, a law enforcement disciple hurried over, handed a cloth bag to Manager Lu, and whispered something. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, he froze, and the hand holding the cloth bag could not help but tremble. Inside was nothing but spiritual sand. The spiritual sand that the spiritual slaves in the Shiwu district had to hand in every month was 1 or 2 taels per person, and everyone knew who the extra money was for. Now that the matter had gotten out of hand and so many disciples from the law enforcement hall had come, it was too late to shut them up. Fatty Duan glanced at you, sensing the scattered spiritual sand in the bag. He still couldn't figure out the key to the matter, and said impatiently, Mr. Lu, Duan has to go to meet Su Jinchuan, and has no time to mess around with you. As he said that, he glared at you fiercely and walked away with his sleeves swung. The panicked Manager Lu did not stop him, but felt that he was very proud. What happened just now was probably a play to deceive him. I'm afraid he is going to ask for credit now. Duan Ping. Manager Lu's bloodshot eyes couldn't help but look at you. This spiritual slave looked innocent, and this matter really had nothing to do with him. He thought about it. The only way now was to remove the 3 people from his command. The extra spiritual sand must not be connected with the true teaching behind it. With his ability, he can only suppress it temporarily. If he can't suppress it, he will have to plead guilty. If the other 9 true disciples put pressure on the law enforcement hall and ordered it to find out the truth as soon as possible, his face would not be so useful, and then all the blame would be put on his head. The master behind him would at most lose the opportunity to receive the inheritance of the nascent soul, and he would still be the direct descendant of the Nilingsu sect. What he lost was his life. Of course, if he trusted his master and waited for him to achieve the nascent soul, he would still have a chance to turn things around. It's just that the time required in the middle is too long for him, a chi training cultivator. After thinking about it, Manager Lu looked at the law enforcement disciples around him and ordered, "Guard the stonehouse area, no one is allowed to enter or leave." Yes. Then he left with a solemn expression. You thought about it and understood Manager Lu's plan. It's nothing more than a few dollars, and this life. He was originally a demon cultivator who valued himself and profit. Now that he encountered an unexpected change, running away is the first choice. This move was a good bet. Now it depends on whether Su Jinchuan, who is behind Fatty Duan, has the foresight. As long as the Jinchuan who is in seclusion is labeled as a teacher who bullies his master, there is a high probability that he will not have the opportunity to inherit the nascent soul. However, you overlooked one person. That is the 3rd manager of the Stonehouse district, Manager Lu. It is not easy to occupy a place in this money bag. Only 3 of the 10 Zenshuans arranged for their managers to come in. To some extent, the 3 of them are the strongest competitors for the nascent soul inheritance. One of them walked in the front and was already in seclusion to form a pill. Su Jinchuan is the 2nd person. Who will be the 3rd person? Hanshua Peak, Jinchuan Cave. Manager Duan knelt on the ground respectfully, constantly exaggerating and categorizing you as the culprit, repeatedly emphasizing his hard work and great contributions, hoping that Su Jinchuan could save his life. Unexpectedly, Su Jinchuan actually laughed. Good you. This Jinchuan needs such talents under his command. Duan Ping, pass on my order, promote you to the outer disciple of Hanshua Peak in 3 months, and no longer need to hand in the spirit sand. Manager Duan was shocked when he heard this, and he dared not say bad things about you. Following the master's wishes, he simply admitted that he was the murderer of the 3 spirit slaves. Take the opportunity to steal the credit. Seeing his thoughts, Su Jinchuan smiled faintly. Duan Ping, you are a relative of my mother's family. You have been with me for some time. You are loyal, but you are still a little lacking in brains. Go down and get 3,000 contribution points. This spell will be awarded to you. Yes, Manager Duan came with trepidation and left with satisfaction. Even though he knew that Su Jinchuan believed in him, he still had prejudices against you. He was not informed of this incident in advance, which led him to mistakenly believe that you had betrayed him. How could he tolerate being played by a little spirit slave? You won the bet this time. I will help you take the blame. Stonehouse District, 2nd floor Elegant Pavilion. Little brother, sit down. This is the spiritual tea collected by Duan. Try it. Yu was calm and composed. Seeing the fat man's ridiculous attitude of being arrogant at first and respectful later, he did not mock him. He remembered deeply that in the magic way, power is the foundation. This is the truth that he gained after suffering a loss, and it will run through his future life. Don't be polite, Manager Duan. I'm sorry for the offense this time. You just wanted to relieve Su Jinchuan's worries. I believe Manager Duan won't blame me for being reckless. It's okay. Manager Duan narrowed his eyes and said kindly. But if there is a next time, Xiao brother should also inform me, so that I can have a clear idea and cooperate with you. That's right, I will definitely do it next time. Bowing his hands to apologize and pretending to apologize, Yu kept silent again, adhering to the principle of silence is golden. In this way, Manager Duan also it was not good to force him to stay, so he took out a jade slip and handed it to Yu. Su Jinchuan was very satisfied with this matter, and this is a special reward for you. As for the quota for outer disciples, don't worry, brother, you will get what you promised in 3 months at most. Yu was a little surprised. No need to take the spirit slave back? No, this matter is still sensitive. When the storm is over, you will be promoted to outer disciples and you don't need to worry about it anymore. Thank you very much for your kind words, Manager Duan. Okay. After you placed the jade slip of the Dharma transmission on his forehead and received the information inside, his heart became solemn. This was both a reward and recognition, and also a warning. Contained in it was the top-grade magic, Night Hidden Curse. As the name suggests, it is a stealth technique that conceals breath and moves silently. It can also be used to hide one's own cultivation level, which corresponds to Yu's action of killing 3 people at night. Top-grade magic corresponds to the late stage of Qi training. If this technique can be perfected, it can also deceive the breath perception of the foundation-building cultivator. It is considered a fine product among the first-level magic. For you, it is not an urgent need. It was needed before because the spiritual slave's cultivation level could not be too high, and he will officially become an outer disciple in 3 months, so the importance of this concealment technique is not so high. It is a chicken rib for the time being. I will find an opportunity to practice in the future. At present, the realm is still the most important, and there is no need to adjust the placement column. After another round of pretense, you stood up and said goodbye. After returning to the small stone house number 83, all the things on his body were settled. It would take time to settle the case of the soul slave hiding sand. The subsequent development of events was not something that a small soul slave like him was qualified to know. A month later, a new manager came to the stonehouse area. Another 2 months passed peacefully. On the 137th day of Yu's soul slave career, half a year had passed. Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, had a wave of spiritual energy around him. His aura suddenly rose, and it was a natural thing to break through the 3rd level of Qi training. He successfully accumulated 100 strands of spiritual power in his body. What he had to do next was to continuously cleanse and condense these 100 strands of spiritual power, from 100 to 10, and the unit also changed from strands to Dao. Turning the loose strands of spiritual power into 10 Daos of spiritual power with better quality, this would be considered a complete spiritual power cleansing, which could break through the 4th level of Qi training. There were 2 bottlenecks in the entire Qi training realm. There are 9 levels of Qi training, and 2 spiritual cleansings are bottlenecks. Breaking through the middle stage counts as 1, and breaking through the late stage counts as 1. If you have useless spiritual roots, it will be difficult to break through the middle stage of Qi training in your lifetime. This is the reason. It is difficult to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it is even more difficult to condense and improve its quality. Almost all of them have to be done through spiritual roots, so there is the name of useless spiritual roots. For those with heavenly spiritual roots, the speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy is not only fast, but also of high quality. There is no bottleneck before breaking through the Dan, because the effect of spiritual roots is good enough. Mana is transformed from strands into Tao, and then from Tao into stock. When breaking through the foundation, there are 3 barriers to the road. The blood barrier mentioned by Manager Duan is the first, and the spiritual power barrier is the second. The cultivator needs to complete the 3rd spiritual cleansing. Turning strands of spiritual power into liquid true essence is fundamentally different from spiritual power. Foundation cultivators can fly into the sky and easily crush the cultivators who have reached the great perfection of Qi training. Volume is a major factor. Excellent attainments in the techniques can also increase the chances of passing this level. At present, Yu is still too far away, and the information he knows is not enough. After the breakthrough, the old look on Yu's face was obviously relieved a lot, and he no longer looked old. Except for a head of white hair that was a little conspicuous, he had restored the original appearance of a handsome young man in the past. The days without submitting spiritual sand also made him not worry about the speed of cultivation. He would soon become an outer disciple, and some abnormalities could be completely ignored. The only pity for Yu was that there was no change in the placement column, which proved that the previous speculation was true. Only when he broke through the 4th level of Qi training, that is, the small change from the early stage to the middle stage, he would see then. There was no rush to change the content of the placement column. He planned to experience different cultivation contents and how the placement column would feedback the progress of cultivation. On this day, the class was held as usual. Manager Duan came to guide in person. After 2 hours of explanation as usual, he did not dismiss the class immediately. "Yu, I'm here." He has always been very strict in his claims, and even if he knew what would happen next, he did not overstep his bounds. Su Jinchuan, in remembrance of your hard work and contributions to the sect, has provided a large amount of spiritual sand and has paid the full amount of the purchase fee. He is hereby promoted to an outer disciple of Hanshue Peak. You receive the order. This message was instantly the Bluestone Square became noisy immediately. No matter old or new, since they came to the Nilingsu sect and became spirit slaves. This was the first time I saw someone being promoted to an outer sect disciple. With an unbalanced mentality, an old man said sourly. So what if he was promoted? Looking at his old appearance, I don't know how much life he has burned. It is said that the competition among outer sect disciples is more intense. How can a spirit slave compete with those cultivators with the lowest 3 spiritual roots? Su Jinchuan personally selected him. Isn't that enough? Not to mention the outer sect, even the inner sect is far inferior to the status of the true disciples. Just a little bit of it is enough for him to mix in the outer sect. That's right. After the sourness, there were also rational people who made an analysis. They all saw hope in you. The dawn of getting rid of the status of spirit slave seemed very close to them. Especially the new batch of people, their spirits have not been completely wiped out. Seeing that the spirit slaves were in high spirits, Manager Duan was quite satisfied with the result. You really got his cake, which was of great help to his subsequent integration work. Come with me. Okay. There was nothing to pack in stone house number 83. Yu's clothes were still the same ones he wore when he was. They were worn out a long time ago. Although he often used spiritual power to cleanse them, the fabric was too ordinary and he looked like a shabby scholar. Manager Duan led the way and first took him to the elegant pavilion next to the square. He handed him the standard items of outer disciples one by one and explained a few things along the way. This is the disciple token, also known as the blood token. Drop a drop of blood into it to bind it to you. Just wear it on your waist. Need to use blood? You subconsciously resisted. He was very alert to his body tissues. Last time, he took the broken arm that had turned into minced meat back to be destroyed to prevent someone from using his flesh and blood to make a fuss. Not afraid of the present, worry about the future. He never thought that he would stop at the small Qi training stage. But since it was a necessary procedure, there was no way. According to Manager Duan's explanation, he squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertips and merged it into the token. This black waist badge with a blood jade inlaid in the middle automatically appeared in front of his waist. A black leather strap extended from both sides of the waist badge and automatically fastened. The word cold appeared in the middle of the blood jade, then disappeared and turned into the number 0. It is the disciple token of Hanshue Peak. From today on, it is the symbol of your identity. Remember not to lose it. If you lose it, go to the General Affairs Hall to apply for a replacement. The number above is the contribution points of the sect. The skills and techniques of the Sutra Library, the resources of Hanshue Peak, special facilities, and so on, all require contribution points to obtain. Contribution points, as the name suggests, need to contribute to the sect to obtain. The easiest way to obtain them is through various tasks in the Mission Hall. What you have in your hand now is the Black Blood Disciple token. The outer disciples of the 9 peaks of the Nilingsu sect all use this, while the inner disciples use the Purple Blood Disciple token, and the true disciple is the highest level Red Blood Disciple token. The tokens of the seniors such as deacons, elders, and hall masters use another set. You may have the opportunity to know it in the future, or you may not. To be promoted to an inner disciple, you must at least be in the late stage of Qi training, and the total accumulated contribution points must exceed 10,000, and the ones you have used up are also counted in the number. Or you can be promoted to an inner disciple by being promoted to an elder or a true disciple. Is that clear? Yu nodded quickly to show that he understood. Then came the other equipment for the outer disciples. A low-grade storage bag. A first-level flying magic tool, black silk. An opportunity to exchange for a technique for free at the Honshu Epic Sutra Library, limited to first-level techniques. An arbitrary exchange order worth 1,000 contribution points. The last one is a reward that Su Jinchuan specially gave to you. It can be exchanged for spells, cultivation elixirs, and cultivation skills. As long as the value is less than 1,000 contribution points, it can be exchanged. Yu does not have an intuitive concept of the value of contribution points. In addition, there is another thing, which is the standard uniform of outer disciples. It is mainly black, with red lining and lapels. It is embroidered with the 9 peaks of the Nilingsu sect and outlined with gold thread, which is very beautiful. It only has a shallow and clean spiritual pattern, which is considered a quasi-robing, not a high-grade one. The number of basic benefits for outer disciples made Yu smack his mouth. After Manager Duan handed all the things to Yu, he said, "It's almost done. You can find out the rest of the details by yourself. Now I will take you to the residential area for outer disciples." Okay. After becoming a formal disciple, the residence was changed to the building complex at the bottom of the 9 peaks that you saw when he first came. A high-end residence with golden bricks on the floor and snow-white walls. Different areas are divided according to the 9 peaks, with the outer and inner sects living together. As for the 9 twisted peaks of the Nilingsu sect, only the true disciples and elders are qualified to open caves. The status of the sect's direct descendants who have reached the Jindan level or are preparing to form a Jindan is very different. Manager Duan drove a flying magic weapon that looked like a jade fork and took you to the new cave and introduced him to the situation at the bottom of the 9 peaks. The official name here is Nishua 10 Squares. There are 9 squares on the 9 peaks, one by one. The extra square is the public building of the sect. The General Affairs Hall, the Mission Hall, the Sutra Hall, the Dharma Hall, the Sutra Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Alchemy Hall, the Weapon Refining Hall, the First-Level Treasure House, and so on. The buildings that maintain the operation of the sect are basically here. The place you want to go is Honshu Square, which is affiliated with the Ice and Snow Building of Su Jinchuan. There are disciples who serve the master, colleagues, and the competition is quite fierce. You are just a spiritual slave, and it is inevitable that you will be excluded because of your useless spiritual root qualifications. Su Jinchuan will not help you for a small matter, remember this. You understood in his heart, but he disdained the fat man's bullying. His words seemed to be concerned, but in fact they were warning him not to think that he would be remembered if he helped Jinchuan. Only through him could he contact Su Jinchuan. No matter what, he could not avoid it. He had to pass the message. If you offend him, you will suffer. Of course, no matter how he complained in his heart, you always did a good job on the surface. The look of being taught made Fatty Duan quite comfortable. After really entering the Hangswang area, you felt the concentration of spiritual energy here, which was comparable to that of the second-level middle-grade spiritual vein, and was very surprised. It was rare that the spiritual energy environment on the street alone could meet the breakthrough of the foundation. Although he could break through this layer of natural chasm by placing the column, the spiritual energy would not be in supply. Breaking through the Great Realm requires a large amount of external spiritual energy to join and complete the transformation. Otherwise, he would have to use a large number of spiritual stones to meet the spiritual energy demand. The feedback from the placement bar is the cultivation gains after a round of great circulation, which cannot instantly meet the large amount of spiritual energy needs. Therefore, the placement bar can only help him exempt from the spiritual energy needs of daily practice, rather than the rebirth when breaking through the Great Realm. The environment is not bad at all. There are 10 floors in Hangswang, representing the sphere of influence of 10 true disciples, with different sizes. Bingshua Building is one of the tallest spiritual buildings, with a total of 36 floors, like a tower that goes straight into the sky, and it is equipped with array protection, which is quite luxurious. With the guidance of Manager Duan, you walked in directly. He seemed to be a celebrity in Bingshua Building. An inner disciple with a purple blood waste badge at the counter on the first floor took the initiative to step forward, his mouth almost grinning to his ears, nodding and bowing. "Brother Duan, what brings you here?" Respectfully with flattery. Manager Duan looked at people with his nose, his face almost parallel to the ceiling. "Are you Zhao Shang?" "It's me." It's rare that Brother Duan still remembers me. I won't say much about greetings. This is you, an outer disciple who was promoted from a spiritual slave by Su Jinchuan himself. You can arrange a place for him to live, and you will serve in Bingshua Building in the future. The word spiritual slave was pronounced particularly clearly. Zhao Shang was thoughtful, took a look at Yu's unique appearance, and chuckled. Brother, don't feel inferior. Although the proportion of soul slaves promoted in Hanxue Peak is not high, there are still some fellow disciples from other peaks. Thank you for your comfort, senior brother Zhao. No need to be so. Zhao Shang waved his hand. Since you have joined Su Zhenchuan, let me introduce you to Bingxue Tower first. Manager Duan suddenly interrupted. You will be arranged by you. I have something to do with the soul slaves. I'm leaving first. Okay. After he left, Zhao Shang quickly spat and cursed. What a piece of trash. His attitude of not caring about Yu's presence really stunned him. After Zhao Shang finished cursing, he looked at Yu and said straight to the point. I'll say it straight. Duan Ping is a relative. He relies on the blood relationship of Su Zhenchuan's mother's family. Otherwise, the position of soul slave manager really wouldn't be his turn. Yu smiled apologetically and didn't say anything. Zhao Shang nodded secretly at this attitude, and then he continued. In theory, no matter who sent the bride, they must pay a full gift money before they can have a room in Bingxue Tower. Since you are Su Zhen's disciple and a spiritual slave, I don't think you have anything good on you. West, go live in the Jingqi room on the 10th floor. Yu nodded repeatedly, and then Zhao Shang took out an ice blue token and tapped it on his waist badge, and then took out a booklet and handed it to him. The rules and regulations, the situation of the Nishue 10 squares are all recorded on it. You can study it yourself later. Zhao will not accompany you. Okay, thank you. Before you asked, Zhao Shang had already left and sat behind the counter on the first floor again, closing his eyes and resting his mind, looking like he was slacking off. Yu was not annoyed, and he opened the booklet and pondered as he walked towards the stairs. The 36th floor of the Ice and Snow building, the top floor is Su Zhenchuan's room. He rarely lives here, but often invites some friends to the top floor to have a banquet and enjoy the view. The 2nd to 9th floors are large banquet venues, which can accommodate 2,000 people at the same time, filled with tables, chairs and benches, and there are also many private rooms and quiet rooms for conversation. The 10th to 30th floors are the Hijingqi room, prepared for the members under his command, which has 2 first-level formations, Gathering Spirit Formation and Enshin Formation. The former can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and purify it. When it is sent to the cultivator, it is already very docile. The latter can calm the mind and replenish the brain, and quickly restore energy. It can allow the Qi training cultivator to practice more rounds of exercises in the early stage. Over time, the speed of practice will be much faster than that of ordinary people. To be honest, the welfare here is quite good. There are 20 floors, and each floor has 30 essence and Qi rooms, and the effects are the same. The Ice and Snow building is the core of Su Zhenchuan's power, but not everyone can live in it. The surrounding dozen streets are within the scope of power, and the outer disciples live there. Almost all those who can enter the building are from the inner sect. This is enough to show that the other party values you. As for the 31st to 35th floors, they are the second-level essence and Qi rooms that Su Zhenchuan spent a lot of effort to build. They are all inhabited by foundation building cultivators. The number of this level is relatively small, and there are only 2 rooms on each floor. The foundation building monks have already left the bottom layer and are considered the backbone of the Nilingsu sect. They have more than one asset in many private caves in the Nilingsu 10 squares, which makes them eligible to serve as sect deacons. The layout of the Ice and Snow building is roughly like this, but there is another rule that is closely related to contribution points. That is, the building has the qualification to issue tasks on behalf of the mission hall. However, 50% of the reward will be drawn as the handling fee for accepting the task. This one is simply shocking, but since it exists, there must be a reason for it, otherwise the demon cultivators are not fools and would not be willing to be exploited. If it can survive, it means that it can make more money than accepting the commission from the mission hall. You naturally thought of the matter of relatives taking positions. He was too familiar with this. It was just like this. The power of the true disciple is equivalent to that of the elders, and the scope of radiation is very wide, not just reflected in him alone. The Ice and Snow building is a product of privilege. Both parties benefit, which makes sense. When he came to the 10th floor, he found that it was basically full, with only the 29th room vacant, and you moved in. The environment in the room is good and the area is relatively spacious. The purple tong bed is enough for 5 people to lie vertically, and if it lies horizontally, more than 10 people can lie down. The bedding is as smooth as water, feels cool and moist to the touch, and the fabric is superior. There are complete tables and chairs, and many landscapes are carved. Sweeping embroidery paintings have ink and color of cranes dancing in the lotus pond, and there are also mortal brushwork of old men climbing mountains and chopping wood. The arched corners in the room were all inlaid with gold and silver, which was so luxurious. And it was much larger than he had imagined. The round arch-curtained door couch, the square lobby, and a small balcony with railings were enough to observe the beautiful scenery of Xiaoshifang. In addition, there was a quiet room that could be closed to meet the needs of monks in seclusion. In this way, Yu's first day of his outer sect career ended successfully. The next day, he encountered the first problem after his status was changed. Meals. Monks also need to eat. Before breaking through the foundation, Qi training monks cannot eat spiritual energy as food. Without someone to feed them regularly, Yu was a little uncomfortable. Either go out to buy food, or go to the alchemy hall to buy a bigu pill. One pill can last for 3 months and can meet the daily needs of the human body. The problem is that Yu has no spiritual stones at all, but there are still a few taels of spiritual sand left. After all, he did not submit any spiritual sand in the last 3 months of his spiritual slave career. The Nilingsu sect also doesn't have a disciple salary. It's good enough that they don't exploit you, but how can they give you a salary? It's just a dream. After flipping through the pamphlet given by Zhao Shang, he found that Bingxue Tower provides a meal ordering service, which basically contains all kinds of spiritual food, which is beneficial to cultivation. As for the price, Yu was daunted. At present, Hong Hong had 2 problems in front of him, making money and changing his cultivation method. After all, the burning blood technique was a quick learning magic skill. Without a follow-up technique, he would have to change it sooner or later. The sooner the better. In terms of making money, apart from sacrificing his own cultivation to condense spiritual sand or robbing, he had no skills that could earn spiritual stones. Solve the survival problem first, then go to the Sutra Hall of the Yizudianfang, to finalize the problem of the cultivation method first. Having made up his mind, Yu went out early in the morning. Within the Nilingsu sect, the 2 currencies are contribution points and spiritual stones. The 2 are basically equivalent, but cannot be converted into each other. Spiritual food with special effects is almost always traded with contribution points. Ordinary food is not expensive. With a storage bag, there is no need to worry about food spoilage. You bought 300 large meat buns in one go, spending half a tael of spiritual sand. After eating a little, the Sutra Hall came into view. This place is more like a catalog hall. After you have determined the skills and techniques you want to learn, you can take the catalog to the Dharma Transmission Hall to get the corresponding Dharma Transmission Jade Slip. You cannot take it out, nor can you teach it to others. You need to make a heart demon oath. There are not many people in the Sutra Hall. It may be that the time for recruiting disciples has passed. The 10 peaks of the Nilingsu sect correspond to different magic inheritances. You went to the area corresponding to the Cold Blood Peak. He is an outer disciple of the Cold Blood Peak. The opportunity to change the skills for free can only be used here. However, another benefit that Suzhen passed on has no restrictions. Cold Blood Ju, In Minggong, Heavenly Cold Strategy, Ice Marrow Sutra. Without exception, they are all cold attributed skills, and the grades are all first grade upper grades. If you can practice normally to the great perfection of Qi training, and can also break through the foundation building stage, you need to change the skills. Each book has a sequel, but the upper limit is only the 3rd level. There is no 4th level nascent soul skill. Those who practice the Ice Marrow Sutra have a stable mind and a clear spirit. After death, the corpse can produce ice marrow, which is a good material for cultivating cold corpses. Those who practice the Heavenly Cold Strategy have powerful ice spells, far superior to ordinary people, and their bodies can be used as excellent materials for refining corpses after death. Those who practice the Cold Blood Art have strong bodies in cold blood, and have a higher affinity for cold spiritual energy, which can slightly improve their qualifications. Their bodies are the best materials for refining ice corpses after death. You? So open and above board? It's just short of writing that the body will belong to the sect after death, but this description is almost the same. The only thing that attracted you was the description of Cold Blood Art. It said that it could slightly improve the aptitude, which was probably really very subtle. But for him, there is no aptitude worse than a useless spiritual root. Every little improvement will be magnified several times under the effect of the placement column. This is very impressive. Cold blood. Moreover, he had a hunch that this thing would go very well with Corpse Demon Secret Art. After thinking for a long time, you took down the catalog and turned to the next door Dharma Transmission Hall. After the verification of the Heart Demon Oath, he successfully obtained this new technique. Without saying anything, he threw it into the placement column to check. Placement column 1, Cold Blood Art, 0 out of 100 practice 48 times a day, and you can master it in 1 year. It is worth mentioning that Ice Sword Art is one of the supporting techniques for this skill, and there is also a medium-grade spell called Ice Shield Art, which was also included in Yu's bag. The matching first-level magic tool blueprint, Cold Blood Needle, the first-level pill formula, Cold Blood Pill, this is the complete inheritance of the skill. The whole set is complete, and you only need to slowly improve it to become a qualified Qi training cultivator. In the future, if you can be promoted to the second level and become a foundation-building cultivator, there will be more supporting techniques, magic tools, pill formulas, and so on. You return to the Ice and Snow Tower with satisfaction. The arbitrary token worth 1,000 contribution points has not yet been figured out how to use it. The next focus, in addition to breaking through the 4th level of Qi training, is to complete all the accumulated spells in your hand, which is also a major focus. The top-grade spell, Night Hidden Curse, the medium-grade spell, Ice Shield Art, and the fragment of the Yuanying Secret Method, Corpse Demon Secret Method, are 3 items. He has decided to practice this secret method, but he has to sort out the order of priority. Breaking through the 4th level of Qi training is a long way off, so it won't have much impact if he uses a column. Column 2, Night Hiding Mantra, 1/100 practice 12 hours a day, and you can master it in 3 months. You saw this and replaced it with Ice Shield. Column 2, Ice Shield, 0 out of 100 practice 144 times a day, and you can master it in 1 month. After thinking it over, he decided to put Night Hiding Mantra first. Although it took a little longer, it was of great help to his situation. The situation of the outer disciples was more serious than he had guessed. The main reason was that he was in the Ice and Snow building, which would bring him foreseeable troubles. Everyone has a jealous heart. How to deal with it, the Night Hidden Curse is crucial. On the other hand, after changing to the Cold Blood Art, the understanding of the technique is tantamount to starting from scratch, but it can wash away Yu's burning blood spiritual power and replace it with new spiritual power of Ice attribute. Practicing the Cold Blood Art is like soaking the body in ice water, with a thorough cold feeling from the skin to the blood and then into the marrow. In this process, Yu's body is tempered and will become stronger day by day. He kept in mind the impact of the lack of an arm on the foundation. The Qi and Blood Gate is closely related to the strength of the body. The early practice and the early supplement will minimize the impact on the path. Moreover, the Cold Blood Art and the Ice Sword Art are originally a set, and the power is increased while the consumption is greatly reduced. The spiritual power strength is also much higher than the quick-made magic art such as the Burning Blood Art. All factors are superimposed, and the early change of practice will benefit early. After experiencing the practice content of this stage, the feedback from the placement bar has also changed. If Yu practices by himself, he separates the 100 strands of spiritual power in his body into groups of 10 strands. When the Great Jotian is running, 10 strands of spiritual power enter the meridians at the same time. During the Jotian operation, they are constantly compressed and forced to merge into one, and the strands are transformed into Tao to improve the quality of spiritual power. This often requires persistence. If it doesn't work once, try 10 times. If it doesn't work 10 times, try 100 times or 1,000 times. It is difficult to completely condense them into 10 spiritual powers and break through to the 4th level of Qi training with the waste spiritual root qualifications. The feedback from the placement bar is to directly feedback the continuously condensed spiritual power to use Dantian. Just like when he placed the Ice Sword technique, he directly obtained the reflex of muscle memory. It's just that this time the feedback is a conditioned reflex to the spiritual power. There is no growth, no sudden appearance. Instead, it is constantly taming it and solidifying it. At this time, when Yu runs the technique again, he feels like he has been tempered 1,000 times, and feels that everything is going very smoothly. It's like the natural feeling of water coming to fruition. At this rate, within half a year, I will be able to transform the 100 strands of spiritual power into 10 strands of spiritual power and successfully break through the 4th level of Qi training, completing the first spiritual training. This is just one. The efficiency of placing the column is also sufficient in terms of time. It is just right for him to place the matching spells. In the next few days, Yu basically ran around to understand the situation of the 10 Nishue squares, especially the Cold Blood Square, which was the top priority for investigation and understanding. The 5th day of his outer sect life. In the hall on the 1st floor of the Ice and Snow building, he found that the cultivators living in the building were basically inner sect disciples, and most of them were in the late stage of Qi training. They were seen every day. Although they didn't like him, a disciple who was promoted from a spirit slave, they never really took action against him. At most, they mocked and ridiculed him verbally. As long as you stay away, there will be no big problem. The real trouble comes from the outer sect disciples outside the building who also joined the true teaching. They covet Yu's Jingqi room in the ice and snow building and really dare to take action. Most of them are in the middle stage of Qi training or below, and there are very few outer sect disciples with black blood orders in the building. There is only one person besides him, and his situation is similar to his. "Brother, you are sitting here so early, are you waiting for me?" Just as he was thinking, Zhao Shang came down from upstairs slowly. Although he only had the 8th level of Qi training, in fact, in this ice and snow tower, the true teachings gave him extremely high power. At critical moments, he could even command those foundation building masters. At the same time, the benefits of this position were ridiculously generous. As far as he knew, Zhao Shang was not yet over 30 years old this year, and it was almost certain that he would build a foundation in the future. "Brother Zhao, I do have something to say," Yu asked as he stood up and poured a cup of tea. "I heard that there are many tasks in the ice and snow tower that require little work but pay a lot of spirit stones. I wonder what the rules are." "No problem." Zhao Shang did not sit down, but took out a large number of scrolls from the storage bag on his waist and placed them on the table. "Brother, take your time to read it. If there is a task you like, I will tell you the details." Okay, spreading out the scroll, Yu secretly verified it with the information he had inquired about in the mission hall a few days ago. It was indeed much more generous. 1. The second peak, Heavenly Corpse Peak, needs 3 Qi training disciples who know the art of corpse refining to look after 30 black zombies for 1 year. Reward, 800 contribution points. For example, he had seen similar commissions in the mission hall, and the reward was only 300 spirit stones, not contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for desired spiritual medicines, spiritual materials, and even magical instruments, spells, techniques, and the 4 arts of cultivating immortals in the sect's treasury. And so on. Many rare items can only be exchanged with contribution points. Just for this reason, the number of tasks entrusted by the Ice and Snow Tower far exceeds that issued by the Mission Hall. The only difference is that most of the tasks in the Ice and Snow Tower are issued privately, with a large number of foundation building deacons and Jindan elders participating. The number of tasks also indirectly proves the strength and members of the forces behind the true teachings. The tasks in the Mission Hall are more public, and many of them belong to the assets of the sect and need to be maintained. After touring all the way, you prefer short-term tasks that do not require fighting. 12. Responsible for maintaining the private medicine garden of Dan Tai Deacon for a period of half a year, you need to be proficient in the maintenance of spiritual medicines and the art of identifying hundreds of herbs, and the reward is 500 contribution points. The Ice and Snow Tower will take 50%, which means that in half a year, only 250 can be pocketed. This strange number made you hesitate for a while. During his 16 years in Shurhu City, he had no access to cultivation techniques, so he placed almost all kinds of miscellaneous books. He was quite proficient in herbs. But this level was definitely not enough to maintain his spiritual medicine garden. He needed to make up for the lessons for a few days. He placed pure knowledge in the placement column, which could often be memorized in just a few days. 1,000 characters and 10,000 characters had both been verified, so there was no need to worry. "Brother Zhao, I've chosen it. It's the task of Deacon Tan Tai." Zhao Shang glanced sideways and immediately recognized the source of the scroll in Yu's hand, and said, "Deacon Tan Tai's reward is high, but her requirements are also very high. Are you sure you can complete it? It should be possible." Zhao Shang heard this and looked at Yu with a high opinion. There were many cultivators in the demonic path who fought, but those engaged in production were a bit unsatisfactory, and there was a lack of technical talents. Well then, according to the rules, 50% of the money should be paid as tribute to Su Jinshuan, and another 10% should be paid, half to the foundation building cultivator upstairs and half to Zhao. "Do you have any objections?" Yu was stunned, but quickly reacted and said in a muffled voice, "No objection." "Very good, then this mission is yours. Report to Deacon Tantai within 7 days. Junior brother, save it. This exploitation is a bit cruel. A full 60% of the profits have to be distributed, which means that in the end, he will only have 200 contribution points. Even so, there is still some profit. After all, this is just a short-term mission lasting half a year. The minimum mission at the mission hall starts at 1 year, and the reward standard is 300 spirit stones. The longer it takes, the higher the reward, which is also related to the difficulty of the mission. Yu cares more about being able to hide in peace for half a year. The attitudes of the outer disciples of Hanshue Peak he met in the past few days are very bad. As time goes by, he, the lucky spirit slave, will probably become the target of public criticism. The outer disciples of Hanshue Peak who defected to Suzhenchuan will not give up. Their purpose is nothing more than to replace you and obtain his qualification to live in the ice and snow tower. Forcing him to withdraw voluntarily is one way, and killing him is also a way. The Nishue Shurfang at the bottom of the 9 peaks is inhabited by the inner and outer disciples of the entire Nilingsu sect, and there are also a large number of industries of foundation building and dan forming monks for the disciples to consume. The number of inner disciples in each peak alone exceeds 10,000, and the 9 peaks add up to nearly 100,000. If we add the even more complicated number of outer disciples, the Nilingsu sect has at least hundreds of thousands of disciples. On the surface, the sect rules prohibit disciples from killing each other, but if no one finds out, no one cares if any disciples disappear. It was done so cleanly that even the disciples of the law enforcement hall were too lazy to check. During this period, you tried to avoid going to remote and quiet places to avoid accidents. After saying goodbye to Zhao Shang, he went out directly and prepared to go to the alchemy hall to buy books on the maintenance of spiritual medicine. The price of this kind of books is relatively low, and there are also a large number of demon cultivators who resell them. Each square affiliated to the 9 peaks has a specially set up trading street for the use of inner disciples. Every few years, there is a joint auction of the 9 peaks, true biography auction. There are many good things, and high-quality foundation building pills are also out. But these are still far from you, and he needs time to accumulate wealth in cultivation realm. He spent all his spiritual sand and only bought a book describing various first-level spiritual medicines and maintenance methods, called Compendium of Materia Medica Chi Training Chapter. This item can greatly broaden Yu's horizons, teach him the knowledge of distinguishing, maintaining, and identifying medicines, and will also be of great use in his future livelihood. The 4 arts of cultivation: elixir, instrument, talisman, and formation. No ranking in order, but in terms of spending money, only alchemy ranks first. After a little achievement, it is also the fastest to make money. He also took a fancy to this skill. The placement bar is really suitable for this kind of skill that requires skills. He can grind it hard, and he doesn't need to consume too many materials to practice. The muscle memory of the placement bar will be cultivated, just like another him who has been honed in the unknown space. Placement bar 2, Materia Medica Collection Chi Training Chapter, Material Collection, 0/100 Diary 12 hours, 4 days to complete. Sure enough, pure knowledge can be memorized at a very fast speed. Knowledge flows into my mind almost every moment, and I feel strengthened by knowledge, which is beautiful and pleasant. After taking on the task of maintaining the medicine garden, the scroll with detailed information also came into his hand. When he was about to check the specific location, a cold wind blew. Yu looked up suddenly and was surprised to find that he had walked into a dark alley unknowingly. Bewitched? A person walked out from the front and the back, revealing his true appearance. Only 3 feet, 10 meters, away from him, a colorful butterfly landed on the shoulder of the monk in front. "You, how is my bewitching butterfly?" He didn't answer. The spiritual power in his body had already begun to mobilize. Judging from the breath, the monk behind him was at the 3rd level of chi training, and the monk in front who was controlling the butterfly was at the 4th level of chi training. It was a bit tricky. "What do you want to do?" The other party moved suddenly, stepped on the ghost shadow step, and came to Yu's side in an instant, and pointed like a sword, slashing forward. The technique was very similar to the hand knife of Lu Guanshi that day. Yu, who originally wanted to delay time and take the opportunity to attack, didn't expect the other party to be so decisive, and it was a fatal move. Fortunately, he was prepared. He tapped the ground with his toes, bent down and moved backwards like an iron plate to dodge, pinched the seal with his hands, and a handleless ice sword more than 8 feet long quickly condensed. Swoosh, the ice sword and the air blade collided and dissipated together. The cultivator in the middle stage of chi training was surprised at Yu's attainments in magic. One seal made the magic, which was a sign of perfection in magic. As far as he knew, the spirit slave had only practiced for half a year, but he had such understanding. No wonder he was favored by Su Jinchuan, but it was a pity that he met him. He shouted, "Chen Sancher, do it!" The person who responded was the outer disciple behind you who was in the 3rd level of chi training, dodged backwards, as if he was actively rushing into the man's arms. Just in time. The man drew out a long sword and chopped it down with spiritual power. You kicked the ground again and turned over, only to see densely packed ice swords, only the length of his index finger, shooting out. There were at least 20 or 30 of them. Chen Sanchi's eyes glared, and the danger was imminent. His strength inevitably decreased a lot. The sword blade chopped Yu's back, leaving a scar. He himself was completely penetrated by a large number of ice swords, and died with his eyes open. The tactic succeeded. Yu stretched out his hand and hooked Chen Sanchi's storage bag into his arms. There was no obstacle behind him, and he could rush out of the dark alley and into the street at any time. The attack against the mid-stage chi training was actually a feint. His goal has always been on the cultivator behind him who was in the same realm as him. Only by quickly killing one person can he stand in an invincible position where he can attack or retreat. How dare you, a mere spirit slave, kill your fellow disciples? Funny. Yu sneered. Does have to stretch his neck and let you slaughter me like cattle and horses. After the taunt, Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the man's face, and said coldly, I was personally selected by Su Jinchuan to enter the Ice and Snow Tower. Even if you kill me, how can you be sure to enter the building and get a room? The man stepped back a few steps and stared at him fiercely. I will enter the same way as Su Qingshan, and it has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? Yu almost laughed out of anger. As for Su Qingshan, he was another cultivator who lived in the Ice and Snow Tower as an outer sect disciple. The reason why he was able to enter was that in the last 9 Peaks outer sect competition, he killed an 8th level chi training disciple with the 6th level chi training. Later, he was spotted by Su Jinchuan and recruited to live in the Ice and Snow Tower. The core reason was that his combat power exceeded that of his peers. Yu frowned and said, You are at the 4th level of chi training, and I am at the 3rd level. What can you prove by killing me? You don't even know why is valued by Su Jinchuan, and you just attack recklessly. How do you know if you are being used by others? After thinking about it, Yu thought that there were not many people who had reason to deal with him. Duan Ping and Fatty Duan were one, and the missing manager Lu was also counted, and Zhao Shang was less suspicious. After being questioned by him, the man who attacked him looked uncertain, and was obviously thinking. Yu pretended to be relaxed. To tell you the truth, I was born as a spirit slave, and my talent is just useless. Let alone building a foundation, it is difficult for me to enter the late stage of chi training in this life. Su Jinchuan is not interested in my strength, but my brain. Killing me will not prove anything. It is better to shake hands and make peace. You tell me who bewitched you to come here, and what happened today will be regarded as nothing. These words appealed to his emotions and moved him with reason. The other party was obviously moved and hesitated. Really? Really? You walked forward with a smile and said softly. As long as you tell me who was behind the plot against me, you and I will be friends. The man sighed and relaxed completely. It was Zhao Shang. He opened a secret bounty among the outer disciples. He sold the Jingqi Shi, where you live, for 1,200 contribution points. Whoever can kill you will be sold to him. A gleam of light flashed in Yu's eyes. He really didn't expect it to be him. After all, there was no grudge between them. The only thing that prompted the other party to make this decision was profit. 1,200 contribution points, is his life worth this? Thank you, what is your name, friend? Yu patted the man's shoulder to show his friendship. My name is. Pucci. The ice sword suddenly pierced through the man's neck and came out from the back of his head. Yu held his head, his palms stained with blood, and said softly, Relax, it's normal to feel dizzy. Don't think that it was easy for this person to be persuaded. That's because Yu was indeed promoted from a spiritual slave by Su Jinchuan, and what he said was true. Zhao Shang has a high realm and a great background, but his power comes from Su Jinchuan. When the two sides confront each other, everyone knows that they should side with Jinchuan. Secondly, Yu's strength and decisiveness shocked this person. When he was not sure of killing him, shaking hands and making peace was the best way. Coupled with verbal provocation, he became suspicious and jealous of Zhao Shang. Various reasons led to this result. Of course, the most important point is that he does not have enough experience in dealing with the world, his character is not tough and decisive enough, and he has not yet completely become a cunning and qualified demon cultivator. According to Yu's understanding, there are 4 channels for the Nilingsu sect to recruit disciples. First, from the cultivation families in the Qiyuan demon realm. Second, in a place called Tengfei City, tens of thousands of kilometers away, a disciple recruitment conference was held, hosted by 5 Yuanying forces, and a large number of Jindan demon sects participated. It was a grand event held every 20 years. At that time, all the independent cultivators from all over the Qiyuan demon realm would come here to recruit Qi training cultivators, and also independent cultivators to build foundations, but there were fewer Jindan cultivators. Third, they would abduct qualified disciples from the Taihu spirit realm where the righteous forces were located, or use trading methods to get a large number of cultivators to become disciples of the demon sect. Fourth, it was popular to raise mortals in captivity in the Qiyuan demon realm. Each force had many cities dedicated to raising mortals, and every year they would test their qualifications and select disciples. There were other special uses for mortals who were old and had lost their fertility. Therefore, every year, thousands of new disciples from the two domains joined the Niling blood sect. Generally, they were qualified to accept the mission of becoming a sect only when they reached the middle stage of Qi training. This fellow disciple who died peacefully was a seedling traded from the Taihu spirit realm, and he had not experienced much. After taking the storage bag and putting the body away, you cleaned up the bloodstains and walked out from the other end of the alley. After returning to the ice and snow building, Zhao Shang was still leaning behind the counter on the first floor. He didn't react when he saw him. You walked up the stairs as if nothing had happened. At this time, Zhao Shang twitched his sinuses and squinted his eyes. Junior brother, are you injured? Thank you for your concern, senior brother Zhao. These minor injuries are not worth mentioning. Zhao Shang stood up and stretched out his hand to make a gesture for him to sit down. It doesn't matter whether you are injured or not. The corpses of the Cold Blood Peak inheritance are good things. Junior brother, don't you consider selling them? The scale of the business of the ice and snow building is not small. Yu was silent for a moment. Senior brother Zhao has a keen eye. Junior brother picked up 2 corpses while shopping today. I wanted to hand them over to the law enforcement hall for processing. The building wants them, so I'll give them to you. He tapped the storage bag, and 2 skinned and blurred corpses that could not be distinguished from their original appearance were placed on the table. Zhao Shang's eyes twitched slightly, and he looked at him in surprise. The corpses that junior brother picked up are somewhat unique, not bad. Yu smiled shyly. How much do you want? After a brief inspection, Zhao Shang said, both corpses are used to cultivate the Ice Marrow Sutra, and 2 portions of low-grade ice marrow can be extracted. How about a total of 100 spirit stones? Yes. No matter how much the other party offered, you would agree. As long as he could keep him stable, he would give up some of his possessions sooner or later. He was not in a hurry to collect the debt. The deal was done and he was about to leave. But Zhao Shang stopped him again and reminded him, brother, do you have anything else to sell? You paused, took a deep breath, and poured out all the resources in the 2 storage bags except the spirit stones and spirit sand in front of Zhao Shang. Flying magic weapon black silk ×2. Quasi-magic weapon sharp sword, 2 sets of standard quasi-magic robes. Low-grade fasting pills ×3, low-grade soul-restoring pill ×1, medium-grade talisman ghost shadow step ×1, alien insect confusing butterfly ×1, and some sundries. After rummaging a few times, Zhao Shang put the medium-grade talisman and the small bottle containing the butterfly into his waist bag with a little disdain, and pointed at the remaining things. 50 spirit stones, all taken. Okay. Yu was dissatisfied, but he was powerless. This son of a was staring at him and trying to rob him to death. I don't know how Su Qingshan would deal with this situation. After being emptied, you took 150 spirit stones upstairs and returned to room 29 on the 10th floor. Unless specifically mentioned, the items traded by Qigong cultivators are all first-level spiritual objects. There are still a lot of spirit sand in the 2 new storage bags, which is worth about 80 spirit stones. Although most of it has been exploited, it is still equivalent to the income of a mission. A total of 230 low-grade spirit stones is also a windfall. Killing people and robbing goods, making money like rain, clattering all over the ground, really brought a shock to Yu's pure heart. No wonder the demon cultivators are all proficient in fighting. How can you get it as fast as robbing it when you engage in production and technology? After this day, you stayed in the room for 4 days without leaving the house. Placement column 2, Materia Medica Qi Training Chapter, completed, Material Collection, 112 hours per day, 1 month to complete. 1 month. Having had experience in placing pure knowledge books, you roughly knew the rules. After the first completion, he was in the rote memorization stage. After placing it for another month, he would be able to master it and use it effortlessly. However, after the encounter in the dark alley, he had an urgent desire for combat power. In addition, the magic methods were unpredictable, so he decisively changed to the night hiding curse. Memorizing the knowledge of herbs by rote is enough for now. Yu was just about to report to the medicine garden. It is also good to integrate it in practice. If he can complete the night hiding curse, it will be difficult for others to lock his position, and he will not be ambushed by the god of deception 4 days ago. A gentleman hides his weapon and waits for the right time to act. Only by hiding well can there be a future. After packing up his luggage, you will not come back until half a year later. The private medicine garden of Deacon Tan Tai is located in the Evil God Square, and the owner behind it is the territory of the 9th peak, Evil God Peak. There is no Yuaniing Jinjuan in this lineage. The highest cultivation is a Jindan Peak cultivator, who is at the bottom of the Niling blood sect. Therefore, the situation in the evil god square is also relatively chaotic. People from the other 8 peaks have taken root here to share a piece of the pie. Tan Tai Chan belongs to the cold blood peak, but the medicine garden is opened in the evil god square. This shows the power of the cold blood lineage. After all, the medicine garden is not a small facility, and it also needs to absorb a lot of spiritual energy to grow. They are often placed directly above the spiritual veins, and a variety of formations need to be set up to simulate the growth environment required by different spiritual medicines. The first level spiritual medicine does not have too harsh environmental requirements, and the maintenance should not be difficult. Walking straight along the street, following the guidance of the task scroll, you arrived at the main gate 2 hours later. Judging from the appearance, it is actually a large courtyard, located in the middle of the evil god square. The spiritual energy inside is very rich, almost turning into a mist. The 2-person high wall blocks all 4 sides, and only the gate is a building that looks like a memorial archway, with flying eaves and arched corners, and carved with unknown small animals. The gate is held by a bat, and it knocks gently. The copper-headed beast's eyes burst into 2 beams of light, and it opened when it scanned the task scroll in his hand. You walked in and saw a lot of spiritual medicines. On the left is the first-level spiritual medicine Jinkeo, one of the main medicines for refining the Bigu pill. On the right is the first-level spiritual medicine Zhuanggua, one of the main medicines for refining the body-quenching pill. Spiritual medicines are not divided into low, medium, high, and extreme grades, but only ordinary, rare, etc., but the pills made from them have their own grades, which is determined by the skills of the alchemist. The medicine garden of Deacon Tantai is all planted on a large scale, which makes you feel relieved. At least it won't be too troublesome. This is just the front yard. The 2 medicine fields add up to thousands of. There are many spiritual medicines in the garden, which are worth a lot of money. In the middle is a transparent Chuanfeng hall, with only a few tulle curtains and wind chimes hanging. The breeze blows with the fragrance of medicine in the garden, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Connecting the Chuanfeng hall is a house built in a straight line, which just divides the entire medicine garden into 2 halves. The backyard is divided into 4 medicinal fields, where relatively rare spiritual medicines are planted. Huanglianzi, Hanbing Juyokeo, Yulongblan. And 2 second-level spiritual trees, moonlight trees. The moonlight fruit they produce is not only beautifying and nourishing, but also allows foundation-building monks who practice yin and cold attribute exercises to improve their true essence. It takes 10 years to mature. Among the second-level spiritual medicines, they are considered rare varieties. After all, they are fruit trees with continuous output, which is more valuable than ordinary spiritual medicines. Yu was looking around, his sinuses were moving, and suddenly he smelled a fragrant breeze coming from the right, and he looked closely. I saw a woman wearing a light green waisted skirt, with a delicate bun on her head, decorated with a golden hairpin, and a fish-shaped flower ornament with a golden gem on her forehead. 2 strands of gauze were wrapped around her arms and shoulders, and her slender legs swayed. Her facial features were delicate, her eyebrows were narrow and long, and she had a strange temperament of youth and charm, but the coldness in her eyes penetrated her bones. While Yu was amazed by her beauty, he was not confused. I am Yu, a monk from Bingxue Tower, and I pay my respects to Senior Tan Tai. Tan Tai Chan nodded slightly, looked at Yu's white hair and his obviously old face, and the next moment she was too lazy to look at him. Are you sure you can take care of my medicine garden? Yu nodded and shook his head. Except for these 2 moonlight trees, I am not sure about the other spiritual medicines. I will have no problem maintaining them for half a year. That's right. Seeing the black blood disciple order on Yu's waist, Tan Tai Chan understood instantly, knowing that he was only an outer disciple, and handed him a jade slip. It contains methods for maintaining the moonlight tree, as well as solutions to pests and diseases. I need to retreat for the next 6 months to refine a furnace of elixirs. I will come out sooner or later, but you must ensure that there is not a single drop missing from the medicine garden. Disciple, obey your orders. Very good. On the right is the house for you to live in, as well as the tools and seeds needed to maintain the medicine field. If any elixirs mature, remember to pick them and replant them. Start work today. Yes, for the next period of time, you became a herbal farmer in the fields, weeding and catching insects. Every day, he patrolled the fields 3 times a day, highlighting his diligence and responsibility. Tan Tai-chan watched him for a few days, and after confirming that there was no problem, he went to the Jingxi on the left side of Chuanfeng Hall for retreat. Although you knew that she was an alchemist, they had no friendship, so he should not ask too much, and just farm honestly. In addition to being busy, he was also practicing hard. After all, at this stage, the effect of placing the bar can be summarized in 4 words: diligence can make up for clumsiness. The spiritual power needs to be compressed by his own practice method to complete the first spiritual refining and improve the quality of spiritual power. The difficulty of turning 10 into 1 is not low. When he practiced to the limit of the meridians and was exhausted, he continued to study the ice shield technique until midnight before going to bed and rest. If you live a fulfilling life, you will feel that time passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was the 35th day of Yu's outer sect career, and he had been in this private medicine garden for a month. On this day, the gate of Tan Tai Medicine Garden was knocked, and Yu went to open the door with a medicine. When they met, he was an elegant man in a blue robe and cloud crown. 2 long beards fell from his temples, and they were silvery white. Although he looked young, he was probably not young. The aura he exuded was quite majestic for Yu. He was a big man in the foundation building period, so he quickly saluted. Yu, an outer disciple of Honshu Epique, greets senior foundation building. Get up, what are you doing? A herbalist. Yu waved his small herbal a few times, and the monk with the cloud crown showed a look of surprise. I have something to ask junior sister Tan Tai. I wonder if junior sister can be at home. Senior Tan Tai is in seclusion to make pills. It is not appropriate to disturb him, and he will not come out for at least half a year. Yu answered quickly. In that case, you will give this invitation letter to junior sister Tan Tai for me. Yes. Seeing him leave, Yu closed the door and looked at the red invitation letter in his hand. The time was about 8 months later. Su's alchemy shop is opening, and senior Tan Tai is invited to attend the ceremony? Su's alchemy shop. Yu had some thoughts in his mind. He still had some thoughts about the way of alchemy, otherwise he would not be working here to lay the foundation. Otherwise, the token of 1,000 contribution points can be used to exchange for the inheritance of alchemy? Yu asked himself in his heart, and he was not in a hurry. Practicing alchemy is very expensive. In addition to using the placement bar to take shortcuts, he did not have the capital to learn it. Wait a little longer. When the spells are almost practiced, he will go to exchange. Since the day when the foundation building monk came to visit, Yu played the role of a doorman. From time to time, friends from Tan Taiken's circle came to visit him. They were basically foundation building monks, or some younger generations in the Qi training period. More importantly, Tan Tai-chan was a second-level middle-grade alchemist with superb skills and a wide range of friends. Yu also got to know many people in this circle. Although no one took him seriously, if he wanted something in the future, at least he knew some people and could find ways to build relationships. Information is a relatively rare resource in a social environment. And as producers in the magic environment, their status is vaguely higher. Of course, they are also coveted by many more eyes, and their wealth is inevitably targeted. Yu's 95th day in his outer sect career. Night Hiding Curse. As a top-grade spell, it corresponds to the late stage of Qi training. If the practice is perfect, it can even hide the spiritual perception of the foundation-building monk. The Night Hiding Curse has 2 effects: concealing the realm and hiding the breath and breathing with nature. The latter is its main function, while the former is just an expansion of the concealment ability, and the effect is even better when it is performed at night. After its cultivation is complete, a black talisman-like pattern appears on Yu's chest. It will take effect when spiritual power is poured into it. Even if it is not activated on weekdays, it will make him walk silently, breathe silently, and his clothes flutter without any sound. The only flaw is that the spiritual power consumption is too large. With his current cultivation level, it can only last for half an incense stick at most. This will gradually disappear as his cultivation level increases, so it is not a big problem. Placement Column 2, Night Hiding Mantra, complete. Night Hiding Mantra, 100 to 100, practice 12 hours a day, and it will take 8 years to complete. The new description should be a higher level placement time, 5 years longer than the ice sword technique, so there is no rush. With the protection of this mantra, Yu's concealment is greatly improved, so he replaced it with the ice shield technique. This is only a mid-level spell of the sect, and it is a set with the practice method Cold Blood Art. The two complement each other. Placement Column 2, Ice Shield, 12/100 144 exercises a day, 26 days to master. These 12 points of progress are the results of his 3 months of research. According to this standard, if he wants to comprehend it to perfection, it will probably take him 10 years. This is the point. Not only do you practice all the time, but you can also make progress every time. As Yu knows more and more about it, he feels more and more powerful. You can go and exchange it for the inheritance of alchemy. As for the corpse demon secret method, Yu is still tangled up. If he puts this method aside, his body will definitely show various abnormalities, and he still needs time to consider. It is better to study alchemy first. He has a cold blood pill recipe in his hand. If he can refine it, the speed of cultivation progress will be greatly improved. It is worth a try. The ice 9-leaf grass in Tan Taiken's medicine garden is the main ingredient for refining cold blood pills. He can discuss buying some and slowly put together a set of materials. After completing his daily field inspection, Yu went out to the various halls. Sutra Hall. Alchemy, instruments, and arrays are the four most respected disciplines in cultivation skills. The level of the righteous way is higher in this aspect. There are also different categories of alchemy, including fire refining and water refining. Fire refining method, using the high temperature of flames to refine the essence of spiritual materials, and using the principle of yin and yang harmony to extract the parts that one needs, and then make pills, with fast speed and good effect. Water refining method, using the characteristics of water's softness to moisten all things, penetrates into the interior of spiritual materials, slowly extracts the medicinal essence that one needs, and then makes pills, with slow speed, good effect, and extremely high pill success rate. There is no difference between the pills refined by the two methods, only the speed. In terms of pill success rate, 9 is the highest number. The limit of a set of spiritual medicine and a furnace of spiritual pills is 9 pills. The water method can stabilize at 7 to 8 pills, which is still an average value, but it often takes several years to refine a furnace of spiritual pills. The higher the grade of the pill, the longer it takes, and it cannot be supplied on a large scale. The upper and lower limits of the fire method are very different. A bad furnace can only have 1 to 3 pills, and a better one can reach 4 to 6 pills. Only masters can refine 9 pills. Of course, this is also related to the proficiency of the pill formula. There are many factors that affect the fire alchemist, such as fire control hand gestures, spiritual strength, alchemy skills, pharmacology attainments, etc. What suits you is undoubtedly the fire method, which is also a path generally chosen by alchemists. There are a large number of cultivators, and the market for low-level pills is huge, with supply exceeding demand. Water alchemists are slow, have a high rate of quality products, and are high-end in the market. They mostly provide customized services and can make a living as soon as they open their business. 3 years. Slowly walked past the bookshelf in the Sutra Hall. Fire Cauldron Alchemy, Pearl Alchemy, Human Alchemy, 9 Alchemy, Flame Alchemy. Yu was not very satisfied after reading all the books. Either the price was too high, or the description was too one-sided, and the inheritance was not complete. A complete set of alchemy inheritance must have a unique recipe, plus a set of fire control hand gestures and alchemy seals, which is its value. Cold Flame Alchemy, Yu paused, took down the jade slip that introduced it, and went to the Dharma Hall with satisfaction after checking it. The price was exactly 1,000 contribution points. He chose it, because its rare yin and cold attribute fire method is very suitable for Yu's current path. In addition, it is a remnant of the third-level alchemy inheritance. There is only one unique recipe left, called Cold Chi Pill. The effect is, after taking the pill and refining it, a cold chi fire seed can be conceived in the body, which can master a kind of cold flame power and improve synchronously with the cultivator's realm. This effect is no less than the life-saving magic weapon of the Jindan cultivator. This recipe alone is extremely valuable, and its refining difficulty must be very high. Yu took a fancy to its difficulty. In addition, the attached fire control hand gesture and Dan condensation seal are only the first-level parts, which are very incomplete, so the exchange price is only 1,000 contribution points. This level is enough for you to use, and the placement column can break through the upper limit of the spell, and it is possible to complete the incomplete spell. This time he can use the Cold Flame Alchemy to experiment. If it can really be completed, he will not hesitate to place the Corpse Demon Secret method again. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it is also very compatible with the cold blood art. When he came out of the Dharma Transmission Hall, the most valuable token on his body had been handed in, and then he had to earn spirit stones and contribution points by himself. Returning to the medicine garden of the Evil God Square, Yu began to comprehend the cold flame alchemy by himself. The speed was very slow, but he was also working hard. It was not until the 125th day of his outer sect career, a full month, that he perfected the ice shield technique and put the alchemy technique up. Placement column 2, Hanchi Alchemy, incomplete, Hanchi Alchemy, 0 out of 100 practice 12 times a day and it can be completed in 1 year. This is the first time that Yu has seen a placement item that can only be refined 12 times a day, which means once an hour, and it will take a whole year to complete. After waiting for an hour, Yu's fingers twitched once or twice, and a little experience and feeling of alchemy appeared in his mind, just like he had opened the furnace to refine it once, but failed. This feeling is different from the previous ones, because he has never had the foundation of alchemy, and the experience he got directly from it is very poor, and there is a tendency to discover the intuitive flow player. So this is the feeling. You muttered in his heart, and he didn't care about it anymore. He read more books on pharmacology and medicinal properties on weekdays, and he would be able to make up for the basic defects sooner or later. The task process has come to the second half, and there are still 2 months left. The spiritual power in Yu's body has been condensed, and the last 3 spiritual powers have not been unified. The final breakthrough time is about the same as expected. The room where Tan Tai-chan is in seclusion is getting louder and louder every day. The temperature near the house is getting higher and higher, and there are bursts of alchemy fragrance. The days in the medicine garden are very peaceful, and no one dares to cause trouble. In this way, Yu has spent the most stable days. When the time came to the 189th day, Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, felt the air around him twist and the spiritual energy gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the silence, a pop sounded. His breath crossed a step, and his bones creaked, as if he had undergone a secondary development and completed a small transformation. The itching between his eyebrows was unbearable, as if the invisible tentacles had finally broken through the limitations of the flesh and were able to sense the outside world. It was the characteristic of the spirit leaving the body. Within a radius of 10 feet with the body as the center, every detail was visible, and there was not much difference from what the naked eye could see. The 4th level of chi training was achieved. Hundreds of spiritual powers turned into 10 more condensed spiritual powers, which were too thick and had a misty feel. Although the number was small, it could crush his previous self. Most importantly, the Ice Sword technique and the Ice Shield technique were both mid-grade spells, which meant that you could finally fully stimulate the power of the 2 spells, and his combat power sword. The aging of the skin caused by the rapid loss of lifespan was also restored with the breakthrough, and there was no old look before. Most of his hair was still white, with only a little black at the roots. It would probably take until he broke through the foundation building before it could turn completely black. Yu was very excited. After all, he had a useless spiritual root aptitude, and he wanted to achieve it. Often takes a lifetime to reach the middle stage of chi training. He is only 17 years old this year, and there is still plenty of time to practice. The placement column is the first step. Concentrating his mind, Yu tried to activate the night hidden curse. His breath instantly returned to the 3rd level of chi training without any flaws. The qualitative change of spiritual power led to a significant increase in its effectiveness time, reaching 3 incense sticks, which was enough for 1 use. The 4th level of chi training continued to the stage of accumulating spiritual power. From accumulating from 10 to 300, you can break through the 5th level of chi training. According to the order of 10 strands combined into one, it is 2,900 strands of spiritual power. The difficulty of cultivation has increased by more than several times. According to the efficiency of the placement column, if only 1 technique is placed, it will take 2 days to feed back 1 strand of spiritual power. It takes 5,800 days, or more than 16 years, to complete the accumulation of spiritual power and breakthrough. This number makes Yu's scalp numb. The disadvantage of aptitude is becoming more and more obvious. 1 placement column is not enough. It takes more than 8 years to put 2 placement columns together. Improving aptitude is urgent. Cold blood art has a subtle effect in this regard, but it will only be reflected after the cultivation is complete. By the way, the placement column may have new changes as the cultivation level breaks through the middle stage of chi training. Yu was about to unfold it to take a look, when he suddenly sensed the breath of Tan Tai-chan appearing in the Chuanfeng Hall, and quickly activated the night hidden curse to greet her. Compared with the agreed 6 months, she was a few days late. When they met again, Tan Tai-chan checked the situation in the medicine garden before releasing her breath to summon Yu. Seeing his handsome appearance, Tan Tai-chan frowned. "Yu? It's me, meet Senior Tan Tai. Your appearance. Yu had already prepared for this." Feeling the foundation building consciousness sweeping over his body, he cursed in his heart, but said nothing. Yu was born as a spirit slave, and his lifespan was seriously lost, so he aged prematurely. Fortunately, Su Jinchuan promoted him and was lucky enough to be promoted to the outer sect. In the past 6 months, he has been properly conditioned and has taken a lot of elixirs to replenish chi and blood, so he has recovered. Tan Tai-chan ignored all explanations and only heard a few words. Su Jinchuan values it. Yes, there are very few examples of spiritual slaves being promoted to outer sections. There must be other reasons for the special promotion. Tan Tai-chan gave up the idea of withholding compensation, and his cold face suddenly became much kinder. "But I have never heard you mention your relationship with Su Jinchuan. Since Senior Tan Tai did not ask, you naturally dare not say more." "Well, He took out the deacon token and tapped it lightly on Yu's black blood waste badge, and 200 contribution points were credited to his account, and the 300 belonging to Bingshue Tower had been deducted. "Thank you, Senior Tan Tai." Yu bowed and said, "I would like to purchase 2 plants of Hanbing 9-leaf grass from the medicine garden. I wonder if you are willing to sell them." Tan Tai Chan agreed after just thinking about it. "Yes, if you are collecting spiritual medicines for alchemy, you can come to me after you have collected them all. With my level as a second-level middle-grade alchemist, I can help you." More than enough. You had to thank him again. After breaking through the realm, he roughly calculated the time required to break through the 5th level of Qi training. Spiritual pills such as Hanshue pills that can assist in cultivation also became very important. He was not confident in handing over the things that he would eat to others, which was one of the reasons why he had to learn alchemy. The environment of the demonic path is too harsh, and vigilance must be pulled to the maximum. Rubbing his hands, Yu's expression became awkward. "Then I wonder, how much is the price?" Tan Tai Chan was silent for a moment. 2 stalks of ice 9-leaf grass. Because they are relatively rare, the exchange price in the Sect's treasury is 120 contribution points. How about I charge you 100 spirit stones for each stalk? The value of spirit stones is half a chip lower than the contribution points by default, but this price is very cost-effective, not to mention that it is the main ingredient of the cold blood pill, and the price of auxiliary medicines will be even lower. Yu nodded repeatedly. It happened that he made a fortune half a year ago, and he has never used it except for eating. The spirit stones given by Yu are mixed with 80 kilograms of spirit sand, which is very shabby. After getting what he wants, seal it in a jade box. Preserving spiritual medicine is also a technical job. Jade sealing is the most common and cheapest one. Slightly more advanced ones use talisman sealing, and there are also different techniques such as tripod sealing, stone sealing, and wax sealing. Some old alchemists have unique skills. Any knowledge in the cultivation world has existed for endless years, and the content derived from it is too much to learn in a lifetime. Therefore, cultivators often only specialize in 1 or 2 skills as auxiliary training. However, as the realm gradually improves, the scope of knowledge will become wider, and it is normal for a Yuanian cultivator to be proficient in the 1st or 2nd level of the 4 arts. Leaving Tan Taiken's medicine garden, Yu was a little confused for a moment. In fact, he could choose to leave the Nilingsu sect now, but there were natural barriers and great passes between the Qi Yuan demon realm and the Taihu spirit realm. How could he, a Qi training cultivator, get through? In fact, only by relying on a large sect can a cultivator of his caliber continue to improve on the road of cultivation. A Qi training cultivator can live for 150 years, and it is best to break through the foundation before the age of 100. At the beginning, he burned 10 years of his life. According to the theory of Qi and blood, the younger he is, the more abundant he is. It is not cut at the end but at the beginning. For Yu, this lifespan is before the age of 90. He still has 73 years to prepare, which should be enough. Cold blood pill. On the way out of the evil god square, Yu hid among the passing disciples and headed towards the cold blood square. His mind was slightly disturbed because he found that the placement column had changed. Placement bar 3, none. Such a change made him very happy. By analogy, when he breaks through the late stage of Qi training, the 4th bar will appear. With this estimate, it seems that he is very close to achieving foundation building, and it is not impossible to achieve Dan formation. Select the technique to place. Placement bar 3, cold blood art, 51/156 exercises a day, half a year to complete. Compared with half a year ago, the progress bar has increased by half, and the number of daily exercises has increased significantly. These are the hidden benefits brought by Yu's realm breakthrough and meridian widening. The Koldanin spiritual power in the body circulates throughout the body, and the body is getting stronger and stronger, especially the blood, which is getting thicker, and the temperature is also decreasing, which is particularly consistent with the heavenly yin blood that needs to be cultivated by Corpse Demon Secret Art. Even if 2 placement bars are used at the same time, the time to break through the realm again will be postponed to 8 years later. He needs external force to assist, and the placement bar alone is not enough. After thinking for a moment, he decided to place the others first. Placement column 3, cold blood pill, 0 out of 112 times a day, it can be made in half a year. This move is actually to strengthen Yu's mastery of a single pill formula, which is closely related to alchemy. After a year, Han Chi's alchemy skills will be perfected and the cold blood pill will be mastered to perfection. By then, he will make the pill himself, and the failure rate is estimated to be infinitely close to 0. As an exclusive pill formula attached to the practice, its auxiliary effect must be amazing. It is worth investing more. The next goal is to collect 2 complete sets of medicinal materials in 1 year, and solve the problems of alchemy furnace, ground fire room, etc. After arriving at Hangswang, you went straight into Bingxue Tower. Zhao Shang was indeed sitting in that familiar position, and his voice came from afar. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you look brand new. Congratulations. You have taken good care of yourself and have alleviated the state of deficiency of qi in blood. I hope you are well, brother Zhao. The two were polite on the surface, but Zhao Shang was very interesting. Junior brother has been away for half a year. The position of Bingxue Tower is very precious. Brother Zhao can't bear to waste it. So I temporarily rented it to a junior brother in the inner sect who is in the late stage of qi training. You won't blame me, right? You. Late stage of qi training, junior brother in the inner sect. Once these 2 conditions were mentioned, could he get it back? He was really disgusted. Thinking of the fact that he learned that this person secretly sold the 29th Jingqi room half a year ago, several evil plans came to his mind. Brother Zhao went out to do a mission. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to act like this. Zhao Shang narrowed his eyes. He dared to do so. First, he took advantage of Yu's insufficient cultivation and extremely poor aptitude. He basically had no possibility of turning over on his own and could only rely on external forces. Second, the last time Fatty Duan sent someone over, although he pointed out that Yu was appointed by Su Jinchuan himself, Duan Ping's words and deeds were hinting that he was making things difficult for you. He was not afraid, so why should Zhao Shang be afraid? You had no direct connection with Su Jinchuan, so what if he occupied it by force? It was enough to make sense in name only. It belonged to the release of breath in the late stage of qi training, reminding him to be more respectful. You, Zhao, is helping you to generate income. The inner sect senior brother did not occupy your room for free. This is the rental fee, which is paid every year. The next moment, a black shadow was thrown at him, and you quickly stepped back to dodge. Seeing that it was a spirit stone bouncing repeatedly on the ground, he almost laughed out of anger. Are you sending away beggars? Okay, senior brother Zhao is very skilled. You accepts it. Without choosing to say anything harsh, you didn't even have the mood to go upstairs to negotiate. He turned around and left the ice and snow building. Wait, Su Jinchuan invested in him the Corpse Demon secret method, 1000 contribution points, the agreed second level Ice Corpse arm, and the outer disciple order. All these things are just a finger slip for a true disciple. Some benefits came from it, but the frequency was high, and there was obviously a cultivation intention in it. Zhao Shang didn't know this information, and Fatty Duan wouldn't tell him. If Su Jinchuan came to find him one day and didn't see him, Zhao Shang would be in trouble. The greedy guy deserved this disaster. Jingqi Shi didn't mean much to you. After all, his qualifications were terrible. Normal 3 spiritual root cultivators could get great benefits, but he can only improve from 1 to 101, which was worse than chicken ribs. It's not a pity to throw it away. After calming down and sorting out the clues, you thought of the many information he learned in Tantai Medicine Garden, and he thought about applying for a job at Su's Dan shop. Han Qi Alchemy has been put aside for about 2 months. Placement column 2, Cold Qi Alchemy, remaining, Cold Qi Alchemy, 16/112 times a day, 10 months to complete. This level is already the entry level. You can try to refine pills, the fire control hand gestures and pill condensation seals, and it is still practical experience. Not to mention applying for an alchemist, it is not a problem to be an alchemy boy who watches the furnace. Su's pill shop will not open for another 2 months, so you can have a look. Looking back at the Cold Blood Square, you left leisurely, without any sign of annoyance. Evil God Square. This place is full of good and bad people, including disciples from the 9 peaks, with complex and intertwined backgrounds, and it is difficult to sort out clearly. Yu has the Black Blood Disciple Order, so he doesn't have to worry about where to live. Each square has an area dedicated to living in an ordinary cave. After all, it is in the sect, and the empty rooms in the Nishue 10 squares are free to stay. After one night. The next day, considering that he is not the only one practicing the cold blood art on the Cold Blood Peak, he went out to various shops to inquire whether there are finished cold blood pills for sale, and collect related medicinal materials. This exploration went very smoothly. In the Yibaodan building, opened by the Sex Alchemy Hall, a large number of medicinal materials and the cold blood pill itself were successfully found. How much is this? The servant behind the counter should be a formal disciple of the Alchemy Hall. If you wants, he can also join after passing the assessment. If you join this kind of department, you will have the concept of basic salary, which is completely different from that of ordinary disciples. Low-grade cold blood pill, 300 spiritual stones. Middle-grade cold blood pill, 400 spiritual stones. High-grade cold blood pill, 500 spiritual stones. There is no top-grade cold blood pill. A few bottles will flow out of the sect's treasury every year. They can only be exchanged with contribution points. Last year, the price seemed to be 1,000. You frowned. One bottle? Normal pills are sold mainly in bottles, with 9 pills in a bottle. Only pills with special effects are sold by pills, such as foundation building pills and golden pills. There are also some that can dispel illusions, increase spiritual consciousness, and practice special spells. And so on. Hearing what you said, the man couldn't help but roll his eyes. One pill. The cold blood pill is not an ordinary elixir that increases cultivation. Its effect can last for a whole year. Depending on the grade, the benefits it brings are also different. The low-grade and medium-grade ones can increase spiritual power by about 10 to 20 Dao. After taking 5 pills, the effect will be completely lost. The high-grade one can increase spiritual power by about 40 Dao. It takes a lot of time to refine. After taking about 9 pills, pill barriers will appear. The best cold blood pill can increase spiritual power by 80 to 100 Dao. It takes a year of meditation for a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training to completely digest it. It must be used with the Bigu pill. 12 pills will cause pill barrier. The so-called pill barrier is often misunderstood as pill poison. In fact, it is not. Pills are the essence of heaven and earth, and are produced through exquisite alchemy. How can they be toxic? If the body takes too much, it will develop a certain drug resistance, so it is called pill barrier. It is a restriction imposed by heaven and earth on the way of alchemy. Otherwise, everyone can take pills and ascend to heaven, and lose the true meaning of cultivation. The cold blood pill has excellent effects and is tailor-made for cultivators who practice the cold blood art. The price is quite expensive among the first-level pills. After a little calculation, I found that it is more cost-effective to refine it myself. So I asked again, will taking the low-grade or medium-grade cold blood pill first affect the effect of taking the high-grade cold blood pill later? Of course it will. After all, they are the same kind of pills with the same medicinal properties. If possible, it is best to take the high-grade one directly. If you have connections, you can also go to the treasure house to ask. After understanding the situation, you bought 3 kinds of auxiliary medicines and spent all the fragmented spirit stones on him, leaving only 200 contribution points. In fact, it would be best for him to buy a high-grade cold blood pill first. On the one hand, the placement of alchemy takes time, and a cold blood pill needs to be refined for a year, which is exactly the same. It can fill you's blank period and not be completely useless. Improvement. Moreover, 40 spiritual powers can greatly improve his cultivation. With the placement column, it is estimated that it can be shortened to 3 years. This speed is completely acceptable. 500 spiritual stones. With the obsession of making money, Yu is planning his grand plan. Since he wants to be an alchemist, refining pills is the most suitable way to make money. It only takes half a year to perfect the cold blood pill. It must be necessary to wait until the alchemy technique is perfected before it can really get started. Therefore, there is a half-year window in the third column, which can be used first. Bigu pill, Huiling pill, Yin food pill, Xingji pill. You counted the more popular pills in the first level in his mind, and he was ready to go to the alchemy hall again. The price of this kind of pill recipe is very low. After all, they are popular pill recipes and many people know how to make them. He was walking in the evil god square when someone suddenly stopped him. You? Having had the previous experience, you instantly became more alert. Who is this, sir? You should have heard of me, Su Qingshan. He looked ordinary, with slightly dark skin, but his eyes were very sharp, and he looked confident and high-spirited, enough to make people ignore his ordinary appearance. I'm sorry to hear you, Brother Su. I'm ashamed. Could you please give me a favor and have a drink with me? Bazen's High. A spiritual food shop opened by the evil god square. It is said to be the private property of the foundation building cultivators. The spiritual food has good effects and is a bit expensive. At this moment, 12 dishes were served, including delicacies from mountains and seas, fine wines and delicacies, which really flattered you. After all, the latter was a genius who became famous in the last outer sect competition. After joining the true teaching, he had already broken through the late stage of Qi training. The path he took was different from the path of disciple promotion. From the beginning, Fu aimed at the position of deacon. No matter whether he was an outer or inner sect disciple, as long as he broke through the foundation building period, he could serve as a deacon in the sect, and be granted a private property, or land and real estate, and decide what to do by himself. Most of them were chosen by cultivators without any background. As long as they had some connections, they would strive for the position of true transmission. After all, the resources that could be obtained by the nascent soul seed were far beyond what a deacon could compare. If you wanted to develop in the Nilingsu sect for a long time, he could only take this path. They raised their glasses and drank together. I don't know how Brother Su found me, and why. What's the matter? Su Qingshan smiled. Your white hair is really conspicuous among these disciples. It's hard not to see it. As for looking for you, it's nothing more than inviting you to something. Are you interested? You showed an expression of realization, and planned to wear a black robe with a hood next time he went out. Just tell me. Taking a bite of the juicy young bamboo shoots, Su Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, how about dealing with Zhao Shang? Yu's heart moved. It seemed that this person had also been exploited by Zhao Shang, but his face remained calm, and even a little bitter. Brother Su, you are joking. I am only in the early stage of qi training. How can I deal with Zhao Shang? Naturally, I will do it. I heard that your Jingqi room in Bingxue Tower was taken away by him and sold to other people openly. Aren't you angry? What if I'm angry? You tasted the spiritual food made of braised pork. His eyes lit up, and he took a few more pieces. With Su Qingshan's strength, he could defeat the 8th level of qi training with the 6th level of qi training. Now that he has broken through the late stage of qi training, he does have a great chance to deal with Zhao Shang. After you ate a few more bites, Su Qingshan spoke. You have a good relationship with Su Jinchuan. If you pretend to go to Hanshue Peak, Zhao Shang will be anxious. If he chases you. Su Qingshan made a throat-wiping gesture, showing murderous intent. Although this plan is simple, it is very practical. The success rate is still very high, but you asked back. Brother Su was valued by the Jinchuan master in the outer sect competition, and he is also proficient in fighting methods. The relationship should be closer than that of. Why don't you go and find him? Su Qingshan paused in pouring the wine and squinted his eyes. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Recently, one of the 10 Jinchuan masters of Hanshue Peak has stood out and is about to impact the Jindan stage. The Jinchuan master's mind is not on us. After drinking a mouthful of spirit fish soup, you nodded. Yes, so Zhao Shang is fearless and exploitative. The true disciple stands too high, and is not as intimidating as the foundation-building cultivators of the Ice and Snow Tower. Then what brother means is sorry. You stood up and bowed. It's not that is unwilling, but his cultivation is too low. If he can break through the middle stage of qi training and have 1 or 2 points of self-protection, he can do this. But now I am only at the 3rd level of qi training. Zhao Shang can kill me at will. The risk is too great. Brother Su, please forgive me. In this case, Su can't force it. Eat the food. This thing can be done, but it is not necessary for you. The trap has been set, just wait for the right time. When Su Jinchuan wants to find him, Zhao Shan will naturally be in trouble. If he never finds him, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, he can take revenge in person. On the other hand, although he has heard of Su Qingshan's name for a long time, this is the first time he has met him. It is a bit too arrogant to directly discuss killing the manager of Bingxue Tower. It is a taboo to talk about deep things when you are not familiar with him, and it is even more stupid to trust someone. Su Qingshan is different from the reckless man who intercepted and killed him last time. This is a ruthless man who has really climbed up from the bottom of the magic way and is expected to build a foundation. God knows what his purpose is. Keep away from him, that is Yu's attitude. After 3 rounds of wine and almost all the dishes were eaten, you stood up to say goodbye. Su Qingshan looked at his back as he left and did not get up for a long time. He who can fight his way out of the spirit slaves is not an easy person to deal with. It will probably be difficult to find out from him the 2nd level elixir refined by Tan Tai Chan. Muttering in his heart, Su Qingshan felt a little sorry for the hundreds of spirit stones he spent when he paid the bill. After leaving Bazenzhai, he did not return to Bingxue Tower, but went to the residence of a foundation-building deacon. He rolled over the wall and entered. A fragrant breeze with a large shadow covered him. Su Qingshan was stiff and did not dare to dodge. A forced smile appeared on his face. Nizi. Husband, the fat and greasy red lips like sausages were forcibly imprinted on the corners of his mouth. The stench that could not be covered by rouge and powder almost made Su Qingshan vomit. For the sake of the foundation-building elixir, he could only suppress his physiological instincts and say some sweet words. After a long time, he finally breathed a breath. Nizi, are you sure that the deacon Tan Tai refined the foundation-building elixir? Husband, why don't you believe him? This is what my father said in person. Believe it. Of course I believe it. In fact, for a normal foundation building pill, he doesn't need to spend so much effort to plan. For example, the second-grade inferior blood reversing pill is also a foundation building pill. What needs to be planned is often the high-grade foundation building pill that can increase the probability by 50% to 60%. Su Qingshan approached you just to verify whether the news is true. During the half-year that Tan Taichan was refining pills, you happened to be a herbal farmer there, and the probability that he knew some information was still very high. If he wants to seize it, he will take risks. Therefore, he needs confirmation from multiple parties before he dares to take a risk, which is also a determination to urge himself. Don't talk about these, Nizi, the elixir that your father-in-law gave you. Here it is. Husband, please refine it quickly. When you break through the foundation building stage, you and I can live together forever. I, Su Qingshan, swear that I will marry Su Jiajiu in this life. Don't talk, kiss me tonight is destined to be sleepless. You didn't know what happened to Su Qingshan. He had returned from the Zudianfang, and was in an ordinary cave in the Evil God Square. It was only equipped with simple sound insulation and protective prohibitions. Among the first-level pill recipes, he only changed 3, spending a total of 50 contribution points. The 2 pill recipes, the Bigu pill and the Wheeling pill, only cost 10 points in total. The most expensive one was a hot-selling pill that was in short supply. It was called Zhengmiao pill, and was specially used between the beds to give both parties or even multiple parties the pleasure of reaching the most wonderful realm. The first 2 pills only needed to be placed for a month to be completed, which was just convenient for him to apply for a job at Su's pill shop in 2 months. If he could refine 2 first-level elixirs, he might be able to become an alchemist in the pill shop. After all, these are the 2 most widely sold pills, and there is no shortage of market. Placement column 3, Zhengmiao pill, 0/124 refinements a day, 72 days to complete. 1 furnace takes half an hour. This type of pill is a relatively complicated type among the first-level pills, and it requires a relatively high level of craftsmanship. After observing it for a while, you still switch to the Bigu pill. He first prepared for the opening of the Su's pill shop in 2 months. The matter of making a name for himself can be discussed later. Bigu pill and Wheeling pill are both affordable pills, and they are also necessary for carrying out the mission of leaving the sect. The price of a bottle is about 100 spiritual stones. Depending on the grade, it can be increased to 200 spiritual stones at most. The price is moderate. 1 Bigu pill can last for 3 to 6 months, and Wheeling pill can restore 30% to 60% of spiritual power. Both are very practical. The Zhengmiao pill is different. This is a spiritual pill for enjoyment. Those who can buy it have a good net worth. A bottle costs 300 to 500 spiritual stones. It is estimated that you only needs 500 spiritual stones of startup capital to circulate and accumulate more and more. After setting this goal, you began his hard days of practice, meditating and practicing qi, and studying alchemy. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. On the 250th day of his life as an outer sect member, Su's alchemy shop opened yesterday. You chose to come back 1 day later to avoid the busy flow of people just after the opening. At that time, the owner of Su's alchemy shop was the white-haired monk with cloud crowns who had been seen in Tantai Medicine Garden that day. He was also a second-level middle-grade alchemist and seemed to have the intention of pursuing Tantai Chan. The first peak of the Niling blood sect, Shueming Peak, was also the nascent Soul Dojo. Now that they had a foothold in the Evil God Square, it was actually the choice of many foundation building deacons. It was not easy to get into the market of this peak. There were too many tricks and it was necessary to make arrangements. It was more comfortable to come to the Evil God Square. Newly opened shops basically had various discounts. Even if they came the next day, there were still many people. You entered this 3-story attic with a backyard and was immediately greeted by a servant. This Taoist friend, do you like the elixir? I want to ask if Su's alchemy shop is recruiting alchemists. Before he could answer, a young man in a gorgeous robe walked down from the attic and said with disgust, No, how can you be a 3rd-level Qi training master? Can you make elixirs with this level of cultivation? You frowned. He didn't expect to fail before he could even start. He didn't want to conflict with others, and there were many pill shops in the Nishue 10 squares. If he couldn't do it, he could go to the alchemy hall to try. He changed his mind and turned around to leave. Wait a minute, little brother. At this time, a slightly old voice called him. Turning back, he saw an old man with a white beard, who was in the late stage of Qi training. It was estimated that he was about 120 or 130 years old. In the magic world, it was rare to live to this age. You gave him face and bowed. I don't know what the senior meant by calling me. Sue's pill shop recruits alchemists. I wonder what kind of elixirs you can refine. Bigu pill, wheeling pill. Okay, Deacon Sue is worried that he doesn't have enough energy. He wants to concentrate on refining the second level elixir. He originally asked me to find a suitable first level alchemist for him. You are just the right one. The young man in gorgeous clothes walked up to him and said with disdain, Grandpa, this kid is only at the third level of chi training, and he's still an outer disciple. If he ruins the reputation of the pill shop, we can't bear the responsibility. Good guy, you thought he was the young master of the pill shop, and he was so rude when he spoke. It turns out that he is just the grandson of a manager. Why is he so arrogant? Hearing this, the white-bearded old man nodded and shook his head. My little brother, according to the rules, if you have the token of the alchemy hall, you can take office directly. If you don't have it, you must go through an assessment and verify your ability before you can take office. What do you want? Let's take the test. Okay, please follow me. After reaching an agreement, the young man in fancy clothes did not bother him anymore, but you became even more curious. How long have you followed Deacon Sue? What's your name? My last name is Xu, you can just call me Old Xu. As for following Deacon Sue, it's only been a few days. The Sue's pill shop opened, and I'm a little famous in this circle of shopkeepers, so I was asked to take charge of the pill shop. I see. Every industry has its own circle, and being eloquent is also a kind of talent. It's normal to have a circle of shopkeepers, but asking someone to take charge may be a little inappropriate. Old Zhu led you into the backyard, pointed to a room and said, This is a first-level earth fire room, and the medicinal materials are all prepared. I'm waiting for you at the door to make pills. No problem. You was confident and naturally not afraid of some tests. After another 2 months, not only did he push the 2 basic pill recipes to perfection. Placement column 2, Han Chi Alchemy, Residual Method, Han Chi Alchemy, 35 out of 100 practice 12 times a day, and you can succeed in 8 months. Alchemy to this level can be called a small success. With a completely understood pill recipe, there is no reason to fail. Therefore, even if it is the first time, I feel very proficient. Alchemy is divided into 4 steps: refining, fusion, pill condensation, and pill storage. The so-called refining is also the most well-known step, removing impurities and refining essence. This impurity is often misunderstood as poisonous and harmful. In fact, it is not. Most spiritual medicines gather the essence of heaven and earth, are beautiful and have almost no impurities, and are the purest spiritual things. Refining is to remove some of the medicinal properties that do not meet the needs according to the pill recipe, remove the muddy smell, and remove the influence of the earth's energy when some roots grow. Depending on the growth environment, different parts need to be removed, which is a science. Except for the medicinal properties required by the recipe, the rest are impurities. This is refining. The second step, fusion, as the name suggests, it is to integrate the medicinal properties of multiple spiritual medicines. This requires a deep understanding of pharmacology and a thorough understanding of the principles and sequence of recipe matching. A wrong step will increase the difficulty of making a pill. The medicinal properties, pharmacology, and methods of processing medicinal materials are enough for ordinary people to learn for 20 to 30 years. The fire control method also plays a key role in this step. The roll is the core of the fire refining method. The third step, condensing the pill, is mainly based on the condensing pill seal, condensing the medicine liquid into a pill. This step is more about skills and cultivation, and requires spiritual consciousness to control and spiritual power to blend. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for the young man to question you. He showed that his cultivation was only the 3rd level of chi training, and his spiritual consciousness could not leave his body, so how could he control the details of refining the pill? The 4th step, Yun Dan, after the pill is successfully condensed, it is still necessary to slowly refine it with a slow fire, so that the medicinal properties can be completely unified under the blending of spiritual power, so that it can be called a success. If the previous steps leave hidden dangers, it will cause cracks in the pill, or the conflict of medicinal properties will turn it into a waste pill. It is important to be slow and orderly, and to seek speed and stability. It only takes a quarter of an hour, or half an hour, to refine a furnace of Bigu pills. It is mainly made of 5-essence grass and spiritual grass, supplemented by spiritual spring water, non-corrupted roots, long fragrant fruits, honey liquid and other ordinary first-level spiritual objects. Before the Han Shi Dan was refined to condense the cold flame fire seed, it was just an ordinary alchemy without any special features. Therefore, you also refined it in an ordinary way. Half an hour later, a furnace of Bigu Dan was completed, and 5 pills were made, all of which were medium quality. This was because his fire control skills were not good, which affected the success rate of the pill. In fact, a thorough understanding of the pill formula can improve the quality of the pill. Of course, whether the alchemy skills are advanced or not will also affect the quality of the pill and the success rate. It is a comprehensive thing. In general, Yu's brain knows it, but his hands are slow. This will gradually change as his alchemy skills improve. The second furnace is Huiling Dan. It was made without any surprise. 6 pills were made, 2 of which were top quality and 4 of which were medium quality. The situation was better. Looking at the 2 bottles of elixir in his hand, Yu withheld 1 Bigu Dan and 2 top quality Huiling Dan, and only handed in 4 of each. Reasonable fire consumption, otherwise how can he make a fortune? Even so, when he pushed the door open and showed Zhu Lao the pills, he still received amazed praise. Good skills. It is not impossible to refine top-grade elixirs in the future. This is the employment contract of Su's Pill Shop, certified by the sect. You can sign it directly if you agree. You took it and looked at it, and was immediately shocked by the income of the alchemist. It is indeed a rare production profession that can make a lot of money. The price given by Su's Pill Shop as 200 spirit stones a month may seem like a small amount, but he only earned 200 contribution points after working in the Tantai Medicine Garden for half a year. Although the latter is more precious, this is a month's income, and half a year is 1,200 spirit stones, which is considered a high salary. It can buy 2 top-grade cold blood pills. There are also requirements for alchemy. 10 furnaces a day, half of which are Bigu pills and Huiling pills. The low-grade rate does not exceed 20%, and the success rate of each furnace is not less than 3 pills. The 2.5 hours of alchemy time, plus the time needed to recover in the middle, every day's work takes about 5 hours, almost the entire day. After calculating this, a sense of oppression suddenly arises. After thinking for a moment, you said, Mr. Zhu, this contract is fine, but the duration needs to be changed to 1 year. 10 years is too long. This can be discussed. Mr. Zhu smiled and invited you to the side reception room and said concisely, the Danpu needs to make money, and will also give you some Dan recipes for free. In other words, there is a training position. Master Su will give you some advice from time to time, which will save you a lot of time. Yu still shook his head. 10 years is too long, I will only sign for 1 year. 8 years. 1 year. 6 years. 1 year. Seeing that Yu was unshakable, Zhu Lao said again. Offering high remuneration means that we value long-term benefits. Danpu is not profitable in this aspect, and even loses money to train you. You have to reduce your time, and your monthly income will also be reduced. Such a familiar rhetoric, Yu almost got stressed, took a deep breath and asked, how much to reduce? 100. Goodbye. Yu was not moved by soft or hard words, and had an attitude of leaving. Zhu Lao gritted his teeth and said, okay, just 1 year, no reduction in treatment, but you can't get training from Danpu. Okay. After modifying the terms of the contract, Yu checked it again and again before signing and putting his fingerprints on it. There were 3 copies of this thing, 1 for him, 1 for the pill shop, and 1 for the sect's law enforcement hall. Working at Su's Pill Shop, he would be able to save up enough spirit stones to buy top-grade cold blood pills in at most a month, and then he wouldn't have to worry about the slow improvement of his cultivation. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After saying goodbye, Yu returned to his ordinary disciple's cave. After waiting for another year or so, his strength would undergo a transformation. On the other hand, he could also consider purchasing a magic weapon. The strength of a cultivator is composed of 3 aspects: realm, magical power, and magic weapon. All 3 occupy a pivotal position. He couldn't afford them before, but this time, after he works for 2 months and becomes rich, he can naturally consider equipping all aspects. At the same time, at Su's Danpu, after you left, the grandfather and grandson of the Zhu family gathered together. The arrogant and domineering young man during the day said to Zhu Lao nervously, Grandpa, can you bear this crime? He can't. Zhu Lao shook his head with a very cold look. Find a few more alchemists and let them bear it together. Zhu Shaosun suddenly felt guilty. If I hadn't offended the one from the evil god Peak, Grandpa, you wouldn't have to take such a risk. What are you talking about? There's no need for us, the grandfather and grandson, to say more. In addition to offering a large amount of spiritual stones to help you atone for your crime, the Danpu also needs someone to take the blame, otherwise we will still not be able to live in peace. During this period, you have appeared in the pill shop. If there is any mistake in this matter, you should leave the sect as soon as possible and find a way to sneak through the 2 domains. The grandfather and grandson of the Zhu family have already made a lot of personal profits from the newly opened Su family pill shop to atone for their sins. This sin atonement system is also a major feature of the Nilingsu sect. In addition to the sin of treason, any fault can be offset with spirit stones. They are using one sin to cover another. The difference is that the foundation building deacon is easier to bully, and there are ways to let others take the blame. This is the real reason for the high salary of the employment contract, not the will of Deacon Su. In the daytime, Zhu Shaosun mocked you. In fact, he wanted him to retreat. After all, it is too outrageous for an alchemist at the third level of chi training to embezzle tens of thousands of spirit stones. Who has the courage? Let this kind of stuff take the blame, no one will believe it. So he was anxious to drive you away to avoid trouble. But Mr. Zhu had his eyes on you. As old as he was, it was a little unreasonable to pin all the money of such a large amount of spirit stones on one person. After all, they had to recover the stolen money in the end. The larger the group, the lower the amount would be. It was impossible to find out the whereabouts of every spirit stone, which gave them room to operate. He was a professional at accounting. The next day, you hummed a little tune and went to work at Su's Donpu slowly. Without the spirit slaves, the depression of the past, now I work to make money for myself, and my mentality is different. Mr. Zhu, how is the business today? It was the beginning of the sea hour, 9 o'clock. You walked into the door of the alchemy shop. Old man Zhu was copying something behind the counter. He was about to go over to chat, but he heard him say, "Master is here. The furnace in the underground fire room has been heated up. There is a boy responsible for delivering medicine at the door." You paused and doubted. What does it mean to send him to make alchemy after just chatting casually? Coincidentally, a customer came to pay with a bottle of Huiling Dan. "Boss, I want this bottle of elixir. Hurry up. I have a mission to go out of the sect." "Oh, okay." Seeing this, you walked towards the underground fire room in the backyard. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. In the end, there were only 5 words in his mind: this is the demon sect. Suspicion, vigilance, and decisiveness are all good qualities of demon cultivators. He is gradually developing this instinct. If there are any suspicious points on Mr. Zhu, no matter how big or small, he must be on guard. I put this matter in my heart for the time being and decided to make plans after get off work. The contract has been signed, and the daily work still needs to be completed. It is a bit difficult to operate with one arm, which means that you needs to complete it with one hand, one by one, the fire control seal and the pill condensation seal. He is more mentally exhausted in refining the elixir. Every time he refines 2 furnaces, his spiritual power is enough, but his spiritual consciousness will be exhausted. He needs to take a short rest and enter a state of fantasy to recover quickly. This is also beneficial. The spiritual consciousness reaches the limit and then recovers. Just like exercise, the muscles will become stronger in the constant tearing, and the same is true for the spiritual consciousness. The strength, upper limit, and degree of fine control are constantly growing in the recovery. Even if each growth is very weak, it is also steadily moving forward. Without accumulating small steps, there is no way to 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small streams, there is no way to form a river or sea. It is the unintentional persistence and accumulation that can eventually grow from a seed to a towering tree. The waste of spiritual roots makes you attach great importance to every improvement of himself. Realizing that the training of spiritual consciousness in alchemy has increased, he has invested more of his mind and gradually immersed himself in it. Unconsciously, a day passed. 5 furnaces of Huiling pills and 5 furnaces of Bigu pills produced 32 pills of the former and 29 pills of the latter. You only handed in the middle grade pills. Whenever the top grade pills came out of the furnace, he would give them to you. He put a bottle of it into his pocket. It was a reasonable consumption of fire. If it weren't for these simple first-level elixirs, there would be almost no possibility of the furnace exploding. He could have swallowed a few more medicines. It was a pity. He meditated for a while and calmed his breath. Then he left the ground fire room and came to the front hall of the pill shop. The crowd had disappeared. Zhu Lao was talking to 3 monks. When he saw you coming out, he hurriedly greeted him. "Master, come here quickly. These 3 are the alchemists who will join Su's pill shop in the future. Come and meet them." The man with a square scarf and blue robe and a scholarly temperament introduced himself. "I am Zhou Tao, the 8th level of Qi training, a first-level upper-grade alchemist, and an outer disciple of Wuyin Peak." You immediately understood that this person was still in the outer sect. He must be a generation of monks without a background and wanted to take the path of deacon and elder. As for Wuyin Peak, it belongs to the 7th peak of the Nilingsu sect. It plays the trick of commanding ghosts and cursing gods. The means are treacherous and difficult to guard against. The remaining 2 were more ordinary, but they all had one thing in common: they had no background. I am Huang Kai, I am at the 6th level of Qi training, a first-class middle-grade alchemist, and an outer disciple of Shu Eming Peak. I am Luo Pingu, I am at the 5th level of Qi training, a first-class middle-grade alchemist, and an outer disciple of Tianchi Peak. Zhou Tao, Huang Kai, Luo Pingu, you glanced at old man Zhu and also introduced himself in the same standard way. They were surprised to learn that he was only at the 3rd level of Qi training and was a one-armed alchemist. They wanted to invite you to have a meal at the restaurant and discuss the way of alchemy, but he refused. There is no time to lose, so go out and investigate as soon as possible. Considering all the possibilities, he planned to visit Deacon Su in person. It was too outrageous that he had not seen the owner of the alchemy shop for a few days after it opened. Deacon Su was on duty in the Evil God Square. Generally speaking, whatever peak he came from, he would be on duty in the same peak market. For the promotion of outer disciples, they were all nominal positions, with only a title and the lowest level of benefits. Most of them would be sent out of the sect to guard certain resource-producing areas occupied by the sect. The inner disciples were promoted to real positions, such as Law Enforcement Hall Deacon, Law Transmission Hall Deacon, Mission Hall Deacon, etc. With the mountain gate behind them, they had everything they needed and were very safe. Another group went to various cities under the Nilingsu sect to guard the area, practice and enjoy at the same time. Not only is there support from resources, but also it is in a prosperous place. How happy it is. Deacon Su has a skill, so he doesn't need to go out of the sect to fight and earn a living for the Tao. He can open a Su's pill shop, which is considered to be relatively good among the outer sect foundation building deacons. The pill shop is not far from the Su mansion, only 2 streets away. If it weren't for the fact that Qigong cultivators are prohibited from flying in the Nishue 10 squares, it would take a few breaths to get there. After all, the number of Qigong cultivators is huge, and there is really no limit. There are shadows everywhere, which affects the environment of the sect. Walking all the way, when you came to not far from the Su mansion, he met an unexpected person. Su Qingshan. He was also at the door, but he didn't go through the main door, but the side door on the side. He was covered by the shadow and couldn't see clearly, but he was distinguished by the breath. Senior brother Su. Junior brother. He was obviously startled and hurriedly closed the door halfway. You looked at it from a distance and found that there was a fleshy thing blocking the side door. Su Qingshan was scooping something with one hand. Pop pop pop, like the sound of rushing water in an underground river? You did not dare to get closer and asked from a distance. Excuse me, senior brother Qingshan, is this the residence of Deacon Su? Yes. For some reason, he always felt that Su Qingshan was gritting his teeth and his arm was still twitching. It's like this. Su's Danpu recently hired 4 first-level alchemists for a monthly salary of 200 spirit stones. I want to ask if it's true. You played a trick and did not tell Su Qingshan that he had signed the contract, because things were becoming complicated. Who knows what his relationship with Deacon Su was? Then, a fat-headed voice came from inside the door. 200 per month. Whoever dares to open it like this, I will skin him alive. Well, it's even more troublesome. Su Qingshan was more concerned about Yu's movements. Why are you asking about this, brother? There is no place for Lingnu to learn alchemy. Brother Qingshan, you misunderstood. I heard about the opening of Su's alchemy shop in the medicine garden of Deacon Tan Tai, and I want to try the position of alchemy boy to learn some skills. That's right, a newcomer should try more, hone his skills, and gain some experience. At this point in the conversation, Yuji Ben confirmed that there was a problem with the Dan paving, and he now had only one way to go. On the other hand, the relationship between Su Qingshan and Miss Su was also interesting. Just now, she called herself Miss and spoke in the tone of the master, so her identity was self-evident. It's getting late. If senior brother Qingshan has something to do, you should go in and talk. Junior brother, I don't want to disturb you, so I'll leave first. Su Qingshan wanted to say something but stopped, but it was not easy to say anything. After you walked away, he said in a low voice, Jiao Jiao, he must have seen it. Aha! That kid got it, go dig out his eyes. Now! Tomorrow! Su Qingshan exclaimed, and the whole person was caught by a huge meat palm. Like a little chicken, his wet eyes looked helplessly at the bright moon in the sky. He missed his mother. You did not return to his residence, but turned his head and walked towards the direction of the law enforcement hall. The man and woman were impatiently knocking at the door. He couldn't bear to watch it. It was too disgusting. At the same time, Deacon Su was also labeled as unapproachable by him. Thinking of the last time Su Qingshan came to him alone and wanted to kill Jia Shang, there was an invisible line connecting the two. As he walked, you paused. Tan Tai Chan? Yes, he was just an outer disciple in the early stage of chi training. How could he be targeted? It could only be because of his life in the medicine garden in the past 6 months. Many people knew that Deacon Su was pursuing Tan Tai Chan, and even spread it as a topic of conversation. Was it for this? It didn't seem like it. Thinking about the interests of Tan Tai Chan, there were only a few. The medicine garden, the identity of an alchemist, the elixir, and her beauty. 4 possibilities. Su Qingshan participated in it to help his future father-in-law? If so, wouldn't my joining the Su's alchemy shop be automatically delivered to him? No, if that was the case, Deacon Su would come to him the first time. Why wouldn't he come to the alchemy shop? So there was still something wrong with the Zhu family's grandfather and grandson. The medicine garden was taken over by Hanshue Peak. If anyone wanted to compete for it, it would be Evil God Peak. They were not qualified. As for alchemy, Deacon Su was not bad either, unless they were seeking higher level alchemy. Did Tan Tai Chan have it? Not sure. As for the elixir, it took half a year to make 1 furnace. It was a bit concerning. This guess is indeed suspicious. Unconsciously, he walked to the door of the law enforcement hall. Yu straightened his clothes and cleared all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He had something important to do now, so he would go back and think about it. The contract of Su's Dan shop was in triplicate, and this was where you could operate. According to the procedure, you met a law enforcement monk in the foundation building period. He looked young, with excellent facial features, but a little sickly pale. At this moment, he was looking at him impatiently. It's bad. I almost forgot that the people who hold positions in these places are the second generation with a deep background in the sect. They come here at night and are on duty. Your identity as a second generation is a bit empty. Yu was complaining in his heart, and he stepped forward and said respectfully. Outer sect disciple Yu pays respect to the steward. If you have anything to say it now. You're bothering me in the middle of the night. If you can't explain it, I'll skin you alive. Zhuo Shouqing had an impatient look on his face. 3 days ago, he made a bet with his colleagues while arranging flowers and playing with jade. He never thought that he would be the one who came out the fastest. So for the next year, he was the one who came to the law enforcement hall to be on night duty. Whenever he thought of it, he hated his own powerlessness, and he began to dislike Yu. Yu was not surprised but happy at such an attitude. It's good to have emotions. I'm not afraid of your emotions, I'm just afraid that you are a poisonous snake. If you hide, I can't use words to exploit it. Yu collapsed to the ground with a plop, as if he was scared silly. Disciple dare not lie. It was Su's alchemy shop. He tricked disciples into signing unfair terms and treated me, a one-armed alchemist, as a beast. He is not a human. Even so, you can tolerate it, but the manager is even worse. He squeezed the 4 alchemists in the alchemy shop and made huge profits of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. My brother Zhou Tao vomited blood while refining the alchemy, and he was still forced to refine. He said that in this Nilingsu sect, his Zhu family is the sky. The law enforcement hall is his dog. Yu's fabrications became more and more outrageous, and his words became more and more fluent. He spoke a lot, and when Zhuo Shouqing heard it, he only heard the words hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and his eyes suddenly became as fierce as a wolf. How unreasonable. How audacious. My Zhuo family doesn't dare to say that it can cover the sky with one hand, so what kind of chicken and pottery dog is the Zhu family? Come with me. You, as you command. Come here, prepare to search the house. I want to see whose sect this is. As the large group of people gathered, the situation became more and more serious under Yu's nonsense. But he was not panicked. Profits came first. As long as he gave this group of hyenas an excuse, they would be skinned alive. Ideally, it would be best for Deacon Su to deal with this matter, but after accidentally discovering the relationship between Su Qingshan and the Su mansion, he had only this option left. The magic way, the magic way. The longer he stayed, the more you felt like a fish in water. Hundreds of elites from the law enforcement hall were dispatched. There were not many people traveling at night. When they saw this scene, they wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground and bury their heads in it. How could they dare to take another look? On the way, Zhuo Shouqing said to Yu. You said you signed unfair terms. Where's the contract? Show me. Here it is. Yu handed over the one in his hand. After reading it, Zhuo Shouqing was surprised and said, such generous conditions are also called unfair terms? Are you deceiving me? No, Master Zhuo, think about it carefully. Does our Nilingsu sect have such a contract? They are all illusions, otherwise the disciples would not be deceived and fooled. Zhuo Shouqing frowned and thought. That's right. Moreover, the term is only 1 year. Combined with Yu's previous confession, he has a purpose to squeeze him to death within 1 year. At the same time, it is written in black and white that he will not be given any training, which makes this purpose stronger. It's like a consumable. Okay, you dare to do such a thing that angers the heavens and the people in the evil god square under my rule. Confiscate your house. You must confiscate your house. You, right? Don't worry, you and your brothers will be treated most fairly and feel the warmth of the sect. Yu's eyes went dark. His empty arms were indeed warm enough. He kept flattering Zhuo Shouqing, making him feel comfortable all over. Soon, Su's dance shop came into view. Surround it! Zhuo Shouqing waved his hand, and the monks from the law enforcement hall came forward one after another, surrounding the entire dance shop. Yu rolled his eyes and took the initiative to step forward and shouted, "Listen, everyone inside, you are in trouble. Hand over all the public property obtained through exploitation and corruption, otherwise you will be extracted from your souls and refined into ghosts forever, and you will never enter reincarnation and never be reborn." After a roar, Yu ran back to Zhuo Shouqing and flattered him. "Sir, please." "Oh, not bad." Zhuo Shouqing was very satisfied with Yu's behavior. He felt a sense of comfort and satisfaction. He coughed lightly, and the pressure of foundation building was released, covering the entire Su's dance shop. Inside, Zhu Lao, who was staying up late to do accounts on the third floor, sighed, looked at his trembling grandson, and said helplessly, "Things have come to this point. We can only talk about it. I hope I can leave you a way out." "Grandpa, I don't want to die." "Grandson doesn't want to die." Zhu Shaosun, wearing white pajamas, rolled and crawled around his grandfather's thighs, tears streaming down his face. He had thought that he would leave the sect to avoid it in a few days, but who would have thought that the incident would happen so quickly and so suddenly that he had no time to react? "Shaosun, let go." Looking at his grandfather's firm eyes, Zhu Shaosun lowered his head and followed Zhu Lao out of Su's dance shop. Outside, soldiers were holding weapons and the atmosphere was solemn. The solemn atmosphere instantly overwhelmed Zhu Shaosun's emotions. He collapsed and knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Zhuo Shouqing. "It's not me, it's not me. It's all his doing, it's my grandfather who did it, it has nothing to do with me." Looking at his grandson's behavior, Zhu Lao was very disappointed. He took out 10 storage bags from his arms and handed them all to Zhuo Shouqing, and remained silent. It was a dark and windy day. Yu hid in the shadows, and the night hiding spell covered him, so the other party did not find him. Zhuo Shouqing was confused. He just obeyed so easily? In the past, when the family was confiscated, at the very least, it was a fight to the death. I have never seen such an obedient person. It was also strange. The divine sense checked the spirit stones in the storage bag, and there were a total of 96,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was converted into 9,600 medium-grade spirit stones, which was also a very generous sum for him. The conversion ratio between spirit stones has always been relatively stable. The difference between low-grade and medium-grade is 10 times, and the difference between medium-grade and high-grade is 100 times. As for the top-grade spirit stones, they are treasures in themselves and are not regarded as regular currency. Therefore, there are only 3 conversion ratios, 1,000 to 100 to 1. Just as Zhu Lao was about to take all the blame, he heard Zhuo Shouqing say, "That's all? You're just sending away beggars. I heard you took 300,000 spiritual stones." Zhu Lao's knees softened and he fell to the ground, no longer as light as before, his lips trembling. "How much more?" "Hey!" Zhuo Shouqing smiled. He liked tough guys. He raised his jaw and they poured into Su's alchemy shop like fish, took away everything they could carry, and put a seal on the door. A team of people was sent to Zhu's grandfather and grandson back to the law enforcement hall. Turning around, he threw a stack of contracts into Yu's arms. There were not only his 3 contracts, but also Zhou Tao's contracts. Yu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there would be such a benefit. "What happened tonight has nothing to do with you. The foundation building behind Su's alchemy shop will be handled by the law enforcement hall. You and your brothers should be honest. Are you willing to follow me in the future?" Yu hurriedly clasped his fists in response. "I will die for Master Zhuo. You are so sweet. Yes, I will reward you." Yu's eyes blurred, and a small storage bag fell into his hand. In it were not only 1,000 spirit stones but also a set of law enforcement hall disciples' clothes and token. This was totally a pleasant surprise. Zhuo Shouqing left after he finished speaking, and did not tell him when to report to the law enforcement hall. Yu had a vague guess in his mind. Zhuo Shouqing saw the problem with what happened tonight, but he did not say anything. Instead, he praised him highly. This was to let him lurk in various shops. He really became an informant. That's good. After working hard in the middle of the night, Yu went back to his residence leisurely to take a nap. With his cultivation level, 2 hours of sleep would be enough. Early the next morning, he came to Su's alchemy shop. He originally came to wait for Zhou Tao and the other three, but unexpectedly, they came earlier than you. He understood it after a little thought. The remuneration given by Old Man Zhu is abnormally high, 200 a month? Who would dare to think of it? Only you didn't know the market price before and thought it was too little. With such a high-paying job, they wanted to work hard and not be fired, so they came earlier than the other and rolled up their hands and said yes. Hey, this way. Zhou Tao, Huang Kai, and Luo Pingu were still wondering about the seal on the door of the alchemy shop. When they heard Yu's call, they immediately came over. Zhou Tao had the highest cultivation level, the 8th level of Qi training, and his alchemy skills were even better. They met yesterday. At this moment, the three of them wanted him to be the leader, so he spoke. Master Dan, do you want us to know about Su's alchemy shop? It's a long story. Yu shook his head and sighed, pointed to a nearby shop and said, why don't we talk while we eat? I guess you haven't had breakfast yet. Okay. In short, this is what happened. Su's Dan shop is finished. This is the contract you signed. I also took back the one left in the law enforcement hall for you. You slapped 9 pieces of waste paper on the table. Zhou Tao was about to speak, but stopped talking. Yu's words were really a bit outrageous. In this way, the Dan shop was sealed? Deacon Su was a foundation building master, how could he not react at all? Luo Pingu frowned and couldn't help but speak. You said it lightly, but what about the details? And how did you get this contract back? I naturally have my channels, don't worry about it. Zhou Tao suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Luo Pingu, and pursed his lips calmly. Only then did they realize that after not seeing him for a night, Yu's aura had reached the 4th level of Qi training. Breakthrough? But what about this? Luo Pingu was puzzled and didn't intend to listen to Zhou Tao's instructions. The three of them had formed a group before because they wanted Zhou Tao to be the leader to talk to the Dan shop more conveniently and have more say. Last night's dinner was a cooperation intention. Yu was also invited at that time, but he refused. Seeing that there was nothing to say, Luo Pingu said goodbye. In this case, thank you, fellow Daoist, for getting the contract back for me. Goodbye. Don't worry. Yu spoke again. Everyone has been practicing in the Nilingsu sect until now. Do you feel how difficult it is to practice? Without resources, the progress of cultivation is slow, and there is almost no possibility of building a foundation. Without background, it is difficult to move forward, and you don't even have the qualifications for normal conversation. What does Master mean by this? Zhou Tao asked, and Yu also answered with a smile. The opportunity is rare. It is not easy to get together 4 of us alchemists with no background. Why don't we set up an alchemist association, sell pills together, and cooperate with those formal pill shops? Luo Pingu's tone was both sarcastic to Yu and helpless about his own situation. It's easy to say, you have resources? You have a background? 3 stinky alchemists, plus you, a one-armed man, why should we cooperate with pill shops? I can't even see the foundation building deacon. His words were biased. Yu, Luo Pingu, and Huang Kai were indeed at the bottom, but Zhou Tao was different. Even though he had no background, the 8th level of Qi training plus the ability of a first-class top-grade alchemist was enough for him to work in any alchemy shop, but he came Su's alchemy shop. This means he is also in trouble. Either he offended someone, or was squeezed out of the original shop by his colleagues, otherwise he would not come to this newly opened shop. He invited him to dinner yesterday, which shows that he is a thoughtful person. Facing Luo Pingu's sarcasm, you didn't care at all. He was just an ordinary cultivator who was oppressed miserably. He must have put in a lot of effort to learn alchemy. Now he finally found a lucrative job, but it was gone suddenly. Naturally, his mood was not right, and he got angry at the slightest provocation. Zhou Tao was thoughtful, and Luo Pingu was emotional. On the contrary, Huang Kai, who had been silent, was taken seriously by Yu. His personality seemed to be the kind of tenacious type. Xinqing was also very calm. Although he did not express his opinion, he did not mean to get up and leave. The 3 of them have their own characteristics, and Yu has confidence in cooperation. Silence for a moment. Zhou Tao spoke first. Tell me about your confidence and plan. If it is reasonable, I can join. Yu looked at Huang Kai after hearing this. The taciturn man also spoke. My idea is similar to that of Brother Zhou. What about you, Luo Pingu, do you want to listen? This guy didn't say anything, but he didn't leave. With the attitude of the 3 people, Yu felt more confident and reached out to take out the law enforcement token he had just received last night from the storage bag. Yes, this is confidence. The law enforcement hall is a place that countless grassroots of the Nilingsu sect have long dreamed of. Being able to join it means that there will be a chance to become the core of the sect in the future and step into the powerful and noble class. Yu's background is similar to theirs, and he is also one-armed. Naturally, the three people would not think that he has an extraordinary background. Yesterday he was still a hired alchemist, but today he is completely different. For people like them, there is only one way to become a monk in the law enforcement hall, and to be appreciated by big shots. Zhou Tao thought in his heart and felt that the closure of Su's alchemy shop was related to Yu. This was an intuition, and he made up his mind immediately. I'll join too. Brother Pingu? Can I of course. Yu stepped forward and patted Luo Pingu's shoulder with a smile, comforting him. It's okay, we are friends, a few words, no one will take it to heart. Luo Pingu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, not knowing that the last person who was patted by Yu, the bodies of my friends on the shoulders have been refined. Since you have agreed, let me tell you the significance of this alchemist association and the convenience you can enjoy. In general, I will use my identity to supply the elixirs refined by you brothers to any store in the Nishue Shifeng. Don't underestimate the significance of this operation. The 10 Nishue workshops are the internal industries of the sect. They are not only a platform for training disciples, but also a tool for collecting spiritual stones. The business here is monopolized. Any pill shop in the 10 Nishue workshops that wants to have the right to operate must get the approval of the alchemy hall. The relationships are complicated, and there are all kinds of personal connections competing. It is difficult to get a store, qualifications, and channels. The model of setting up a roadside stall and going wherever you want is prohibited. Even if the neighbors know that you are an alchemist and come to you to buy pills, private sales are not allowed, and the sect rules prohibit it. Therefore, the qualification to sell is very important. This is something that Yu gradually learned after he came into contact with the alchemy circle, and he has to thank the medicine garden for the half year. The second is the source of spiritual medicines. For a medicine garden like the one that Deacon Tan Tai had, she used the relationship with Hanshue Peak to get it, so she could only trade mature spiritual medicines to the pill shops under Hanshue Peak. Only a small part of the spiritual medicines are traded between disciples. Most of those who have the need to buy are also alchemists. After they have mastered the most basic alchemy skills, they will enter various alchemy shops and become qualified workers. If you want to own your own industry, you must at least reach the foundation building stage to have room for operation. Moreover, if you go to a regular store to buy spiritual medicine in bulk, the price is too high and it is not cost-effective. You also need to have your own spiritual medicine channel. Therefore, the first item promised by you made the three people very excited. Who would go to work if you can make money by selling pills yourself? Zhou Tao couldn't help asking. How to operate specifically? What is the selling price? How much profit can we get? Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Leave the spiritual medicine purchase channel and the qualification to sell pills to me. You only need to concentrate on refining pills. I guarantee that you will earn 3 times what you used to make, no more and no less. The three people were naturally very excited. Regardless of whether you could do it or not, joining this alchemist association would definitely not be a loss. Now, your first priority is to go to the alchemy hall to get the alchemist level certificate recognized by the sect. This thing is the basis for you to operate. With one more sect certification, there are many benefits, especially when cooperating with the authorities in the system, it can play a greater role. Hearing this, Zhou Tao shook his head. I have the certificate of a first-class top-grade alchemist. Then wait for Huang Kai and Luo Pingu to get it. 3 days later, at the beginning of the sea hour, we will still gather here. At that time, I will give you what you want. It's a deal. Of course. The three of them tacitly did not ask how much benefit you could get in this process. After all, no one is a saint without desires, let alone in the demon sect. As long as the promised profit is guaranteed, how much you earns is his ability and has nothing to do with the three of them. After the disbandment, you went to another, Aoshua Dan shop, which was also the shop where he saw the cold blood pill at the beginning. He had money in his hand, so he just went to buy a top-grade cold blood pill. Regarding the Alchemist Association of the 4-member team, it was actually his sudden idea, because he realized that it was not feasible to make money by alchemy. He had practiced for too short a time, barely a year. He was born as a spirit slave, with useless spiritual roots, not to mention his excellent alchemy skills. His current cultivation is not normal. If someone investigates him carefully, it is likely to cause unexpected troubles. Therefore, changing the idea can also make money. The Alchemist Association was born based on this idea. As for the conditions of the promise, it was the first idea he had after getting the law enforcement token. That is Bingxue Tower. As for the elixir, it is not necessary to sell it to the elixir shop. It is more appropriate to sell it to Bingshui Tower. Zhao Shang is greedy and bold. He dares to secretly violate the wishes of Su Jinchuan. It does not mean that he is not afraid. The law enforcement order will be the ultimate killer of Yu's turnaround. He has to be afraid even if he is not afraid. Bingshui Tower is a private force belonging to Jinchuan. Not only ordinary disciples like you, but also the top of the sect who are optimistic about him and invest in him. Therefore, younger disciples from all sides will have it. From this, it can involve a very large force, which can easily digest the output of 3 first-level alchemists. After buying the top-grade cold blood pill he had been dreaming about from the Aoshue Dan shop, Yu went straight to the Bingshue building. Since he had not been away for long, when he pushed the door open again, Zhao Shang said in a surprised and slightly sarcastic tone, "Look, this isn't it, brother who was valued by the true transmission master. Why? Did you come back after filing a complaint?" If he was still a little worried before, he instantly became fearless after seeing you coming back. "I think you misunderstood, brother Zhao." Yu looked around. At this moment, there were several inner disciples sitting behind the screen on the side stage on the first floor. They should be drinking tea. When they heard the noise, they all looked over. "I think we need a private space, let's have a good talk." "Talk? Are you worthy? You stinky beggar, I don't care how you deceived the true transmission master, no matter how shameless you are, Bingshue Tower is your burial place." Seeing Zhao Shan couldn't wait to put the blame on him, trying to define him, and even wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack, you instantly understood his idea. It's nothing more than killing first and reporting later to solve the hidden danger. What a madman! Bang! The card with the words law enforcement written in blood on a gold background was inserted into the counter table, and you said lightly, "Harming fellow disciples, embezzling sect benefits, and bewitching disciples of the true transmission. What do you think of these 3 crimes? Can they help you go one step further?" Directly. Ascend to heaven. Zhao Shang's expression changed. He knew Yu's background. Was it Su Jinchuan? No, if it was, he would have died, not talked. In other words, another big shot has taken a fancy to you. Lucky boy. Zhao Shang has never been so jealous of a spirit slave. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He dared to flatter the superiors and flatter the inferiors because he determined that Su Jinchuan was in trouble and had no time to manage the ice and snow tower. As long as the benefits sent to the superiors did not change, he would not encounter any trouble. Most of the subordinates he bullied were ordinary disciples like you and Su Qingshan who had no background or background. To those guys from various lineages in the ice and snow tower, he was just a dog. For example, Duan Ping, Fatty Duan, was born in the Duan family, which was the mother clan of Su Jinchuan. He had a high status in the Nilingsu sect. Even if he was just from a side branch, he could be ordered to do things. If the law enforcement hall is involved, once the matter gets out of hand, he will be finished no matter what the reason is. Thinking quickly, Zhao Shang immediately changed his expression. "Junior brother, you are really me. I am joking with you. I will ask that person to vacate the room for you right away. Wait a moment. No need, let's talk in private." "That's fine. I'll listen to junior brother." This time it went much more smoothly. They went to a private room on the 3rd floor called High Mountains and Flowing Water. You stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. "Zhao Shang, you bullied me before. I have a solution for this matter. Listen to it." Zhao Shang was still smiling. "Just tell me. I need a batch of affordable elixirs for refining pills. The refined pills will also be purchased by Bingshue Tower and paid through public accounts. The price can be higher than the market price. It's possible to ask Zhao Shang to compensate a sum of spirit stones privately, but it's unstable and there's a high possibility of retaliation afterwards. It's better to invite him to swallow up the spirit stones belonging to Bingshue Tower in the name of cooperation. In this cooperation, both of them have each other's handles, and they will die if they expose it, becoming grasshoppers on a rope." Although you hated Zhao Shang, he didn't have the ability to get rid of him, so he had to wait. Hearing his request, Zhao Shang subconsciously refused. "Impossible, I'm in charge of Bingshue Tower, but I'm only responsible for the Jingqi room and internal tasks. The elixirs, spirit stones and other resources issued to other people are not managed by me. Besides, your asking price is too high. The market price is already high, and you want it even higher. How is it possible? I'll be dead after the account is reconciled afterwards." Yu shook his head. "I'm selling it to you at the market price. I don't know how much Bingshue Tower can offer. The implication is that anything above the market price is yours, and how much you earn depends on your own ability. Zhao Shang was silent for a moment, and he quickly calculated in his mind. Anyone who is cultivated to the late stage of Qi training and has some ambitions will prepare for a breakthrough in the foundation building stage, and accumulating spirit stones is the top priority. With the support of the Nilingsu sect, ordinary foundation building pills, such as the Nishue pill, can be bought for about 4,000 spirit stones. If you want a high-quality foundation building pill, the pill alone costs 10,000 spirit stones, and you also have to use connections, which is not cheap. This is partly why he is so greedy. In the internal channels of the ice and snow building that Sujin passed on, there are 3 foundation building pills every year, with a price tag of 30,000 spirit stones. This price would make even a dog silent. It was too high, so high that Zhao Shan couldn't save up the money, so bullying the superiors and flattering the inferiors became a way to get to the top. There was a long silence. Zhao Shan gritted his teeth and said, "I promise you, but you must have a certificate from the alchemy hall, otherwise I can't convince the Taoist friend who is responsible for managing the welfare in the building." Okay. You was very foresight and asked Huang Kai and others to get the official certificate. With this, it was natural for Zhao Shang to enter the public account of Bingxue Tower. Then, happy cooperation. Reaching out to shake hands with you, Zhao Shang felt very complicated. He was able to suppress the desire in his heart and cooperate with him, and even give up some of his interests. This kind of person, even if he has useless spiritual roots, can absorb every nutrient and gradually grow up. You patted Zhao Shang's shoulder in a familiar way and said kindly, "The past grudges are written off. We will be friends in the future. I will not live in the room in the building anymore. Come to this address in 3 days and introduce you to some friends." Okay, after thousands of words, he finally uttered only one word. After dealing with these things and returning to the residence of the evil god Square, you had time to take out the superior cold blood pill purchased with 500 spirit stones. The appearance of this pill is ice blue, and it exudes a faint chill even when placed in the box. There is a blood-colored dot inside the pill, which is full of spiritual energy. According to the description of the efficacy, this pill can help the cultivators who practice the cold blood art to increase their spiritual power by 40, and the efficacy can last for a year. This characteristic does not mean how good its effect is, but only indicates the 2 characteristics of the cold blood pill, which is huge and difficult to refine. According to Yu's current practice speed, it takes 2 days to refine a wisp of spiritual energy, and only 18 spiritual powers can be cultivated in a year. This is still borrowing the light of the placement column. It would be good if he could condense 1 to 2 by himself. Take the pill to practice Qi. As the ice blue pill went down his stomach, a cool and refreshing feeling radiated from the dantian to his limbs and bones, and you felt extremely comfortable. Looking into the body with spiritual consciousness, you can see the pill in the dantian that is constantly being refined by the gaseous spiritual energy. The speed of its shrinkage is so slow that it is almost invisible. The difficulty of refining is indeed very high. After a long time, a big cycle was completed, and the cultivation level was indeed significantly improved than before. The power of refining the pill can only be relied on by himself. In the next year, he will spend a lot of time on this. So he waited quietly for 3 days. In the agreed shop, Zhao Shan was introduced to Zhou Tao and other 3 members of the Alchemist Association. After deciding on the type and quantity of the first batch of elixirs, everyone contributed their own money to buy a lot of low-priced spiritual medicines. Among them, Huang Kai and Luo Pinggu were short of money and could not buy too many medicinal materials. Yui lent out his remaining 500 spirit stones, and Zhou Tao also invested an extra 1,000 to help his brothers complete the purchase of the first batch of spiritual medicines. These spirit stones must be returned after the transaction is completed. The transaction scale of the 3 alchemists is not very large, and the benefits that can be obtained are limited. Yu did not participate for the time being, and he was prepared to wait. But Zhao Shang felt that the amount was a little small, and you could only appease him, and when the number of alchemists increased, the spirit stones that could be earned would naturally be more. This is true, but the growth of the Alchemist Association must not attract attention. If Yu participates in the future, it will only be to sharpen his spiritual consciousness. So the speed will be very slow, and Zhao Shang is dissatisfied and helpless. Once you get on the pirate ship, you can't get off just because you want to. On the other hand, the Alchemist Association has the channel of Bingxue Tower, which verifies Yu's previous promise that he can really do things. Huang Kai and Luo Pinggu are convinced by him. Even if they have the lowest cultivation, they have more respect for him. Only Zhou Tao is more active. After a long time, he may bypass you to contact Zhao Shang. It doesn't matter. He can't succeed. As long as he can help him earn spirit stones, some minor problems can be tolerated as long as they don't touch you's bottom line. In this way, the matter of the Alchemist Association came to an end. The 385th day of his outer sect career. It has been more than a year since he was promoted to the outer sect, and Yu was about to usher in his first turning point in cultivation. The cold blood art was completed today. In the residence of the evil god Square, Yu was feeling the changes in his own spiritual roots. According to the practice, when this practice is completed, it can slightly improve the qualifications of the cultivator. This improvement can be almost ignored, but it is very important to Yu. After all, there is no qualification worse than a useless spiritual root. No matter how bad it is, it can't be cultivated. This feeling. You seem to see his own spiritual roots in the mysterious induction. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are all there, but each one is less than an inch, pitifully short. Reflected in cultivation, it is that he has difficulty in refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, insufficient affinity, and it is very difficult to sense and capture spiritual energy. At this moment, as the technique was perfected, an ice-blue spiritual light escaped from his blood and attached to his water spiritual root. It could be seen with the naked eye that it had risen a little, to half of its original length. Among the spiritual roots, it is quite outstanding, and Yu's eyes widened. No, is this a slight improvement? It has grown by almost half. But think about it, who among those who can practice Cold Blood Sutra to perfection is not a cultivator who has practiced Qigong to perfection? Their qualifications are generally 3 spiritual roots. In contrast, the growth is naturally weak, and it is even very likely because the qualifications are already high enough, and the power of improving qualifications is too weak, and it is not as obvious as Yu's. So, in fact, it is because of weakness that the growth is obvious, not because of the good effect of my practice. Yu continued to observe as if he had realized something in his heart. He found that the water spiritual root not only became longer, but also had a tendency to crystallize. No. To be precise, it is ice crystallization. Ice spiritual root? Conventional spiritual roots have 5 elements as their attributes, but on this basis, mutant spiritual roots will also be born, such as ice, thunder, wind, air, blood, yin, yang, etc. They are unpredictable and unpredictable, just like the will of heaven. This discovery gave you more ideas. Perhaps he could try to actively mutate into an ice spiritual root. Although the 5 elements spiritual roots have no restrictions on cultivation attributes, they also do not have the advantages of those with compatible zodiac signs. Every bit counts. Every bit of improvement in qualifications is very precious to him, and the placement column will magnify this advantage by dozens or hundreds of times. Placement column 1, Cold Blood Art, 100 out of 172 exercises a day, 20 years to complete. 20 years. Means a second-level foundation building technique derived from the cold blood art. The effect of improving qualifications will even be further amplified. You had no intention of taking it off. After all, perfection is perfection, and the cultivation it feeds back is the most important. The number of rounds of daily exercises has also increased a lot. The next day, after feeling the efficiency of the practice, Yu was overjoyed. Originally, 1 column for the practice could only refine 1 strand of spiritual energy every 2 days. But now it has become 1 strand a day. At present, he has accumulated about 35 spiritual powers in his body, and he has already reached 1/10 of the 4th level of Qi training. At most, he can break through the 5th level of Qi training in more than 7 years. This is half faster than his earlier estimate of more than 10 years, and this only counts the efficiency of 1 column. If 2 columns are used plus the effect of the top-grade cold blood pill, the speed will be even faster. All in all, Yu has been practicing for less than 2 years, and his progress is faster than that of the 3 spiritual roots. He is galloping on the road of longevity at a speed comparable to that of the 2 spiritual roots. However, Yu is going to replan how to use the 3 placement columns. The benefits brought by the perfection of the practice are too great to make him change his original plan. After a little thought, a new plan came out. Placement column 1, Cold Blood Ju, placement column 2, Cold Blood Ju, placement column 3, Cold Qi Alchemy, residual method. The reason why he placed the cold blood pill recipe was that he had no money and was going to make his own pills to assist in practice. After all, the price was too expensive. And the effect of the placement column was getting worse and worse, so it would be better to replace it with pills. Now that the practice is perfect, his qualifications have increased by 1/2, which is a huge improvement for him. In this way, restarting the placement column is more cost-effective for him than pills. According to this efficiency, I can break through the 5th level of Qi training in 3.5 years. Not bad. As for the placement of alchemy, it not only represents a skill, but also means the training of Yu's spiritual consciousness and the effect of refining the best cold blood pill in the future. He has personally experienced the effect of the top grade, so he will naturally want to try how extraordinary the top grade pill is. On the other hand, most of the value of this alchemy lies in the special Han Shi Dan, which can condense the special cold flame fire seed that can grow with the cultivator. Its core material, the minimum requirement, is the second level cold attribute, the demon pill of the python-like demon beast, which is currently far away, so there is no rush to place it. At the latest 3.5 months, the Han Chi alchemy will be completed. When there is a vacancy, Yu has two directions. One is to continue to enhance his qualifications along the path of spiritual root mutation. The only one that may be effective in his hand is the Yi Corpse Demon Secret Method. This secret method has been in his hands for some time, and because of the large number of side effects, he has always been a little timid. But according to the description of the secret method, both Heavenly Yin Blood and Demon Corpse Bone are special physical secret methods that may enhance his qualifications. The second is to continue to place pills, and complete the 3 types of Hanshua pill, Zhongmiao pill, and Hanqi pill, and use spirit stones to increase his cultivation. The risks of this path are from the outside world. There is a danger of death. The risk of the first path comes from the secret method itself, and it is very likely to induce his spiritual roots to mutate completely. It can only be said that it is a mixed blessing. You decided to wait for another 3.5 months until the alchemy is complete and it is confirmed that the placement bar has the effect of completing the secret method. At that time, he will not have to worry about being affected by the terrible side effects of body like an ancient corpse. Yang energy is not raised, no emotion and no desire when placing the corpse demon secret method. The complete secret method will definitely not have these side effects, he is sure and firmly believes. The next day, Baba Ozai. It has been almost 4 months since the cooperation with Zhao Shang. So far, there have been 3 transactions in total, and this time is the 4th time. Happy cooperation. After eating and drinking, Zhao Shang traded with the storage bag. He nodded and pointed at the pills in it. It's still a bit profitable. When are you going to expand the scale? Just a bit? You looked at the man surnamed Zhao with a half smile. He only charged the market price. When he returned it to Zhou Tao and the other 2, he gave them the bulk purchase price. As far as he knew, the pills sold to Bingxue Tower were nearly 30% higher than the market price. Several people from the Alchemist Association were recorded as alchemy masters in the Bingxue Tower's files. They will definitely become geniuses and potential stocks of second-level alchemists in the future. The high price at this moment is for future recruitment. I don't know what Su Jinchuan would think when he saw these records with his own eyes. I'm serious. You have earned this amount during this period, right? Zhao Shang stretched out his hand and made a 2. Yu had a blank expression on his face. He neither confirmed nor denied it, but his calculation was really accurate. 2,000 spirit stones in 4 months, this amount was not low, and it was even the benefit he got from squeezing both sides. The Alchemist Association took more, but on average, it was only about 1,300 per person. What is mentioned here is the net profit after deducting the cost, which is absolutely a huge profit. You only used the law enforcement token and got this profit, which was almost an empty promise. Naturally satisfied, Zhao Shang was not satisfied because he had a goal. You could not help but warn. It is refreshing to take spirit stones from the ice and snow tower, but you are eating from the inside out. You must be careful to make a long-term profit. Could it be that you will not stay in the Nilingsu sect after you exchange it for the foundation building pill? Zhao Shang was silent. Yu was silent, stunned. He didn't expect that he was right. He thought about it for a while. After all, it was not the first time that Zhao Shang had betrayed his own people. He probably left a lot of traces. Even if he broke through the foundation building, there was still the danger of being liquidated by Su Jinchuan. Have you found a new employer? If there is a chance, how about taking me with you? Zhao Shang was silent for a moment before he laughed awkwardly. How is it possible? The Nilingsu sect treats me like a son, and Su Jinchuan is like Zhao's own brother. How could he have such an idea? Brother must have misunderstood. It's up to you. Yu spread his hands helplessly, but more ideas came to his mind. It's not a day's cold. Zhao Shang must have had this idea for a long time, so he can keep an eye on it in the future. There is such a way out, which may be useful in the future. After the 2 separated, Yu met with the 3 people from the association again and divided the batch of spirit stones. Luo Pinggu has already repaid the loan. At present, Yu has accumulated more than 2,400 spirit stones, and his contribution points have not increased, still more than 100. According to the original plan, when he has money, he will buy a top-grade magic weapon to improve his combat power, which is enough for him to use before building the foundation. It is a worthwhile investment. However, the quality of the magic weapons released by the Nishue 10 squares is very worrying. Almost all of them are second-hand, and some are not even as powerful as the ice sword technique. In this case, the best option is to go to the refining hall to customize the magic weapon. On the other hand, after the cold blood art, ice sword technique, and ice shield technique were all perfected, you vaguely felt that his understanding had improved. This improvement is not the result of taking some panacea, but the reaction brought about by the improvement of vision, just like a primary school student and a senior high school student learning a foreign language at the same time. The latter must be able to improve faster. His cultivation thinking is more mature, whether it is by analogy or from a high-level perspective. The feedback is actually that he feels that his understanding has improved. And in a mysterious way, he feels that mastering more perfect spells before building the foundation will be beneficial to cultivation and to the future. This kind of sudden inspiration is mysterious. This makes you want to invest this spiritual stone in magic, rather than the high-quality magic tools that will be eliminated sooner or later. Spiritual stones cannot be exchanged for spells from the Sutra Hall, which only recognizes contribution points, but they can be exchanged from the true teaching forces such as the Ice and Snow Tower. As for plans, they will always change due to various accidents and whims. Yu plans to change a few more spells to arm himself more comprehensively. Ice Sword Attack, Ice Shield Defense. He still lacks body movement or functional spells. The harder they are, the better. After all, there is a placement bar, and there is almost no skill or magical power that he cannot practice. Even if the conditions are not met, the placement bar will solve it by itself. This, Corpse Demon secret method, is the best proof. On this day, after completing the steps of daily practice and refining elixirs, you prepared to go to the ice and snow building. Even though it was night, he didn't feel anything. Today is different from the past. After the completion of the skills, his combat power and practice speed will be improved. He believes that he is already among the top horses in the middle stage of chi training. It is inevitable to be a little loose. When he came out of the Evil God Square and headed towards the Cold Blood Square, he took a narrow shortcut. The alley was dark and there was no shadow. Yu quickly immersed himself in it, and something happened immediately after entering. Dense silk threads were arranged in front of the alley. It was like a trap waiting for the rabbit to come. Looking back, two shadows appeared on the way here, blocking the road tightly. Yu narrowed his eyes and felt careless. This kind of situation will happen when things go smoothly. It is time to be alert to avoid a bigger fall in the future. Who are you? When asking, two more people appeared behind the silk thread trap, a total of 4 people, 2 in the 4th level of chi training, and 2 in the 6th level of chi training. It's a bit tricky, but still within the acceptable range. Don't move, raise your hands, otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless. There is no intention to kill. So, it's just robbery? You raised one hand above his head, but the 4 people stopped in unison and shouted. I said, raise your hands. What are you doing with another hand? Yu's eyes sank. What a hell joke. Doubt you, look carefully, I only have one hand. Oh, I didn't notice it. This playful tone made you sure that they knew him and were deliberately teasing him. I can't stand it. The perfect realm of ice swordsmanship has long been free from the constraints of the formula. It can be used as soon as the mind moves, without any delay. If you insist on saying it, the movement of spiritual power in the meridians is his preparation time. Go! In a flash, 10 ice swords shot out at the same time, aiming at the front. Those silk threads that seemed to have a meaning were all broken under the shooting of ice swords. Among the 2 people blocking the road in front, the one at the 4th level of chi training was stabbed in the shoulders and directly stabbed to the ground, while the other one at the 6th level of chi training reacted. He dodged the attack with a flexible body movement, and was ready to sneer at the front, but heard. Puff 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 3 consecutive swords, unexpectedly killed a surprise attack, piercing his head and left and right chests. He died under the ice sword technique before he could say a word. The perfect technique has infinite uses, and it attacks the enemy unexpectedly, and sees the initiative. Without the perfect technique of the same level, they can only hide, but cannot counterattack. Now the road ahead is empty, and the 2 people behind him are terrified and hurriedly stop casting spells. Evil Spirit Technique, go! The technique of summoning ghosts? Yu's heart moved, and seeing the roaring black smoke ghost skull flying towards him, he stretched out his hand to push it forward. A prismatic ice shield blocked it, and his right foot stepped on the ground like a gecko climbing a wall, and in a few steps he jumped onto the roof. Not good, he's trying to escape, chase him. As soon as the voice fell, he saw the fine ice sword coming towards him. The 4th level chi training person didn't make a move from beginning to end, but was shot into a sieve. How miserable. After killing 3 of the 4, you flew down like a rock spreading its wings. The man gritted his teeth and spit out a mouthful of blood, and another ghost skull jumped out of his body, rushing towards him with strange bloodlines. You retracted his right hand in front of him and used the protective seal to perform the ice shield technique again. This time it was slightly different. The original huge prismatic ice shield split into 10 pieces like a flying knife, surrounding the ghost skull. In this way, he flew in and kicked. He kicked half of the man's teeth apart like a natural supernatural power. The cold blood art has a slight bodybuilding effect. Although it is far inferior to the physical training practitioners who specialize in physical training, it is far better than this skinny guy who feeds ghosts with blood. With a thought, the ice sword directly beheaded the man in the gap when the first ghost head returned to defend. When the master died, the 2 ghosts whose lives were connected also died. You frowned and looked at the mess on the ground. The disciples of Wewin Peak. He didn't remember when he had offended them. It was very likely that they were hired thugs. Zhao Shang? Impossible, their cooperation was still in the honeymoon period. Looking at the person stabbed on the ground by the ice sword, Yu's mouth corners slightly raised. After an incense stick, the narrow alley returned to its usual appearance, without any traces left. After a period of immature interrogation, you got the information he wanted. These disciples were hired to do dirty work, and it was impossible to expect them to keep their mouths shut. Therefore, after a little scare, they confessed everything without even doing anything. For some reason, the person didn't know, and only told you a name. Su Jiajiu. They have been squatting for more than half a month, and only blocked you today. If I remember correctly, Su Jiajiu is the daughter of Deacon Su, and also the lady of Su's Dan shop. The 2 of them may only have a grudge because of this matter. However, it is not necessary to make such a fuss. Could it be that Deacon Su has a big accident? You thought in his heart and continued to go to Bingxue Tower. Bang Jiaoshang looked at the 4 fresh corpses on the table with a twitching mouth, and was silent for a moment before quoting. The corpses of Wewin Peak are worth less, only 100 spirit stones. Only 100 for 4? That's too bad. You threw out 4 more selected storage bags. He had basically taken out all the spirit stones and spirit sand. The rest of the things were not valuable either, so he sold them all to Zhao Shang at a low price, earning a total of 500 spirit stones. Not bad. You came here so late, just for this? Yu shook his head. Su Zhenxuan must have left a lot of spells in Bingxue Tower. Take them out and let me choose. Zhao Shang was helpless and took out a jade slip and said, "If you are not from Bingxue Tower, you can't see these." "Of course I am." After observing with his spiritual sense, you quickly selected 2 targets, these 2. Zhao Shang took a look and also stretched out his hand. 1003. Yu's eyes widened. So expensive? Do you think high-grade magic is cheap? It's good enough that you can exchange it for spirit stones. Yu was silent for a moment. Give me the biggest discount. 1,800. No, do you think this is a vegetable market and you can bargain? Seeing Yu's eyes, Zhao Shang knew that he couldn't extort money, so he turned around and silently took the jade slip of the Dharma. "Goodbye, friend." Yu said goodbye as if nothing had happened. The 2 spells in his hand are both top-grade spells, which are said to be comparable to foundation-building spiritual arts when practiced to perfection. This kind of claim is just for hearing. Anyone who believes it is an idiot. Speaking of which, among the 3 perfect spells that Yu has mastered, only the Night Hidden Curse is a top-grade spell, and the rest are medium-grade. Practicing to perfection has already brought him great help. If 2 more top-grade spells are added, the upper limit of combat power can be further raised, but the spiritual power cultivation is not enough. In terms of placement columns, 2 are occupied by skills all year round. Before breaking through the 5th level of Qi training, there is a 3.5-year window period, which is the time to place these spells. Just take it slowly. His planning is quite practical. The current problem is Su Jiaojiu. He has to investigate more details, otherwise the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, and it will be difficult to deal with it. There is also Su Qingshan, who is famous for fighting, who is a big trouble. Otherwise, go to the law enforcement hall and meet Shuoqing. Naturally, he knows everything. The price is that he has to play the role of an informer. Before there is a second Su's Danpu, it is difficult for him to find one. It can also be regarded as a tacit understanding of collusion. Or he could take a mission from the ice and snow building, find a job as a foundation building deacon, hide for a year or 2, and when his strength improves, he won't need to be so cautious. Thinking of this, you turned back decisively. Zhao Shang, who was doing the accounts, felt his heart tremble, and when he saw Yu's face again, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother, is there anything else? Help me find a mission with less work and more money, preferably similar to the maintenance of the medicine garden that Deacon Tan Tai took last time. Zhao Shang instantly understood his thoughts, avoiding trouble. It just so happens that Senior Tan Tai issued another mission to maintain the medicine garden a few days ago. This time it's for 1 year and 400 contribution points. Yu raised his eyebrows. You're still deducting 600 from me? What do you mean? They are all grasshoppers in the same boat. It's fine to charge a high channel fee before the cooperation, but it's not a waste of cooperation after the cooperation. There's really no way. Zhao Shang spread his hands, looking helpless. This is the rule of Bingxue Tower. I'm really not greedy. The original price is 1,000. Half of it will be paid to the tower, and 10% will be given to the foundation building cultivator. Zhao can't move a bit. You stared at him for a long time, confirmed that there was no fraud, and then nodded. New is not as good as old, strange is not as good as familiar, this is it. Take it, I won't give it away. Sending you away like a plague god, Zhao Shang sighed and continued to do the accounting. This is a tough job, and the energy required is no less than cultivation. If there is a mistake, it is likely to explode in advance, which is closely related to his life. He can only spend more effort. The residence of the evil god. Yu is checking the 2 new high-quality spells. Ice Coffin Curse and Phantom Step. The Ice Coffin Curse is a spell that binds and kills enemies. It can condense an ice coffin out of thin air around the target and lock the enemy in it. If it is practiced to a high level, it can also generate a large number of ice spikes in the ice coffin and string the target into a blood cord. If used flexibly, it can also be used as a 360-degree defense method without dead ends. The ice crystals condensed by this technique are extremely hard and cannot be broken by non-foundation cultivators. Phantom Step, a high-quality body technique, is good at short-distance dodging and can be divided into up to 9 phantom bodies, which are exactly the same as the original body, to confuse the enemy and will dissipate when attacked. If the practice can be completed, the phantom body can withstand an attack from the late stage of chi training without dissipating, and its practicality will increase greatly. Once these 2 techniques are perfected, Yu's actual combat ability will climb to a higher level again, which can be regarded as value for money. After running a few more rounds of the technique, he fell asleep peacefully. The next day, in front of the familiar Tan Tai medicine garden, you pressed the inverted bat copper ring and passed the inspection at the door before entering. In the Chuanfeng Hall with a light gauze curtain, Tan Tai Chan was leaning there, playing with a jade toad in her hand. When she saw you come in, she showed a thoughtful look. Yang Yu? Disciple Yu, meet Senior Tan Tai. Oh, she didn't feel embarrassed to call the wrong name, and continued, since you are an acquaintance, there is no need to say more, just follow the specifications of last time. Disciple understands. This time I need to go out to attend an auction in Tianbao City, thousands of miles away. I will not be back until a year later. This medicine garden will be handed over to you to take care of. If you need more ice 9-leaf grass, you can take 3 of them at the market price. Thank you, Senior Tan Tai. Yu was confused. Last time, Tan Tai Chan didn't make it so clear, nor did she provide any convenience. This time, it felt like she was referring to something, not like she was talking to him. As for ice 9-leaf grass, this thing is one of the main ingredients of cold blood pill. It was originally prepared for myself, aiming at the top grade. I haven't used the 2 plants in my hand yet. Now it is postponed according to the plan, and no more is needed for the time being. There are many doubts in my heart, but it is not easy to ask. After watching Tan Tai Chan fly away, you took a small stool and sat at the door. Wait. Only half an hour later, the door was knocked. This time it was an old foundation building cultivator. When he saw that the person who opened the door was only a chi training outer sect, he said condescendingly, Boy, where did Deacon Tan Tai go? May I ask your name, Senior? The old foundation building cultivator frowned and scolded. Just tell me if I ask you. If I don't tell you my name, you won't tell me? Yu lowered his head quickly. Master Tan Tai ordered me to do this. I am just following orders. What a good way to follow orders. The old foundation building cultivator snorted coldly. I am Yang Yunji. Tell me, where did Deacon Tan Tai go? Tianbao City. Humph. When Laodang left, he used his breath to suppress you, as if to vent his dissatisfaction, and then left. You added this question on his own accord, in order to find out the situation here. It was just a foundation building pressure. As long as he did not leave the door of the medicine garden, this place was connected to the formation of the evil god square, and the main formation was set up at the evil god peak. No one could hurt him, and he would naturally be more courageous. He wrote down Yang Yunji's name. Later that day, foundation building cultivators came to him one after another. There were 13 people in total. He didn't know which level of foundation building they were at. But they all had one thing in common, a first-generation cultivator. The so-called first-generation cultivator refers specifically to grassroots people without backgrounds. After they are promoted to foundation building by chance, a small family will appear behind them. There are dozens of people at least, hundreds at most, and the number will continue to increase as the foundation building cultivator grows older. When one's own path sees its end, one will place hope on the next generation. One begins running around to seek opportunities for his offspring. The foundation building pill is the top priority. Some who succeed will slowly evolve into a golden pill family over time, while some who fail will be annihilated in the vast sea of people and start over. Among the 13 people, except for Yang Yunji who had a domineering attitude and spoke in an interrogative tone, the others were quite polite in asking about Tan Taiken's whereabouts. Combined with Tan Taiken's identity as a second-level middle-grade alchemist, and the information revealed when Su Qingshan talked to him before, they all pointed to the doubt of pills. Deacon Su is also a second-level middle-grade alchemist. If Su Qingshan wants to seek the foundation building pill, he will definitely look for his father-in-law first. Besides, he has only broken through the late stage of Qi training not long ago. Is it too early to prepare for the foundation building so early? Another. The second-level upper-grade foundation building pill cannot be made by a middle-grade alchemist, unless Tan Tai-chan has a breakthrough in the way of alchemy. There are many doubts. However, Yu is inclined to believe that Tan Tai-chan has indeed made a top-grade foundation building pill. Otherwise the threshold of this small medicine garden would not be patronized by so many first-generation foundation-building people, and it is almost broken. He is only in the 4th level of Qi training now, so he is not in a hurry to plan. With his qualifications, if he does not rely on the placement column, it may be effective to grind with time. If he relies on himself, a top-grade foundation-building pill alone may not be enough. The waste of spiritual root qualifications is like a mountain pressing on him. Looking back at the past history, I have never heard of a waste spiritual root successfully building a foundation. Of course, it may also be that Yu is not experienced enough. In the evening, after completing the task of patrolling the fields, Yu continued to refine the top-grade cold blood pill in his body. Although the effect of this pill is strong, it is really difficult to refine. He wanted to change to the best-grade cold blood pill. Although the refining cycle is also 1 year, it can increase the spiritual energy cultivation by 100 Dao, which is far better than the top-grade pill. The prices of the best and the upper, middle and lower grades are completely at two extremes, and the price difference is too large. This also indirectly proves that the efficacy of the best pill is good enough, otherwise no one would pursue it. It is worth investing in alchemy to refine pills for cultivation for himself, which can save him a lot of time. After thinking for a long time, after repeatedly looking at the 3 placement columns, you still put the cold blood pill on it. The progress of this thing is actually almost done, and it only takes 2 months. The time wasted is far less than the improvement brought by the best pill. Worth it. The difference between releasing and not releasing is that the alchemy technique also needs to be perfected, so that he can have the confidence to refine the best elixir. The next day, a strange elixir fragrance woke Yu from his sleep. When he pushed the door, he saw a white-haired little girl standing on a small bench in the aisle in the middle of the medicine field. In front of him was a large iron pot, and he was using a jade stick to stirring constantly. The fragrance of the elixir spread from the pot. Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Not just anyone could enter and exit this medicine garden. He relied on the mark in the task scroll. The little girl in front of him either had special abilities or was a frequent visitor to Tan Taiken's medicine garden. With a little vigilance, Yu stepped forward to ask. He kindly tapped the big iron pot and tried to maintain a gentle attitude. "Little sister, what are you doing?" "Ah," scared Tang Tang. The girl, who seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old, almost poked Yu's forehead with the jade stick. Seeing his helpless look, she laughed. "You have white hair like Tang Tang." "Yes, can you tell me what's in this pot?" "You're talking about this, the moonlight fruit." Yu was startled and hurried to the medicine field behind to check. When he found that there were only 4 fruits left from the 2 second-level moonlight trees, he couldn't help but take a breath. "Oh my god, it's killing me. It's too late to get it back. The matter is done." Yu turned around and ran towards the gate. At this time, the girl spoke again. "Why are you in such a hurry? The anti-aging pill is almost ready." If you call Tang Tang's sister Tang, I will give you one. You paused. Refining the pill in a pot? The anxious mood in his heart suddenly calmed down. Looking at the other party's smiling face, he suddenly realized the problem. She is not panicking, why should I be panicking? Tang Tang, what is your relationship with Tan Tai-chan? Shaner? Shaner is my slave, are you also her slave? The child's voice was innocent and naive, but what she said was enough to shatter his three views. You was shocked. Winky face. The brainstorming began to circle, and he was a little confused. Then Tang. Sister Tang, you are the daughter of the blood-eyed demon dragon, the fierce demon of the Niling blood sect, the future demon fairy, you Tang Tang. The prefix of daughter was dragged out, and the whole sentence was full of ups and downs, with extraordinary momentum. One foot stepped on the bench, the other stepped on the pot cover, the jade stick pointed to the sky, and exuded domineering. The second generation you breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and also wanted to understand why Tan Tai-chan deliberately said those things to him when she left. With a backer behind her, how could those first-generation cultivators fight her? As long as Yu Tongtan's identity was brought out, those foundation-building cultivators who chased to Tianbao City would definitely be. If she had to bleed heavily, she was using her body as bait to seek benefits. Yu Tang Tang was Tan Taiken's biggest supporter and opportunity. After understanding this, Yu's smile became much more sincere. Sister Tang, how old are you this year? Do you need someone to take care of you? Yu Tang Tang looked at him curiously. This demon fairy is 5 years old this year, in the late stage of chi training. Do you want to be my nanny? Nanny. Is this Tan Taiken's position? I didn't think those two pieces of soft meat were big, entangled. But at the age of 5, in the late stage of chi training, you gave himself a cold sweat. The cultivation of demon beasts is basically the same as that of humans, and their lifespans are roughly the same. But they are born with strong physiques. After 1 year old, their body meridians are fully developed and they can start to practice. Humans naturally grow up to the age of 16 to withstand the impact of spiritual energy. At this point, when some parents are powerful cultivators, they often find all kinds of natural materials and treasures to let their children reach the standard and start practicing at around 8 years old, or even more exaggeratedly at the age of 6. Often they are less than 20 years old when they build their foundation, and the future is promising. They spend a lot of time in the early stage learning basic cultivation knowledge, such as meridian diagrams, cultivation common sense, literacy and interpretation, etc. They lay the foundation for 3 years. Once they start practicing, their speed is completely different from that of ordinary cultivators. Yu has learned not only miscellaneous but also very refined in the past 16 years. He has been known as a child prodigy since he was a child. He has been immersed in astronomy, geography, Confucian classics, and strange skills. After all, the effect of placing the column is good, and it is idle anyway. Now when he comes into contact with Yu Tang Tang, he immediately feels that his time is wasted. How can mundane things be as attractive as the longevity path? There is no need for a nanny, don't you need to play with me? Yu Tang Tang frowned slightly. You are too weak, it is easy to play to death, and you can't be a nanny. He raised his little hand and poked Yu's chest muscles, and his little mouth shrank. This sentence made you realize that Yu Tang Tang was not so easy to deal with. The child's evil was pure, and she didn't even know that it was evil, and her father was a demon dragon. Yu, who was hot-headed, calmed down on the spot. Sister Tang, you are busy. I am just a farmer, I can pick whatever I want here. Wait, your anti-aging pill. Is it ready already? Looking at the unknown black pill thrown to him, Yu took it with a twitching mouth. What a waste! After this day, Tan Taiken's medicine garden seemed to have nothing to attract Yu Tang Tang. You only saw her once and never saw her again. This made him feel relieved. He always used the 3 words Loki, cautious and self-reflection to warn himself, repeating over and over again that this is the Nilingsu sect, not a good place. Things that look beautiful may hide poison. So in a blink of an eye, a year has passed. Today is his outer sect life, January 12th years. After hiding in the medicine garden for a year, Su Jiaojiao either gave up or switched to darker means, so we need to be careful. During this period of time, the ice coffin curse and the illusionary step were perfected one after another. With his cultivation, he could only release them twice with all his strength, so he used them as a trump card. The cold chi alchemy technique and the cold blood pill were also placed and perfected one after another. 2 months ago, he refined 2 furnaces of cold blood pills, but only refined 3 top-grade pills in total. His alchemy skills reached the extreme of the chi training period. He was already very skilled in technique, but his only disadvantage was that he still had a lot of shortcomings in his consciousness and cultivation. Otherwise, in perfect condition, he should have 6 top-grade cold blood pills. A furnace of top-grade pills would only produce 3 pills. It perfectly absorbed all the medicinal effects of a set of spiritual medicines, and there was no excess medicinal power to produce more cold blood pills. Of course, this was only the case with the cold blood pill. He was not sure whether the other first-level pills were in this situation. He would know after trying more in the future. In terms of cultivation, the 2 placement columns practiced for a year and increased their spiritual power by 72 Dao. With the effect of the cold blood pill, his own cultivation increased. At present, his spiritual power cultivation is 130 Dao, which is almost half of the way. However, after taking the top-grade cold blood pill, his cultivation speed has further accelerated. In another year, he will definitely break through the 5th level of Qi training. The speed is not slow. The placement column is effective based on use qualifications. It is hard to imagine how fast he would practice if he had a natural spiritual root. It is really a pity. The current placement bar is as follows: Placement bar 1, Cold Blood Secret; Placement bar 2, Cold Blood Secret; Placement bar 3, Cold Qi Alchemy, incomplete/to be completed. Cold Qi Alchemy, 100 out of 118 times a day, 30 years to complete. After the alchemy is completed, the number of rounds for placing alchemy every day increases. Twice, with the addition of the suffix of completion, it took longer than the time required for the foundation building method, a full 30 years. This proves that the placement column does have the effect of completion. But with it comes another question: how long does it take to complete the nascent soul secret method? According to Yu's current knowledge, it will take at least 100 years. The incomplete secret method that can be refined in 3 months means that he will have to be a corpse for more than 100 years, and the second brother cannot use it, so he must be cautious. But the feeling of missing an arm is really uncomfortable, and it has an impact on breaking through the foundation. It is almost necessary for him to place the corpse demon secret method. It's difficult every time he thinks of this. He hates Lu Guancher, who caused him to lose an arm, and he hates him every day. If the other party had not fled for fear of crime, he would now be able to collect some of the old debts. The 1-year mission expired, and he waited for another 7 days. Tan Tai-chan returned with a rosy face, and it seemed that she had gained a lot of benefits. After seeing you, she rarely smiled. Has anything happened during this period of time? You hurried forward and said nervously. Senior Tan Tai, the moonlight fruit ripened soon after you left, but a little white-haired girl picked all the fruits. I didn't even finish my sentence before she disappeared. Tan Tai-chan's face immediately turned cold when she heard this, and she squinted her eyes and looked at him. Did the other party say anything? Nothing, it seems. Taking a walk. Nothing, you are not responsible for this matter. You pretended to be relieved. He deliberately concealed his contact with Yu Tang. He was afraid that Tan Tai-chan would be proud of herself. If he knew the other party's identity as a human slave plus wet nurse, he would indeed feel ashamed and resentful, and it would be reasonable for him to be killed. Concealing the conversation is the right thing to do. This is your reward, go, and don't accept my mission in the future. Disciple obeys. 400 contribution points plus 3 stalks of ice 9-leaf grass, that's the harvest this year, a little less, but he would go to the Alchemist Association every time for a transaction, and he made a lot of spirit stones. With money in his pocket, it would not be that difficult to gather the materials for the cold blood pill. He could even consider refining the cold Qi pill. In the Nilingsu sect's treasury, there must be a second-level Python Demon's ice-attributed demon pill. If he could cultivate the cold Qi pill fire, not only would he have one more means to fight the enemy, but his alchemy skills would also be improved. It can play the most essential role, which is of great benefit to him. He can find out the situation first, but the contribution points in his hand are far from enough. In addition, Yu is still considering whether to go out of the sect to do tasks. Although everything is going well for him now, in fact, many of his past actions have buried troubles, and there are still problems that have not been solved. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. One of the better methods is to find a Jindan elder to become his apprentice, once and for all. Unfortunately, this is unrealistic. Carrying out the mission out of the sect can at least help him get through a period of safety, and it is freer outside than in the Nilingsu sect, not so depressing, and everything needs to consider the reactions of all parties. Except that the resources and environment are slightly inferior, the rest are better than in the sect. Now he has a lot of spirit stones in his hand, he can prepare everything, find a suitable mission to go out of the sect, stay for 10 or 20 years and come back. By then, whether it is the realm of cultivation or alchemy, it can be turned from dark to light and be cleansed. It's easy to find an excuse for chance. He has been staying in the sect since the time of the spirit slave, and he has shown strange characteristics. This is abnormal. In the magic way, you are a useless spirit root, and your performance in all aspects is better than that of double spirit roots. Isn't this asking for trouble? Thinking of this, covering his breath with the night hiding curse, you left the medicine garden and went straight to the ice and snow building. Cooperating with Zhao Shang not only turned hostility into friendship, but also allowed him to enjoy many privileges. Of course, there are still some precautions. If there is a chance to completely get rid of this person, you will not be soft-hearted. I believe Zhao Shang is the same. They all think that the other party knows too much. On the way, you has been thinking about what to prepare. Various auxiliary pills, such as healing pill, hemostatic powder, etc. Prepare at least 10 top-grade cold blood pills and eat them until the body produces pill barriers. After all, it is not so easy to gather spiritual medicines outside. And the most important magic weapon. When you go out, you must have a magic weapon. If you have extra money, you should also prepare a set of simple formation flags. A lot of preparations are needed for things like this. After a while, they arrived at the ice and snow tower. Zhao Shang, do me a favor. After not seeing each other for a year, the other party's aura has increased again, but seeing you, the plague god, Zhao Shang was very reluctant. Brother, I call you brother, please don't give me privileges. You pretended to be surprised. Not doing it? Then you are sitting in this position, aren't you just a figurehead? You don't even have the ability to appoint people based on personal connections, what's the use of you? As the cooperation lasted for a long time, the conflict of interests became deeper and deeper. You seemed to be the leader and became less polite. Because he found that Zhao Shang was more and more concerned about the Alchemist Association, which proved that there was something wrong with his money-making channel. Maybe this was the only way left. Zhao Shang looked up and looked around, winked at him, and whispered, 3 months ago, Su Jinchuan took a concubine. Did you know? You showed strange colors in his eyes and nodded as if he was familiar with it. In fact, he had never heard of it, so what? Could it be your childhood sweetheart? You! Zhao Shang took out a magic jade pendant and activated it. A layer of soundproof prohibition enveloped the two of them. He was really cautious. He raised his hand and pointed to the ceiling. That person is in the building. The cultivator Gao Choyue, who was originally responsible for resource allocation and treatment in the building, is my best friend. Now, it's over. That little deprived her of her position as soon as she came, and now she wants to take away my right to issue tasks and the management of the Jingxi room. I guess she wants to get people to practice in the building. So cruel, you was deeply surprised. Not only that, a few days ago she wanted to attack the foundation building cultivators and drive them out of the building. You was really shocked. She came to the Bingxue Tower on behalf of Su Jinchuan, and then wanted to fire the main force under Jinchuan? This is like hearing that a concubine dismissed the general guarding the border, which is really outrageous. What is the background of this concubine? Is there any background that we don't know? Yu's words were very clever. Zhao Shang didn't realize it, and immediately said, no, she is just a woman who got lucky. Then have you ever thought about how she and Su Jinchuan knew each other? This Zhao really doesn't know. Does brother have any explanation? It's none of my business. You just said a few words casually. He felt that it was none of his business and just ignored it. Help me find out if there is any mission outside the sect. The reward is not important. It has to be safe and long-term. Zhao Shang was stunned, and then said angrily, don't you worry that she will drive me away, and the dirty tricks we have done will be discovered? You still want to run away now? I won't help you. Who is playing dirty tricks with you? Don't be uneducated. You used the wrong words. You was speechless, and said again, don't pretend, it's disgusting. Who are you, Zhao Shang, to be able to hold such a key position under Su Jinchuan? Do you really think that I don't know you at all? What can a concubine do to you? Hurry, get the job done. Zhao Shang was suddenly silent after hearing this, and said meaningfully, don't think it's not very safe in the sect. As long as you walk on the road, you won't die accidentally. It's different outside. You may die at any time when flying in the sky, and there are all kinds of dangers. These words were not kind persuasion, but a warning to you. If he leaves the sect, Zhao Shang will find a chance to strangle him to death. The two stared at each other, and you suddenly laughed. You are afraid of me. I'm afraid that you will run away and hurt me. Maybe. Shrugging his shoulders, you turned and left. Zhao Shang was silent for a moment and then threw out a token to explain. This is the Xiangu order. It rotates every 5 years. The destination is Xiangu Mountain. There is more than a year before the next rotation. You can follow the team then. What Zhao Shang said was not very clear. You could investigate it himself, but one thing was certain, Zhao Shang was very wary of him. After all, the two have been together for a long time, and they can see that the other is not very capable and knows a lot about the other. Sooner or later, they will kill each other. Su Zhenchuan can't solve this problem, but he can only solve the person who knows the secret. It's still unclear whether to go or not. Muttering to himself, you left the ice and snow building. The next day. Zumingfang, Qingji Pavilion. This place is the product of the cooperation between the Nilingsu sect and another major demon sect, Hahuan sect. It is supplied by the Hahuan sect and managed by the Nilingsu sect. It provides furnaces and tripods of all ages, both men and women. Because it is located in the hinterland of his sect, the latter only provides a site, but also takes away 5 points of net profit. It is the most lively and prosperous place in the entire Nishue Shifang. There are no less than thousands of people coming in and out every day. It is indeed a good place to arrange flowers and jade. If you ask, what flowers are arranged? What jade is arranged? The flowers arranged are spring-like and eloquent, and the jade is sad and soul-stirring. You came here for his own ulterior motives. Enter the store and take out the spirit stone. Because there are many people with mysophobia in the cultivation world, Qingji Building also provides virgins. If you don't mind, there are also good ladies from the upper class who provide services. Just give more tips. Considering that he has never seen blood in this life, you spared no expense to buy a virgin furnace and a night of passion. While waiting, he could not help but sigh. The fortune teller said that he was hiding in the city with a treasure, but it was a pity that the treasure was covered with dust and had never been wiped. Only the beauty of Qingji Tower could make him shine. There was no other meaning. You simply planned to practice the corpse demon secret method. Considering that he would not be able to see it for the next 100 years or even longer, he had to enjoy it once in advance, purely for the sake of his health. Being in the magic way, it is inevitable that he will be affected by the environment during his growth. For the sake of mental health, it is worth a try. Young master, a charming voice sounded behind him, and a charming woman in red gauze walked steps, with full snow peaks on the upper body and round buttocks on the lower body, and a graceful figure showing exquisite curves. She sat down next to you, her beautiful pupils full of stars. Husband, at this time, another cold voice sounded, and a young woman in a blue and white dress walked out from behind the balcony screen. Her face was beautiful and her skin was white and delicate. Her chest was like a beautiful girl, with a bud just beginning to form. Her long legs were straight and had a perfect curve. She wore the blue lotus and white lotus silk stockings, a specialty of the Hahuan sect, and gently landed on Yu's right side, holding his strong waist with her bare hands. Hiss couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He only thought about overdrawing his future needs today, and never thought about whether his body could bear it. At this moment, you felt a warm and soft thing on the back of his head, as if to wrap him up. The touch was very wonderful and quite comfortable. Brother, another tall beauty with a blue skirt with an open collar and a skirt that was open to the waist bit his ear, and her voice was so tingling that he couldn't help himself. No wonder there has been a saying since ancient times that the hometown of beauties is the tomb of heroes. The ancestors were not deceiving me. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. When the sun rose to the sky, felt that his spiritual power had increased a lot. He pushed Chen Heng's arm away from his chest and got up carefully from the bed. He was immediately affected by the pain in his waist and hissed. He looked back with a little nostalgia and made up his mind to leave Qingji Building. Placement column 3, Corpse Demon Secret Method. Corpse Demon Secret Method, 0/114 40 exercises a day, and it can be completed in 3 months. From now on, he will be restricted by this secret method. If he is like an ancient corpse, it will be difficult to experience the wonders of today. Because the speed of practicing the Corpse Demon Secret Method was too shocking, 1,440 exercises a day. What does this mean? 1 exercise per minute. Therefore, you felt a clear difference as soon as he hung up. Every minute, a stream of yin qi and corpse qi suddenly appeared in his body. The yin qi merged into his blood, causing his body temperature to drop rapidly, and he felt a faint chill all over his body. The corpse qi merged into his bones, making his skin paler, and even becoming a little thin. His nails turned black and hard, and his whole temperament changed towards orthodox magic cultivation. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. The hair that had originally grown an inch of black from the roots of his hair turned completely white again. This time it was not affected by the passing of his lifespan, but a certain transformation of the yin and corpse qi. A lot of insights and experiences about the Corpse Demon Secret Method flooded into his mind. The ultimate goal of this secret method is to cultivate heavenly yin blood and corpse demon bones, which is definitely impossible to achieve with the residual method alone, so it is only the first round of preliminary transformation. Let you have the copper skin and iron bones of a zombie, and infinite strength. Possessing the Een Ghost's natural Een coldness, the speed of practicing cold attribute skills will be accelerated in the future, and the power of Een cold attribute skills will also increase dramatically, and even slightly enhance his consciousness. This kind of body transformation secret method is quite rare. If it is a complete secret method, its value is inestimable. But it is only a residual method, and it comes with a lot of side effects, so few cultivators will choose to practice it. You is interested in its special effect of connecting broken arms. In addition, Tian blood has a meaning of simulating spiritual root qualifications, which is also a way to improve his qualifications to a certain extent. It is likely to have a special connection with the cold blood art. After all, they are all aimed at the Een cold changes produced by blood. The effect can be seen in 3 months. Yu quickly returned to his residence, sealed his residence, and began a long-term retreat. So, April of the second year of his outer sect career. 90 days passed in a flash. In front of a human high ice mirror in the residence of the evil god Square, Yu, whose appearance has changed drastically, is looking at his new appearance. His eyes are dark green, and the whites of his eyes have turned into pure black, which looks a bit creepy. 2 fangs grew out of the upper jaw, exactly like zombie teeth. His skin was whiter than a dead person, and his silver hair was tied into a high crown, which made him look neat and capable. His originally delicate facial features were strangely matched with the pupils of his eyes were strange, and he looked a bit more evil. This was a change in his facial features. The nails of his hands and feet became black and sharp, and the change was most obvious. His limbs and bones were full of energy, and he was so strong that he could smash a green rock as tall as a person. He had a copper skin and iron bones, and was invulnerable to swords and guns, and was not susceptible to water or fire. At the same time, you found that he became a little afraid of light, and preferred dark environments. He had a bloodthirsty feeling and a desire to devour those lonely ghosts. These were all side effects brought about by the corpse demon secret method. To a certain extent, it was a transformation into a physique similar to that of a zombie or a ghost, with the advantages of both and the disadvantages of both. Yu's body temperature dropped to about 18 or 19 degrees, and his heart beat very slowly. His blood turned into Een, and black talisman particles were swimming in it. His bones turned into demons, and corpse chi penetrated into his bone marrow, forming a set of incomplete talismans on his bones. Placement column 3, Corpse Demon Secret Method, Incomplete Method / in the process of completion. Corpse Demon Secret Method, 100 out of 114 40 exercises a day, can be completed in 20 years. Yu was deeply surprised, and then suddenly realized. The 20 years here should refer to the time required to complete to the second level, and there will be third and fourth levels later, which are equivalent to the nascent soul stage. The body transformation is completed. According to the description of the Corpse Demon Secret Method, the next step is to use the Een and corpse chi to condense a Een blood pill in the body. This thing is the key to connecting the broken limbs. Not only can it eliminate the reaction of foreign body rejection, if 3 Een blood pills can be cultivated, it can even regenerate a broken arm. This can only be achieved by completing to the third level. The road ahead is long and arduous. While he was checking his body, he made a new discovery, the change of qualifications. The incomplete heavenly Een blood and corpse demon bone seemed to have given him another evil qualification, like an acquired Een spiritual root, which complemented the initial mutation of the ice spiritual root. The change of Een Bing attribute was all applied to his water spiritual root, which suddenly grew from an inch to nearly 4 inches in length. The aptitude of the spiritual root was almost the same as that of the mixed spiritual root. This change made Yu overjoyed. He sacrificed his second brother's happiness and endured so many side effects just for this change. After a day of meditation, he had 4 more strands of refined Een cold spiritual power in his body. This change meant that his cultivation speed doubled again. The effect of the cold blood pill will last for a maximum of 160 days, or about 5.5 months, and he will be able to successfully break through the 5th level of Qi training. This is a milestone-like transformation for his entire cultivation career, and it is of extraordinary significance. From today on, time seems to have pressed the accelerator. The change in Yu's appearance did not attract much attention. After all, this is the magic way, and there are many strange cultivators who are neither human nor ghost. His is still normal, just like a zombie. Only the Alchemist Association, Zhao Shang and others discovered the extraordinary nature of his secret method, but they did not ask much. He earned spirit stones as usual, and he was also contacting the inner disciples of Heaven Corpse Peak to seek a corpse to make up for the broken arm. Although Su Jinchuan promised the arm of the second-level ice corpse, he could not go to Duanping to ask. He had not contacted him for such a long time, which actually explains some problems. If it lasts for a few more years, there may be more changes. Therefore, Yu first looked for it himself. At least he had to be at the peak of the first level, and it would be best if he could get the broken arm of the second-level corpse. For the foundation building cultivators of Tianshi Peak, there should be many second-level corpses that cannot be repaired. If you only buy an arm, there should be many opportunities. On the other hand, Yu is also looking for a good quality magic weapon to prepare for his future departure. In this way, 5.5 months passed in a flash. In September of the second year of his outer sect career, Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, felt a surge of aura on his body, and his spiritual power reached the extreme of the current stage. A full 300 cold spiritual powers lingered around his body, condensing a layer of frost on the ground. The 5th level of Qi training, achieved. The original plan of 3.5 years, only took more than a year to achieve the goal. The speed can be said to be fast. As for breaking through the 6th level of Qi training, it is relatively long, and it is necessary to condense a full 1,000 spiritual powers. At that time, you will encounter the bottleneck from the middle to the late stage of Qi training. It is necessary to refine the spirit of the 1,000 spiritual powers for the second time, from 1,000 to 100, with shares as the unit, and 100 spiritual powers are for the 7th level of Qi training. Then it was the last accumulation, until he reached the threshold of the 3rd soul refining, using the soul power to transform into liquid, and promoted to true essence, which was one of the 3 stages of foundation building. At present, he needed to accumulate 700 soul powers to complete it. According to the current efficiency of the 2 placement columns, it would take 1,750 days, nearly 5 years, which was not slow. If the top-grade cold blood pill was included, it would take about 3 years to break through. It was much faster than before. After all, the efficiency of 1 placement column was 2 strands/day, and 2 was 4 strands/day. The 3rd column had to be used to place the corpse demon secrets, and could not be moved. Placing the main cultivation method in 2 placement columns at the same time also doubled the efficiency of its deduction and promotion to the 2nd level cultivation method. Reducing 20 years to 10 years was also a big benefit to him. After all, the slight improvement of his qualifications by cold blood art was crucial to him. On the day of leaving the retreat, a talisman was pasted on the isolation barrier of Yu's residence. After reading the information on it, he couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect to find the arm of the 2nd level corpse refiner. 3 days later, he went out to keep the appointment. At the same time, in the gradually declining Su mansion, the huge Su Jiaojia was standing in front of Su Qingshan, with a cold light flashing in her fat eyes that was difficult for outsiders to detect, and her voice was still charming. Su Lang, my father was taken away by the law enforcement hall and there has been no news since. Are you sure that Yu is behind this? Of course. Su Qingshan looked confident and analyzed the situation in detail. Sister Zhao, after my investigation, the grandson of the Zhu family in your father-in-law's shop was reported by you. He also benefited from it and was favored by Zhuo Shouqing of the law enforcement hall. Zhu Shaosun offended the 3rd true disciple of the evil god Peak. He conspired with his grandfather, Manager Zhu, in the Su's alchemy shop to deceive his father-in-law, seek Su's resources, and plan to use spirit stones to atone for his crimes. This matter was ruined by you, and nearly 100,000 spirit stones were swallowed by Zhuo Shouqing. After the true disciple of the evil god Peak learned about it, he was jealous of the spirit stones, so he used the excuse to detain my father-in-law, wanting to get a piece of the pie. In the final analysis, it was all Yu's fault. The process of Su Qingshan's investigation is true, and the source of information is very accurate, proving that he still has some ability, but it is unreasonable to blame you. But this is also the only way. Whether it is Zhuo Shouqing or the true disciple of evil god Peak, they are not people that the Su family and he can offend. They can only blame you and hate you. Isn't this a kind of self-deception and self-deception? Evil god Peak is ranked last in the Nilingsu sect. Only they can covet this amount of spiritual stones for the true disciples. Deacon Su is just unlucky. He dared to open a pill shop in the Evil God Square, which actually offended the people of Evil God Peak, because the spiritual stones he paid, one is to give it to the alchemy hall, representing the orthodoxy of the sect. The other is to give it to the 5th peak, Manhua Peak. The Su family is all disciples of Manhua Peak, seeking protection. How can the Evil God Peak accept it? It is said that the grandson of the surnamed Zhu came to cheat the resources of the Su family's alchemy shop, and it was personally instructed by the true disciple of the evil god Peak. It is very likely. Su Jiaojiao practiced a magic technique that her father got by chance, and she turned from a young girl into an ugly pig. She dared not go out to see people all day long. Her mind was both simple and twisted. She was simple because she still believed in love and was willing to give the elixir she used for her own practice to Su Qingshan for refining. She believed that after the other party broke through the foundation, he would be able to abandon the strange eyes of the world and marry her. She was twisted not only because of her weird and tormenting habits, but also because of her weird and perverted personality. Su Qingshan led Su Jiaojiao to hate you, originally wanting to get the secret information of Tan Taichan from you, so as to seek the top-grade foundation building pill in his hand. But since Tan Taichan returned from Tianbao City, many first-generation foundation building masters have fallen silent, and even the alchemy hall invited Tan Taichan to give lectures to the inner disciples who were learning alchemy. This greatly deterred all those who had ill intentions. This is a person with a background, this is a consensus. So, Su Qingshan gave up the opportunity with Tan Taichan and wanted to seek the opportunity of foundation building from his father-in-law. After all, there was Su Jiaojiao. If he could sacrifice his appearance and persuade her with words, he dared not guarantee the top-grade foundation building pill, but there was still a high probability of getting the low-grade foundation building pill such as Nishue pill, which was a second-best choice. Then, there was nothing else. Deacon Su was detained, Su's pill shop was sealed, and there was a huge deficit of nearly 100,000 spirit stones. Even if his father-in-law escaped from prison, it would be a problem to prepare the foundation building pill for Su Jiaojiao, not to mention his son-in-law who had not yet married. He hated you to the extreme, and used secret methods to control several outer disciples of Wuyin Peak, driving them to ambush you, intending to kill him as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, they were all killed in return. At the critical moment, he controlled their minds and made them confess the 3 words Su Jiaojiao to get rid of his suspicion. So what happened today happened. Another robbery and murder. At this moment, you felt a headache. Following the principle of learning from failure, he basically did not go into the corners. Today, he met with an inner disciple of Tianshi Peak. He met Su Jiaojiao near the corpse raising ground of Tianshifang. The corpse raising ground is equipped with a yin gathering array, which covers a very large area and is located at the outermost part of Tianshifang. Except for a few small attics where the corpse raisers live, it is no different from the wild. The other party can locate so accurately, it must be that the inner sect of Tianshifang who asked him to meet betrayed him. Thinking of this, he persuaded, Miss Su believes that I have no grudges against you, and I even helped Deacon Su. Why do you keep pestering? Pestering you? Helping my father? You are full of nonsense. Su Jiaojiao's fat face showed a ferocious and angry look. When did this lady pester you? It's you who won't let my Su family go, you deserve to die. You keenly smelled something wrong, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Seeing the tiger tank rushing over, how could he be willing to surrender? Humph, stubborn. Today is different from the past. After a year and a half, you has changed dramatically. As soon as he moved, he immediately pulled out 9 phantom bodies, which spread out in all directions, standing in the 9 palaces position and forming a sword gesture with one hand. I saw that next to each phantom body, there were 10 sharp ice swords condensed, and hundreds of them shot out densely. 9 fake and 1 real. The ice crystal sword blade glowed with a faint light and was almost unrecognizable. Su Jiaojiao stomped her feet on the ground, and roared fiercely with her energies sinking into her dantian. It turned out to be a very rare sound wave technique. Manhua Feng is famous for its strong physique. Although it is not the inheritance of an orthodox body refiner, it still got 6 points of the essence. This is a top-grade spell, the barbarian ghost angry sound. Waves of screams set off visible sound waves, and the fake ice swords condensed by the phantom bodies all disappeared. Only the ice sword cast by Yu's real body was still moving forward. In this way, Su Jiaojiao waved her arm, and her right hand was suddenly covered by black smoke, expanding several times, turning into a black ghost hand to sweep away all the ice swords. Yu showed a solemn look, and Su Jiaojiao's cultivation level was shocked to reach the 8th level of Qi training, a full 3 levels of realm difference, and the pressure surged. He pinched his fingers again to increase the power of the spell. Ice coffin curse binding. The temperature dropped rapidly, frost condensed on the ground, and 4 ice walls appeared around Su Jiaojiao, closing in an instant. Then, the upper and lower gaps were closed with ice crystals, and the giant ice coffin floated horizontally in the air. Kill. Yu's spell changed, and dense ice spikes penetrated the entire ice coffin, turning it into a sea urchin. No matter how strong Su Jiaojiao was, she was still a flesh and blood body. His perfect level top-grade spell was almost as powerful as that of a Qi training cultivator. If the ice coffin curse was not a purely offensive spell, there would be a high chance of killing her in one strike. Most of the spiritual power in his body was gone, and Yu quickly took a top-grade healing pill. He also participated in the alchemy trade in the past 6 months and accumulated several bottles of first-grade top-grade pills. The speed of recovery was very fast, and the consumed spiritual power was fully restored in a few breaths. This is the domineering part of the top-grade wheeling pill. Its medicinal power is mild and easy to refine. The excess medicinal power can continue to take effect in the next half an hour. At this time, Su Jiajiao's body was riddled with holes, but the fatal points such as the head and heart were avoided, and the ice spikes did not kill her in one blow. I want you to die. Boom! The ice coffin exploded. As he stared in astonishment, Su Jiajiao's huge body began to shrink, and streams of black smoke with ghost faces emerged from her wounds in 7 orifices. They were actually the evil ghosts that had been swallowed into her body. It was similar to the method of using ghosts at Wuyin Peak, but it was essentially different. Her fat body shrank to the other extreme, with her skin attached to her bones, and she was as thin as an ancient corpse. These black smoke with ghost faces once again clung to Su Jiajiao's body, forming a black armor with the ability to float in the air, which flew towards you with its head covered. The number of methods and the strange changes were all beyond Yu's expectations. He didn't expect that the methods of the cultivators in the late stage of Qi training would be so rich. He immediately propped up the ice shield technique to try to stop Su Jiajiao from advancing. But he saw his shoulders shake, and a mountain evil ghost appeared, forming a mountain character seal, and suddenly hit it, and the ice shield exploded, shooting out a large number of scattered ice cubes. It was another top-grade spell inherited from the barbarian Ghost Peak, shaking the mountain. With one arm, you flew back and pulled out of the space. He followed Su Jiajiao closely and dodged the move dangerously. He seemed to be struggling, but in fact, he was able to handle it with ease. Without using the 9 illusionary bodies, the illusionary step was enough to deal with all the battles in the Qi training period. As the opponent crashed into the ground, smoke and dust billowed, and gravel and soil splashed randomly, you quickly thought of a way to break the situation. He had used all the techniques he knew, can suppress but difficult to kill with one blow, in real combat, found its own flaws. Fortunately, it was in the sect, it was really impossible to beat, escaping to a crowded place was enough to solve the crisis, it was fortunate. But he didn't want to hide, leaving the sect soon. It is not ruled out that Zhao Shang would deal with him personally, at this time if he could defeat Su Jiajiao, who was at the 8th level of Qi training, it would prove that he had the strength to fight with Zhao Shang, which was of extraordinary significance. While thinking, you looked at his feet in astonishment. 2 dark iron chains broke out of the ground and bound his legs tightly. Top-grade magic weapon? In a flash, Su Jiajiao stood up again, with a triumphant smile on her skinny face. I didn't expect it, my fighting skills are not comparable to your spirit slave. Boom boom! Su Jiajiao cast the mountain-shaking collision again, watching the other party rushing straight at him, with a rampant attitude. You cast the ice coffin curse, this time using the ice coffin to protect himself inside, instead of binding the enemy. The next moment, the two collided. The extremely hard ice crystals of the ice coffin curse took effect. Su Jiajiao's mountain-shaking collision was far from perfect. When she ran out of energy, she only left a lot of cracks on one side of the ice coffin. Blocked. Without waiting for you to relax, the ghost armor on Su Jiajiao's body suddenly turned into a huge evil ghost head, opening its mouth and biting down. Crack, crack, crack! The ice coffin lasted for 3 breaths and then burst completely. You fell backwards, but his legs were bound in place by the chains. The huge mouth of the ghost head closed on his chest, which was very dangerous. Only half a foot away, he would be bitten in 2. The more dangerous it was, the calmer you was. The size of Su Jiajiao's evil ghost armor was not infinite. After turning into a giant ghost head, the black smoke on his body was gone. You took the opportunity to pounce forward, and his body suddenly rose like a spring. The right hand was covered with Yin and corpse qi, causing the nails to swell up, and one claw dug out the heart. You, who possessed the incomplete corpse demon bones, had the characteristics of a zombie and was extremely powerful, but no one knew this. Su Jiajiao, who was known for her physical strength in the Manhwa peak technique, did not dodge or evade. Instead, she used the same palm to fight against you. Then, she was horrified. After the collision, Su Jiajiao's right hand was bent 180 degrees, and you grabbed her wrist tightly and pulled her close. He raised his head and hit you. You Tai-Tu knocked on the opponent's forehead, and Su Jiajiao was almost fainted. At this moment, his right hand loosened and a ruthless claw pierced through his chest. A small heart with sticky black blood appeared in Yu's hand. Forced to hang on his single arm, Su Jiajiao vomited blood repeatedly. The giant ghost head in the air quickly weakened and split into ghost faces and black smoke again, wailing continuously. You won. After saying this, Su Jiajiao's life was cut off, and the evil ghosts connected with her life also dissipated. You put the body into the storage bag with a complicated look in his eyes. The top-grade magic chain wrapped around his feet was also a trophy, so he put it all away. Killing Su Jiajiao meant that his relationship with Deacon Su turned into a revenge for killing his daughter. Although the other party was detained in the law enforcement hall, he would definitely be able to get out in the end. After all, he was a victim. No matter how domineering the Nilingsu sect was, they would not kill him. It was nothing more than imprisoning him for a longer period of time. The order and rules of the sect were essentially what the upper class needed, and they would naturally maintain them. I will not let the law lose its prestige for some small profits. For you, it is not good news that there is another great enemy in the Foundation building. It is imperative to leave the sect. Thinking of this, you checked Su Jiajiao's storage bag while walking towards the agreed place. The inner sect of Tianchi Peak betrayed him, so he had to go to her house to have a good argument. In addition to checking Su Jiajiao's storage bag, there are many ordinary things in it. There are about 2,000 spiritual stones and a large number of various elixirs. She is a real rich woman. There are also several jade slips and magic tools, describing the control methods and effects. The top-grade magic tool, the Dark Spirit Iron Chain, has the effect of differentiation and binding. It can be extended to a maximum of 100 meters and can be divided into 3. It also has a slight inhibitory effect on spiritual power. After use personal experience, the spiritual power suppression is almost non-existent, but the binding effect is very good. Su Jiajiao is very offensive, and it is very suitable to match such a top-grade magic tool. Now it has become his trophy. The other magic tools are relatively weak, basically medium grade. A net and a whip were useless to you, and he could give them to Bingxue Tower later. Among the many gains, there was only one thing that you was very concerned about. It was a mysterious silk book. The black paper was written in blood, and it was obviously a magic item. Unfortunately, the ancient magic words were used to record it, and he didn't recognize them. Keep it for now. You can take a group of characters, shuffle them and let others translate them, he muttered in his heart. Next, you crossed the entire corpse-raising ground and almost came to the edge of the Nilingsu sect's protective formation, under a big locust tree. Brother, you are finally here. You are late for half an hour. I thought you didn't want this thing anymore. Yu narrowed his eyes. A man walked out from behind the willow tree. He was a little different from the disciples of Tianchi Peak. The others were all skinny and blood deficient. He was strong and had no abnormalities except that he had dark circles under his eyes. He was carrying a black locust wood coffin on his back, holding a gray-white arm in his hand and spinning it, as if he was playing out of boredom, and greeted him casually. Gu Zhangshan, don't play tricks on me. Gu Zhangshan was an inner disciple of Tianchi Peak. When he entered the Nilingsu sect, he worshipped under an inner foundation building deacon. He had a master, and his master was the Jindan elder of Tianchi Peak. The background is already considered high. It is precisely because this person can take out a useless second-level corpse refining arm, and his cultivation is only at the 6th level of chi training, that you dares to make a deal with him. Hey, brother, what you said is biased. This corpse-raising place is remote and sparsely populated. It is normal to encounter some accidents. It is not intentional by Gu. Humph, you did not pester him anymore. After all, that arm was indeed something he urgently needed. This is 1,000 spirit stones. Let's trade. Okay. Gu Zhangshan readily agreed and did not raise the price temporarily. Normally, a second-level corpse refinement has a huge price difference depending on the type and strength. The expensive ones cost 30 or 40,000, and the cheap ordinary corpse refinement costs 8 or 9,000. It is very rare for you to only buy a stump, but the second-level stump can only be eaten as food by healthy corpse refinement, or kept as sewing materials, so the price is not particularly high. 1,000 spirit stones is already a lot. This broken arm was from a second-level divine corpse, and its power was superior to that of a corpse of the same level. After you used it to repair his missing left arm, he would have an extra skill. Therefore, it was not a loss. After the transaction was completed, you turned around and left, but heard Gu Zhangshan say, "Brother, please stay." Anything else? You frowned and asked back. It's not a big deal. I heard that brother has the Xiangu token. I wonder if you can trade it to me. Hearing this, Yu's heart sank. The son of a Zhao Shang sold him out again. The Xiangu token is closely related to his plan to leave the sect, and it is impossible to trade it out. In addition, there are only a few months left before the 5-year rotation. Zhao Shang suddenly told Gu Zhangshan. Is he trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? In this case, the condition for Gu Zhengshan to cooperate with Su Jiaozhou is likely to be this token, which is still a hot commodity. With a turn of his eyes, Yu asked back, Xian Gu token, I have it. I guess brother Gu learned about it from Zhao Shang. What is the purpose of this token? With brother's background, it is not difficult to get this token. Gu Zhengshan heard the words, first nodded to confirm the source of the news, and then explained, the Xiangu token is related to the Xiangu Mountain, a resource production area of the Niling blood sect, and is responsible for stationing and mining a special material called Xiangu wood. It has a great auxiliary effect on the growth of corpses. This is what Gu wants. Are you satisfied with this explanation? You frowned. Why do you want the one in my hand? Gu Zhengshan paused for a moment and continued. There are two types of Xiangu orders, one is the mining order, and the other is the mountain master order. The one in your hand is the mountain master order. There are only 3 mountain master orders that can lead all matters of Xiangu Mountain. Gu knows that he can't get the other 2, so he can only think about it from brother. So that's how it is. Since getting this Xiangu token, Yu has also investigated information in this area, but he can't find out much, because Xiangu Mountain is too far away from the mountain gate. The Qiyuan demon realm has a territory of 23 states, and the 5 major demon sects share the fertile land and spiritual veins. The Ni Lingshui sect occupies the 4 western states, half of which borders the Taihu spirit realm, and the other half is the territory of the Hehuan sect. They are stronger and own land on 5 continents. Xiangu Mountain is located in the territory of Fengzhou, one of the 4 states, far away from Zuyuanzu, where the Ni Lingshui sect's mountain gate is located. The mountains are high and the emperor is far away, and it is difficult for the imperial power to go to the countryside. This leads to the interests of Xiangu Mountain being dominated by the 3 mountain masters. The value of this token is much higher than you imagined. Gu Zhengshan told him everything without hiding anything. In fact, he also had his own purpose. Brother, how are you thinking about it? Seeing that he was slow to speak, Gu Zhengshan could not help but urge him, and promised, I can exchange an ordinary Xuangu order for your Mountain Lord order, and add 1,000 spirit stones. After going to Xuangu Mountain, you and I can also form an alliance and advance and retreat together. Xuangu Mountain is not a safe place. There are many dangerous places. You don't know much about it. If you get help from Gu, you can quickly gain a foothold. I promise not to reveal anything about Su Jiaozhou. Under the sugar-coated bullet, you immediately came to his senses. The reason why the other party knew everything was actually because he saw his strength. After all, his coming to the appointment meant that Su Jiaozhou was dead. That was an 8th-level Qi training cultivator, not a weak chicken. This kind of enticement shows that Xuangu Mountain is more dangerous than imagined, otherwise Gu Zhengshan, a disciple of a powerful Jin Dan, would not have promised him so many conditions. Okay. I promise you. Gu Zhengshan was overjoyed and threw back the 1,000 spirit stones that you had just given him. At the same time, he took out an ordinary Xiangu order and gave it to him. You also gave the Mountain Lord order to Gu Zhengshan. Both parties were very satisfied with the deal. He was unwilling to show up in public. The Mountain Lord order not only represented interests, but also a lot of troubles. It was a way to bring disaster. You went out to avoid disaster, and by the way, he washed off his shameful abilities and pushed more excuses to opportunities. Zhao Shang would definitely not have thought that he was willing to give in. After all, when the 2 of them were getting along, you had always been domineering and poisonous, and almost didn't take Zhao Shang seriously. Gu Jingshuan's calculations failed, but he took a fancy to his strength, and quickly made a choice, exchanging great benefits for Yu's support. His courage should not be underestimated. Win-win. The deal was reached, and Gu Zhengshan took out a jade slip and gave it to you, which recorded a lot of actual conditions of Xiangu Mountain. After you took a rough look, his heart tightened. He felt that the situation over there was extremely complicated, and it was inevitable that he would want to retreat. However, if everything went well and he could gain a firm foothold, it might help him reach the peak of Qi training faster. Then, we'll leave first. See you in 3 months. Okay, see you in 3 months. After leaving this remote place and returning without any trouble, he was a little puzzled as to why he didn't see Su Qingshan. Evil God Square, Su Mansion. Su Qingshan was looking at the broken jade pendant in his hand with a gloomy face. This Pisces jade pendant was the token of love between him and Su Jiaozhou. Once broken, it meant the death of one of them. However, he smiled again in a flash. It was a pity that the revenge failed, but he was still happy that he got rid of Su Jiaozhou, a sick fat pig. Turning his head and observing the surroundings, Su Qingshan laughed. He opened the mouth of the storage bag as wide as possible and actually started to pack the valuable items in the entire Su mansion. Although these things were fragmented, they were worth a lot of spiritual stones in total. And the most valuable deed was all his, Su Qingshan's. As for the revenge after Deacon Su came out, he didn't care at all. With you, the murderer of his daughter, attracting hatred in front, he decided to hide away from the mountain gate. After leaving a letter, naturally, he came to Bingxue Tower to find Zhao Shang, hoping that the other party would arrange a suitable job for him and avoid the limelight for a few years. After listening to Su Qingshan's needs, Zhao Shang couldn't help showing a strange look. I suggest Brother Qingshan to go to Zumingfang to buy an ordinary Xuangu order. Xuangu Mountain is one of the farthest places from the mountain gate in Fengzhou. Okay. Su Qingshan agreed without much thought. After all, the situation was urgent and avoiding disaster was important. After you successfully returned to the evil god square, he immediately checked the second-level divine corpse arm in his hand. Zombies are one of the evil creatures in the world. They are born with resentment and feed on blood. The classification of types and grades is very complicated. If there are zombies that have survived the thunder, they will have shallow spiritual wisdom and have the opportunity to ascend to heaven. They are generally divided into 3 types: armored corpses, evil corpses, and strange corpses. In the inheritance of Tianchi Peak, armored corpses are the main ones, followed by evil corpses, and strange corpses are the rarest. Most of them are the yuanying seeds of natural spirits. After the corpses are transformed, they can inherit the spiritual abilities of their previous lives. They are the most special. Armored corpses are divided into 4 levels: copper armored corpses, iron armored corpses, gold armored corpses, and untransformed bones, corresponding to chi training, foundation building, dan formation, and yuanying. The evil corpses are divided into 4 levels: hairy zombies, green zombies, flying zombies, and night demons. They are the same as above. There is no separate name for the strange corpses. They are often named according to their characteristics. It is difficult to copy them. The zombies controlled by the monks are collectively called refined corpses. As the name suggests, they are zombies that are refined and controlled. Controlling corpses to fight. Previously, the ice corpse promised by Su Jinshuan is a kind of evil corpse that has absorbed the cold evil spirit. It is compatible with Yu's attributes. If the arm of the ice corpse can be used to connect the broken arm, it is actually the most suitable. The divine corpse is a powerful corpse among the armored corpses. It is mostly made from the corpses of those who are born with divine power or monks who practice body refining techniques. It is extremely powerful. It can easily tear tigers and leopards alive and carry the 9 tripods. This arm is grayish-white, with knotty muscles, swollen lean meat, and the capillaries under the skin are dark blue. The rich corpse gas is structured on the surface into the shape of mountain ridge armor plates, which is 3 circles larger than Yu's right hand. Yu frowned and silently operated the corpse magic secret method. During this period of time, this secret method has been in the placement column. Even though it has been perfected, it is still absorbing the yin and corpse chi, and merging with his own spiritual power into a yin blood pill. With the broken talisman particles in the blood as the core, it merges into a yin blood pill, with blood vessels as the way, and travels throughout the body. Affected by the incomplete secret method, only one can exist in the body temporarily, so operate with caution. Yu opened his mouth and spit out a yin blood pill, injected it into the corpse arm, and then injected spiritual power to start refining. This is a relatively long process. The effect of the yin blood pill is actually to transform this corpse arm and make it change towards Yu's body. All kinds of subtle details need to be adjusted and transformed, and one is far from enough. Fortunately, there is a placement bar to help him hang up and condense the yin blood pill, so there will be no shortage of supply. As time goes by, under the effect of one yin blood pill after another, this left arm begins to shrink, and the appearance is basically the same as Yu's right hand, gradually matching. This is a surface change. Going deep into the inner layer, every component structure inside is being assimilated by Yu's yin blood. This second-level corpse arm is really not easy to refine. It took 2 months. On this day, Yu changed the magic formula of his right hand and shouted softly, "Continue." The corpse arm has long become his shape, and the broken end is close to his shoulder. In an instant, dancing corpse threads connect the two. Bones connected, skin and flesh connected, meridians reconnected, nerves restored. After 4 changes in a row, Yu shuddered violently, and the flexibility was no different from his original hand. The feeling of regaining his left arm was certainly gratifying, but it also brought new problems. It had no vitality. A corpse is a corpse. It has been a zombie for too long. He lost the vitality that a living person should have. After Yu practiced the corpse demon secret technique, although he was a little less human, his essence had not changed. Now the bones of the corpse arm were connected to his bones, and the internal bone marrow came into contact with each other. A sense of death began to erode his body, starting from the bone marrow level, slowly. Yu's face was serious. This is a fatal disease. The death energy penetrated into the bone marrow, which could shorten lifespan at the least and cause sudden death at the worst. However, because of the corpse demon's secret technique, his own bones were also abnormal, and he formed a symbiotic relationship with it. If he used this death energy well, it would become his killer. Similarly, under normal circumstances, if he was entangled by death energy, even if he was extremely young and had a sufficient lifespan, he would not live more than 10 years. However, although the secret technique was incomplete, it was still effective. With the help of spiritual power cultivation to contain it, he should be able to maintain balance. As long as the death energy was controlled in this arm and did not invade the body, his lifespan would be worry-free. When the corpse demon's secret technique was completed to the second level, the problem of this corpse arm could be completely solved. This was the end of it. After the left arm recovered, its strength was obviously much greater than that of the right arm. The black nails grabbed the rock wall, which was no different from kneading tofu. The terrifying power has exceeded the limit that a chi training cultivator can achieve. Yu was thoughtful. The original plan was to purchase a magic weapon, but with the first-grade superior quality nether spirit iron chain obtained from Su Jiaojiao, there was no need to buy it anymore. This magic weapon was also suitable for him. With this strong divine left hand, killing people of the same realm is as easy as slaughtering chickens. He should prepare more medicinal materials and refine a large number of auxiliary and functional elixirs, such as the Bigu pill, the soul-returning pill, the barrier-removing pill, the taste-removing powder, etc. He even refined several bottles of the wonderful pill for entertainment, preparing for the trip to Xuangu Mountain, and also needed to buy a set of formation flags for going out. So, another month passed. In December of the second year of Yu's outer sect career, in the early autumn, a dusty team returned to the Niling blood sect. There were only about 80 people, but all of them were in the late stage of chi training. Half of them have reached the 9th level of chi training, and each of them is only one step away from building a foundation. This team is the team that left the sect 5 years ago and went to Xuangu Mountain. Such a scene really surprised many people. What kind of opportunity is hidden in Xuangu Mountain? Junior brother. As expected, it was Gu Zhengshun who called him. The other party seemed eager to tie him to the chariot. Considering the agreement between them, there was no need to fall out for the time being. Yu smiled and said, "Brother Gu, I haven't seen you for many days. You are still as charming as ever. No, look at these people, and you will know why I am obsessed with Xuangu Mountain." Yu nodded in agreement. No matter who saw him, he looked like a brother. The square where people gathered at this moment was the front hall square of the Zudianfang. The Xuangu Mountain mission was a public business of the sect. The handover between the two groups of people also needed to be handled by the mission hall. Therefore, there were quite a few people standing here. Gu Zhengshun secretly pointed out two people who were the center of attention and introduced them to him in a low voice. "Junior brother, look at the woman in black clothes and green hair. She is an inner sect disciple of the third peak of the sect, the Gudu peak. Her name is Lu Jingxian, and she is at the 8th level of chi training. Her father is the Jindan elder, the true man by snake, and she is one of the lords of Xiangu Mountain. Those who surround her are all subordinates of Gudu Peak. There are more than 200 of them, which is the largest hall among the 3 masters of Xiangu Mountain." Yu raised his eyebrows. "Lu Jingxian, the name is really awesome. What about the other one?" "Siduhon, this one is an inner sect disciple of the 7th peak, the Fiving Peak. She has a foster mother who was also a Jindan cultivator, named Peach Blossom Ghost Mother, who is much stronger than the true man by snake. He himself is only at the 7th level of chi training, and has just entered the late stage of chi training. There are a total of 129 disciples from the Fiving Peak surrounding him. My goodness, the two parties together have exactly 400 people. If he came to the appointment without knowing anything, he would be the only one among the 3 mountain masters, and he would probably be killed on the way. Zhao Shang, that, deserves to be eaten soon." However, having said that, although Gu Zhengshun has a master who has reached the Jindan stage, the relationship is definitely not as close as that of his master, and in the magic way, the master-disciple relationship is not as important as imagined. Compared with Lu and Situ, Gu Zhengshuan's status is much lower. Therefore, when you look behind him, there were only 20 people, with varying levels of cultivation. The worst was only at the 3rd level of chi training, and they were carrying elm coffins, which looked shabby. This family background. Compete with those two? Yu gave Gu Zhengshun gave him a puzzled look and walked away silently. Ahem, junior brother, don't worry. The sect has released more than 500 Xian Gulings, and there are more than 80 ordinary disciples. You can recruit some. You promised to stick together through thick and thin. You paused and did not leave. Instead, he hid among the disciples of Tianchi Peak and asked someone for a useful coffin, and carried it on his back in a proper manner. From today on, he is a disciple of Tianchi Peak and he is one with the world. Gu Zhengshan saw him like this and did not stop him. He was even happy about it. Yu was his trump card, so he naturally had to hide him first. He went to the group of ordinary disciples, used his eloquence to recruit people, and also asked the old disciples who were rotated back for information. 5 years is not a short time for a Qi training cultivator. There may be a difference from the information he has, so he must find out. There is no harm in asking more. The area of a state is vast. Shui Yuan State is about 20 million square kilometers. The Niling blood sect is located in the center of this state. Hundreds of miles away is the Holy Land for practicing the blood way technique, Shui Yuan. This trip out of the sect and heading north, you need to cross Shounyazhou and reach Fengzhou, which is the northernmost part of the Qiyuan demon realm, and a remote location on the left. Further north is Endless Icefield, which is vast and uninhabited. There is also a natural disaster, extreme ice storm, which even Yuaniing old monsters find difficult to cross. The straight-line distance of this trip is more than 50,000 kilometers, which is longer than the equator in the previous life. It can be considered a long journey. At the speed of Qi training monks, even if they control the flying magic tools throughout the journey, it will take at least 26 days, an average of 80 kilometers per hour. But this is the straight-line distance. You have to bypass many dangerous places on the way, and you need to stop to restore your mana and rest daily. It is normal that the travel time will be multiplied several times. It will take at least nearly 3 months to reach Xuangu Mountain. By then, it will be just in time to welcome the new year, and the garrison time will also be counted from the arrival. Fortunately, the territory passed through was the Nilingsu sect, otherwise, let alone passing through, it would be a blessing from heaven that you did not die on the way. The map of the Red Kite Demon Realm is difficult for someone like you to obtain. Maps are also rare resources, and all sects attach great importance to them. Ordinary maps are useless. Spiritual veins, forces, dangerous places, etc. must be marked, and the risk of drawing a map is extremely high. Therefore, the further down the monks go, the more blind they become. They know how to go to a certain place, but they only know a little about the dangers they will encounter, and it is difficult to get a full picture. For monks, traveling far is also a difficult thing. The waiting time is always long. When Gu Zhengshan returned to the team, no one was around him, but there was an extra scroll in his hand. He said, "Brother, the task hall has been handed over. The reward for 5 years is 500 contribution points and 500 spirit stones. Just leave the mark with your disciple order." This amount of money is very little. Compared with the tasks accepted by Bingxue Tower, it is considered shabby. No wonder those people would rather be exploited by 60% and only do the tasks in the building. Okay. The reward of Xuangu Mountain is not the task itself, but the opportunity of this place, so it doesn't matter if it's more or less. After completing the mark, Gu Jingshan handed it to the others one by one, and then went back to hand in the task scroll, and then said, "Okay, everything is done, let's go." Yu's expression changed, pointing at the 2 gangs of Lu and Situ. "Not together? They don't think highly of us, let's go." Step by step. Just as he was about to take out the flying magic weapon, the black silk, which he had never used since he got it, Gu Jingshan took out a bone boat, threw out dozens of medium-grade spirit stones to embed, and the bone boat instantly became larger, enough to carry the 22 of them. He was ignorant. As soon as he left, Lu Jingxian and Situ Hong immediately showed their skills. One was a tower filled with poisonous smoke, which contained the universe. The other was a skull with ghosts howling, which quickly grew larger after being embedded with spirit stones. What surprised you was that there was no foundation building cultivator among them, but the disciples who received the Mountain Lord's order went freely. On the bone boat, Gu Jingshan, who was flying out of the sect, seemed to see what he was thinking and joked. "Fengzhou is remote, and the Xuangu mountain we are going to is close to the endless ice field. There are not many foundation building cultivators who go there, and once they are settled, it will be difficult to move for 40 or 50 years. It turned out to be like this. 2 words can be used to summarize it: exile. After leaving the sect, Gu Jingshan handed over the work of operating the bone ship to his subordinates, and sat on the top floor platform with Yu to drink, and by the way, he talked about some information about Xuangu Mountain and what they were going to do next. This conversation lasted nearly 3 months, which was not much different from the time you estimated. The speed of the bone ship was actually faster than that of the chi training monks, but Gu Zhengshun did not use spirit stones to charge it after leaving the sect. Instead, he let many of his disciples take turns to ride on it. You also experienced the feeling of controlling the bone ship. It was not much different from riding a boat in his previous life, just in the sky. After leaving the sect, he didn't have to swell his face to show off. He also felt sorry for the spiritual stones and didn't need to waste them on the road. In this way, at the end of March in the third year of Yu's outer sect career, everyone just arrived at Xiangu Mountain. Its landform was completely different from what you had guessed. These were three giant skylight-like mountains. After a lot of artificial carving, the middle was empty. They were at least several thousand meters high. Each layer was hollowed out and supported by only dozens of pillars. From a distance, it looked like a stone tower. White bone wood grew between the layers. The highest was only 6 meters, and the layer height was about 10 meters. Each skylight mountain had about 300 layers. This is a specially changed planting pattern after the transformation. Simple stone houses and wooden houses are evenly distributed on each floor. There are several stone halls on the bottom and top floors, with the blood demon flag of the Niling blood sect, symbolizing sovereignty. In the middle of the three Xuangu mountains, there is a large camp that can accommodate thousands of people. There are almost no vegetation and the land is barren. There are many low mountains with exposed rocks surrounding this area. The air is filled with a faint smell of corpses finally arrived. Gu Zhengshun said excitedly. They belong to the Heaven Corpse Peak. Even if they did not stop in the main city of Yiqianzhou and Fengzhou along the way, they are still the last to arrive. The other two mountain masters have already chosen the mountaintops and are directing their men to take over the old formation and arrange the new formation. The three Xuangu mountains, the one on the far right. This patio-style cylindrical mountain has the least Xuangu wood planted, sparsely, and it is not a big deal at first glance. Gu Zhengshun didn't care, and immediately controlled the bone ship to stop at the bottom and commanded, "Go count how many black bone trees there are. You go check the Yin gathering formation, soul absorbing formation, and bonewood nurturing spirit formation. You go set up the formation flags I brought and bury the bodies." As the instructions were issued one by one, everyone was very get busy. Although the demon cultivators are good at killing and arson, this is just a trait. The so-called non-production does not mean that they do not manage resource output at all. When there is no war with the righteous, they will also produce resources, but they are not as good at it as the righteous. Most of these black bone trees are first-level Yin woods, but a few have reached the second level, which are very beneficial to armored corpses, evil corpses, and ghosts. Therefore, it is normal for Tianchi Peak and Wuyin Peak to come here. As for Guda Peak, it is for another thing. You did nothing, basically just looked around in the layers of black bone forests, mainly to check whether there were protruding white bone bags on the top of the bonewood. Some bonewoods that have reached age will grow black essence flowers. It has the effect of purifying spiritual power, which can help chi training cultivators cross the bottleneck and quickly complete the second and third spiritual refining. The second level black essence flower is somewhat helpful for breaking through the foundation. If you can get a few more plants, it will be no difficulty to pass the Jinyuan Pass, one of the three passes of the foundation. This is the real reason why Gu Zhengshun came here. Breaking through the late stage of chi training, even condensing spiritual power into a semi-liquid state, which can be converted into the state of true essence at any time, 5 years are just for this. Situ Hong's idea should be similar. There are actually many treasures that can help to pass the true essence barrier, and the top-grade foundation building pill has this effect. Therefore, the resources of Xuangu Mountain are useless to Jinchuan, and some inner disciples with deep backgrounds do not look down on them. For inner disciples like Sito Hong and Gu Zhengshun, who are neither good nor bad, it is quite attractive. Xianjing flower blooms every 3 years. Now it is the end of December, and the flowering period has long passed. It will take until the end of spring and early summer next year for a new round of flowering. The bonewood that has bloomed needs 3 years of sedimentation to accumulate the foundation for flowering again. You came to record the plants with bone bags, not without purpose. This is to lay the foundation for the harvest later. The higher you go up this Xuangu Tower mountain, the colder it is. The wind seems to have turned black, and occasionally a black shadow flashes in the sparse bonewood forest. That is actually a serious farmer here. According to intelligence, this thing is a ground-bound spirit and has a symbiotic relationship with the bonewood. It can protect the bonewood within a certain range from various damages. It is said that it was the first main clan of Xuangu Mountain. After being massacred by the Niling blood sect, it was refined. Made into ghost farmers, this is the production method of the magic way, cruel and inhumane. Situ Hong from Wuyin Peak came here, in addition to the Xianjing flower, also because this place fits the environment of ghost cultivation. The ghost slaves he cultivated lived with the bonewood for 5 years, which was about the same speed as their own cultivation, mainly because they didn't spend spirit stones. If they can live with the second-level bonewood, the effect is far greater than the ordinary cultivation investment, and they can get twice the result with half the effort, and they may even master a special technique. As for Lu Jingxian from Guda Peak, she came here most likely because of a natural disaster in Xuangu Mountain. When you went up to the 200th floor, a dense buzzing sound suddenly rang in his ears. Looking closely, he saw a large flat beehive like Ganoderma lucidum hanging on a tall second-level bonewood surrounded by the bonewood forest. Giant bees with gray bodies, bone patterns, and heads like bird skulls are swimming around. This thing is one of the disasters of Xuangu Mountain, corrupt poison bee swarm. In its natural state, this creature is considered a first-order peak alien insect. After it has formed a scale, even the foundation-building cultivators dare not touch its edge. It is also a natural poisonous insect material. The rotten poison it secretes has a restraining corrosive effect on various spiritual goals. It is a great weapon to use against the magic tools of cultivators. It is enough to become the trump card of the chi training cultivators, and it will not be outdated even when it is used in the foundation building. It is very practical. It is absolutely worth coming here for the rotten poison bees and the black essence flower. After you explored it, he just marked it, drove the flying magic tool black silk to bypass it from the outside, and continued to go up. The rotten poison bee colony feeds on the juice of bonewood and loves the nectar of the black essence flower, but it is just one of the troubles of Xuangu Mountain. The second disaster is a monster. It is called ferocious bone lion. This monster usually lives alone and will use the second-order bonewood as its territory. It will dig a hole to build a nest and feed on bonewood. This ironwood can enhance their physical strength and the length of the bone spurs on their backs. It is said to be beneficial to reproduction and can attract the attention of female ferocious bone lions. There are basically no bone trees on the lower floors, but there are 2 or 3 on each floor from the 200th floor up, almost all of which have the strength of the first-level peak and are very difficult to deal with. After walking down the mountain, not only is the number of bone trees the least, but the number of ferocious bone lions entrenched in it is also the largest. It is a hard bone to chew, no wonder it was thrown to Gu Zhengshan. You couldn't help but be curious. Did the team in the last round develop in this environment? Fighting is actually very beneficial to the improvement of the strength of the cultivators. If they fight like this every day for 5 years, it is not surprising that everyone has reached the late stage of chi training. The weak will die early, and the strong will naturally become more outstanding and practice faster. The sect's task requires each person to mine 10,000 kilograms of bonewood and report back. If it is a second-level bonewood, 100 kilograms will be enough. This is the amount for 5 years, so there is no rush. After investigating the intelligence, you felt a headache. Before April next year, he must clear several strongholds where second-level bonewood grows, and they must have bone bags. The higher it is, the better its growth state is. Second-level bonewood is almost concentrated in the top dozens of layers, and it becomes sparser as it goes down. For example, there is only 1 second-level bonewood in the entire 200th layer, and it is occupied by a bee colony. When he returned to the ground, Gu Jingshan and others were controlling 21 bronze-armored corpses, looking for a good point to bury the array, and as the triangular black flags fell one by one, the bottom 30 layers of Xiangu Mountain were all covered by a layer of black fog, which only included the area where the disciples of Tianshi Peak lived and practiced daily. Are you defending against Lu Jingxian and Situ Hong? What else? Gu Jingshan asked back, and then sighed, we are few in number and must be cautious. Gu doesn't want to compete with them. Including junior brother, there are only 22 people in total. These 300 layers of Xiangu Mountain are enough for each of us to have a good life. Why should we fight for more? Greed is not beautiful. Just guard this little piece of land. Gu Jingshuan's awareness made you admire him and greatly changed his impression of him. It's better not to cause trouble. He doesn't want to cause trouble. 5 years of meditation is enough for him to be reborn and make a further step. Papa, after clapping his hands and gathering everyone together, Gu Jingshan arranged the next plan. He said, don't worry about the mining of bonewood for the time being. Before April next year, you must take down 10 second-level bonewoods with bone packs. The rest are yours. Understand? Yu's face was distorted when he heard this. Brother Gu, do you want to? Brother, don't worry. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. They are all consumables sent by my Gu family. They serve me exclusively. Even if they die, they are still valuable. You and I have cooperated first, let's separate. That's fine. Yu raised his eyebrows, quite satisfied with this arrangement. It's better to be self-reliant. In that case, I'll leave first. Okay, Yu sat on the black silk again and flew upwards. He was alone, and even if he could take down the lower levels, they would be too sparse. He aimed at the top few levels. The second-order bone would there grows densely, with fewer bee colonies and more ferocious bone lions. His ability is more suitable for dealing with ferocious bone lions, and occupying the lower two levels is enough for him. As for whether Gu Zhangshan will regret it in the later period and bring people to pick his peaches, judging from the contact during this period of time, he will not. Gu Zhangshan is a person who knows how to judge the situation very well. It is very likely that he has spied on the battle between the corpse breeding ground and Su Jiaojia. Unless he is absolutely sure of killing him, this person will not take action. Not long after you left, a talisman flew in from the outside of the newly set up formation. A disciple took it and gave it to Gu Zhangshan, who muttered to himself, Situ Hong and Lu Jingxian invited me to gather at the camp in the middle of the three Xian Bone Mountains? Is it a gathering of the mountain masters? It makes sense since I'm new here. But, hey, I'm not going. Gu Zhangshan burned the talisman to ashes with a snap of his fingers and continued with his own business. Meanwhile, in the middle camp, the elegant and handsome Situ Hong was sitting opposite Lu Jingxian. He said, it seems that Gu Zhangshan, the pig, is unwilling to come out. What does senior sister Lu say? Lu Jingxian had green hair and a pretty face, but unfortunately her nose looked like it had been gnawed by insects, revealing two black eyes, which looked both funny and disgusting. There were also a few gray sow bugs crawling among them, like a corpse, and a sweet smell came out when they opened their mouths, which made people hallucinate. Not coming? If he doesn't come, kill him. I want all the poisonous bee colonies in the three Xuangu Mountains. Hearing this, Situ Hong said speechlessly, he has set up a maze. Can you break it, senior sister? Of course it's simple. Will you come? Forget me. I'm busy selecting the right bonewood. Humph, coward. Such a straightforward provocation was completely ineffective on Situ Hong. He even wanted to laugh. It was just the beginning and the Xianjing flower was far from blooming. Why should he do something that had no benefit? Sister Lu, do what you want. Junior brother, go ahead. The two did not reach a cooperation and dispersed calmly. The third Xuangu Mountain, the 290th floor. Yu was standing under a second-level bone tree, his left hand emitting ice-blue spiritual power, and he was strangling the throat of a fierce bone lion. He twisted the neck and threw it on the ground. Yu felt it was easy and simple. The strength of an adult fierce bone lion is comparable to that of a 9th-level Qi training cultivator, and it is stronger than Su Jiaojia in terms of realm. But this kind of low-intelligence wild monster beast, 1, has no numerous spells, and 2, no powerful magic weapons, and still walks alone. With Yu's strength, he applied the perfect level of the night-hidden curse, and then bound it with the nether spirit iron chain, and strangled the throat with his left corpse arm. Under the huge force, he was no match for him. His strong combat power and diverse means are his fundamental reliance. The newly added trump card, the divine corpse arm, can still bring him great help even if he does not use the dead air. Judging from the strength of the fierce bone lion, the outer sect disciple of the 6th level of Qi training of the Niling blood sect can kill it one-on-one, which is a waste of the advantage brought by the realm. This is the difference between having the foundation of the sect and growing up wildly. He should actually thank the thief who sold him to the Niling blood sect, otherwise he would not have grown to this point today in just over 3 years. There are about 20 second-level black bone woods on this 290-story floor, for fierce bone lions, 3 rotten bee colonies, and only 4 second-level bone woods with flower buds, but there are hundreds of first-level bone woods that show signs of growing black essence flowers. After temporarily capturing a stronghold, you began to arrange a formation purchased from the sect, which is called Blood Mist Hidden Spirit Formation, and is a typical first-level top-grade maze. It can completely cover up the spiritual energy fluctuations within 100 meters, shielding the outside world from prying eyes, and can also isolate the movements inside and outside to prevent intrusion. This set of formation flags is not cheap, costing a full 2,000 spirit stones. After activation, one needs to be consumed every day, and the spiritual power consumption will double when encountering foreign enemies. You happen to have a lot of spirit stones, so he didn't care about this consumption. The cooperation with Zhao Shang made him at least tens of thousands of profits from the ice and snow building. Several people joined forces to swallow up no less than 50,000 spirit stones in the building, which was just a small amount of money for Su Zhenchuan. But if he continued like this, he would be discovered sooner or later. After he left, he secretly informed Huang Kai and Luo Pingdu. He did not make it clear to Zhou Tao, who was more ambitious, but only passed the sovereignty of the Alchemist Association to Zhou Tao. The other party was naturally overjoyed. With the idea in mind, he immediately hooked up with Zhao Shang. The man surnamed Zhao was also a man who valued money more than his life. He had worked in Bingxue Tower for many years, and the amount of spiritual stones he embezzled was more than 30,000. However, the spiritual stones he spent on daily cultivation and managing relationships were much higher than those of you, a single household. Gathering 30,000 to buy the capital of the top-grade foundation building pill was still not enough. These two greedy people will sooner or later bring disaster upon themselves. Withdrawing in time and staying away from the mountain gate is also a way to avoid disaster. Back to the topic. After arranging this maze, you moved into the dilapidated stone house left by his predecessors. The corpse of the ferocious bone lion has a certain value. The longest bone spur on its back is a top-grade material for refining magic tools. It is worth at least 200 spirit stones. The corpse is ordinary, but as a peak of the first level, even as blood food for captive evil creatures, it is worth more than 100. Killing two can exchange for a top-grade cold blood pill. This is a very difficult income to obtain in the sect. If you really want to earn cultivation resources, you have to leave the sect. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Xuangu Mountain is a relatively fat resource point. The three Xuangu Mountains all have second-level Yin veins. Yin veins are also a kind of spiritual veins, but the spiritual energy emitted is more inclined to Yin attributes, and they are often only bred in places with too many deaths. In theory, it is more reasonable to station foundation building cultivators in such places, and the last round of Xuangu Mountain garrison cultivators should theoretically have cleared Xuangu Mountain. It took them 3 months to get here, but this place was quickly occupied by the fierce bone lion and the rotten poison bee colony, which is a suspicious point. Therefore, even if you can easily kill the fierce bone lion, he is not careless at all. He is ready to advance slowly and guard against any subtle changes. After all, there are still more than 4 months before the flowering period. Because of the differences in the time of collection and the growth environment, the time intervals between the flowering of the bone wood are different. Every year, a part of the bone wood will bloom. More than 4 months is enough for him to conquer 2 layers for his own use. In this way, 1 month later, Ice Coffin Curse, Cold Wind comes. After perfecting the magic, in addition to its power, you can also make slight modifications based on the original. Just like now. The Ice Coffin Curse that was supposed to shape 6 ice crystals and close together to form a binding coffin was slightly deformed by you, and the 6 ice walls surrounded a group of corrupt bees. The ice crystals vibrated endlessly, and countless icicles shot out from the ice walls, accompanied by gusts of ice wind. The bees that were originally very troublesome, after this, almost all turned into ice lumps and broke on the ground. Their corruption has no effect on the magic power. A big problem was easily solved. You couldn't do this when he fought Su Jiaojiao. This was a change made according to local conditions after many battles. This is called combat experience. Rewrite a troublesome struggle into a sweeping battle. The impact of fighting skills on the strength of cultivators is also a crucial link. Yu is getting more and more adapted, but others are miserable. Especially Gu Jingxuan's group of Tianchi Peak disciples. The copper-armored corpses they controlled had corpse chi condensed into mountain-shaped copper armor, covering the surface of the armored corpses. It seemed to be the innate talent of the armored corpses, but in fact, they were disciples with a family background. They would buy some black iron to let the armored corpses refine it and merge it with the innate corpse armor, so that the defense would be further improved. It was originally a means to strengthen the armored corpses, but it suffered after encountering the swarm of rotten poisonous bees. Not only did the defense drop sharply, but the armor originally composed of corpse chi was also destroyed. It took a month to capture 3 bone trees with second-level black essence flowers growing. The efficiency was extremely slow, which was also related to their low cultivation. There were 20 people, the lowest was the 3rd level of chi training, and the highest was only the 6th level of chi training, the same level as Gu Zhengshan, so it was difficult to generate efficiency. You had already captured 2 levels, 9 second-level bone trees with flower bags, and was currently preparing for the 3rd level. With his ability, it would be enough to patrol the 3rd level every day. In the following years, basically every year, different bone trees will grow flower bags, and you can harvest them by guarding them. On this day, during daily practice, Gu Zhengshan, however, sat on the coffin board and flew straight to the level where he was. He saw the 2 levels without any bee swarms or bone lions, and he was a little envious, so he shouted from afar, "Junior brother, I have something to visit you about." As a path was revealed in the blood mist maze, Gu Jingshan walked in without hesitation, and saw you standing in front of the stone house, and he got straight to the point. We are in trouble. Yu was also a little surprised when he heard this. Why do you say that? It's Lu Jingxian. Among the 3 masters of Xuangu Mountain, Lu Jingxian is the strongest. She also has the most subordinates. In a month, she has cleaned up her Xuangu Mountain. Nearly 300 of her subordinates have nothing to do and have set their sights on Gu Jingshan. At first, she just wrote a letter, hoping to capture the poisonous bee swarm in our Xuangu Mountain alive and hand it over to her. I declined because I didn't have enough manpower. Now she wants her subordinates to help me clean up this Xuangu Mountain. If she takes over, the occupied territories will belong to them. You frowned. This situation is almost predictable and not surprising. The problem lies with Gu Jingshan. Then what? You didn't prepare any backup plan to check and balance the other 2 masters. Did you come here just to change places to be bullied? Gu Jingshan immediately explained with an embarrassed look on his face. The Gu family used to be a foundation building family, but since the death of the ancestor, it has fallen to a chi training family. Gu Mao can worship the foundation building deacon of the inner sect of Tianchi Peak as a master, and it is also a favor that the master owes to the ancestor. The foundation of the Gu family is far inferior to that of the Lu family. If she comes by force, I can only rely on you. Look at me? You couldn't help but sneer, squinting his eyes and looking at Gu Jingshan, and said, Mao is just an ordinary chi training level 5. Brother Gu relies on me as a trump card, and he made a wrong idea. If Lu Jingxian is really so strong, what's wrong with Mao raising a white flag? Just surrender, no big deal. Gu Jingshan said bitterly. Junior brother insists on doing so. Gu Mao has nothing to say, alas. Let it be. Seeing the other party leaving, Yu's face was uncertain. The main reason for cooperating with this person was that he happened to have the right opportunity, and in addition, Gu Jingshuan's strength was not high, and he was confident that he could suppress him, so he changed the mountain master's order and hid himself by the way. I thought he had a master who had reached the Jindan stage, and that he had some skills, but he turned out to be a paper tiger. But it didn't seem like that. Giving up so easily was not the style of a demon cultivator. Unless Gu Jingshan didn't come to Xuangu Mountain for the Xinjing flower. Yu muttered in his heart, and began to think about every move the other party made after arriving at Xuangu Mountain. Inspection, formation, burying the body, slowly attacking. There is no problem with these, just take it step by step. Bury the corpse. After thinking about it, if there are no other actions in secret, only this step may have other arrangements. But for the disciples of Tianchi Peak, burying the corpse is actually very normal. After all, there is a second level in vein here. Carrying it on the back is far less beneficial than burying it in the ground. Absorbing more yin energy from the ground is beneficial to the growth of the corpse. Could it be that there is a secret under Xiangu Mountain? After all, the formation arranged by Gu Jingshan only covered the bottom 30 layers of Xiangu Mountain, which was completely opposite to the actions of Lu Jingxian and Sidohong, who set up the formation to cover the upper 50 layers. Are you still plotting against me? He didn't believe that Gu Jingshan didn't have other arrangements. Now that he was facing a crisis without any reaction, he was even willing to give up the Xinjing flower, the biggest benefit of Xuangu Mountain. There could only be greater benefits that would entangle him. With this premise in mind, it was normal to think that Gu Jingshan was not right. It's just that. Is he really going to switch to Lu Jingxian? This choice is a bad strategy for you, because Lu Jingxian is so powerful. How can he, who is only at the 5th level of Qi training, get the attention and equal treatment from Gu Jingshan? Not to mention more benefits, the 2 levels in his hands and the 3rd level that he is about to occupy might all be snatched away. After all, there are many people with the surname Lu in the late stage of Qi training. Can't fight. Thinking of this, Yu felt a headache. He immediately gave up the plan to capture the 3rd level and only defended the 2 levels he already had, especially the 9 second level bone trees that were about to bloom. Whoever dared to take them would be his mortal enemy. I'm going to be ruthless like this. Another 3 days later. Nearly 300 cultivators, led by Lu Jingxian, came with 20 cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. One of them made Yu, who was observing secretly, twitch his eyelids. It was Su Qingshan, who had a personal grudge against him. When they set out, there were many people around, and his attention was basically on the 2 mountain masters, so he didn't notice him. It was a bit unexpected to find out at this time, and it suddenly occurred to him that if this person said a few bad words to Lu Jingxian, his situation would be even worse. Trouble outside the black fog. Lu Jingxian fully displayed her own aura and said loudly, Junior brother Gu, this senior sister is here to help you clean up the troubles in Xuangu Mountain as agreed. Why don't you come out to see me? In the black fog, Gu Jingshuan's silly aura suddenly sounded. La Man's voice, Senior Sister Lu is generous, and Gu is not a stingy person. Except for the lower 30 floors, the remaining vacant land is for you to use as you like. Whoever occupies it will own it. With such an agreement, Lu Jingxian's eating appearance would not be too ugly. What kind of second-level bone can there be in the lower 30 floors? His terrifying face could not help but reveal a disdainful smile. But on the surface, he was still very friendly. As the master of the same mountain, there is no need to be so. The number of my subordinates is a little more, but they are risking their lives to help you clean up Xuangu Mountain, and they also need to be paid. It just so happens that they will return the territory they conquered to you after occupying it for 4 years. How about it? 4 years? After 4 years, the 5-year garrison mission will end before the flowering season. This is also a ruthless person, and he is not prepared to share a penny. I said, Senior Sister Lu can do as you like. I have no objection even if you occupy it for 10 years. It's as it should be. His intention to cower was obvious. Not only Lu Jingxian, but even her followers felt that Gu Jingshan was no good. The grandson of a dignified Jindan elder was actually a coward. Su Qingshan was also excited. After listening to Zhao Shang's advice and learning about the many benefits of Xiangu Mountain, he was already pounding his heart. He failed to plan for the top-grade foundation building pill, but this second-order Xian Jinghua was not bad. At least it could help him increase the chance by 20%. In this way, he would have a great chance of success in building the foundation with the Nishue pill. The second-order Xian Jinghua and Lu Jingxian's Xiangu Mountain all belonged to her. Gu Jingshuan's Xiangu Mountain each had its own means. He was very confident that he could occupy the next level in the fight. There was no pressure to suppress a mountain. Lu Jingxian turned to look at his men beside him and said in a cold tone, "What I promised must count. But you must abide by the agreement. All bee colonies must be caught for me. If you miss any nest, don't blame me for depriving you of your harvest." Everyone shuddered in their hearts and bowed their heads. "I will catch all the poisonous bee colonies for Senior Sister Lu." "Very good, go ahead." Nearly 300 Qi training monks drove black silk into the Xiangu Mountain and went to different levels according to their self-awareness. The top 20 levels were almost all late Qi training monks, and it was obvious that they had already made internal arrangements. Yu retracted his gaze downwards and stared at the two disciples flying towards the 290th and 291st levels, both of whom were Qi training monks. Qi level 7. With a wave of his sleeve, the top-grade magic weapon, the Dark Spirit Iron Chain, drilled into the ground, quietly dormant, waiting for the opportunity for Yu's spiritual consciousness to drive it. Soon, 2 monks came together. Because they were both in the adjacent layers, they just found the abnormality of these 2 layers. There were no bone lions and no bee colonies. It looked like they had been cleared out. Qi training level 5? Disciple of Tianchi Peak? You had already put away the outer disciple waistcard of Hanshue Peak and only wore the outer disciple clothes of Nilingsu sect. He wanted to hide his identity and had no place to use contribution points when he was out. Yes. After you answered, he said, according to the agreement, whoever takes it down will own it. Please find another level, 2 brothers. Hearing this, the monk who asked the question showed a strange smile. Do you mean that these 2 levels are yours? Of course. Hair rampant. Gu Jingshan only mentioned the lower 30 levels. The remaining 270 levels are not in Sister Lu's promise. If you leave, you can still be spared. Most of these nearly 300 people are disciples of Gudu Peak, and only a few are from other peaks. These 2 are exactly the demon cultivators who specialize in Gu magic. The loopholes in Gu Jingshuan's words were intentional. Pretending to be listless and stupid, you had heard it early on. He just wanted to push him out and get rid of himself with the help of Lu Jingxian. After all, with the 2 of them together, it is difficult for the other party to judge whether he can infer some of the whole story based on clues. Killing with a borrowed knife is a good trick. It is also concluded that Yu is reluctant to part with these Xianjing flowers that are about to bloom. But who is Yu? He dared to take risky moves during the spirit slave period, cutting off 3 hands and 3 legs of the enemy in public. Although he lost an arm afterwards, it proved that this move was impulsive and stupid. But that is because there is no higher-level vision, and he cannot see the game and changes in form between the true disciples, not because of lack of ability. When he should shrink, he is more thorough than a turtle. When he should be crazy, he is more arrogant than anyone else. Shame on you. You took the initiative to attack. His figure turned into 5, and ice swords shot out from the sky. The 2 men were surprised for a moment, and each of them used their own methods. One of them took out a bowl and placed it in front of him to resist the attack of the ice swords. The skin between the eyebrows of the other one turned outward, and a small golden snake came out. With the surge of spiritual power, a golden big snake phantom condensed in an instant, coiling around the human body, like a golden bell. The ice sword technique was just a feint. With the phantom step, you had already arrived in front of the monk who controlled the bull-shaped magic weapon. With a wave of his sleeve, a large amount of green venom was released. It was the venom he extracted from the corpses of the rotten poisonous bees. The amount was not much, but it was enough for 2 or 3 battles. The sudden venom immediately corroded the bowl. The magic weapon failed. The left fist wrapped in a small ice storm attacked swiftly. The monk reacted very quickly and spit out a white silkworm-like poisonous insect. It exploded in the blink of an eye, forming a silk cocoon shield that wrapped Yu's left fist. However, under the huge force of almost the second level, there was no sluggishness. Bang! The body of the 7th level chi training monk who suffered a full-strength attack exploded like tofu, his internal organs shattered, his bones shattered, and he exploded into a blood mist with corpse pieces. You directly killed him. You are a disciple of Manhwa Peak. The other person was terrified. Manhwa disciples have strong bodies. They are almost invincible within 10 feet of their bodies. But it was too exaggerated to kill a chi training level 7 with one punch at the 5th level. It was like facing a first-level peak physical practitioner. Golden Snake Gu, strangle. The brave win when two meet on a narrow road. Even if his companion died, he never gave up, but continued to drive his life-defining Gu worm, trying to take advantage of the opportunity when Yu's old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet been born. However, he did not expect that the large number of ice swords that were bounced and broken had recondensed into 6 thick ice walls, closing in on him. The golden snake phantom that had been extended quickly returned to defense, flicked its tail, and pushed the 2 ice walls apart a few points. When he wanted to retreat at this opportunity, an iron chain jumped out from the ground, comparable to the flexibility of snakes, and entangled his legs. Under the power of the magic weapon, the whole person was turned upside down and thrown directly into the encirclement of the ice wall, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The Gu-poisoned disciple quickly took out a bronze bell, trying to protect himself, but saw that the iron chain separated and actually entangled the bronze bell he had sacrificed. This time the ice wall closed completely. The ice coffin curse took shape, and Yu changed his hand gestures. Kill! A large number of icicles grew and interspersed, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a blood gourd. The man's vitality quickly dissipated, and the golden snake goo that stayed on his forehead let out an unwilling hissing sound, and then fell down and was frozen into ice cubes, lifeless. Although he won, Yu's expression did not improve. Killing 2 ordinary late-stage chi training cultivators did not change anything. The real difficulty has always been the group of Lu Jingxian, not any one person. Put away the corpse and take away the storage bag. The spiritual power fluctuations that erupted here immediately attracted Lu Jingxian's attention, because here was a melee of 3 cultivators' auras, which was obviously not the fluctuations that should be used to attack the bone lion and the bee swarm. So, he flew over with a giant mosquito beast flapping its wings. The moment he saw you, his brows were directly wrinkled. You killed my disciple from Gudu Peak. You looked up. The body transformed by the corpse demon secret method had black eyeballs and dark green eyes. He looked full of evil intent and was not a good person at first glance. Yes. They insisted on grabbing the territory that had conquered and seeking death. What's wrong with killing them? Good, very good. In this situation, you dare to take action with the 5th level chi training cultivation. Do you think you can defeat me? No. The fact that the other party did not take action immediately proves that there is still room for maneuver. Yu rolled his eyes and said, admires senior sister Lu's talent very much. He originally wanted to serve her, but his realm is too low. If he rashly joins her, he may not be taken seriously. These 2 people just bumped into each other on the cutting edge. He first said a lot of flattering words and explained the reasons, then turned the topic to General Gu Zhengshan, ready to open fire. Senior sister Lu, aren't you curious about why Gu Zhengshan is hiding in the bottom 30 floors and not resisting at all? Lu Jingxian frowned. Oh, you mean, he has other plans? He is not afraid of my pressure. That's right. You nodded in affirmation, and used words to guide Lu Jingxian to think for herself. Senior sister, do you think that the disciple of a Jindan elder is really so simple? There must be greater interests than the Xianjing flower under the Xiangu mountain, which made him give up like this. Otherwise, what's the point of him trying his best to get this mountain master's order? Being a pig? This statement is more logical and fits in with the atmosphere of intrigue among the demon cultivators. It is very likely. However, Lu Jingxian suddenly laughed. So what? You killed my disciples of Gudu Peak, which means you are defying my authority and seeking death. With a voice with a cold snort, Lu Jingxian attacked with the mosquito beast. Yu quickly retreated, feeling cold in his heart. This Lu Jingxian was more domineering than he thought. That's right, he was out of the sect. If he had nearly 300 monks to command, he could do whatever he wanted. Gu Jingxuan's strength was there, and Lu Jingxian would not pay any price for his strong attack. Naturally, he cared more about his own reputation. In this case, it seems that we still have to fight a battle to let her taste the soft and hard before we have the capital to confront. Thinking about the problem, you said quickly. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. If I lose, I will give you these 2 layers, but there are still 5 years in the future. You must be careful at all times and guard against the disasters of wild monsters in the mountains. Dare to threaten me? Without waiting for the other party to react, you took the initiative to pinch the seal. It was still the ice sword technique that started, and the perfect middle grade technique immediately made Lu Jingxian see the problem. With a different background, his vision was naturally different. He was surprised and said, "Middle grade perfect technique? The comprehension is good, but unfortunately the realm is low." After saying that, he opened his mouth and spit out a light pink smoke. The sweet smell came, and Yu immediately held his breath, but there were still traces of poisonous smoke, and a lot of illusions appeared in front of his eyes. The mosquito beast also flapped its wings and rushed over, and its narrow mouthparts sprayed a lot of blood needles, which collided with the ice sword and were annihilated in midair. This is a goo beast, which uses goo insects to control the body of the monster, build a nest in its body or use the effect of goo insects to make it symbiotic and alienated, and produce a special goo beast. Its status is similar to that of a cultivator who practices the way of taming beasts. The most important thing is that this mosquito beast is also an 8th level chi training base, and the ice sword technique has not made any progress. Relying on the perception of the spirit, you suddenly punched out and confronted the goo beast head-on. At the moment of the collision between the two, the giant insect flew into the sky like a kite with a broken line. The 2nd level divine corpse arm is so terrifying. The chitinous carapace on its body was almost completely shattered, and it was about to die, and Lu Jingxian shouted hurriedly, "Stop! You actually did not chase him anymore." He just sat and watched Lu Jingxian spit out a blood-colored mist. When it touched the goo beast, the wounds on its body healed quickly. After a while, it shed a layer of wounded shell covered with mucus and recovered as before. Only then did Lu Jingxian breathe a sigh of relief and looked at Yu's obviously abnormal left hand with some fear. The skin is grayish-white, full of black blood vessels, and it also has the mountain-shaped corpse armor that only the iron-armored corpse has. There is a clear colored difference from Yu's right hand. What is this? Yu talked freely, without any taboo, the arm of the 2nd-level armored corpse. Gu Jingshan asked me to help him because of this thing and the subsequent secret method. It's just that he is unkind and betrayed me first. Will not help him anymore. Sister Lu, are you interested in the secrets he hides now? Lying is not stressful for you at all. In the current situation, only by saying this can he stand on a more advantageous side. Gu Jingshan can't explain it clearly. Hearing this, Lu Jingxian lowered his eyebrows and suddenly smiled again. Now that I have the help of this talented and beautiful brother, I will definitely get what I want in the next 5 years, and everything will go smoothly, right? Of course. You saw that the step was down. Appropriate toughness was called showing strength, and excessive pretense was called shamelessness. The man surnamed Lu turned around and called a large number of people to beat him up, even if he didn't die. He couldn't get the chance to get the Xinjing flower. He could still choose the opportunity to kill inside the sect, but outside the sect, the danger would be 3 times greater, and he must not be careless and underestimate the enemy. Seeing you showing a gesture of surrender, Lu Jingxian also breathed a sigh of relief, pretending to be generous and said, "Since this place was taken down by junior brother early, it will belong to you in the future. Do you have more information about what Gu Zhengshan is doing down there?" "Doesn't know." Yu shook his head and said bluntly, "Gu Zhengshan is on guard against me and didn't even let me enter the formation. Senior sister will know it at a glance." "That's right. The people of Tianchi Peak are hiding in the formation, and Yu is the only lone wolf outside. All signs show that they are not in harmony, so Lu Jingxian can be more relieved. In this case, junior brother, are you willing to follow me to break his bird formation?" "Senior sister, please." After successfully defusing the danger, you followed Lu Jingxian and flew out of the 290th floor, just in time to see Su Qingshan standing on the edge of the 294th floor, looking down from afar. The other party's expression changed slightly in surprise, but seeing Lu Jingxian's kind attitude, he didn't say a word, but bowed from a distance without approaching. Such tact also made you confirm his judgment of Su Qingshan, that he was just an opportunistic and scheming villain, and he just needed to be on guard. A moment later, at the bottom of Xuangu Mountain, looking at the black fog, Lu Jingxian took out a wooden seal and used his spiritual power to drive it. Instantly became bigger, and it was a top-grade magic weapon. The seal was like a rockery, smashing down fiercely. The black fog quickly condensed and gathered, but was smashed away by the seal. When it hit the second time, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and 3 bronze-armored corpses jumped out at the same time, repelling the seal with their bodies, and then returned to the black fog and disappeared. Lu Jingxian was obviously shocked and said in a lost voice, "Earth-Een Corpse Puppet Array." Yu's mind moved, and asked, "Senior sister knows this formation very well?" "Yes." Without choosing to hide it, Lu Jingxian completely agreed with the conjecture that Gu Zhengshan was hiding a bigger secret. Greed was growing, and she said, Gu Jingshuan's master called himself Earth-Een Z, and he once inherited a ground formation master. Among them, there is a formation that is also considered superior in the foundation building realm. Which is this formation? Is it considered top-notch among the second-order formations? You seem to be thinking about something. Gu Jingshan was so willing to give it up, which showed that the secret hidden in it was of great value. He also wanted it. Formation masters are divided into high and low levels according to their different inheritances, even if they are of the same level. The Sky Formation Master is the best, the Earth Formation Master is the second, and the Ordinary Formation Master is the most common. The Earth-Een Corpse Puppet Formation uses the refined corpse as the formation eye, which is connected to the earth and has an endless supply of power. It is nourished by the formation and can grow over time, and even has the possibility of mutation. Such a strong formation, unless there are special instruments or talismans to break the formation, otherwise no one can enter. This is a preparation for not being able to come out. If it does not involve the true essence pass of the 3 foundation building passes, in fact, a first-order Xian Jinghua is enough for Qi training cultivators to practice. Thinking of it this way, the probability of him waiting for the right time while hoping for a breakthrough in the realm is greater. What you thought of, Lu Jingxian could also think of. She looked at you and said, I will contact Sito Hong and ask him if he has any treasures that can break the formation. If you can think of a way, you can come to me. Yes, finally, after sending Lu Jingxian away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the silent black fog, he shook his head and sighed, and flew straight to the 290th floor. He had to guard the flowers and had no time to mess around. Returning to the protection of the blood mist hidden spirit formation, you took out the 2 storage bags he had harvested. More than 2,000 spirit stones, 8 corpses of ferocious bone lions, and a number of elixirs and sundries. You generally does not take elixirs of unknown origin, as they are of little value to him. The only thing is the bronze bell-like object, which is a top-grade magic weapon. It is mainly used for defense and has the effect of the sonic group attack is not bad. After refining, it can add another means. Unfortunately, the spells and incantations learned by these sect disciples are all directly obtained from the divine consciousness jade slips, and are never passed on to others, unless they are obtained by chance from outside the sect. It is basically impossible to obtain the skills and secrets in the short term, and the probability is so low that it is inaudible. He is actually somewhat interested in the Gu technique of the Gudu peak. According to common sense, the 9 peaks and 10 inheritances of the Nilingsu sect, except for the basic Yuanying inheritance, should be able to be passed on to each other, but the sect rules prohibit it inexplicably, and he doesn't understand it. Maybe he can understand the key in the future. After today's incident, you basically stayed at home, honestly guarding the 1/3 acre of land, only eating the fasting pill to support himself, like a hard-working monk, refining the medicinal power of the top-grade cold blood pill every day. It has been 6 months since he broke through the 5th level of Qi training. The placement column increases the spiritual power cultivation by 72, the top-grade cold blood pill increases by 50, and his own cultivation increases by 1. Now his spiritual power has accumulated to 423, which is a remarkable progress and effect. It is far faster than the speed of useless spiritual roots and is not inferior to double spiritual roots. But he knows his own affairs. Even if he cultivates to the limit of what his meridians can bear every day, he will only improve a little. The aptitude is a natural barrier, and he must find a way to change it. The effects of the cold blood art and the corpse demon secret art are limited. Even if the art is promoted to the 2nd level, it is difficult for him to raise his aptitude to the middle grade spiritual root, unless he looks for the magic art in this regard. Only magic cultivators are best at taking away people's foundation. The magic way has a long history, and there must be descendants of strong people who have difficulty practicing and living forever due to aptitude problems. The magic way has produced heroes, and there must be top secrets to reverse aptitude. The reverse spirit blood sect is his opportunity. Sooner or later, he will have the capital to climb up. Before that, he must build a foundation to have a higher status and voice. Xianjing Flower. I hope you can help me make further progress. Since Lu Jingxian seized most of the Xuangu mountain in Guzhengshan, Sidu Huang did not ask about it at all. Time passed like a white cloud in a dog. At the end of May of the following year, at the end of spring and the beginning of summer, the Xianjing flowers bloomed one after another, and the fragrance of the flowers attracted more rotten bees and fierce bone lions to attack. Yu was well prepared and found that most of these monsters and insects from the outside world came out of the desolate caves. The Xuangu mountain area is located in the northern part of Fengzhou, close to the endless ice field, with dark rocks and soil, and mostly barren land with no grass. Most of these caves are unique landforms blown out by the howling north wind all year round. How can these monsters and insects escape? After discovering this doubt, Yu traced the source and finally found that these creatures all came from underground, at the bottom of Xuangu mountain. This discovery immediately reminded him of Gu Jingxuan's abnormality. He was not in a hurry to say that he could find out that Lu Jingxian had more people on his side, so he must know, and maybe he had sent people to explore the bottom of those caves. The most important thing for him now is to experience the effect of the Xianjing flower and see if it is as good as Gu Zhengshan said. After picking the flowers, Yu had 9 second-level Xianjing flowers and nearly 300 first-level Xianjing flowers in his hand, which were properly preserved in jade boxes and jade bottles for pills. Such a large number is enough for him to use alone. The color of the Xianjing flower is snow white, like a blooming peach blossom, petal by petal, with exquisite bone patterns growing on it, which is very similar to the patterns on the body of the rotten poison bee. Take out a first-level Xianjing flower, swallow it and practice. This external gentle force is infiltrating into the spiritual power group in Yu's dantian. As the practice method is running, it follows the spiritual power to circle around, passing through the Great Zhoutian Meridian and coming back. The hundreds of spiritual powers in operation are slightly less, but the quality is significantly improved. According to this efficiency, 300 first-level Xianjing flowers can help him complete the second spiritual refining, break through the bottleneck from the middle to the late stage of qi training, and condense the spiritual power from Dao to share. One spiritual power is the same as the 100 strands in the past, the difference in quantifiers. But he has only reached the 5th level of qi training now, and although it is okay to refine the spirit in advance, he is not in a hurry. It's just that it takes 300 first-order Xianjing flowers to help people break through the bottleneck of the late stage of qi training. Isn't this too much? According to Gu Zhengshan, 10 flowers can help a qi training cultivator complete the transformation from Tao to Gu, but he feels that 300 flowers are needed. If the other party is not lying, the only difference between the two. Spiritual roots. Thinking of this, Yu's face was a little gloomy, and he swallowed another Xianjing flower. This time, while practicing, he released a large amount of spiritual consciousness to sense his own subtle changes. After a while, he ended his practice in a bad mood inside. Sure enough, it's because of the spiritual roots. When the effect of the Xianjing flower was exerted, more than half of it leaked out, overflowed into some fine meridians in the body, and was excreted from the body. His 5 elements useless spiritual roots were too short, and the medicinal effects that could be converted were limited. This was not only true in the absorption of the Xianjing flower. The same was true for elixirs, but because he was taking only top-grade elixirs, he had never noticed the problem with his spiritual roots. In fact, he should have noticed the problem when he bought the first top-grade Hanxue pill, but he was busy with many things at that time, and had less time to digest the medicinal power. His cultivation level did not improve well, and he thought it was because he was not diligent enough. The price of top-grade elixirs is much higher than that of other grades, and there is a reason for it. Even someone with my qualifications can fully absorb its medicinal properties. It is unique. Therefore, Gu Zhengshan only needs 10 flowers to break through the late stage of qi training, and only 10 second-level Xianjing flowers are needed to complete the semi-true essence of spiritual power. And he needs 300 flowers. This means that the top-grade foundation building pills that others covet are basically useless to him. Only the best-grade foundation building pills can increase his success rate in building the foundation. No wonder there has never been any hearing of waste spiritual roots building the foundation since ancient times. He should have barely broken through the middle stage of qi training, but he cultivated to the 5th level of qi training in a few years, all relying on the merits of placing the fence. How difficult it is to go against the will of heaven and change your fate. Just looking at the situation of the Nilingsu sect, the best-grade foundation building pill has never been heard of. This does not mean that the lower grade Nishue pill can be refined into the best quality and that's it. Foundation building pills, golden pills, infant condensing pills. These pills that assist in breaking through the great realm have different recipes according to the different inheritances of each family. The lower grade is called Nishue pill, the middle grade is called blood spirit pill, and the upper grade is called transformation pill. These are all foundation building pills, but their refining methods and recipes have nothing to do with each other. The Nilingsu sect does not have the recipe for the best foundation building pill at all. Therefore, he either needs to prepare 300 top-grade foundation building pills and eat them as candy beans to win by quantity, or he needs to get the magic secret method that can reverse the qualifications and fundamentally change everything. No family has the recipe for the best foundation building pill. Perhaps only the method of seizing spiritual roots is the most reliable. As for whether the placement column can help him overcome this difficulty, he actually doesn't know. After all, he hasn't tried it. Theoretically, it can. It is unknown how long it will take. After all, the placement column is like another him, and it takes 12 hours. In cultivating something, it is essentially the same as him. It's just that because of the effect of placing the bar, every attempt can gain something. According to this rule, he can force it. With a heavy burden on his heart, Yu stood quietly in front of the stone house, sorting out his state of mind, and waiting for news from Lu Jingxian. No matter what, he must overcome all the difficulties and obstacles, and then return to Shihu City. In this way, half a day later, a disciple from Gouda Peak flew over and knocked on the outer layer of the formation. Senior brother, senior sister Lu summoned you. I'm here. There was no time to lament these difficulties. All he could do was to cut through the thorns. There was an unknown opportunity at the bottom of Xuangu Mountain, and he must explore it. Another stick of incense later. About 10 miles away from Xuangu Mountain, in front of an unnamed cave, Lu Jingxian was waiting with 18 late-stage Qi training masters. Seeing you coming, he greeted him directly. Let's go. Gu Jingxuan's formation was unbreakable, and Situ Hong was unwilling to intervene, but when she shifted her attention from Xuangu Mountain to the underground secrets, naturally, she discovered that the bee swarm and the bone lion came from underground. The two sides may have a connection. In the crowd, Su Qingshan smiled at you in a friendly manner, and you also showed a strange smile. The two knew Su Jiajiao's situation very well. As for how to deal with it, he was more inclined to kill this beast. If Zhao Shang was a poisonous snake, still dormant, then Su Qingshan was a cuckoo that occupied the magpie's nest. He was both mean and vicious, and he must be calculating against him. At this moment, Su Qingshan was delighted when he saw you. 5 months ago, when he learned that the other party had taken down 2 layers of Xuangu Mountain, he did some calculations. It was not long before the flowers were picked, and they must not have had time to refine them. Hundreds of Xianjing flowers, and a large number of second-level ones, were enough for him to take a risk. Considering that Su Jiajiao died at the hands of you, it would be a good business to bring a few more helpers to be on the safe side and share the profits. There would be many opportunities on this trip. Little did he know that you also thought so. He saw that the disciples of Gouda Peak were well off and swallowed up the resources of the 2 mountains. Maybe they could get more second-level Xianjing flowers. Soon, deep inside the nameless cave, a pit about 10 feet wide and deep came into view. A disciple stepped forward and said, "Senior Sister Lu, those monsters came out from here. Send the Firefly Gu down to investigate." Yes, the team stopped temporarily, and Lu Jingxian finally had some free time, and said to you, "Brother, what do you think of the underground of Xiangu Mountain? I am not talented, and it is difficult for me to have 1/10 of Sister Lu's talent, so it is better for me not to say anything." "Oh, you have some self-awareness. You are only at the 5th level of Qi training, shut up." Lu Jingxian frowned and looked at the disciple coldly, and the other party immediately fell silent and dared not speak again. You didn't care. The fact that he left Gu Zhangshan and joined Lu Jingxian had already spread during the 5 months of waiting for the flowers to bloom. Without revealing the truth, there were many brothers who were jealous of him for getting 2 layers of the best bonewood forest. It was difficult to arouse interest in a few quarrels. I'm back, skipping the episode. As the Firefly Gu with a lamp on its came back, the disciple spoke. "Senior Sister Lu, there is an underground passage similar to a mine tunnel below. It is unknown where it leads to. It seems to go north, deep into the underground of the endless ice field." "Okay, go down." After the order was issued, everyone jumped into the bottomless dark pit one by one, counting silently in their hearts. When they landed, you immediately judged the height of the pit. It was about 1,300 meters. If you control the flying magic weapon, you only need 5 breaths to rush up. The temperature underground was low and the wind was cold, but it was his home court. His dark green eyes were shining with a faint light, like a beast, and he could look directly at the dark things, which also made the people who were secretly observing him a little suspicious. Ma, Su, Fang'er, and the other 3 will stay here to ensure that the retreat is unobstructed. Su Qingshan, Xiao Cheng. The 5 of you will be the vanguard, sacrifice the magic weapon, be careful and alert, and don't save your spiritual power. Yes. Lu Jingxian quickly arranged it, showing that she was quite experienced. At present, there were a total of 18 late-stage Qi training people for her to command, 3 of them stayed behind, and 5 were vanguards. These vanguards were not disciples of Gudu Peak. Instead, they were elites selected from the scattered disciples of the Xiangu order before setting off for Xiangu Mountain. They were close and distant, and they could be seen at a glance. Including you and Lu Jingxian, the middle team has 12 people. After the last battle, although Lu Jingxian did not use all his methods, he also saw after experiencing the power of the second-level Divine Corpse Arm, he reached a cooperation with him to some extent. That is, to deal with Gu Zhongshan. This countermeasure was not Yu's original intention, but he just went with the flow. After all, he was outnumbered and could only surrender in that situation. Asking him to join was nothing more than cutting off his retreat. After submitting the letter of surrender, he had no choice but to follow her to the end. This woman was scheming and needed to be more cautious. Let's go. As the team moved along the cave path, the magic weapons used by Su Qingshan and others were mainly offensive magic weapons such as swords, spears, swords and halberds. They emitted light under the blessing of spiritual power and dispelled the darkness. There were a lot of traces of claws scratching on the irregular stone walls on both sides. In addition to the coldness in the air, there was also a faint fragrance of fermentation. You took a top-grade barrier-removing pill without making a sound and followed him honestly. After less than an hour, someone muttered, "The further we go, the colder it gets. Are we heading towards the endless ice field? Are we going against the secret of Gu Zhongshan?" Someone agreed, "I think so. Since the ferocious bone lions and bee swarms all came out from underground, why haven't we encountered one for so long?" Senior Sister Lu. At this moment, many people had a touch of frost on their hair and eyebrows. During their conversations, thick white air came out, which showed how low the temperature was. Lu Jingxian was not happy with the questioning voices. She preferred to act arbitrarily, but when she was out, she still had to listen to the voices of the masses. Wait a minute. After saying that, she pinched out a strange goose seal. I saw a large number of centipede-like multi-legged insects falling from the cuffs, collars, and the gaps in the dress. A human insect nest. These goo insects were very fast and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. After a while, Lu Jingxian suddenly opened her eyes and was overjoyed. "Everyone, keep going. We will reach our destination in about 10 miles. Since that was the case, everyone stopped talking and quickened their pace. They arrived at the place they had just mentioned without encountering any danger. At the end of the cave, there was a huge underground space, wide and flat, with old jade stones on the floor. The jade bricks had blurred lines of gathering spirits. A group of underground palaces came into view, at least 40 or 50 of them, with stairs in the middle that led directly to the core palace. This is the ruins of the ancient sect. This area is already under the endless ice field, right? The danger of the endless ice field is well known to the world. Even the Yuaniang ancestors found it difficult to pass through, and the Taihu spiritual realm and the Qiyuan demon realm, which blocked the way to the north, were surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, also known as the Ancient Chaos Sea. The monsters in the sea were ferocious and there were natural dangers everywhere. There was no news from other regions. The old site of the sect was built under the endless ice field. These inner disciples with a good family background had never heard of it. When they suddenly saw it, they were all shocked. You secretly observed Lu Jingxian and found that her eyes were first surprised, then disappointed, and then turned to a faint joy. It can be seen that her emotional changes are not as calm as they appear. According to this scale, it is at most a sect established by a Jindan cultivator in ancient times. You should stay alert and don't touch anything. In this way, everyone moved forward again. Su Qingshan and others were also shocked by the underground palace ruins. After being excited, they no longer paid too much attention to you. In any case, it was a great opportunity for them, a group of Qi training cultivators, and they should not miss it. Comparing the two, Yu was thoughtful. Lu Jingxian might know the secrets of Xuangu Mountain, just like Gu Zhongshan, and even Sita Hong knew it, but it was not as good as they expected. After realizing the effect and output of Xuanjinghua, Yu was puzzled. This treasure land was also surrounded by second-level upper-grade spiritual veins. Why didn't there be foundation-building cultivators living there? This was unreasonable for the magic cultivators and a force. But if it was covered up by many joint forces and provided for the middle-level disciples to practice, and a prize was left behind, it would make sense. No matter how good Xuanjingwei is, it is only a low-level resource. With the exchange of interests, Lu Jingxian and others can control it with their family background. As for the underground palace ruins, you preferred that it was newly discovered not long ago. They might even be the first group of people to come in. This was possible. A detailed investigation would reveal the truth. He was also very interested in this place. He wondered if there was a recipe for a top-grade foundation building pill. Before climbing the steps, as everyone arrived, the tops of the panlong pillars on both sides were lit up with pale blue flames from octagonal palace lanterns. The entire underground space was illuminated a little. The frost in the air became more and more obvious. Some people couldn't help but shiver. They felt better after holding up the spiritual light shield. Lu Jingxian frowned when she saw this. The blood-red mosquito beast that you had seen before appeared on her shoulder. It immediately emitted a mist that enveloped her. Her footsteps stepped on the steps and flew past at a high speed. As everyone followed, you took the initiative to fall behind. He practiced the cold blood art and underwent the physical transformation of the corpse demon secret art. He specialized in the cold attributes and had a high adaptability to the cold. He could walk freely without using spiritual power to protect his body. He even felt that the spiritual power in his body was more active. However, as he climbed higher, he felt the temperature drop sharply. In the dark, a crescent moon was rising above the palace. The scattered Taiyin essence turned into frost and froze the earth. Even he was seriously affected, let alone others. This situation was also discovered by Lu Jingxian. She looked back and saw everyone shivering with cold. If you can hold on, you don't have to go forward and enter the main hall. There are also treasures left in the side halls and side halls around. You can go and get them. There is only one thing. When you return, I will check the storage bag, make a copy of the secret skills, and hand over half of the treasures and magic tools. Violators will be executed. These terms made Su Qingshan and others change their faces, and they were a little dignified. However, the disciples of Gudu Peak seemed to have received a great benefit and showed sincere gratitude. Thank you, Senior Sister Lu, for the reward. The obedience was very high. You narrowed his eyes and wondered if these people were controlled by the goo worms, otherwise they would be two obedient sons. The two looked at each other from a distance, and Lu Jingxian specifically instructed. You too. Yu's climbing action suddenly stopped. At this moment, he was at 1/3 of the stairs. The journey of the surname Lu was already halfway. Looking from here, he could vaguely see the name of the main hall. Ningyue Palace. Yu was dissatisfied with her behavior, but he was not sure what she was thinking. What about Gu Zhangshun? If he knew the underground passage of Xuangu Mountain, why didn't he see him? At the bottom of the third Xuangu Mountain, a big hole appeared in the place that should have been protected by the Earthine Corpse puppet array. Situ Hong and 10 of his late Qi training subordinates went in. It was nice to see Gu Zhangshun standing in front of a ground crack that was about 10 feet wide. The crack was emitting a faint green light, with endless cold currents and thick corpse gas floating out of it. There were many armored corpses standing around, stretching their heads and breathing hard. The light yellow mountain-shaped copper armor attached to their bodies was turning dark yellow, which was a sign that the copper-armored corpses had broken through the late stage of the first level. When looking at Gu Zhangshun again, his breath was slightly unstable, but he had already broken through the bottleneck of the middle and late stages and reached the 7th level of Qi training. Situ Hong stepped forward and congratulated. Congratulations to junior brother Gu for successfully breaking through the late stage of Qi training. It seems that the effect of Xuanjingwa is good. Gu Zhangshun nodded. The effect is indeed good, but this thing is difficult to exist for a long time. If it is preserved by the method of sealing the pill, it can only remain fresh for 3 years. Otherwise, it will not be our turn here. Speaking of this, Situ Hong's face changed, and he said seriously, Lu Jingxian is the daughter of True Man Bish. The resources she can mobilize are far beyond your and my status. Before coming to Xuangu Mountain this time, she arranged for a foundation building cultivator named Lu to apply to the sect for the long-term task of guarding Xuangu Mountain. I asked Mother Taohua to stop it for the time being. If I'm lucky, I may be able to survive the 5-year cycle, but you also need to hurry up. Gu Zhangshun was a little surprised when he looked at Situ Hong's handsome face. He was the disciple of Di Inzi, and he relied on the connections of his ancestors to be accepted into this lineage. Situ Hong was the adopted son of Peach Blossom Ghost Mother, and he relied on his face. He was indeed a first-class handsome man. It was said that he spent every night on the bed. Otherwise, with the resources of Peach Blossom Ghost Mother, she would not have cultivated to the 7th level of Chi training with the upper grade spiritual root qualifications, double spiritual roots. To put it bluntly, he was more like a male favorite of high status. Therefore, the two of them contacted secretly before coming to Xiangu Mountain. After a pause, Gu Zhengshun said, "You was extremely powerful, enough to rival the 8th level Chi training cultivators of the inner sect. After obtaining the 2nd level Divine Corpse Arm sponsored by me, his strength is probably at the peak level of Chi training. It is difficult to compete with Lu Jingxian without his trump card." "Oh, is this person really so amazing?" "Naturally." Gu Zhengshun sighed and said, "Before coming to Xuangu Mountain, I had some friction with him. I lured him with benefits and reluctantly reached a cooperation. When he and Lu Jingxian were both defeated, the best strategy is for the two of them to fight for the treasures of the underground palace." Situ Hong nodded and said with a smile, "Lu Jingxian probably thought they had gone in the wrong direction and that the ruins of the underground palace were under the endless ice field. In fact, the magnetic field here is chaotic and the direction is difficult to tell. Coupled with the temperature changes, he must have believed it. You and I just need to wait for the fight to begin, and then we can reproduce the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole is waiting behind." "However, will you really do it?" "He will." Gu Zhengshun took out a secret letter from his sleeve and handed it to Sita Hong to check. "In addition to you, there are also Su Qingshan and other disciples outside the Gudu Peak who will definitely take action." After reading the secret letter, Sita Hong's eyes stopped at the signature. "Zhao Shang. Interesting, what a trick of killing with a borrowed knife, is Su Zhenchuan's right-hand man. TSK. At the same time, on the stairs leading to Ningyue Palace, the disciples of Gudu Peak left the stairs in groups of 3 or 2. It can be found that since they gave up moving forward, the temperature has not dropped any further, and has remained at a constant low temperature. One by one, they held up the spiritual light to protect their bodies, or used magic tools to resist the low temperature, and walked towards the side halls on both sides. You glanced at Su Qingshan, hooked his finger slightly provocatively, and also swept to one side. From his heart, he wanted to go to the main hall to explore, but Lu Jingxian was deliberately exploiting him, and Gu Zhengshun and Sito Hong were nowhere to be seen. If he wanted to resist, the timing was not right. Therefore, it was the best policy to first eliminate Su Qingshan, who had ill intentions towards him, so that the foggy situation could be further sorted out. Facing Yu's provocation, Su Qingshan looked at the 3 late Qi training masters who had become familiar with him during this period, and whispered, "Lu Jingxian is powerful, and it is difficult for us to compete. Why don't we kill you first, divide the Shenjing flower in his hand, and then go to the side hall to look for opportunities?" The 3 men also pondered for a while and said, "Okay, let's use strength to speak. Whoever kills you will get 50% of his Shenjing flower. How about that?" This proposal was exactly what Su Qingshan wanted. When interests are at stake, one can become more courageous and courageous. "Then let's do as Brotherly said. Let's go and follow him." The 4 of them acted at the same time, hanging far behind you, and he naturally discovered it. Since the underground palace ruins are the ruins of an ancient sect, he intends to look for buildings such as the Sutra Library to see if there are any ancient pill recipes passed down. At this moment, they had just separated and it was inconvenient to take action. It was just right to take these people for a stroll in this palace complex. In addition to looking for opportunities and treasures, they could also find out the situation of the underground palace. Maybe there was a formation that could be used to gain strength. Of course, it didn't matter if there was none. He was confident that he could kill these 4 people. Although he was far from invincible in his practice, few people in the Qi training realm could be his opponents. Various perfect spells and secret methods were all part of his combat power. Especially the power he had after the broken limbs were reattached, which completely crossed a level. If he didn't fight now, when would he fight? After 3 incense sticks. The moment he passed the corner of the palace, in the shadow, you activated the night hiding spell with all his strength. His breath disappeared instantly, and the whole person seemed to turn into a shadow, achieving a visual invisibility effect. They were so close to the palace wall that even their breathing stopped. In a moment, Su Qingshan and his 4 companions rushed over and said with an ugly face, "How can you run so fast, you cunning boy? Your breath is gone too. Lost?" Su Qingshan's face was gloomy. When he turned his head to speak, his pupils shrank. He was famous for his fighting skills. At this moment, he felt his skin tighten and a very dangerous feeling came from his neck. He immediately flew back and sacrificed a top-grade magic weapon in the shape of an ice-blue longsword, standing it upright in front of him as a means of defense. The next moment, his pupils shrank instantly. I saw a giant ice sword of nearly 3 feet, 10 meters, sweeping across, aiming at their heads, and the corner of my eyes glanced at the hilt. It was Yu holding the sword with his left hand and waving it violently. This is another form change of the perfect ice sword technique, from scattered to one, and it is much more powerful than ordinary top-grade magic. Some people reacted in time and lay back to avoid the attack, but their chests were also frozen into pieces of frost. Some people tiptoed on the ground and used exquisite body movements to avoid the sudden attack. However, there was still a 7th level Qi training monk who chose to do the same as Su Qingshan in a panic and sacrificed a medium-grade magic weapon to resist. Then everyone saw a horrifying scene. The giant ice sword was unstoppable and smashed the sword into pieces. The monk was also blown into a ball of blood mist, and a large number of body parts and organs were scattered. The power was so great that it was simply horrifying. Ahem, Su Qingshan, who used a weapon to resist, knelt on one knee, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and stared at you with fear. He could roughly guess how Su Jiaojiao died. It was nothing more than a battle of courage and strength, and the difference was only one move. In addition to fear, he also became greedy for Yu's left hand. The abnormal expansion and rich corpse gas were very much like some special magic weapon. This boy tried his best, but his concentration was not enough. Go! I saw that person with exquisite body skills, leaving a trail of afterimages, raising his foot and sweeping it horizontally, kicking out a visible 9-foot step like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. This is the unique physical technique of Manhwa Peak, the wind-splitting step. The Ni Ling Shui sect is not entirely a dark inheritance, it also has normal techniques. When the attack came, you shook his body and turned into 3 and quickly dispersed. The perfect state of illusion step was indistinguishable from the real thing. One of them took the initiative to meet the force of the wind splitting, and the other illusions approached this person like butterflies flying through flowers. In an instant, you grabbed the leg that he kicked out with his left hand, shook his courage, and with a few clicks, his muscles and bones were dislocated, and then he went to the ground. He was broken into 3 pieces, and his upper body was directly turned into minced meat. It was so fierce that people couldn't help but gasp. The one with ice on his chest wanted to retreat even more. When he was swept by Yu's dark green eyes, his legs trembled and he wanted to retreat. Die! At this moment, Su Qingshan came with an ice blue sword in his hand. With the blessing of spiritual power, the magic weapon exuded a bright wave, which was surprisingly similar to the ice sword technique. A giant ice sword slashed down from behind. Yu's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet been generated. Driven by his spiritual consciousness, he sacrificed the bronze bell magic weapon that he had refined before. Bang! The ice sword and the bronze bell collided, making a sound of metal clashing. Although they were both top-grade magic weapons, Yu's cultivation was weaker. In the head-on collision, he was suppressed by Su Qingshan and could not help but kneel down. He said happily, "Brother Jitsai, hurry up." Shi Jitsai, who wanted to leave, saw how hard Yu was resisting, and his greed rose again. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly taking action. He was from the inner sect of the Evil God Peak. When he was practicing, his forehead was covered with dark lines, and it seemed that a vertical pupil had opened, emitting a dark light that shot straight at him. Yu's pupils also shrank. Although he had not been in the Nilingsu sect for a long time, he had a deep understanding of the 9 peaks. He didn't know much about the inheritance. But he had lived in the Evil God Square for a long time, and he knew a lot about the Evil God Peak. The inheritance of this peak was mainly based on spiritual consciousness. The Een ghosts were raised to become ghosts and gods, and they were called Evil God. They could use the power of the Evil God in human form and specialize in the spiritual consciousness of the cultivators. The spiritual consciousness was difficult to cultivate. Generally, only the foundation-building cultivators would start to consciously enhance their spiritual consciousness. The inheritance of the Evil God Peak was profound, and the spiritual consciousness began to be cultivated in the Qi training realm, which made it extremely difficult to get started. Without the talent for this way, it was difficult to cultivate to a profound state. This was also one of the reasons why there was no Yuanian cultivator sitting in charge. Yu had no cultivation in this aspect except for the growth of spiritual consciousness when he was refining pills. This person just hit his weakness. Seeing the black light coming, Yu gritted his teeth and supported himself. At the moment when he slapped the ground with one palm, the whole person moved sideways. Although he avoided the black beam, the bronze bell was chopped away by Su Qingshan's sword, and a large number of ice crystals appeared out of thin air, and it was directly frozen. The fighting opportunity was fleeting. Su Qingshan immediately caught up and slashed again with a sword. The sword light was cold, and the blades were endless. Yu blocked with his left arm, and the mountain edge iron armor that came with the divine corpse arm was slashed with a harsh scraping sound, which once again proved the effectiveness of the second-level armored corpse arm. Seeing that it was difficult to attack, Su Qingshan became anxious. Back then, it was not so difficult to fight against the 8th level Qi training with the 6th level Qi training. Now, it's good that I can't take down a 5th level Qi training. I immediately said, Brother Jitsai, what are you doing? Boom! After a fight, the two staggered and retreated. Su Qingshan's pupils shrank, and he looked behind you in disbelief. It turned out that Shi Jitsai was killed by an ice coffin. 3 thick ice spikes pierced through the ice coffin and pierced it scarlet. When? Of course, during the defensive battle, senior brother Qingshan would not think that was completely suppressed by you just now. He covered his face with his sleeves and swallowed a top-grade soul-restoring pill. The spiritual power consumed by performing high-grade magic many times quickly recovered. You once again pulled out a series of phantom bodies, separated into 10 directions, and with his right hand, hundreds of handleless ice swords shot out. Su Qingshan raised his sword and swept it across, smashing all the ice swords. He said with a gloomy face, "Don't be complacent, Su is famous in the outer sect. How can you, a mere 5th level Qi training, be the opponent?" Xian in hand. This technique was extraordinary. When it was performed, a large amount of cold and spiritual power gathered outside Su Qingshan's body, turning into a gray-black hand as tall as a person, attacking you. Not only did it mobilize the spiritual power in the body, but it also formed a certain resonance with the spiritual power in the outside world, which was able to drive and gather, and the power was even greater. A second-level technique in the realm of minor success. No wonder. His heart tightened. You had no intention of resisting it. The illusion step in the realm of perfection was also not something Su Qingshan could easily see through. Using the Xianin hand, a single attack technique, was really a bad idea. As expected, after grabbing Yu's phantom body and crushing it into a ball of scattered spiritual power, Su Qingshan became even more annoyed. He used all his spiritual power to condense another Xianin hand. Attached 3 feet outside his fist, he opened his bow left and right, destroying a large number of Yu's phantom bodies. Swoosh, swoosh, taking this opportunity, Yu summoned the dark spirit iron chain, broke through the air, and the rapidly extended iron chain tightly wrapped around the 2 Xianin hands. The end was held in his left hand, and he swung it tight. Su Qingshan flew up into the air, flipped in midair to search for the enemy, and with the iron chain as a support, he immediately stared at Yu's real body, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Do you think the Xianin hand can only be used within a few feet around you? You are wrong. The Xianin hand bound by the iron chain was tightly connected to Su Qingshan's arms, but suddenly broke at this moment, and the taut iron chain also relaxed. In the blink of an eye, Yu was caught by the Xianin hand. With a thought, he squeezed the gray-black hand that was completely holding him, and with a puff, Yu, who was recognized as his real body, suddenly scattered. At this time, a cold voice came from above his head. Su Qingshan raised his head suddenly, only to see Yu's left fist suddenly expand and hit his head directly. Then do you think that the phantom body can't control the nether spirit iron chain? Boom! He used his head to take the blow from the arm of the second-level armored corpse. It was not enough to say that he was stubborn. When the smoke and dust dispersed, only Yu was left standing there. Where Su Qingshan fell, there was only half a person. The upper body was completely hit in the stomach and pressed into the pelvis. It was extremely miserable. He is now more and more proficient in using this left arm. The help it brings, especially the extraordinary attack, the ability to cut down enemies, is very impressive. Any technique that reaches the perfect level has the power of the creator. Horizontal deformation and certain modifications are all possible. Ice sword technique, ice shield technique, ice coffin spell, etc. are all possible, and this illusion step is also possible. After a battle, the spiritual power is still overflowing under the effect of the soul returning pill, but it consumes a lot of Yu's energy. After all, he needs to concentrate and look for various opportunities. He found that he has an extraordinary talent in fighting. Various perfect techniques can be used flexibly and are also very suitable. The foundation of Su Qingshan's fame should be based on this Xianin hand. Next, harvest the spoils. For storage bags, 2.5 corpses, 1 is rotten into pieces, 1 is broken into 3 sections, and the lower body is left, which is not of much value. The divine sense searches the storage bag. Not counting the sundries such as bottles and jars, there are about 5,000 spiritual stones, most of which come from Su Qingshan. The demon cultivators were very poor, and even the inner disciples would not keep too many spiritual stones, most of which were exchanged for cultivation resources. Among them, there were 4 high-grade magic tools, 3 medium-grade magic tools, some exquisite furniture and decorations, and even some cloth made of spiritual silk. You couldn't help showing a strange look, and it was easy to associate it with the Su mansion. You actually ransacked my house, tut-tut. After a few words of emotion, you took out one of the high-grade magic tools that looked like an ice-blue longsword. This thing was Su Qingshan's magic tool. He, like you, worshipped Hanshu Peak. He also practiced the ice attribute technique. This magic tool was called Ice Pattern Sword, and had the effect of combining ice swordsmanship and was most suitable for him. The rest of the magic tools could be sold when there was an opportunity. The spiritual consciousness of the chi cultivators was limited, and they could generally only control one magic tool at a time. The nether spirit iron chain, the bronze bell, and this ice pattern sword were enough. He couldn't control more. Since coming to Xuangu Mountain, these two fights have greatly enriched Yu's family assets. The killing and arson gold belt is indeed the righteous way of the devil. Continue to search the storage bag and check one by one from the sundries. You really found another harvest, which is the treasure in Su Qingshan's storage bag. One is a black jade bottle, emitting a faint in the air of cold. You showed a happy expression after flipping through it. Second level spiritual material, in marrow fluid. This thing is one of the main materials for refining the Han Chi Dan. This half bottle is enough to be divided into 3 parts, which is really an unexpected surprise. After putting it away properly, you looked at another thing, which was a few scattered brocades, which recorded the practice method of Xianin hand. Yu was puzzled, and after flipping through it, he realized that this technique was not the technique of the Ni Ling Shui sect, but the second-level top-grade technique of Huangquan Temple, one of the 5 sects of the Qi Yuan demon realm. This technique is extraordinary. It is a lower-level technique of Huangquan Seal, inherited from Huangquan Temple. If you practice this technique with the help of marrow fluid, you will get twice the result with half the effort, and you will definitely be able to get started. This missing half bottle must have been used by Su Qingshan. However, how could he have the main inheritance of Huangquan Temple? Su Qingshan. Su Zhenxuan recruited his men during the last outer sect competition. Both of them are surnamed Su. Could there be some kind of relationship? The more you thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong. In his opinion, Su Qingshan's fighting skills were average. If it weren't for this Xianin hand, it would be pure nonsense for him to defeat the 8th level of Qi training with the 6th level of Qi training. But the famous magic of Huangquan Temple is well known throughout the Qi Yuan demon realm, and there is no reason why the sect deacon couldn't recognize it. There is either a conspiracy hidden in it, or it is an opportunity that Su Qingshan got after the outer sect competition. As for the spy from another sect, this possibility is not great. After all, when it comes to the core inheritance, generally only the true disciples of each sect can learn it. It is too extravagant to give it to a spy generously, and it will be exposed at a glance when they start fighting. Headache. After killing Su Jiaojiao, Yu has offended Deacon Su. If he hadn't been detained by the law enforcement hall, he would definitely come to seek revenge. Taking the initiative to solve Su Qingshan, he also wanted to get himself out of the situation, for fear that he would tip off Deacon Su. Now it seems that he has gotten into even bigger trouble. How can he not be troubled? However, after checking his storage bag, he found a large number of luxurious and exquisite small objects and furniture, so he judged that Su Qingshan took advantage of the Su mansion's emptiness to confiscate his house. On the contrary, he did not have to worry about tipping off. In this way, even if Deacon Su solved his own troubles, it would be difficult to find him. At this moment, he did not know that when Su Qingshan came out to avoid disaster, he deliberately left a letter to explain Yu's affairs, intending to let him avoid the disaster. With no worries for the time being, Yu cleared his storage bag and put all the Xianjing flowers in one place. Suddenly, there were 4 more portions for late-stage Qi training cultivators. The number of first-level Xianjing flowers reached 700. The number of second-level Xianjing flowers reached 50. He preserved them with the method of sealing pills, and prepared to use the effect of this flower to quickly break through the bottleneck and complete the second spiritual refining after breaking through the 6th level of Qi training. It would be inconvenient to use it at this time. The essence of Xianjing flower is to wash and concentrate spiritual power. The more you wash, the less it will be. Now that he has accumulated more than half of his spiritual power, the more he uses it, the farther he will be from breaking through. Therefore, he will wait until he breaks through the 6th level of Qi training. After completing the second spiritual refining in one breath, he can break through continuously in a short period of time and reach the 7th level of Qi training. At that time, he can take all the Xianjing flowers to transform his spiritual power into liquid true essence. Now that he has abundant combat power, it is difficult to find an enemy who can match him in the Qi training realm. He does not need to improve his realm by 1 or 2 levels, and his spiritual power reserves can also be supported by top-grade pills. The trouble has been solved. It's time to explore the ruins of the underground palace. Yu's mind moved, and he replaced the corpse demon's secret with the Xianin hand to check the time it would take to complete it. Placement column 3, Xianin hand, 0/109 times a day, 10 years to complete. A second-level top-grade spell actually takes 10 years. You know, the various top-grade spells that Yu has placed so far, although they are first level, the longest time is only 3 months. Suddenly 10 years really makes him unable to hold back. After thinking for a moment, he honestly put the corpse demon's secret on. This secret is related to the happiness of the lower body. Like the cold blood art, it is a first-order placement. Now that the secret is complete, the broken limbs are connected, and while gaining powerful strength, they have to bear the corresponding side effects. The body is like an ancient corpse. The body is cold, the emotions are not obvious, the body sense is lost, the second brother is impotent, and there are occasional bloodthirsty thoughts of killing. The sacrifice is quite large. Conservatively estimated, it would take 20 years to recover, so unless necessary, he didn't want to take down the corpse demon's secret technique. As for the mysterious Yin hand, since there is Yin marrow fluid to help, you can try to practice it yourself first, and keep a portion of the materials for refining the Han Chi Dan. After an incense stick, you did not rush to the top of the Ningyu Palace, but stopped at the second highest level of the stairs and found this ancient sect's remains. The Sutra Library at the address. In his eyes, any chance and good fortune were not as attractive as the best foundation building pill recipe, and he didn't know if there was one here. Because of the fight with Su Qingshan and the other 4, he was delayed for some time. There were already disciples from the Gudu Peak here, a total of 3, all of whom were 7th level Qi training cultivators. The Sutra Library here was a 3-story attic with flying eaves and brackets. The corners of the arches were carved with various rare and exotic animals, and there were ancient rusty bronze bells hanging. 6 red and purple dragon-patterned columns at the door supported a long corridor. There was a reclining chair, and a corpse in a gray robe with moon patterns was lying on it, holding a palm-sized teapot in his hand, as if drinking tea. The legendary guardian of the pavilion died in such a strange way, which showed that the incident happened suddenly, and there was no room for resistance. He fell in the blink of an eye, which showed how strong the enemy was. The problem was that he didn't find any corpses along the way, except for this one. He glanced at the 3 fellow disciples on the first floor of the Sutra Library from the corner of his eye. They were standing in front of a black stone tablet, also secretly observing you. Yu was shocked by the association. The corpse showed no signs of being moved. They were obviously waiting for a fool. Yu noticed this and smiled silently. He brushed his sleeves and walked straight into the Sutra Library. The 3 people were indeed disappointed. Yu stepped forward and smiled. I wonder what you 3 are observing. Did you gain anything? Humph. It's none of your business. One person spoke rudely, discriminating against you without disguising it. Hey, junior brother, don't mind it. Brother Zhang is angry, but not against you. Let's take a look at this ancient magic text together. At this time, another monk wearing an emerald green robe, a jade crown on his head, and playing with 2 jade gallbladders in his hands spoke up, first to ease the conflict, and then invited him to read the inscription together. Yu looked past the crowd and set his eyes on the black stone tablet. It was indeed recorded in blood characters of ancient magic, which was consistent with the font of the mysterious silk book he got from Su Jiaojia. The so-called ancient magic code is said to be a kind of character that is closer to the great way of heaven and earth and possesses mysterious power. This blood character is just the most widely spread one among them. Now that this kind of blood rune record has appeared, no one can understand it. Yu had intended to investigate, but he had no time to do it. He originally wanted to entrust it to the Alchemist Association, but unfortunately he and Zhao Shang had reached the point where the truth was revealed. Unexpectedly, they saw it again at the ruins of the underground palace. Since there is a blood character steal, this underground palace must have been left by the Demon Dao Senior, which is not good news for us. They knew the nature of the Demon Dao very well, and this underground palace must be hiding a lot of dangers. Yu pondered and said, do you know if there is any ancient demon sect in the Qiyuan demon realm that fits the appearance of this place? At this time, the disgusted man spoke again, and he said disdainfully, the iteration of the Demon Dao sect is so fast. Based on the scale of this underground palace, it is at most a Jindan sect. Don't even think about searching from the ancient history of the demon realm. Even if you are knowledgeable, you can't guess what kind of place it is. Yu's face suddenly darkened, again and again. No one was around, and the killing intent suddenly rose. Brother Zhang. The person who wanted to make peace was about to speak, but he felt the temperature suddenly drop, and a large amount of frost spread out with you as the center. The three people's expressions changed, and they wanted to retreat. You punched the cultivator surnamed Zhang. Because of the inscription, the distance was too close, and the second-level Divine Power Corp's arm reached, and a white ring of airwaves was thrown. It was unexpected. They didn't expect you to take action suddenly. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon, the killing intention arises. Su Qingshan and the other four were killed by him head-on, so why should he be afraid of three 7th-level Qi training cultivators? And Lu Jingxian was not there, and the disciples of Gudu Peak were scattered throughout the underground palace, which was a good opportunity to weaken her power. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator's surnamed Zhan was blown into pieces, and the remaining two were horrified and ran towards the door of the sutra library, without the will to resist. Obviously, they were shocked, and finally understood why Lu Jingxian treated you with courtesy. Strength. Humph. He drew off the ice-patterned sword and slashed at the man who had been silent the whole time. The ice sword quickly grew to 3 meters long. He used the mental formula and ice sword technique in combination, and the chillness sword. At the critical moment, the man slapped his chest and spat out blood. A centipede-like poisonous insect flew out, quickly grew larger, and wrapped around its owner, trying to use its carapace to defend against the chopped ice sword. The two were only in a stalemate for a moment before Yu's left fist pressed down on the sword, and both the poison and the man were beaten into a meat pie. The strength advantage was undoubtedly revealed. The last person was horrified and almost cried, I haven't offended you, why are you making things so difficult? Embarrassment? Brother Yuan is joking. We are in different camps, so why bother pretending to be nice? Do you really think I don't know about your relationship with Lu Jingxian? Yu narrowed his eyes, and the nether spirit iron chain broke through the air from his sleeves, quickly extending and wrapping around his waist. This senior brother Yuan in the green robe and jade crown was one of Lu Jingxian's mistresses. When he followed Gu Zhengshan before, they chatted almost every day on the way to Xuangu Mountain. Not only Lu Jingxian's side, he also knew Sito Hong's side quite well. He asked, and Gu Zhengshan answered. This was another cornerstone of trust for the cooperation between the two sides, but the other party gave up on him first and even made him a target of public criticism. Betraying a companion, that's all. Lu Jingxian's appearance is actually good, but he has no nose, and doesn't look like a beauty. This should be a side effect of practicing Gu magic. His temperament is violent, arrogant, and he is inferior to his appearance. Therefore, he used Gu insects to control many inner disciples of Guda Peak, and made them his male favorites and enjoyed them every day. This is not false. This fellow disciple named Yuan is a very favored one. How could you let him go? When the dark iron chain was about to wrap around Yuan's calf, his face turned stern. I know I'm no match for you, but you're too arrogant. He waved his sleeves and threw, and the pair of jade galls that he had been playing with flew towards the mysterious corpse at the door. On the way, they exploded and a pair of jade-like insects flew out. From the nostrils of the corpse, one on the left and one on the right, they drilled in. Yuan landed beside the corpse, his face showing joy. It's actually the corpse of a cultivator at the peak of the Jindan stage. Ha 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 ha, my life should not end, my life should not end. Male and female possession Gu, rise. Yu wrapped his left hand around the dark iron chain, watching with a serious expression, ready for a fierce battle. As a result, the air was quiet. There was no reaction, and Yuan began to panic again. Brother, I am willing to serve you. As before he finished speaking, 6 ice crystals surrounded him from all directions. He was shocked and hurriedly urged a whip-like top-grade magic weapon to swing around him. Those sharp blades shaped like moss leaves shot out a large number of golden blade flying knives, which were shot into the ice crystal wall one after another, in vain. The ice coffin took shape, and the icicles burst out. A hedgehog ice sculpture suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Sutra Library, and its vitality quickly dissipated. These 3 people are easier to deal with than expected, which is also due to the advantage of sneak attack and close distance, otherwise it would not be so simple. He made another fortune. He had just collected 3 storage bags and had no time to check them. A light cough made you step back violently. He saw the corpse on the recliner sneeze, and the male and female possession Gu was sprayed out of its nostrils. It fell to the ground, and its crystal-clear insect limbs trembled twice. It was dead. The corpse slowly stood up, and 2 balls of gray-white flames ignited in its eye sockets. The breath of a Jindan cultivator rushed to his face, and the pressure was so heavy that he almost knelt down. Alive? No. No. The body has rotted into this state, it is impossible to survive, but the Jindan breath cannot be faked. The next moment, the corpse disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of him, with a skinny palm slapping you. He blocked it with his left arm, and the iron chain wrapped around the outermost layer of the nether spirit creaked, shattered, and scattered. The inner layer of the mountain ridge iron armor was not damaged. Yu flew backwards, his back hit the black stone tablet, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. It looks like he was seriously injured, but in fact, it was just a minor injury. Although the corpse has the aura of Dan formation, its true strength should be around the initial stage of foundation building, otherwise he could be killed with a slap, not just a minor injury. So it's a corpse demon. Mountain spirits and monsters, everything can become a demon. The so-called corpse demon is the corpse of a powerful cultivator, which suddenly becomes spiritual one day. It has the broken memory of the corpse before death, but it is a completely different body. It is a close relative of zombies, and is even often identified as the same thing. But when the corpse demon feels spiritual, it has the wisdom of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and will gradually grow with time, slowly gaining power comparable to the corpse before death. The conditions for a corpse to become spiritual are harsh, and I don't know how this thing was bred. It is estimated that it will not take long, otherwise it will be more than the cultivation of the initial stage of foundation building. Even so, the underground palace has become a dangerous place. It is best to leave as soon as possible. No opportunity or treasure is more important than life. Without the will to fight, you took the best soul-restoring pill and the best healing pill. His body flashed and he suddenly turned into 10 phantoms, rushing in all directions. The phantoms that should have been difficult to distinguish between real and fake, in the eyes of the corpse demon, had a different appearance. Its eyes were lit by soul fire, and its vision was black and white. Although Yu's phantom body had a physical body and the breath of the original body, there was only one soul, and it determined the location of Yu's real body in almost the blink of an eye. The skinny claws raised 5 black claws light, struck horizontally. Flying in the air, Yu, who was trampling on the black silk, gritted his teeth and sacrificed the bronze bell for defense, but saw the fierce claw light, tearing the bronze bell alive. 2 of the 3 refined top-grade magic tools have been broken. The residual force hit his chest, leaving 3 claw marks deep enough to see the bone. The flesh turned outward, blood flowed, and he felt no pain at all. The breakout of the Sutra Pavilion failed. Yu frowned and pondered. The death energy accidentally cultivated by the corpse demon's secret method should have been his trump card, but this thing is only useful for those old monks who are about to die. It is not very effective against corpse demons. In other aspects, strength, speed, defense, etc., he was crushed in all directions. Although the divine corpse arm is the 2nd level, his realm is only the 5th level of chi training, which is far inferior to the corpse demon. After thinking about it, there is only one strategy that is feasible. It is necessary to break out of the Sutra Pavilion and then use the night hiding curse to hide, or he can escape. While thinking, the foundation building corpse demon slowly approached, and he actually caught a hint of a playful smile on its ugly, dry face, just like a cat catching a mouse. It was enjoying the fun of hunting. Yu's eyes fixed, and while observing, he found that there was a black jade slip in the almost weathered and tattered clothes on the corpse demon's chest. It was held in front of its chest, and it seemed to cherish it very much. With the corner of his eye, he glanced to the left again. Except for the stone tablet in the middle, there was only dust on the 1st floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Nothing else was left. I wonder what the situation was on the 2nd and 3rd floors. In other words, he basically returned empty-handed this time. This must be unacceptable. Situ Hong and Gu Zhengshan have not shown up yet, and with Lu Jingxian, the 3 of them will most likely run into the Ningyue Palace, at the top of the underground palace. If they can make it in time, it will be fine, but if they can't, he will really be in trouble. Corpse demon, die. With a low shout, Yu showed a desperate attitude and rushed towards the corpse demon, raising his left fist early and punching it in the face. The opponent was a little annoyed by the resistance of the prey, and also swung a claw, trying to fight Yu head-on. As a result, the 2 crossed each other. The phantom step is a footwork for close combat, and it is not only used to separate the phantom body. It pretends to fight hard and passes by at the critical moment. In a dangerous and fierce battle, retreating at the critical moment will cost you. At this moment, the divine corpse arm he relied on was abnormally twisted, and the fingers to the forearm were almost broken into 3 sections, and it was already disabled. But his right hand was still fine, and he even grabbed the black jade slip, which read Taiyin Yutong. You didn't know if it was worth it to get the things and pay a divine corpse arm, but he had already done it. There was no point in regretting it. He just hoped that the jade slip was worth his loss. He grinned, not caring whether the corpse demon could understand him or not, and said, "Want to come back? Come to Ningyue Palace to find me." After that, he jumped out of the sutra library in an instant. The night hidden curse was running at full power, climbing along the red pillars and clinging to the ceiling like a gecko climbing a wall. and his breath was restrained to the extreme. Under the stairs, there were 8 or 9 phantoms of you fleeing, attracting attention from the front. The corpse demon rushed out in anger and smashed the door. At first glance, he recognized the authenticity of the phantom, but there were too many and they were scattered. When he looked to the left and then the right, he was already blocked by the palace wall and disappeared. He stood there for a moment, without any intention of looking up, and rushed to the top of the stairs, in the direction of Ningyue Palace, with corpse chi surging all the way, just like a monster coming out of the world. Seeing this, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether the night-hidden curse would be effective. At present, it seemed that the breath was well hidden. He didn't know whether he would be seen through if he faced it head-on. Standing on tiptoe, he landed gently on the ground. Yu straightened the twist of his left hand inch by inch. Although he still couldn't move, he seemed to be fine. This disabled state is expected to last for a while. The corpse demon's secret method can slowly repair it. The yin blood pill formed by the secret method will heal faster, but this thing needs to maintain the balance of dead air to prevent dead air from invading the bone marrow and reducing lifespan. Conservatively estimated, it will take at least a year to recover. In this situation, Ningyue Palace. You didn't plan to go there. Let the 3 people go to gamble with the corpse demon. The underground palace is under the Xuangu mountain. The 5-year garrison time has just begun, so there is no rush to explore it. Besides, he encountered a foundation-building corpse demon in the Sutra Pavilion. Who knows what dangers there are in Ningyue Palace? It is obviously more important there, and it is not suitable for chi training cultivators to fight recklessly. It is a good idea to retreat bravely, fly back all the way. Many disciples of Gudu Peak were gathered in 2s and 3s. When they saw the wound on Yu's chest, some laughed at him, while others ignored him. They were not stopped. After watching him retreat into the cave leading to the underground palace, the discussion became louder. After a while, they left the underground. In front of the pit, 3 monks who stayed behind were wiping their magic tools. There were several dead lions lying beside them, and they had obviously experienced a fierce battle. Seeing you coming, they were all stunned, and someone immediately stepped forward to stop him. Stop, you suddenly retreated, but what happened ahead? No. You paused, and patiently explained, at the end of the cave, there are the ruins of an ancient sect's underground palace. Everyone is exploring everywhere, looking for opportunities and treasures, was accidentally injured and has no strength to fight anymore, so I retreated to inform the 3 of you. If you want an opportunity, go to the underground palace as soon as possible. After that, he wanted to control the flying magic tool and leave. The 3 looked at each other, and they all showed greed. The leader shouted, I think you got a treasure, so you are running away with injuries. Hand it over and I will spare your life. What you are talking about? You flicked his sleeves indifferently, sat on the black silk and flew away. Below, 3 heads were pierced together by ice spikes, hanging neatly on the rock wall, and the tattered corpses were completely mixed together, with no value for secondary use. Even without the divine corpse arm, his attainments in magic were superior to those of this group of ordinary late-stage chi training disciples, and he killed them like crushing ants. 5 breaths later. At the top of the pit, you looked indifferent, and his spiritual power gathered in his throat and spit out downwards, and suddenly a large area of low-temperature cold fog was generated. Ice crystals formed on the rock wall, and dense ice spikes grew out diagonally. Holding the top-grade magic weapon ice pattern sword, he activated it again and completely destroyed the pit in the form of a giant sword. When going down, Lu Jingxian had 18 generals. You killed 4 of them first, then 3 more, and lost 10 in one breath. He was completely torn apart, and he would definitely make trouble for him after going out. It would be better to cut off some and completely close the retreat. There may be other passages to get up, but they will definitely not be able to get out in a short time. And for some reason, the passage to the underground palace did not encounter the poisonous bees and the ferocious bone lions. It was not normal. After finishing it, you left this small hill and returned to Xuangu Mountain. At the same time, at the bottom of Xuangu Mountain number 3, Gu Zhengshan and Sida Hong and his men joined together and jumped down from the deep crack. There were a total of 12 people, all in the late stage of chi training. According to them, the underground magnetic field was disordered, and it was difficult in order to identify the direction. It is best to go straight to one road so as not to get lost due to the environment. However, after they landed, they were not in the ruins of the underground palace, but in an underground cavity at the same point. There are graves everywhere here, and occasionally there are more luxurious graves, with a space of more than 4 feet high. There is a giant rotten beehive covering nearly 100 acres. The buzzing sound is endless, and the mouth and nose are full of stench. Looking out, You can also find underground passages that extend in all directions. There are also many ferocious bone lions wandering here. They take the initiative to dig graves and get the bones of monks from them, or chew and swallow, or directly connect them to themselves. At first glance, it looks like it has strange features such as human bone arms, thighs, and skulls. This is why the bee swarms and bone beasts on Xuangu Mountain can never be killed. The underground is the nest of both sides. It is hard to tell the truth about the bone beasts, and the scale of the rotten bee swarms here is almost certain that there is a queen bee at the foundation building level. Seeing this, Sito Hong couldn't help but joked, "I think we are going the wrong way. It's more appropriate to let Lu Jingxian come here." Gu Zhengshan glanced away and said self-deprecatingly, "Lu Jingxian is a real daughter of heaven. She has a father who is a Jindan. You are just a relative, but she is of the same blood." "I know what you mean." Situ Hong spread his hands and sighed. "Family members know their own affairs. The Peach Blossom Ghost Mother practices the way of yin and yang collection and replenishment. She comes from a big family in the Hahuan sect and later marries the Jindan of the Nilingsu sect. After marrying here, whether it is practicing or practicing the unique Peach Blossom magic, a large number of handsome men are needed, which is far less convenient than the Hahuan sect. Her husband just sits and watches her take in an adopted son. Don't think he is favored for a while, sooner or later he will be tired of playing. Compared with Lu Jingxian's direct lineage, they are completely two levels of people. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's set up the formation." "Okay." Gu Zhengshan patted the corpse refining bag on his waist, and the coffins stood up one by one. The coffin lids fell down, and the 12 bronze-armored corpses with a corpse suppression talisman on their foreheads and holding black flags quickly dispersed. Controlling 12 bronze-armored corpses with the 7th level of Qi training far exceeded his limit, so he had to use talismans and magic tools to assist, which greatly reduced his flexibility. It can be used to set up the formation, which is just right. The formation setup was surprisingly the Earthine Corpse Puppet Formation. Xuangu Mountain. You return to his temporary residence on Xuangu Mountain number 3. Since all the late-stage Qi training cultivators had gone out, only some small fish and shrimps remained on Xuangu Mountain number 3. From his perspective, a large number of people were still left on Sito Hong and Lu Jingxian's sides, and a few were digesting the benefits brought by the Xianjing flower. Most people were repairing their homes and patrolling the bone forest. They did not notice someone's sudden return. Gu Jingshuan's position was still shrouded in black fog, making it difficult to see clearly. After setting up the Blood Mist Hidden Spirit formation, he immediately used his skills to recover from his injuries, especially the large amount of Yin spiritual power obtained from practicing the Corpse Demon secret art, which was almost poured into his left arm, causing the fracture to gradually heal. It was just a little slow. The 6 people he killed later also brought him an income of about 3,000 spirit stones, as well as a large number of first-level low-grade elixirs and spiritual materials. There were not many useful things for him, mainly in terms of magic tools. He selected 2 items from a large pile to refine, one of which was Yuan Tongman's golden whip, which could replace the role of the nether spirit iron chain in his hands. The other item was provided free of charge by one of the 3 guards of the retreat route. It was also a top-grade magical instrument, the Black Scale Shield. Its defensive effect was better than that of the Bronze Bell, but its defensive angle was limited. It was not possible to provide all-round protection, which was not a big deal. The most important income was the mysterious essence flowers. The number of first-level mysterious essence flowers exceeded 1,000, and even exceeded 2,000. There were nearly 200 second-level mysterious essence flowers. With such a large number, even if he had a useless spiritual root, he could use the resources to pile up a result of half-true essence transformation of spiritual power. In addition, his personal assets exceeded 10,000 spiritual stones for the first time. If he could deal with the corpses and debris, he could have another 3,000 spiritual stones. It had only been a short time since he went out, and he had already collected such a large amount of wealth. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he killed cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. When he reached this level, he had more or less a desire for foundation building, and would unconsciously save and accumulate. If he killed cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training, he would not have such a harvest. For such cultivators, the most valuable thing was their bodies. He rested for 3 days. There was no response from underground, and no one was seen returning, so you cast the night hiding spell and left Xuangu Mountain. He found a natural cave at the edge of the spiritual vein and hid there. This was a precaution. Lu Jingxian and others suddenly rushed out from underground, but he was so absorbed in cultivation that he didn't notice them immediately. If he was surrounded by hundreds of people, he was not good at speed and would be in danger of his life. Therefore, he stayed away from Xuangu Mountain and stalked on the edge to practice. As long as he broke through the 6th level of Qi training and then used the power of Xianjing flower to break through the late stage of Qi training, then it would be his chance to go down to the underground palace again. There is no requirement for the environment when placing the bar to practice. Use body practice speed is so slow that it is almost meaningless. Therefore, except for the need to practice when refining the top-grade cold blood pill, his dependence on spiritual veins is quite low. The rest of the time is to use marrow fluid to practice Xianin Hand, a second-level upper-grade spell, which is very difficult to practice. Fortunately, there are treasures to help, and after the physical transformation of Corpse Demon Secret Method, his talent in and cold attributes has increased to a certain extent. There are 3 stages in practicing this technique. In the first stage, you can only condense a fist of several feet long on the basis of the body's arm, and it cannot exist apart from the body. In the second stage, 2 gray-black giant fists can be condensed, and they can also be separated from the body and driven freely within a range of 100 meters. Su Qingshan is in the second stage, which is called a small achievement. In the third stage, the Xianin Hand is truly perfected. It is not just a fist, but also a small arm that can be condensed. The size can be as small as a few feet or as large as 3 feet. It can be condensed and used within the range of the divine consciousness, and it can be used flexibly. In the conventional sense, when it reaches the great success stage, the practice of a technique is considered complete. To achieve perfection and match the realm of the creator of the technique, it is difficult for those who are not excellent in comprehension. You knows the benefits and conveniences of the perfect technique. The feeling of being smooth and free, and even being able to be redeveloped and derived horizontally into a variety of practical effects, is very wonderful. He attaches great importance to this technique, but there is no free placement column available. Then there is the second heavyweight harvest. The divine consciousness jade slip taken from the foundation building corpse demon records a very profound pupil technique secret inheritance. Taiyin Yuton. It is the same as the corpse demon secret method, which is also a secret method of physical transformation, but it is more pure and only works on the eyes. And it is also a jade slip of inheritance, with a total of 4 layers. At Yu's current level of cultivation, only the first level of content can be unlocked. Needless to say, after watching it for a while, just drop it into the placement bar to check. Placement bar 3, Taiyin Ghost Eye, 0 out of 124 practices a day, 1 year to complete. 1 year is not a short time. Among all the first level techniques that Yu has practiced, it takes the longest time. Practicing this pupil technique is essentially a transformation of the eyes. It requires the assistance of a special treasure called Guanghan Du, 1 drop per month, and the real Taiyin moonlight must be drawn to nourish the eyes. The moonlight scattered by the Taiyin star in the world is also a high-level essence of heaven and earth. It is not feasible to sit in meditation and absorb it dryly, unless there is a corresponding technique, or with the assistance of a special formation. Therefore, you can only rely on the placement bar to practice. On the other hand, the corpse demon secret method can only attract in spiritual power, which shows that this secret technique may be above it. This is only the first level. The 4-level division may correspond to the 4 major realms of the cultivator. The bottom line is also the nascent soul secret technique. It is a profit to exchange it for a divine corpse arm. At present, the corpse demon secret technique has been completed. The placement column has been completed for 1 year and 1 month, and there are still 19 years to complete part of it. After hesitating for a moment, you felt that he would not use the second brother for the time being, so he simply put Taiyin Yuton in the 3rd column. This pupil technique fits him, and the effect is described as mysterious. Only after experiencing it in person can you understand it. In this way, you began to enter the state of latent cultivation, refining the power of the elixir, practicing the Xianin Hand, and feeling the changes in himself day by day. Half a year later, it was also the end of the first year of arriving at Xuangu Mountain. In November of the 3rd year of his outer sect career, the remaining half of the top-grade cold blood pill was completely refined, and the spiritual power increased by 50 Dao, and the effect of the placement column increased by 60 Dao. His own cultivation increased by 3 Dao, which came from short-term high-frequency battles. It seems to speed up his cultivation speed, which is better than nothing. At present, his accumulated spiritual power has reached 536 Dao. After taking the new top-grade cold blood pill, he still needs 2.5 years of hard work to reach the note of breakthrough. There is a long way to go. He could take the 3rd top-grade cold blood pill halfway through, and the second time was estimated to be about 2 years, which was not slow. But for the situation in Xuangu Mountain, his strength was indeed a little insufficient. I've already turned 20 without realizing it. It's been 4 years since I left home. Standing on a rugged rock, you looked at the 3 Xuangu Mountains. Until today, Lu Jingxian and the others had not been able to return from the underground palace. Thinking of the foundation building corpse monster that ran towards the Ningyue Palace at the end, he hesitated for a moment. Could it be that he died down there? It's hard to say about the others. Lu Jingxian must have things like life cards and soul lamps in her father's hands, and even a trump card given by a Jindan cultivator. If she really died in the underground palace, the Bishenren must have come to Xuangu Mountain in person. There has been no movement for half a year. Maybe she was trapped, which is more likely. After waiting for the 3 people to appear, you went to Xuangu Mountain and found that in the past 6 months, a group of cultivators who had already reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training broke through the 7th level with the power of Xuanjinghua. There were a total of 8 newly promoted late Qi training disciples from Wuyin Peak and Guda Peak. When you sneaked in with the night hiding curse, they were gathered in the abandoned camp between the 3 mountains to discuss something. Brothers Situ and sister Lu have been missing for more than half a year. We can't wait any longer. My fellow disciple, there's no point in being impatient. Yes, the hole where sister Lu went down underground was blocked by a lot of fallen rocks for some reason. I have sent people to dig and clear it. It will be cleared in at most half a year. Dig, 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 dig your mother's head. A newly promoted disciple from Guda Peak who was at the 7th level of Qi training slammed the table and glared at the disciples from Wuyin Peak and said, after Sister Lu went down the cave, Sidu Hong went to find Gu Zhengshun. He hasn't come out yet. They must have gone down to look for opportunities as well. I think you are just buying time for Sidu's slave. This person's shocking words immediately made the disciples of Wuyin Peak glare at him. Someone said sinisterly, I think you are not worried about Lu Jingxian's safety, but yourself. What do you mean by this? The disciples of Wuyin Peak narrowed their eyes. Whatever you think, it means. I heard that Lu Jingxian likes to use poisonous insects to control the male servants of the same sect. Could it be? You too? Ha ha, little white face, you dare to slander senior brother Situ. In just a few words, the 2 sides had a serious conflict, which directly escalated to the point of personal attack. Not far away, Yu Zhang leaned against a wall, listening attentively, and laughed a little, but soon stopped laughing. The Tianchi Peak disciples brought by Gu Zhengshun have never come out since they hid in the formation. Now the other 2 peaks have a conflict, and the meeting ended unhappily. They almost fought, but both sides still organized their own teams. On the Wuyin Peak side, Situ Hong disappeared for a long time, resulting in the power being taken by the newly promoted 7th level Qi training cultivators. They said they were saving people, but in fact they coveted the underground secrets. The Guda Peak was really eager to save people, because what the inner disciple said was true. Lu Jingxian not only used the Gu Worm to control all the late Qi training. Even the best of the middle Qi training was controlled by her. Now that they have not been comforted by Lu Jingxian's spiritual power for half a year, the Gu Worms in their bodies have become more and more irritable. Once they wake up from their slumber, some of them will die without a burial place. They are really anxious. So, immediately dispatched a large number of people to search for naturally formed caves everywhere, trying to find a new way. The disciples of Wuyin Peak were honestly excavating the mountain and digging stones. As a result, a large number of people from Xuangu 3 mountains were sent out, and the total number of people who continued to take care of the bonewood of the 3 mountains was less than 100. You immediately had an idea. It was known that the underground palace ruins hid secrets. In addition to the inheritance jade slip of the Yuanying level, Taiyin Yuton, he reasonably suspected that the underground ruins might not be the ruins of the ancient sect at the Jindan level. What if it was just a branch sect? Just like the Niling Blood sect occupied the 4 states of the Qiyuan demon realm, the capital of each state was the address of the sect branch, and the standing force was only at the Jindan level. If it was really the branch site of the Yuanying ancient sect, there would be a lot of clues that could be found in ancient history. Moreover, before the establishment of Xuangu 3 mountains, there was a cultivation family entrenched here, and now they have become the earthbound spirits, ghost farmers of Xuangu Mountain. Maybe they know about the underground palace ruins, which is also a clue. Lu Jingxian and his men were trapped in the underground palace, and the remaining troops were in disarray. If they could not make any progress, there would be a melee. The more you thought about it, the more he wanted to go down and find out what was going on. But reason stopped him. Wait a little longer, maybe there will be new changes, and we should not rush for gains and losses. In this way, time passed quickly. The 4 seasons rotated, and winter was gone. Spring comes, and the summer wind slowly descends. It is difficult to feel the breath of summer in the northern part of Fengzhou because it is close to the endless ice field. The season of bonewood blooming is here again. In June of the following year, the Xianjing flowers that bloomed last year were only a part of it. This year, another batch of bonewoods have grown flower buds, but the number has been greatly reduced, only 1/3 of last year. In addition, since Lu Jingxian and others took away all the masters in the late stage of Qi training, the number of people this year is obviously insufficient. The fierce bone lion and the rotten poison bee colony are both troubles for the peak of the first level. For the 8 newly promoted late Qi training masters, one-on-one is very difficult, because their realm has risen, but the spells, magic tools, etc. have remained in the same place. They can only control the middle-grade magic tools to fight the enemy, and the efficiency is naturally greatly reduced. It is even difficult to clean up the 3 mountains. Those monsters crawling out of the ground are really difficult to deal with. Seeing that the flowering season is approaching, everyone is anxious. The second meeting was quickly held. What do you think about the cooperation? A cultivator from Wuyin Peak spoke first. There is no other way. Zuan Jingwa can help people complete the spiritual refining. It can be used for breaking through the 4th level of Qi training from the 3rd level, and breaking through the 7th level of Qi training from the 6th level. For the disciples in the late stage of Qi training, it can even turn the spiritual power into semi-true essence in advance, which is of great help to break through the foundation building in the future. Therefore, no matter how you count the Zuanjingwa, it is not enough. There are too many of them. Now that the people at the top are gone, the people in the middle level are rising, and the lower level cultivators can also enjoy the effect of the first level Zuanjingwa. After picking it in the 2nd year, the people in Xuangu Mountain will at least break through to the middle stage of Qi training. The disciples of Buddha Peak frowned, and someone said, "Of course we want to cooperate, but the problem is that senior sister Lu has not made any movement. If we delay any longer, someone will die in vain within half a month." This is a practical problem. Several disciples of Buddha Peak are as anxious as ants on a hot pot, and they can't delay any longer. In front of life, Zuanjingwa is just like that. Hearing this, the Wuyin Peak disciple smiled as expected and said, "Well, since you can't find a new route, then take the road we dug." "You dug it." The Buddha Peak disciple stood up suddenly, his tone quite surprised. "Of course. We dug for nearly a year before we opened up this road again, but something went wrong underneath." "What happened?" "A swarm of bees." The monk of Wuyin Peak spread his hands inside, a swarm of poisonous bees at the foundation building level, whose corrosive poison is enough to dissolve top-grade magic tools. Only those who are proficient in magic can enter. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. It's not just the poisonous poison, the queen of the poisonous bees at the foundation building level is also a problem. After a long pause, someone sighed. "No wonder senior sister Lu and the others haven't returned yet. They actually encountered troubles at the foundation building level. This is the end." The leader of the monks of Wuyin Peak spoke again. "I heard that Lu Jingxian has been collecting poisonous bees since he came to Xuangu Mountain. He said that he would use them to refine poisonous insects. I wonder if you have any way to deal with this kind of poisonous bees." As soon as these words came out, the disciples of the poisonous insect peak looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, someone finally gave in and said through gritted teeth, "I have a way." "Brother, you can't." The man said with red eyes, "We will die anyway. There is still a glimmer of hope if we go down. If senior sister Lu is trapped, it will be a great deed for us to rescue her. Only when the merits and demerits are offset can we survive." Only with this speech did the other disciples of the poison peak shut up. Alas! It died halfway through the goo refining process. I don't know how much power it still has. Who will refine it? This special goo worm is one of the reasons why Lu Jingxian came to Xiangu Mountain from afar. The main material used is the rotten poison bee. Before going down to the underground palace, it was placed in the scorpion pot for refining and entrusted to the disciples to watch over. New live poison bees need to be added from time to time, so the demand for bee colonies is very large. Whoever refines it means making enemies with Lu Jingxian, and the consequences are self-evident. Seeing this, the new leader of the Five-Yin Peak proposed, "I have a secret method from the Mingshan sect that can temporarily control the goo worms. Would you like to try it?" The Mingshan sect is also one of the 5 Yuanying demon sects in the Qiyuan demon realm. Its sphere of influence is in the southeast corner of the demon realm, very close to the chaotic ancient sea, but relatively far from the Niling blood sect. With this proposal, everyone at the Buddha Peak immediately realized that the other party had been prepared and was completely controlled. "Tell me, what price do you want us to pay?" "Straightforward. Help us clean up the Xuangu Mountain, and you can only take 30% of all the Xuanjingwa income as the cost of the secret method and the underground passage. How about it? Several temporary leaders of the Wuyin Peak in the late stage of Qi training showed their true colors and wanted to use this to threaten the disciples of the Buddha Peak. 3 Xuangu Mountains? Of course. This is a complete seller's market. They have no bargaining power. After all, their lives are at stake. If they delay any longer, someone will die. Okay. After a long period of hesitation, the two sides reached a cooperation for the first time. Concentrating the power of 8 newly promoted late-stage Qi training monks, they officially began to clean up Xuangu Mountain. In the shadows, Yu withdrew his gaze with interest. Although he was hiding in the dark, he was always paying attention to the movements of this group of people. The two sides seemed to have reached a cooperation, but in fact it was just a helpless move under pressure. Once they get rid of the threat to their lives, they will soon bite back, and a war will be inevitable. No wonder only 50 or 60 people returned from the last batch of disciples who came to Xuangu Mountain. The Niling blood sect was also happy to watch them fight. After all, those who returned were all elites and had the possibility of challenging the foundation. Why not? For you, this was also a good opportunity to gain benefits. The night hidden curse was enough to make him appear and disappear in the dark. At that time, he could take the opportunity to seize a batch of Xianjing flowers. As long as they hide well, Yu is also trapped underground in their sight. This is what it means to be in the dark under the lamp. Placement column 3, Taiyin Ghost Eye, perfect. Taiyin Ghost Eye, 100 out of 124 practices a day, 1 year to achieve. At this time, it was May of the 4th year of his outer sect career. His cultivation level was greatly improved again. Half of the top-grade cold blood pills were refined, and his spiritual power increased by 50. The placement column increased by 72, and the body cultivation increased by 2. The spiritual power cultivation level accumulated to 660. It is estimated that it can increase to about 800 in the second half of the year, and then it will be closer to the breakthrough. Of course, the most important thing is to cultivate for a year. The divine corpse arm has been completely restored, and the Taiyin Ghost Eye has successfully completed the first stage of cultivation. The second stage of inheritance needs to wait until he breaks through the foundation before it can be obtained from the inheritance jade slip. The first level perfect Taiyin Ghost Eye gave his eyes a magical feeling. The inheritance information called it watching the moon. The bright spirit splits its light, the red flames shine separately, the moonlight is clear, the clouds are dense and clustered, the toads are cool, the wind sways and scatters them. Collecting its light without letting go, replenishing the essence and giving birth to pity. The so-called watching the moon allows Yu's eyes to have the ability to attract the essence of the moon. By observing the moon, he can feel its shape in his heart, which is called visualization. Only like the spirit of Taiyin, like the essence of Jade Toad, the spirit is restrained, the spirit moves the heart. Borrowing the brilliance of the red feather, it becomes the brightness of the jade wheel. The eyes that were originally eroded by the secret method of the corpse demon have restored their original appearance, no longer dark green and evil. Instead, they are like a bright moon, looking at the flowing light, lonely and quiet. The black pupils give birth to the crescent moon. It is constantly absorbing the Taiyin Hua scattered in the world. This inspiration goes straight into the Naiwan between the eyebrows through the eyes, and a milky white moon pool is born in the place where the spirit is hidden. Wash the consciousness and increase the spirit. After a long time, his soul essence will increase significantly, and the consciousness is nourished, and there is a pleasure of improvement every minute and every second. In other words, the first stage of the Taiyin Yutong can passively receive the Taiyin Manhwa and increase his consciousness, which is always effective like some kind of talent. And it gives him a special perspective of viewing the moon. It seems that he can see the negative side of all things, which is very strange. This technique can only be regarded as an auxiliary secret method in the Qi training stage. But its special effect of increasing spiritual consciousness and cleansing the soul is worth his special stop to place the corpse magic secret method. Now that he has completed his work and the position in the third column is vacant, he put the corpse magic secret method up again. Continue to complete this technique. I don't know if it is an illusion. After cultivating the Taiyin Ghost Eye, he always feels that his body has also absorbed part of the Taiyin moonlight. The side effects of Tianyin blood and corpse demon bone seem to be alleviated. His physical sense has recovered to a certain extent. 10 days later. Nameless Cave. This road is exactly the road that you and others took to go down to the underground palace a year ago, and was later destroyed by him. Now, under the repair and excavation of the disciples of Wuyin Peak, a wider road has been opened again. Several Qi training late-stage people in Buddha Peak are looking down, followed by hundreds of people. In front of them, there is a bigu emitting black poisonous smoke buzzing. This is the painstaking work of Lu Jingxian. However, it was born too early, and its breath was very unstable. Its head, like a bird's skull, was scarlet and restless. There was a mysterious character condensed by spiritual power on the head of the bigu. It was obviously the secret method of the Mingshan sect. Without a dialogue, under the gaze of everyone, the disciples of the Gudapeak jumped down one after another. After all of them entered. After waiting for about 30 breaths, the disciples of the Wuyin Peak only sent out 3 6th level Qi training monks who were good at body movements, and none of the late stage monks moved. Those below the late stage of Qi training retreat 100 steps. With such an order, someone was immediately surprised. We are not going down? Then junior brother Fong and the others are going down. The new leader of Wuyin Peak smiled. The people of Guda Peak are confident of facing the second level poisonous bee queen, but we are not sure. Fong Zhang and the others are going down to find other ways to the surface. So that's how it is. After knowing this person said no more. Several late Qi training disciples commanded everyone to release magic weapons, and once again collapsed the passage and buried it completely. Since it has been disappeared for so long, it is better to disappear forever. After completing it, nearly 100 disciples were dispersed, with Xiangu Mountain as the center. There was a person standing guard every 30 feet, in order to cooperate with the 3 people who went in. Prepare to use the induction talisman to open a new passage. There are only more than 100 disciples in Wuyin Peak in total. After releasing so many, there are only more than 20 people left in Xiangu Mountain, and their strength is still very average. Considering the large amount of resources needed for their own cultivation, the Xianjinghua in their pockets feels enough at present, and it would be safer to take more. So, you return to Xuangu Mountain quietly. He should have a share of the second batch of Xianjing flowers. Left Xuangu Mountain, 260th floor. Since all the disciples of Guda Peak went underground, the disciples of Tianchi Peak were complacent. Only they stayed in the 3 Xuangu Mountains. After cleaning up the bone beasts and poisonous bees, they relaxed. At this time, more than a dozen cultivators gathered together to play dice. Buy it and leave it. Xianjing flowers, spiritual stones, elixirs, and spiritual materials are all fine. 1 time for big and small, 9 times for leopards. Big, small, big, big. I'll buy a leopard, 10 spiritual stones. Wow, junior brother Lu is very wild. Try your luck. Junior brother Lu smiled shyly, and with a rosy cheek, he put a handful of spiritual stones in the leopard area. Under the gaze of everyone, the cultivator who was the dealer began to shake the cup. Hold on, don't move. The dice hit the wall of the cup, and the moment everyone's attention was drawn, an accident happened. Puff the golden whip came out from the shadows, unexpectedly hitting 3 people, and with a light twist, the body parts, blood, and organs were scattered all over the ground. Everyone's pupils shrank, and just as they were about to disperse, a figure suddenly jumping out, the overwhelming ice sword shot at them. Those who reacted almost immediately used magic weapons to resist. Those who did not react or wanted to use magic to defend themselves were too late. Almost all the cultivators in the early stage of Qi training were killed. Enemy attack. Hurry up and kill him. The attacker was you, but he was wearing a wooden mask. Seeing that everyone attacked him, he raised his left hand. A gray-black giant fist about 10 feet wide was attached to his left hand. It was the second-level top-grade magic spell, Xianin Hand, that was cultivated with Yin marrow fluid. Compared with using magic weapons, talismans and other external objects, he preferred to use the power of magic. This spell consumes a lot of spiritual power. You used it, firstly to test the effect, and secondly to minimize his own traces. Xianin Hand swept out. There were at least 5 or 6 disciples of the 5 Peak who rushed over, but they were squeezed into a bunch by the big hand that came across, and slapped to the ground, and instantly exploded into a ball of meat paste. It was extremely. There were also a few fragments of magic tools mixed in. Seeing this effect, Yu's eyes sparkled. He moved his feet and performed the phantom step, turning 1 into 10. The 10 yes holding the Xianin hands dispersed, and they were immediately scared to death. They never mentioned killing him again, and the deterrence was full. This move was not to kill them all. According to his previous observations, due to the large number of Xianjing flowers harvested, these people did not have a proper preservation method, and the newly promoted leaders were discussing the decision. Their prestige and background were not as good as Sito Hong, so they concentrated the Xianjing flowers in this layer of Xuangu Mountain and sealed them with the power of the formation. Take it as you need it. Since they had stepped on the spot long ago, Yu's phantoms chased out, just in time to scare the 5 disciples who came to support quickly. The main body quickly came to the edge of the formation, and with the power of the left corpse arm and the power of the Xianin hand, he punched the formation light shield. The crack spread rapidly with his Xianin fist as the core, and shattered in the blink of an eye. This formation was not used for combat, so the defensive effect was naturally much weaker. But the power of Yu's punch was close to the foundation building period. Once the formation was broken, he stepped forward and quickly got into the warehouse. In addition to a large amount of Xianjing flowers, there were also mature bone wood harvested by the disciples of Wuyin Peak during this period. Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. Glowing, he only had the most storage bags on him, all hanging on the inside of his clothes. Now he stretched out his hand and pulled, and both sides of his clothes were full of storage bags, at least more than 20. Under the guidance of his spiritual consciousness, the Xianjing flower and the bone would all drilled in. The speed was amazing. 10 breaths later, a fierce shout came from outside the warehouse, "Thief, you are looking for death." Yu's eyelids moved, and the mark of the waning moon appeared in his eyes. He saw through the wall of the warehouse directly, and a bunch of soul fires appeared in his eyes. This is the perspective of watching the moon, which is quite auxiliary. Seeing them surrounding him, Yu sighed with some regret. He couldn't take them all, but it was enough. He only took one. He took a top-grade wheeling pill and protected his head with his left arm. He leaned over and rushed towards the wall. Boom, leaving a big hole behind, the 9 phantoms scattered and fled, and the main body cast the night hiding curse, like a pool of ink blending into the shadow, constantly passing through the cracks in the ground. This is a derivative application of this curse. He could easily apply all kinds of derivative applications of perfect level magic. A moment later, several leaders of Wuyin Peak who were in the late stage of chi training arrived at the warehouse. Seeing the desolate appearance, they were shocked and hurried inside to check. Their eyes went dark and they almost fainted. Half of the Xianjing flowers were gone, and 1/3 of the bone wood that had been mined was gone. The bastards from Gouda Peak. Obviously, they thought Yu was a hidden hand left by Gouda Peak. After all, there were few people around Xuangu Mountain, and he had just offended them. Who else could it be if he was not a disciple of Guru? No wonder they are so honest. It turns out they had planned it long ago. Half of it was taken away, and more than a dozen brothers died. This hatred must be avenged. You should go and urge Feng Zhuo to open a new road as soon as possible. Yes. Not to mention the chaos in Xuangu Mountain, Yu on the other side had successfully returned to the edge cave he had built during this period of time. He was swiftly sorting out the harvest and using the method of sealing the pill to process the Xianjing flowers. These spiritual flowers can be stored for a maximum of 3 years. He has not touched the first batch of stocks, which were all picked in May last year. There are still 2 years before they completely wither, which is enough for him to use them after breaking through the 6th level of chi training. Using 2 batches together, even if he has useless spiritual roots, it will be enough, and there will be a lot more. Very good, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The ruins of the underground palace. Situ Hong, Lu Jingxian, and Gu Zhangshan were in Ningyue Palace. The core of this ancient sect site was indeed full of mysteries. 1 year ago, Lu Jingxian, who came in first, used the forbidden talisman to break through the outer restrictions of the palace and got a lot of benefits, including spiritual materials, elixirs, spells, etc. Among them, the most helpful thing for the current situation was a 2nd-level top-grade magic weapon, which was very difficult to control with her cultivation. Just when she wanted to break into the palace, an accident happened. Inexplicably, a foundation-building corpse demon rushed in and beat her violently. After a short fight, it was defeated. She had no choice but to use her trump card to break the 2nd layer of restrictions. Who knew that Gu Zhangshan and Situ Hong suddenly entered, and they were chased by a 3-meter-tall giant poisonous bee queen, followed by a group of poisonous bees the size of a water tank. Flying needles and venom were constantly sprayed. As soon as the two came in, they called out Lu Jingxian. Obviously, they knew she was here. Their original intention was to divert the trouble to someone else. But the result was the poisonous queen bee and the corpse demon who was building the foundation joined together. The 3 people were beaten so hard that they kept screaming. They had no choice but to unite and use the 2nd-level forbidden-breaking talisman to break into the inner layer of Ningyue Palace. Who would have thought that the poisonous queen bee's venom seemed to have mutated? It also had an erosive effect on the forbidden area. The big hole made by the 2nd-level forbidden-breaking talisman had not yet healed, and the venom slowed down the healing speed, causing the corpse demon and the queen bee to break into the 2nd-level forbidden area together. The interior of Ningyue Palace was divided into 2 parts by the 2-element pattern and mechanical floor tiles. One side was yang, and the other side was yin. The 3 people fell on the yin side, and the queen bee and the corpse demon fell on the yang side. According to observation, both sides needed to cooperate sincerely and stand on the yin eye and the yang eye at the same time. Only by activating the array eye with spiritual power could the third-level palace door be opened. The yin element pattern was full of ice. The three people were immediately frozen when they came in. Although they could break through, they would be frozen again after a few steps. The closer they were to the yin eye, the lower the temperature. The yang pattern was extremely hot, and there were chains burning with flames coming out of the floor tiles, which bound the corpse demon and the queen bee tightly, and they were constantly suffering from the pain of being burned by the flames. So, the two sides stood in a standoff. During this year, Lu Jingxian and others had tried before, but after they took the initiative to go over, the flame chains that bound the corpse demon will be much more relaxed. From being unable to move, to being able to move freely within 10 meters. And the yang eye is right in the middle of the two foundation building demons, it is simply torture. They even suspected that Ningyue Palace had spirits, otherwise this arrangement would be too disgusting. They were in such a stalemate that they dragged on for a year. At the edge of the yin pattern, Gu Zhangshan said tremblingly, "It's been a year, and your two men haven't come down yet. I can't hold on any longer." Upon hearing this, Sito Hong shook off the ice debris on his body. An evil ghost wearing an ice mask was hovering around him, protecting him from the cold erosion from the outside world. "Brother Gu, I provided the forbidden talisman for entering the second floor. Senior sister Lu has broken into the Yang pattern more than once during this period. Among the three of us, only you have been grumbling, but you are reluctant to leave. You say, is it time for you to move?" Gu Zhangshan was silent immediately. On the other side, Lu Jingxian, who was also covered in frost, seemed neither anxious nor impatient. With eyes closed, she sat in meditation to regulate her breathing, using her spiritual power to resist the cold. There was a blood-red mosquito on her shoulder, staring at the poisonous queen bee. She said, "It will be here soon, at the latest in half a month. I don't know about the people from Wuyin Peak, but the disciples from Guda Peak will definitely come." The two of them understood the implication. After all, as long as it is not said publicly, no one will jump out to make trouble for the fellow disciples. Situ Hong became even more anxious, glanced at Lu Jingxian, and said anxiously, "Gu Zhangshan, if you don't do it, the disciples from Guda Peak will come down, and you and I will have no chance." Gu Zhangshan shrank his neck, as if it would be warmer. The look in his eyes when he looked at Situ Hong was as if he was saying, "I'm an idiot, why do I do it? You." The three of them couldn't tell who was better, and no one was convinced by the other. Suddenly, there was a chaotic sound outside, with footsteps and conversations, and the movement was not small. This change instantly broke the deadlock. Lu Jingxian stood up directly, poured spiritual power into his throat, and said loudly, "Where are the disciples of Gudu Peak? Senior sister Lu." A large group of Gudu disciples appeared outside the forbidden barrier on the second floor. At first glance, there were at least 100 people. After the leader found the three people inside, he hurried over. "Senior sister Lu, we are here. How do we break this forbidden barrier?" Lu Jingxian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Sita Hong. He said, "Everyone, can you look over there? Two foundation building demons, do they really want to come in?" Everyone's face changed immediately. They paid too much to come down. The mysterious flower was one thing, and the large number of corrupt and poisonous bees they encountered after entering the underground was even more troublesome. The bee poison that came out early can only disperse ordinary poisonous bees, and it has no effect on the people of the second-level poisonous bee king. There were nearly 300 people in the mighty force, and only 170 or 80 were left when they arrived at Ningyue Palace. They had already done their best. What's more, the only ones who needed Lu Jingxian's spiritual power to appease the poisonous insects in their bodies were the few newcomers who had broken through the late stage of Qi training. Seeing the scale of the underground palace ruins, the mid-stage Qi training disciples who were not controlled immediately had different intentions. When they looked at each other, they reached a tacit understanding. Lu Jingxian was about to speak, but he saw that everyone at the door had dispersed. In the blink of an eye, only 5 people were left, 3 new Qi training level 7 and 2 Qi training level 6. Seeing this, Sito Hong laughed. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Senior sister Lu is indeed popular. Indeed, taking a risk once is already a full effort, and it is not worthwhile to take a second risk. However, these scattered disciples don't know that the people from Wuyin Peak have blocked the road again, and they can't get out. "Shut up!" Lu Jingxian turned back and glared at Sito Hong. After barely stopping him, he turned around and said to his subordinates, "I brought 18 good players with me at the beginning. Did you see them when you came down? The disciples of Gudapik shook their heads. No, but I saw a lot of torn clothes on the road, and the bones were gone. This situation made Lu Jingxian glare at Situhon again. The other party waved his hands repeatedly. It's not me. Brother Gu and I don't have this ability. But, for were killed by the poisonous bee queen, 2 died in my hands, and I really don't know where the other 12 went. The atmosphere fell silent instantly. They didn't know that there were 10 people who died at the hands of you alone, half of them were killed. But no one knew what Lu Jingxian would think. You step back a few steps, and help me activate the center of the Yangyi formation after you come in. Yes, sir. Next, she took out the second-grade superior magic weapon she had obtained before, which was a seal, and printed it on the restriction, flushing it with spiritual power. Soon a small hole was broken, and the 5 people got in one by one. They were stared at by the queen bee and the corpse demon, and they all shuddered. A fierce battle is ready to start. Outside the underground palace, the scattered disciples of Gudapik were attacked by a large number of poisonous bees. Without the leader of the late Qi training period, their strength dropped by more than 1 level. The original intention of exploring the underground palace and looking for opportunities was completely extinguished by waves of poison needles. With heavy casualties, they could only retreat to the passage. Then a desperate scene happened, and the road was blocked. Screams and wails, one after another. At the same time, near the abandoned camp in the middle of the Xuangu 3 mountains, the disciples of Wuyin Peak had just been robbed by, but they had to pick up their mood and continue with the original plan. They were simply looking for the opportunity of the underground palace. A thin rock layer was specially selected, and a new underground passage was quickly opened up by the joint efforts of both sides. Soon, the ground suddenly sank, and a head popped out. It was Fang Zhua, the master of body movements, who was sent down. His face was horrified and he shouted, "It's a disaster, it's a disaster. Hurry up and give me a hand." Everyone reached out their hands and was about to ask, but they felt the ground began to shake. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed even more. A nearly 10-meter-long ferocious bone lion jumped out. It still held Fang Zhua in its mouth. Its sharp teeth were no less powerful than those of the rock pillars. It bit it in two in the blink of an eye, swallowed half of it whole, and roared. A large number of bones drilled out from the ground, forming a circle of bone prisons that surrounded everyone. The disciples of the 5 Peak looked ugly. Second-level ferocious bone lion. This was almost unbearable for them. Lu Jingxian and the other 2 were able to deal with these second-level evil spirits because they had many means. It might not work for them. The second-level ferocious bone lion began to kill, and there was almost no enemy who could match it. Yu, who was hiding in the dark and observing, also felt his scalp tingling. There were too many changes in this Xuangu mountain. There were foundation building troubles everywhere. If there were second-level ghosts hidden in the companion ghosts of the Bonewood Forest, the fun would be even greater. After much consideration, he still did not make a move. The more people died, the better. In this way, Lu Jingxian and the others' identities would be scrapped. Without enough manpower, you would be able to stand at the top for a short time. Besides, he really didn't want to deal with the second-level ferocious bone lion. He watched it hunt and kill the disciples of Wuyin Peak. In a short period of time, nearly 100 people were slaughtered until more than 10 people broke through the restraints of the bone prison and went crazy without looking back. Escape from Xuangu Mountain. This behavior is equivalent to treason. The fierce bone lion chased for a distance and then returned. It did not chase again. It squatted in front of the new passage, opened its mouth, and waited for the next destined person. At this point, the 3 mountains of Xuangu are empty. Seeing this, you sneaked into Xuangu Mountain with the magic of the night-hidden curse and swept away all the resources in the warehouse above. Then he returned to the abandoned camp and touched the storage bag of the disciple killed by the fierce bone lion. In an instant, he was promoted to Elder of 100 Bags and was very happy to pick it up. Good opportunity, good luck, it's my turn to make a fortune. Underground Palace. With his subordinates under complete control, Lu Jingxian forced Gu Jingshan and Situhon to surrender. Using 2 6th-level Qi training monks as bait, he finally activated the Eye of the Yangyi pattern. The gate of the 3rd floor of Ningyue Palace opened, and everyone rushed in. But in less than 10 breaths, Lu Jingxian and the other 2 retreated in a panic, without a single subordinate left. This place is not right. At this time, Lu Jingxian was holding the bee poison that was born prematurely, and its state was much more stable, and its aura was much stronger. The pursuer behind the 3 was only a corpse demon. The fate of the poisonous bee queen is self-evident. The ancient sect ruins, I'm afraid it's a black hand specially arranged to harm future generations. The three rushed out of Ningyue Palace and ran towards the passage. The corpse demon at the back pretended to chase for a few steps, but did not chase anymore. The two flames in his eye sockets turned into a pair of smart eyeballs at some point. His aura also changed drastically. Standing at the top of the stairs overlooking the entire underground palace, he sighed. Is it all failed? The cage is hard to break, I won't give up. After a few steps, the corpse demon paused, and a wisp of residual soul floated above his head, turning into ashes in silence. There were ripples in the air, and there seemed to be a flash of cold snort. The corpse demon, which had returned to normal, scratched its bald head, roared to the sky, and continued to chase after the human scent. 3 days later, the dusty Lu Jingxian and the other two came out of Yuxuango Mountain, where Gu Jingshan had set up the earthing corpse puppet array, with a gloomy look on their faces. Situ Hong said solemnly, I'm not wrong. A residual soul must have escaped from that magic weapon. If it weren't for my Yin ghost protecting me, the body must have been tricked. Gu Jingshan also frowned and said, since there are residual souls, this underground palace is definitely not the remains of an ancient sect, but a place specially arranged by the cultivators to possess other bodies. I don't know what happened to the corpse monster. Take the 800-year-old lifespan of a Jindan cultivator as an example. If he was 500 years old when he died, his soul would still have 300 years of Yin lifespan. Even if he was reborn by possessing another body, his lifespan would not change. Even if he breaks through again, his lifespan will not increase at all, unless he breaks through the original limit and reaches the nascent soul stage. Therefore, Gu Jingshuan's judgment is logical. The ruins of the underground palace are not real, but artificially arranged, more like a trap. At this point, only Lu Jingxian has gained the most. The two of them only had some gains when digging graves, and no one expected it to turn out like this. Alas, there is no point in talking more, let's go home. That's right, these 5 years with Xian Jinghua will not be wasted. Lu Jingxian was silent. She had gained a lot but also suffered great losses. It was difficult for her to be in a good mood. Then, when the three of them came out of the protection of the formation, they were stunned. In the distance, a giant ferocious bone lion was lying on the ground, and the aura of the foundation building level was undoubtedly revealed. There was no human habitation in the three Xiangu mountains, and it was as quiet as a Jedi. Not. What happened here? In just 1 year, more than 500 people, and they were gone? The three people's scalps were tingling, and they were a little scared. You appeared at the right time, standing in the shadow of a huge rock inside. The three of you are finally back. 3 people? After leaving Xuangu Mountain, the 4 of them sat by the stone table and listened quietly to you talking about what had happened during this period. There was no need to hide it. It was just a fight between Wuyin Peak and Gudu Peak, and these evil spirits took advantage of it. Of course, the part that he profited from disappeared automatically. After he finished speaking, you was full of emotion. The 3 of you came too late. The remaining people on Wuyin Peak were scattered by this bone beast. Mao barely survived by relying on a hidden magic. Lu Jingxian stared at you and said coldly, then why don't you help? You was surprised and puzzled. Senior sister Lu thinks highly of me. I am only at the 5th level of Qi training. How can I stop the foundation building bone beast? Situ Hong quickly tried to smooth things over. Junior brother is right. Senior sister Lu, you are making things difficult for me. It's good enough that you can save yourself. The atmosphere became cold again. Gu Zhengshan said in a muffled voice, there is no need to mention the underground palace. Now there are only 4 of us left in the 3 Xuangu mountains. Why don't we go back and send some more people over? No. Lu Jingxian played with the bee poison in her hand and whispered, the 5-year patrol period cannot be ignored for a single day. Although she said so, anyone with a discerning eye could see that she stayed to completely refine this bee poison. After all, she had already taken down the 2nd-level poisonous bee queen with her trump card. The sunk cost was too high, and she had to use the rotten poisonous bees from the Xuangu mountain to further refine it in order to have a chance of success. She would not leave. Situ Hong nodded after hearing this. I agree. Not only could he use the Xianjing flower, but he could also get the benefit of raising ghosts for free from the Bonewood Forest. It was much more profitable than returning to the sect, and staying for 5 years was pure profit. Only Gu Zhengshan came here for the underground palace, trying to find a great opportunity, but everything came to nothing. He was already discouraged and wanted to go back urgently. In addition, the environment was unsafe, and the feeling of insecurity of offending 3 people at the same time made Gu Zhengshan afraid. He betrayed you first, and when he cooperated with Sito Hong, he was unwilling to deal with Lu Jingxian, which directly offended the 3 parties. No one liked him. You said at this time, I also agree with senior sister Lu's plan. His earliest purpose of coming to Xuangu Mountain was to avoid disaster. Now that he has made a lot of money, he needs time to digest it. Naturally, he doesn't want to go back too early. The resources in his hands will not run away until his cultivation level rises to another level. After returning, he can plan the resources for foundation building. By the way, he will find out the secret method of magic that can make up for the acquired talent. This is the top priority. 3-1, so he decided to continue to garrison Xuangu Mountain. Next, Gu Zhengshan retreated into the formation and had no intention of coming out again. Lu Jingxian began to run around to find natural caves and search for traces of the rotten poisonous bee colony. Situ Hong lived in seclusion in the Bonewood Forest and raised his own ghost servants. For a while, he calmed down. No one mentioned expelling the foundation building Bone Beast. Yu was happy about this, and he just needed time. In this way, Xuangu Mountain was completely peaceful. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. It was the end of May, the 5th year of Yu's outer sect career, and he came to Xuangu Mountain. 2.5 years. Counting the time, he is already 22 years old. During this period, he has taken the 3rd top-grade cold blood pill and refined nearly 2/3 of it. The spiritual power in his body has been filled to the limit. There are 999 spiritual powers, each of which is equivalent to 10 spiritual powers. The breakthrough will be today. He actively practiced the exercises, allowing the spiritual power to flow through the meridians and reach the limbs and bones. Even the left arm, which is a follow-up external object, was included in the operation route of the exercises. The corpse arm is cold and has a dead aura. The Yin blood pill that he has been continuously condensing is controlled in his left arm, maintaining a delicate balance. The spiritual power is constantly accelerating, and Yu's body trembles. The violent external spiritual power obediently merges into the Dantian Qi Si, and the first 1,000 spiritual powers are finally cultivated. The breath suddenly surged. The benefits brought by the realm breakthrough made his body, meridians, consciousness, and many other human body supernatural powers increase to a certain extent. Qi training level 6. He exhaled a breath of hot air and continued to practice to stabilize the realm. 10 days later. In the secret room of the temporary cave, Yu had completely sealed it off with the blood mist hidden spirit formation. In the center of the secret room was a stone pool. The mountain spring water with a light spiritual aura filled half of the pool. Yu took off his clothes and trousers, and soaked in the spring water naked. Then 3 storage bags floated above the pool water, with their mouths wide open. Countless Xianjing flowers poured out, and Yu used the washing medicine and refining method in the alchemy technique to completely squeeze out the value of these Xianjing flowers. The pink essence dripped into the pool water. This should have led to dilution, but because the essence poured in was more than water, it greatly exceeded the concentration of a single Xianjing flower. And using this method of absorption can alleviate the problem of some waste spiritual roots not being able to be refined. Even if they are excreted from the body, they can still exist in the Xianjing flower pool for a long time. As long as you can achieve secondary absorption, as long as you use 1 or 2 tenths, it will be much more cost-effective than simply swallowing it. He has accumulated too many flowers and can't use them all. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that you did not use the placement bar to achieve a breakthrough. Although it also relied on external objects, it was also an improvement, wasn't it? As the perfect level cold blood art was running, a large amount of medicinal power was absorbed into the body, constantly tempering and cleansing Yu's spiritual power, and his attainments in the art were high. He inhaled a lot in one breath, and controlled it exquisitely. Unfortunately, his spiritual roots were too useless, and the refining was slow, resulting in serious waste. After a big cycle, less than half of the spiritual power was used, but the resources overflowed to the point of explosion, and Yu's 1,000 spiritual powers were constantly purified and integrated. From 10 to 1, 1,000 to 100, and the way merged. The mist-like spiritual power became more and more dense, and each spiritual power blocked hundreds of strands. The quality was even better, and it was much more durable. The baptism effect on the body and consciousness was also more outstanding. Gradually, as time passed, Yu was completely immersed in cultivation. When he was hungry, he swallowed a top-grade bigu pill, and when he was thirsty, he drank a mouthful of bath water. The breath climbed to a new peak until a certain limit. Pop, there was a sound of a bottleneck being broken, and Yu burst out with rich spiritual power. At this moment, he had successfully completed the second spiritual refining. Cultivation was a natural result. This is what it feels like to be at the 7th level of Qi training. I entered Taoism at the age of 16, and it took me 6 years to reach the late stage of Qi training. This road to immortality is indeed difficult. There were only 100 strands of blue and black cold blood spiritual power left in his body, but it was stronger than ever. He would never be short of money when casting top-grade spells. This solved his major shortcoming of insufficient spiritual power. He silently calculated the time in his mind. It had been almost 3 months since he entered the flower pond for retreat. He had directly broken through to the 7th level of Qi training. The essence of this pool of Xianjing flower had not been used up. Yu continued to retreat and further purified his spiritual power, turning it into semi-liquid true essence. This was the real mystery of Xianjing flower. How could he miss it? As for the next practice, it was still to accumulate spiritual power. From 100 strands to 300 strands, he could break through to the 8th level of Qi training, which was equivalent to about 20,000 strands of spiritual power. It would take him 5,000 days, almost 13 years, to place it in the column. This was a waste of spiritual roots, and it was so frustrating that he even cheated. But it is almost better than 3 spiritual roots. At least before the age of 100, there is a chance to try to build a foundation. Those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots can forget about it. He has abundant resources, and perhaps he will have a chance to try to build a foundation before the age of 50. To some extent, he is only slightly inferior to double spiritual roots. As for breaking through the 9th level of Qi training, you only need to accumulate 700 spiritual powers, and then accumulate 1000 spiritual powers to be called Qi training perfection. You can try to break through. After a brief calculation, you stopped thinking about it. He then observed the changes in the placement column. After all, according to the previous rules, there should be new changes when he breaks through the late stage of Qi training. Placement column 1, Cold Blood Art, 55 out of 100 practice 72 times a day, and you will be successful in 10 years. Placement column 2, Cold Blood Art, 55 out of 100 practice 72 times a day, and you will be successful in 10 years. Placement column 3, Corpse Demon Secret Technique, to be completed, Corpse Demon Secret Technique, 10 out of 100 practice 1440 times a day, and you will be successful in 18 years. Placement column 4, None, got it. You looked at Unit 4 with a little excitement. Now the rules of the placement column are basically clear. When he breaks through the foundation building stage, he estimates that there will be one more. In this way, there is no need to worry about not being able to achieve the Great Tao. In addition, the promotion of the cold blood art technique has been completed halfway. If the 2 placement columns are exerted at the same time, the efficiency will double. In a few years, he will be able to obtain a 2nd level technique. Even because of the continuous infusion of insights from the placement column, everything seemed like instinct, and there was no difference from what he had created himself, which was equivalent to the direct completion of this technique. This would be of great benefit to his future practice. Now the efficiency of a placement column is 2 strands/day. If all 4 are used to place techniques, it would be 8 strands/day, and it would take about 7 years to break through the 8th level of Qi training. It is twice as fast. After thinking about it, you felt that he couldn't use it this way. At present, he doesn't need to place many things. The Corpse Demon Secret Technique is a long-term skill, so it's best to put it aside honestly. After all, sooner or later, he will need his second brother. Suffering for a while does not mean suffering for a lifetime. He is not the kind of person who will endure without suffering. Scroll down the order. The 2nd level superior spell, Xianin Hand, ranks first. This spell can greatly increase his combat power limit and can also help him deal with troubles at the foundation building level. It is quite important. Secondly, the 3rd level alchemy method, Hanqi alchemy, has been completed for some time. According to past observations of the effect of the placement column, it is easier to complete the method than to deduce the upper limit, and it takes less time. At present, his configuration in all aspects has reached the upper limit. If he wants to speed up, there are only 2 directions. One is to research a pill that is more suitable for improving cultivation than the top-grade cold blood pill. The other is to get a way to improve the secret method of magic with talent. In addition, the recipe of Hanqi Dan can also be considered for placement. After all, this alchemy requires the cooperation of cold flame to truly bring out its special features. If you want to make a fuss about the elixir, you feels that refining Hanqi Dan will be the key to solving the problem. It is difficult to decide what to put in this number 4 machine. After thinking for a long time. Placement column 4, Xianin Hand, 20/109 practices a day, 8 years to complete. First, combat power. The materials for Hanqi Dan have not been gathered yet, and the demon pill of the 2nd level ice attribute python monster has not been obtained. He estimates that he will have a chance to get it only after returning to the sect. Besides, When you are away from home, you should focus on combat power first. The realm cannot be upgraded for a while, but the magic can continue to improve. 2 of the 3 marrow fluids were used, and he himself made 20 points of progress, saving 2 years. Put it like this for now. In this way, another 3 months passed, and it was mid-December of the 5th year. Yu's spiritual power was completely semi-liquefied, and the Xianjing flower had no effect on him. The quality of spiritual power almost reached the limit of what can be achieved in the Qi training period. This is also a kind of strength improvement, but it is not so obvious. In this way, he went out for less than 3 years. He went from the 5th level of Qi training to the 7th level of Qi training, which can be regarded as a small transformation. As the saying goes, when you are very quiet, you will think about moving. His restless heart wanted to make trouble, especially for the underground palace under Xuangu Mountain. Situ Hong and the other 2 did not reveal specific information to him. At this moment, he was greedy. After all, the secret method of Taiyin Yutong was obtained from the underground palace. A Yuanying inheritance is priceless. He still remembers the magic stone tablet in the Sutra Pavilion. Perhaps Lu Jingxian will understand the blood runes of the ancient magic runes. If he can ask a few questions, not only can he understand the content of the stone tablet, but the mysterious silk book he got from Su Jiajiao can also be useful. The blood rune should not be difficult to understand. After all, Su Jiajiao can figure it out, so it makes no sense that I can't. So, Yu, who had been living in the temporary cave for a while, went out again to find Lu Jingxian to test the waters. Please go back, junior brother. I am currently perfecting the bee poison and don't have time to have a long chat with you. Hearing this through a stone door, Yu rolled his boots uncomfortably and hurriedly. The long talk was indeed a bit intimate. Judging from the previous contact, without the support of a large number of Gudu Peak disciples, this senior sister Lu's temper could also be gentle. Since the other party was unwilling to communicate, Yu didn't say much, and said goodbye after a few words of greeting. The second choice was Gu Zhangshun. Unfortunately, this senior brother Gu was more resistant. No matter how you called outside the formation, he didn't respond. He was obviously worried about being captured and killed by him. Strange, is not a murderer, why are you so afraid of me? He complained in his heart. Just as he was about to go to the third party Situ Hong, Yu's steps could not help but pause. Could it be that they guessed what he had done during this period of time? It shouldn't be. The internal strife between Wuyin Peak and Gudu Peak had nothing to do with him. At most, he picked up an advantage and did not participate or maliciously instigate the whole process. Not long after, outside a temporary cave on the edge of Xuangu Mountain, Yu called out loudly, "Senior brother Situ is here to visit." Jing. Not here? Yu frowned. Now that the second-level fierce bone lion has occupied one of the 3 mountains of Xuangu, they basically don't live there, let alone collect Xinjing flowers and bonewood. As for the foundation building corpse demon, it has never left the underground palace, so there is no need to worry too much. Lu Jingxian lives far away, Gu Jingshun is protected by the formation, and only Situ Hong has opened up a temporary cave on the edge of the right Xuangu Mountain to facilitate his ghost raising. The art of controlling ghosts in Wuyin Peak is not a unique skill, but they often only raise the main ghost, that is, one in the Qi training stage, one in the foundation building stage, one in the Dan forming stage, and so on. It is similar to the cultivators of the beast controlling school. This way of raising ghosts takes the elite route, and small-scale group attacks also have great advantages. With the help of some magic tools such as soul-calling banners, almost all kinds of battles can have certain advantages. It ranks among the top 4 in the Niling blood sect. After repeated calls without response, Yu was about to leave. When he looked for an opportunity to visit again next time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a beautiful arc. Taiyin Yutong, show up. A pair of waning moons appeared in his eyes. Through the cover of rocks and formations, he could peek into a soul fire of vitality belonging to a living person. It seems that they are all avoiding him. The voice suddenly became several levels louder. Brother Situ, why don't you see me? There was a sudden silence in the air. Yu raised his left hand slightly, and the aura of the late stage of Qi training was released unscrupulously, and the semi-liquid spiritual power gathered frantically towards his left arm. Situ Hong finally couldn't stand such a clamorous posture. "You, wait a minute. Let's talk it over. He is just joking. There are only 4 of us in Xuangu Mountain now, so how could it hurt the harmony? It's just that the other 2 seem to look down on me and don't want to talk to me." As the rich spiritual energy fluctuations dissipated, Situ Hong opened the formation and the stone door, and looked at Yu with some fear. No, junior brother must have misunderstood. Senior sister Lu and junior brother Gu must have been delayed by other things, not that they don't want to see you. You walked closer quickly and said with a smile, "Then junior brother will believe senior brother Situ." Yes. Yes. Situ Hong had a headache after welcoming the people into the temporary cave. In fact, when the three of them just escaped from the underground palace, they did not have much hostility and vigilance towards you. After all, he was only a 5th level chi training. What could he do no matter how powerful his fighting skills were? Therefore, they did not make a move to go back for help. However, as time passed, they were, after all, the second generation of cultivators of the same level, only half a level lower than Lu Jingxian, so there was nothing that could not be talked out. Lu Jingxian had gained the greatest benefit, and he would not be unreasonable. He would not feel comfortable until he became an enemy. After a long time, the original relationship was restored. Therefore, during the days when Yu was in seclusion, they reviewed the situation several times and finally found some loopholes. That is, when Sito Hong and Gu Zhengshun cooperated, it was indeed slow to enter the underground palace. They deliberately let Lu Jingxian take the elite of Gudu Peak to step on the mine first, and they sat back and reaped the benefits. However, Gu Zhengshun was greedy for the corpses of the monks who had been buried for a long time in the underground palace ruins, and wanted to collect some corpse chi, which then caused him to provoke the second-level poisonous bee queen. This led to a series of subsequent events. Because of this incident, the 10 late-stage chi training monks from the 5-ine peak that he brought with him were all killed by the poisonous bee queen. He and Gu Zhengshan also had a gap at this time. Considering that Lu Jingxian had a large number of people, they first temporarily got rid of the entanglement of the poisonous bee queen and wanted to hunt down some of the elites of the Gudu Peak to reduce Lu Jingxian's strength. This is beyond doubt. It's understandable. The problem is that they only killed 2 people. When the poisonous queen bee chased them, they killed 4 people. What about the more than 10 people? Disappeared out of thin air? This doubt is actually reasonable for the foundation-building corpse demon to bear. But the overview of the situation provided by Lu Jingxian pushed the matter to another result. The corpse demon was violent, but there was no blood on his body, and he rushed straight to Ningyue Palace, catching Lu Jingxian off guard, so someone must have been diverting the trouble. Looking at the 4 people who survived, who else was there besides the smiling Yu? This is just a doubt, but this alone is enough to guard against him. In just 1 year, more than 500 people were killed. How much role did you play in this? It's still a question mark. But with preconceived ideas, the 3 people's perception of you immediately rose to a cruel and tyrannical classic demon cultivator image. Don't want to offend, don't want to contact. In such a remote place, the sect may not react if someone is killed. They are not Lu Jingxian, so they are more resistant to you. They will not contact him if they can. In the temporary cave, Situ Hong smiled reluctantly and said, "Junior brother, you are looking for me." A small matter. You took out the prepared characters and handed them to Situ Hong for inspection. Senior brother Situ has a deep background and is knowledgeable. You must know the blood runes in the ancient magic text. Situ Hong took the jade slip and looked at it carefully before saying, "Senior brother does know some ancient magic texts. There are many ancient books that record blood runes in the Niling blood sect, but they know less about bone runes, underworld runes, and magic runes." The implication is that he has found the right person. The Niling blood sect has also done a deep study on the blood runes in the ancient magic text. This snake-like character expresses the meaning of winding and twisting. In the blood rune, it also means circulation, and is sometimes used to describe meridians. This mountain-like character, Situ Hong explained one by one. Often one character can be extended to 3 to 5 meanings. It must be combined with the context to read it, and it is easy to be misunderstood. And as his understanding of the blood rune deepened, his cold and silent body unexpectedly had a long-lost feeling of blood boiling, as if the blood was alive. An urgent need to exercise. Felt it? What do you mean? Situ Hong sighed and said, "You should have heard that the ancient characters contain mysterious power. This is true. The more you know about the blood runes, the greater the abnormality of your blood. The blood demon hall of our sect practices the ancient blood demon skills. The entire text is written in blood runes. This power is needed to activate the blood. If you are not careful, you will lose your human form and turn into a pure killing monster, causing harm to one side." The text contains power. Not only the ancient magic text, but also the innate cloud seal, the immortal jade talisman, the dragon chapter and the phoenix pattern. And so on. The text inheritance buried in the ancient history contains special power. For these little cultivators who practice chi, it is too early to contact these, and Situ Hong doesn't know much. After you expressed his interest in this regard, he took out 3 jade slips and handed them to him. They all recorded the deconstruction information about the blood runes. It can be regarded as a popular science book. When learning the ancient magic words, don't think deeply about it in your mind, or its power will become very weak. That's all I have to say. After saying that, Sitohon looked at you deeply. He had nothing to say about this. He had no conflict with Sitohon. Since he had received help today, he would also accept this favor. Thank you. It was almost dusk when he returned to the temporary cave he had opened up. The strange situation of the ancient magic words seemed to indicate that the mysterious silk book had an extraordinary origin and was somewhat dangerous. Su Jejiao's huge and fat body might be a side effect of comprehending the silk book. After all, who would grow up like that if they developed normally? This was also consistent with some rumors about the other party. So can you practice the things in the silk book without comprehending it? Maybe it wasn't possible before, but it was possible after that. You took off the Xianin hand in the fourth column and placed the 3 jade slips containing analysis of blood talisman in order. This kind of pure knowledge was very fast. After only 3 days, he was able to understand all the contents. Then, he took out the mysterious silk book and kept daydreaming, and looked through it with lifeless eyes. As expected, the placement option appeared in the fourth column. He did not comprehend it, and let the placement column do the work. The displayed text blurred for a moment, and immediately became common text. Placement column 4, Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique, Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique, 0 out of 100 practice 36 times a day, and you can master it in 5 years. As the placement column took effect, relevant insights flooded into his mind without thinking, and his understanding of this technique became more comprehensive. So it's this technique. You still remembered that when he met Su Jiaojiao on a narrow road, the other party had performed a ghost devouring technique, and after using it, a layer of black armor with excellent defensive power appeared on her body. She really practiced the things in the mysterious silk book. Now it seems that this should be a secret method that existed in ancient times. From today's perspective, it is at most a foundation-building secret technique. But after careful consideration, you felt that it was not right. This may be a strange technique. When he was a spirit slave, he had a simple understanding of the various magic skills and supernatural powers in the cultivation world, and he has only come into contact with secret methods and magic skills. Among them, treasure techniques are contained in the treasure bones left behind by powerful monsters after their death, so they are also called bone techniques and are also a large category in the cultivation world. The treasure bones left behind by the blood of the true spirit in legend are called true spirit treasure techniques, which are powers beyond the nascent soul stage and exist only in legends. As for magic techniques, they are considered to be shortcuts. Their effects are often very powerful and targeted, but their universality is not so strong, and they have strong side effects. The threshold for cultivation is also relatively high. Some low-level magic techniques often take side paths and are more exaggerated than the magic path in their eagerness for quick success and instant benefits, and are despised by the world. Some advanced magic techniques include Qimen Duanjia, Fengshui Qiju, calculating the secrets of heaven, changing fate against the will of heaven, etc. Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique is considered to be an above-average magic technique. It uses the souls of all spirits as its nourishment, devours the spirit body, and outlines a pair of black evil armor patterns on the body surface for full-time defense, which is more effective in resisting attacks from spiritual consciousness. The more and more powerful the Yin spirits that are devoured and refined, the stronger the defense of the black evil armor will be. Correspondingly, every once in a while, the practitioner will need to withstand the attack of the Yin spirits. If they cannot resist, they will be punished by the Yin spirits devouring their souls. If they cannot survive, their souls will be damaged at the least, and they will die on the spot at the worst. A very standard magic trick. Su Jiaojiao must have practiced it wrong. This technique focuses on spiritual consciousness first, and physical defense second. She must have practiced it the wrong way, focusing on the physical body. No wonder her body is as huge as a meat mountain. Yu is in the 3 mountains of Xuangu. The earthbound spirits here, those ghost farmers, are very good materials for cultivation. However, even without these necessary conditions, the placement column can also be forced to cultivate. For example, now, there is a round of feedback every 40 minutes. In addition to the invisible practice experience and understanding, there are also traces of very pure Yin spirit power pouring into the body. With the navel as the center, black lines are gradually forming. It is the black evil armor line. When it spreads throughout the body and hides under the skin, it means great success. It can be cultivated without swallowing external spirits. The backlash of the soul devouring evil armor art is caused by these external Yin spirits. He didn't swallow them, so where did the backlash come from? This situation made him very happy. This is a magical technique that can be placed for a long time. Even if the practice is perfect, it can still continuously upgrade the defense of the black evil armor. This made up for another shortcoming of Yu. In terms of defense, he only had one medium-grade spell, Ice Shield. It was okay before, but now it can't keep up with the intensity of the battle. After realizing the mystery of this spell, you didn't change it again. After all, it takes too long to master the mysterious In hand, and he has already entered the door. He has experience without In marrow fluid and can take his time. There is no need to rush. In this way, you became more curious about the magic stone tablet in the underground palace. At present, he still focused on cultivation. But if he dragged Sito Hong and the others down again, it would actually be good. The content recorded in the stone tablet might be more precious than Taiyin Yutong. For a while, he was itchy like a cat scratching, and it took a long time to calm down. 10 days later, you took the 4th top-grade cold blood pill. In January of the 6th year of his outer sect career, there were still 2 years before the patrol mission of Xuangu Mountain expired. On this day, curiosity took over, and you, who couldn't bear it, went out again to find Sito Hong, ready to discuss the second exploration of the underground palace. However, danger often strikes when people are most relaxed. I thought that the trip to Xuangu Mountain was over and I just had to wait for the return trip. Suddenly, an unexpected person attacked. You! The voice was like thunder, spreading across the 3 Xuangu Mountains. The terrifying aura rushed into the sky, and you was stiff for a moment. He immediately understood who the visitor was based on the aura he sensed. Su Jiajiao's father, Deacon Su, was a first-generation cultivator at the 3rd level of foundation building. How could this be? Logically speaking? Even if Deacon Su was released by the law enforcement hall, he would not come to trouble him first. After all, only Gu Zhengshan and Su Qingshan knew about this matter. The former was still hiding in the formation, and the two were in the honeymoon period of cooperation when they came to Xuangu Mountain together, so there was no reason to inform. The latter had been killed by him, and his body was not intact, so there should be no omissions. Obviously, you did not know that Su Qingshan had left his information in an envelope in the house in order to avoid trouble after sweeping the Su mansion clean. He was quite passive when this happened suddenly. Fortunately, there was no one in the Xuangu 3 mountains now. After being occupied by the second stage early stage fierce bone lion, the 4 people also retreated to the edge, only cutting down a few people's bone wood, and even gave up the Xianjing flower. Deacon Su came suddenly, and you cast the night hiding spell and retreated quietly. On the other side, the first to react was the Bone Lion King. As if provoked, he roared to the sky, and rushed out with a dense white spiritual power around him. Deacon Su obviously did not expect the situation in Xuangu Mountain. Seeing the attack of the foundation building monster beast, he cursed, and a red pill furnace appeared in his right hand. Under the stimulation of the true essence, it began to spin, and the lid of the furnace opened. A blazing flame leaped out bravely, and the extremely high temperature burned the air and twisted it. As the Bone Lion King roared, the bone armor covering the surface of his body proliferated rapidly, and the hideous spikes on his back shot out, piercing all the flames. As an alchemist, Deacon Su was better at alchemy, and barely qualified in fighting. His mind was affected by anger, and he was actually taken advantage of by a monster of the same level who had no foothold. It was simply a shame for the foundation building. At a distance, you looked back and saw that the two sides had exchanged several moves. After offering a second-level inferior sword again, Deacon Su finally gained the upper hand and could defeat the Bone Lion King in at most 180 rounds. This wildly grown monster was still too weak. There was no way it could compare with the cultivators of the same level from the Niling blood sect. After a preliminary observation, you could conclude that this person was not good at magic. It was not bad to use magic weapons to resist the enemy. After all, being good at using things is an advantage, but relying too much on external things is still inappropriate. Old thing. You secretly spitted. He was sure that Lu Jingxian and the other 3 would not hide the situation for him. Now he could only escape. Return to the Nilingso sect? The mountain gate has regulations, but the supervision is not good. People often disappear in the sect. As long as there is no witness, they almost don't care. If they die, they die. The corpse will also be used as materials to train disciples in the sect. Yu has killed more than 10 people. The mountain gate station really can't give him a sense of security. Unless he lives in the law enforcement hall, a new problem arises. If he goes to the law enforcement hall, he will have to get spiritual stones for the second generation of Zhuo's foundation building, which does not suit his personality, and he doesn't have the time. The Suzhenchuan of Hanshue Peak is also a mess. It seems that he is still under his command, but in fact he has been working alone for a long time. If you pin your hopes on this person, it is tantamount to seeking your own death. At the critical moment, Zhao Shan may also stab you in the back. The Nilingsu sect is a devil's cave, and you can't return. But he still needed the secrets of the magic way, and he couldn't really betray the sect. There were too few secrets that could be seen at the Qi training level. After breaking through the foundation building, he would go to the Sutra Pavilion at the Mountain Gate Station, and maybe he would have a chance. Time was urgent, and he ran away while frantically thinking of ways. Just when Deacon Su was about to take down the Bone Lion King with the last few moves, a ray of inspiration suddenly flashed through Yu's mind. The Niling blood sect has 4 states, and only Fengzhou is the most remote. It is not only close to the endless ice field, but also close to the ancient Chaos Sea North Sea. If you really encounter difficulties and are desperate, diving into the ocean is a way out. On the other hand, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The highest cultivation level of the Niling blood sect standing in Fengzhou is only the Jindan stage, which is much weaker than the territories of the other 3 states. The 2 sides did not contact each other frequently, and perhaps he could go to Fengzhou Prefecture City to take shelter. Although he was an outer disciple, he had the token of the law enforcement hall, which was actually more important to the local branch than the inner disciples. Thinking of this, Yu quickly fled and took out the map that Gu Zhengshan had given him. There were only signs for the 1,000 miles around Xuangu Mountain on it, but based on the route he had taken, he could roughly determine the location of Fengzhou Prefecture City. He immediately stopped hesitating and rushed east by south. As long as he saw a large city would not be wrong. As for the flying magic weapon, Black Silk, it can be used for long-distance travel, but it is better not to use it for escaping, because it is not as fast as his foot speed. Soon, he completely disappeared in the Xuangu mountain area, and the patrol mission was completely forgotten by him. On the other side, Deacon Su, who was panting, finally killed the Bone Lion King after a lot of effort. A bone spur was completely pierced through his left shoulder, and bleeding continued. It can be seen that he is not a strong man in the same realm. Lu Jingxian, Situ Hong and others walked out of the temporary cave one after another, looking at this person with some doubts. In the end, it was Lu Jingxian who stepped forward and said, "I don't know which senior of the sect you are, and what do you want to find junior brother you for?" Deacon Su stared with red eyes, and came to Lu Jingxian in an instant. With a wave of his right hand, he completely bound Lu Jingxian, and directly pinched her neck with his tiger's mouth, and said coldly, "Tell me, where is you?" Crazy. Such a scene made Situ Hong and Gu Zhengshan retreat again and again. It was really crazy. If someone with the surname Lu dared to treat him like this, even if he was in the foundation building stage, he would be in big trouble. Lu Jingxian opened her mouth and breathed hard, and raised her hand to point to the direction where you had opened up the temporary cave. Deacon Su turned his head and looked at it. The strength in his hand couldn't help but loosen a little. Just when he was about to ask further questions, an unexpected situation occurred. Lu Jingxian raised her knees and elbowed, breaking free from the big hand's grip, and hit Deacon Su's forearm with her elbow. A small emerald green snake came out of the sleeve, pecked him secretly, and then quickly let go. A flying sword flew out of the storage bag, carrying her back quickly, and she yelled in anger, "Where did you come from, you lunatic? You were so bold, my father will not let you go." Deacon Su was stunned and looked at the wound on his palm. There was an emerald green line on the wound, spreading along the meridians. His expression changed drastically. "Green snake poison line Gu. You." Before he could finish, Lu Jingxian, who felt humiliated, was already hysterical. His dignity was humiliated, and his already inferior character completely exploded. He grabbed the small snake from his sleeve with his slender hands and crushed it. The next moment, the aura of Jindan descended, and the shadow of a giant emerald green snake hovered behind her, at least 100 meters long, with bright yellow pupils and a furious look. "Who dares to hurt my beloved daughter? It's bad." Deacon Su's heart jumped, and he completely understood Lu Jingxian's intention. Immortal, this method is similar to the talisman. Jindan monks will use the power of their own magic weapon as a guide, consume the essence of the magic weapon, and make a talisman that can save the life of their offspring at a critical moment. The third level is the most basic requirement for a talisman, which is quite troublesome for the monks who make it. Generally, this thing will only be made when the life is about to end and the offspring are in short supply. Lu Jingxian used a talisman-like trump card from the Gudao lineage, which is equivalent to the full force of a Jindan monk. How could Deacon Su not be afraid? This scene made Situ Hong smack his lips repeatedly, and he was glad that he did not fight with Lu Jingxian in the underground palace. This trump card that can only be obtained with favor, he and Gu Zhengshan are not worthy of it. Die! The giant snake flew up and rushed towards Deacon Su. He himself was also panicked. While retreating, he used his hand as a knife to cut off the right hand that was bitten by the small snake, breaking it off at the root. This kind of subgu, which was derived from the life-saving gu of the Danjie gu, is more powerful than ordinary talismans. Facing life and death danger, he could only treat his arm urgently to prevent the poison from spreading to his heart. At this time, the giant snake phantom bit down, and venom splashed all over the sky. Deacon Su could only sacrifice the Dan furnace to resist, and then used his true essence to lay a true shield around his body. A mirror also flew out of his body to add another layer of golden light defense. The Dan furnace was the first to suffer, and was directly corroded by the venom into a pile of scrap iron. It was similar to the venom of the rotten bees. No wonder Lu Jingxian came to Xuangu Mountain to catch venomous bees. Then, the true shield exploded directly. The third layer of the golden mirror was also bitten through by the giant snake's fangs. The snake's tail swung, and the emerald green snake instantly circled and surrounded it. The green light flashed away. Boom! The terrifying explosion swept everything. Lu Jingxian stared at the smoke and dust vigilantly, guarding against possible variables. About 5 breaths later, a black figure with a broken arm and green liquid flowing all over his body stepped on a dark gray cloud and fled into the distance. Not dead? Lu Jingxian frowned and looked at Situ Hong and the others. She said, "Let's go kill him together and divide the spoils equally." Gu Jingshan shook his head quickly. "I won't go." Situ Hong, "I won't go either." Lu Jingxian, "You two pieces of trash, no wonder you can suppress you." After that, the attic flying magic weapon he was driving when he was sacrificed chased after them, showing how fierce it was. Lu Jingxian dared to kill the foundation building cultivator, which was better than most of the low-level Qi training cultivators. His courage, trump cards, and methods were extraordinary. After severely injuring Deacon Su, he still dared to chase him. His temper was far more fierce than expected. Of course, you knew nothing about what happened in such a short time. He just felt the violent movement of Xuangu Mountain and ran faster. With the protection of the night-hidden curse, with his current Qi training level of the 7th level, he could last for 4 hours without interruption. When necessary, he could also take the top-grade wheeling pill to replenish the consumed spiritual power. Therefore, he never thought of stopping when he started running. The top-grade elixirs that are rarely seen in the outside world are too many for him to eat. After all, the perfect alchemy technique and the perfect recipe have basically mastered the principles and techniques behind it. Due to the differences in individual medicinal materials, it is difficult for the top-grade elixir to reach a perfect 9 pills, but it is like sugar beans, which he can take at will. It can also avoid the refining efficiency problems caused by waste spiritual roots. Just as Yu was on his way to Fengzhou Prefecture, Deacon Su on the other side was very dizzy. He had dealt with the poison of the green snake poisonous thread goo by sacrificing one arm. But the subsequent attack from the Dan formation caused him to be infected with the 2nd-level green snake toxin all over his body. This poison was bone-destroying and soul-corroding, not only making it difficult for his injuries to heal, but also suppressing his liquid true essence. The Qi Sea was empty, with only 2 or 3 drops of true essence left. Even if he ran the exercises frantically, it was difficult for him to absorb any spiritual energy from the outside world, as if the endless water had lost its source. The only thing to be thankful for was that he could still get help from the elixir. He took a lot of 2nd-level elixirs that he had saved for himself, which temporarily suppressed the further deterioration of his injuries. But the skin and flesh on his body were still rotten and green, and oozing yellow pus, and he looked like he was about to die, reminding him all the time that he must find a place to retreat and heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die. After being hit by Lu Jingxian, his mentality was completely shattered. He had forgotten about his daughter's revenge. The most important thing now was to escape. Who knew if the girl who was chasing him had the same trump card? He didn't dare to bet. While thinking, Deacon Su quickly regained his composure. The matter was initially attributed to the grandfather and grandson of the Su family's alchemy shop. The two of them had offended the true disciples of Evil God Peak. Under the guidance of someone, he attacked him and eventually embezzled more than 100,000 spiritual stones from the pill shop. First, because he was born in a grassroots family, had no backing, and was a 2nd-level alchemist, he was worth a lot of money, and was an excellent fat sheep to be slaughtered. Second, the grandson of the Zhu family wanted to use spiritual stones to atone for his sins, and chose Su's pill shop, which was actually suggested by a disciple under the command of the true disciple of the Evil God Peak. The whole thing was a trap from the beginning. As a result, you jumped out halfway, not only exposing the calculations of the true disciple of the Evil God Peak, but also attracting new hungry wolves. Deacon Zhuo of the law enforcement hall was born in a big family, and was a first-class celebrity of the Niling blood sect. The family behind him had a Yuaniing ancestor sitting in, and the evil god peak had long been relegated to the bottom. It was really a loss of face for a true disciple of a peak to covet his more than 100,000 spiritual stones. But no matter what the result is, it was him, Su, who was slaughtered. Afterwards, he was imprisoned in the dungeon and had to find a way to feed Deacon Zhuo and the true disciple of evil god Peak. He sold everything he had and was only released after he was burdened with debts. After years of accumulation, he only had a few elixirs and a few magical instruments left. Even the second-level talismans were emptied. After he was released, he learned about his daughter's death, and the name was Yu. So, he went completely crazy. He went through it from beginning to end. Deacon Su's eyes regained clarity. He turned his head to look at the figure chasing him relentlessly, and muttered to himself, "Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Although I was wrong first, such a vengeful character almost doomed the ending. Apology? Looking at this posture, it would be strange if it worked. Compensation? His family's assets were eaten up by 2 hyenas, and he only had a rotten life left. He couldn't afford to pay at all. With his only remaining left hand, he pinched out sword fingers and tapped several acupuncture points on his body, using the secret technique attached to the practice to temporarily stabilize his condition, and swallowed several elixirs to restore his true energy. Quietly, his speed slowed down a bit. He kept at a point where Lu Jingxian could not catch up, but could see him. He slowed down when he was far away, and sped up when he was close, like a live bait to attract the opponent to go deeper. Delaying time, waiting for the empty sea of qi to gradually recover. He had nothing left, so why should he be afraid of his Jindan background? The few Su clan members who stayed in the sect were just blood-sucking bugs attached to him. He had lost his daughter, his family background, and a burden on his back. He dared to do anything, including killing Lu Jingxian. He searched for the direction and flew towards the location of Fengzhou Prefecture. Lu Jingxian, who was chasing him closely, naturally noticed the other party's abnormality. He was a little scared at first, worried whether the other party was deliberately fishing. But after noticing the abnormality of the direction, he naturally thought that the other party was afraid. "You want to go to the prefecture city? Do you think I dare not kill you in front of everyone? You are looking for death." After a breath, the speed of the attic flying magic weapon he was driving increased a bit. Those who run on the ground are naturally not as fast as those who fly in the sky, let alone a foundation-building cultivator, a second-generation cultivator who relies on magic weapons. Relying on his 2 legs alone, Yu was soon caught up even if he set off early. Noticing the abnormality in the sky, he could only find a huge rock. Using shadows and night-hiding spells to hide himself tightly, he looked at the 2 streams of light flying in the sky with some surprise. One is gray and the other is green, chasing each other. It's like a game. But the obvious appearance of being injured made Yu's heart move. He was confident that his divine power and corpse arm were unparalleled in bravery, and with all kinds of perfect magic, he had no enemy in the Qi training period. He also saw the battle between Deacon Su and the Bone Lion King, and he couldn't help but want to kill him. The only concern was his foundation building. Although he didn't know why Lu Jingxian made him like this, it was indeed an opportunity to eliminate hatred. The other party came to him from afar, which showed how important it was. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to hide for many years, and only after breaking through the foundation building would he have the ability to solve the problem. Opportunities are rare and time will never come again. Anyway, with Lu Jingxian in front, what was there for him to fear? If he could really solve this big problem, he wouldn't have to go to the unfamiliar Fengzhou city to live a life. The right way was to complete the Xuangu mountain mission safely and steadily and return to the Niling blood sect. Let's do it! Yu made up his mind and hurriedly chased after her. He felt that Lu Jingxian, as a daughter of the Jindan stage, must have a trump card beyond her realm. As long as he could kill Deacon Su, he would be satisfied even if there was no spoils. However, 2 hours later, Yu completely left the escape team and could only chase after Lu Jingxian's remaining breath. This is the reality. He can't catch up. It seems that in terms of speed, the Phantom Step can only solve the problem of close combat, and long-distance attack is still his shortcoming. Eating can't catch up with the Hot One, let alone the calculations and petty tricks in his heart. You couldn't help but curse a few words in his heart. At the same time, as time passed, Deacon Su used the secret technique to delay the spread of the injury, but he could only hold on for 1 day at most. Once the secret technique lasted, he would be more seriously injured. But in this process, with the help of the magic pill, the true energy in his sea of qi has been restored by more than half. Although the injuries on his body are terrible, before the secret technique fails, he has restored the combat power of a foundation-building cultivator. The figure that was fleeing at a high speed suddenly paused. Turning to the chasing Lu Jingxian, he showed a kind smile. "Do you really think that Su dare not kill you?" He put his hands together and quickly formed a series of seals. The huge true energy fluctuations, like surging rivers, lakes and seas, set off waves after waves. It was just a wave of fire. He was a fire alchemist, and the technique he practiced was a fire technique, and the same was true for magic. Only by specializing in one technique could one achieve something. Looking at the waves of fire coming from all directions, which were actually 20 to 30 meters high, Lu Jingxian was trapped in the middle like an ant. The sudden counterattack was beyond Lu Jingxian's expectations, but she was not a fool, and it was impossible for her to be unprepared. At the critical moment, a gray insect the size of a fingernail suddenly emerged from her nostrils. It looked like a wood lice, but it had dense and turbid insect eyes. As the poisonous insect exploded, the gray shell completely wrapped her, and yellow eyeballs grew out of the cracks in the shell, staring at Deacon Su. The wave of fire came and collided with the beetle cocoon. Without waiting for the result, Deacon Su, holding a second-level low-grade magic sword, jumped up and chopped down with a sword from a distance. The air was twisted by the heat wave. The long sword slashed out a flaming sword aura of nearly 2 meters, completely splitting the beetle cocoon in two. Blood flowed out from the gap, and the insect eyes also dimmed. Deacon Su approached carefully and slowly, staring at the flowing blood hesitantly. His spiritual sense could hardly penetrate the carapace, sensed the situation inside. It was also on guard against a possible trump card. 1 step, 2 steps. Suddenly, the ground beneath Deacon Su's feet collapsed, and a poisonous mist of 3 colors, green, pink, and blood, gushed out from the ground. His face became solemn. He stepped on the air and flew up like a scallion in a dry land. While escaping, he did not forget to swing a sword with his backhand, and another 2-meter-long flaming sword aura slashed out. At this moment, Lu Jingxian's natal goo, blood mosquito goo, emerged from the poisonous smoke, and its body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a giant mosquito with a body length of 5 or 6 meters. With a fierce of its mouthparts, the flaming sword aura was swallowed by it like water. The blood color on the surface of the blood mosquito goo was stained with flame patterns. In just a breath, it spewed out a blood-colored fireball as big as a water tank. It was an eye for an eye. Deacon Su was also caught off guard. He instinctively swung his sword and tried to cut out the third flaming sword aura, but unexpectedly, a sneaky gray-white poisonous bee flew past him. A stream of venom sprayed from its buttocks and landed on the magic sword. This second-level inferior sword flashed a few times. Although it was not completely ineffective, it could not cut out the original sword aura. There was no time to make a second-level response. The blood-red fireball hit Deacon Su solidly, with considerable power, like a small missile that blasted the air into a ring-shaped airwave. Plop! The charred figure fell to the ground, with only the chest still slightly rising and falling. At this time, Lu Jingxian just jumped out from the ground. He leisurely observed the miserable state of this foundation-building senior, with a mocking arc on his terrifying face. Still be so arrogant? If you bully me, I will make you know what regret is. Lu Jingxian also approached cautiously, concentrating on observing the other party's condition. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the green poisonous blood was flowing out from under the charred skin. Although the green snake venom is only a second-level poison, it is not something that an early cultivator like you can handle. Crawl over here, lick the back of my feet, and I will give you a chance to be my slave. She actually had such an idea. She is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Deacon Su, who was half dead in one breath, had his eyelids burned out, and only 2 eyeballs were moving there. Hearing such arrogant words, he was crazy. The color became even worse. You! Come here! The blood mosquito poison not only severely injured him again, but also disrupted his secret method. The 2 injuries broke out at the same time, and he almost lost the ability to stand up, especially the green snake venom. He could feel his life slipping away. Half of his gums were exposed, and the large area of burns and pus all over his body made his voice very hoarse and difficult. I am willing to sign a slave contract. He who knows the times is a hero. Lu Jingxian raised her eyebrows, and her anger and annoyance subsided, revealing a smug look instead. Although she said it, she didn't mean to ease up. She pinched her hands, and a flying sword flew out of the storage bag, slashing towards Deacon Su's neck without hesitation. Obviously, what she said just now about being a slave was completely her bad taste. She wanted to humiliate the dignity of the foundation-building cultivators and use it to fight back against the same experience in Xuangu Mountain. The place where she will never let go of a grudge is even worse than the rumors. The flying sword can not only be used as a flying magic weapon, but its sharpness is also one of the best among swords, and it is also one of the most commonly used magic weapons by cultivators. The sword in Lu Jingxian's hand is not simple either. When it broke through the air, there was no sound, and it cut off the head of Deacon Su, and his vitality quickly dissipated. Seeing that the dust had settled, Lu Jingxian completely relaxed. This was her first time dealing with a foundation-building cultivator. She didn't expect it to be so smooth, and she couldn't help but be more proud. "Be careful." Suddenly, Yu's voice came from a distance. Lu Jingxian subconsciously jumped back, but was tied around the waist by a black smoke-like rope. Deacon Su's body emitted a large amount of black smoke. His huge spiritual consciousness, honed by years of alchemy, and catalyzed by unknown magic, actually transformed into an irrational evil spirit. At this moment, it suddenly expanded and swallowed Lu Jingxian in one mouthful. Yu's scalp was numb. No matter how hard they tried, they were still a step too late. This was the difficulty of dealing with the demon cultivators. Who knows what kind of evil secrets and unorthodox magic they knew? It was only safer to kill people and burn their bodies, and to destroy their souls and spread their ashes. Su Jiaojiu had her own magic skills, and her father might have had some luck too. After all, in the Qiyuan demon realm, anyone who could advance to the foundation building stage with his own ability, and climb up from generation to generation, must be quite capable. This is troublesome. It is not easy to deal with creatures like ghosts and evil spirits. If he had perfected the evil soul-devouring armor technique, he might be able to fight. Unfortunately, it is still far from enough. He has not learned any targeted restraining methods, and he is a soul-turn ghost at the 3rd level of foundation building. His realm has dropped a level, but it is still within the scope of foundation building. In a flash, Yu had already analyzed it in his mind. Don't be reckless. If we can lure them back to Xuangu Mountain, Situ Hong may have a way to deal with them. Although ghosts and evil spirits are powerful, they also have weaknesses. The inheritance of Wuyin Peak is very restraining for such creatures. So, Yu turned around and ran. Deacon Su, who turned into an evil spirit, also chased after him, with black smoke billowing all over his body. Under the direct sunlight, his speed was much slower. Ghosts have no wisdom and can only act according to their instincts. The sunlight cast by the sun is one of the most masculine forces between heaven and earth, which is extremely restraining for such evil spirits. First-level ghosts are difficult to appear during the day. During the seduction, Yu's eyes turned into Taiyin Yuton, and 2 waning moon marks appeared in his pupils, entering the watching the moon state. When he looked back suddenly, he found that the evil ghost had not only 1 yin breath, but 2. The second one was undoubtedly Lu Jingxian's, but that yin breath, with a strange appearance like a mosquito, was rampaging in the evil ghost's body. And it was digested at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was about to be destroyed. Exclamation point. Lu Jingxian couldn't die. There were only 4 of them left out of the more than 500 people in the Zhuangashan mission. If she died, her father, Bishinren, would definitely hold her accountable. He, Situ Hong, and Gu Zhengshan would all be in big trouble. If she lived, she would also attract the attention of a large number of Nilingsu sect disciples, because she had a big background. While thinking, Yu scratched a blood mark on his wrist with his fingernails, and gently squeezed it. The red and black color, the sticky blood that looked a little stale, overflowed a little. This is the product of the transformation of corpse demon secret method. Tianin blood. It can make Yu's body have the characteristics of a ghost, and the corresponding corpse demon bone can make his body have the characteristics of a zombie. This secret method is of a very high level. If he has any way to deal with the foundation building ghost, it is only this blood, and the yin blood pill that is always brewing in his body. It shouldn't be a big problem to temporarily stop the problem of curbing the dead energy. After all, he could only condense 1 yin blood pill in his body, which had always been used to suppress the dead air. Fortunately, there was a placement bar to help him condense continuously, otherwise it was hard to say what the consequences would be. He slowed down his pace. At the moment when both parties rushed into the woods, Yu suddenly turned back and threw a drop of blood from his fingertips. The Riching spirit on it immediately attracted the evil spirit. Yu stepped on the tree trunk with his toes, took advantage of the force to do a backflip, and actually rushed back. He patted his chest with his right hand, and through the skin and flesh, a yin blood pill turned into airflow and flowed into his mind. His eyes turned blood, and the 2 canine teeth on his upper jaw extended rapidly. The characteristics of the corpse demon bone were stimulated to the extreme by him, and in addition to the strong physical body, the zombie also has the ability to swallow resentment and can feed on the soul. Under the stimulation of the secret method, a little bit of the soul-devouring evil armor technique emerged in Yu's mind. He bit the evil spirit and sucked it hard. It was like sucking a mouthful of jelly. It was like a range hood, swallowing the black mist and part of the soul of the evil ghost into the body. 3 inches below the navel, the seeds of the evil armor technique began to sprout. The black evil armor pattern spread all over the body at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a set of black hideous armor appeared on Yu's body. This is the magic. Once you comprehend it, you can quickly master it, and it is still powerful. You only need to bear the side effects in the future to quickly form combat power. One mouthful is not enough. After being wrapped in the black evil armor, you can touch the evil ghost with his hand. When the other party swallowed the Tianyin blood, he took another mouthful. At this time, the evil ghost incarnated by Deacon Su's soul has become a little looming, and the realm has also fallen from the initial foundation to the level of chi training. You kicked it straight and kicked it out of the woods, facing the scorching sun. Without the protection of the black fog, the realm fell again, and its soul was evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, Lu Jingxian fell out of his body. Except for her pale face, her vitality was still stable, but the blood mosquito standing on her forehead looked sickly, as if it was dying. After waiting for a few more breaths, the evil spirit was completely wiped out by the sunlight. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect this thing to be so easy to deal with. In fact, all his strength was aimed at ghosts, but he had never imagined it. After all, no one would use fists to beat up evil spirits. What a mistake! Looking at the lying Lu Jingxian, who was very serious, didn't care, but quickly returned to the first battlefield, found the body of Deacon Su again, and put the storage bag into his pocket. He put the body into the specially marked storage bag, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. If there is a gain, there is no loss. Moreover, placement column 4, Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique, Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique, 61 out of 100 practice 36 times a day, and it can be completed in 2 years. Just by sucking 2 mouthfuls of foundation building evil spirits, he actually saved 3 years. He can be directly completed in 2 years, just in time for the end of the Xuangu Mountain mission. Is this a magic? It's really magical. However, this way saved time, but in the future he would have to face the risk of backlash from the ghosts, and he didn't know whether it was a loss or a gain. He lifted his robe. He found a ghost skull pattern the size of a fingernail appeared under his navel, and he could still feel deep malice when looking at each other. It's a loss. Yu frowned and returned, carrying Lu Jingxian on his shoulders and returning to Xuangu Mountain. Since the threat from Deacon Su was lifted, there was no need for him to go to Fengzhou City to avoid disaster. It was better to go back. When he returned to the sect, he could look up the magic secrets to improve his qualifications. Looking at the high-level storage bag wrapped around Lu Jingxian's waist, he was a little tempted. After careful consideration, he chose not to touch it. Deacon Su's storage bag gave you a beautiful dream. There was nothing valuable in it. Several second-level low-grade magic tools were destroyed or damaged, and their value depreciated seriously. There were only 5 spirit stones, which was shocking. The space of this high-level storage bag was about the capacity of a basketball court, and many bottles and jars in it were empty. The only thing that made him happy was the door of the pill recipe. It almost covered all the first-level categories that the Nilingsu sect could exchange, and there were 3 second-level pill recipes. Alchemists did not have to be proficient in all the pill recipes. But if you look at it more, you can also learn by analogy and even create your own pill recipe. Coincidentally, he also found a mysterious silk book written in blood characters, which was exactly the same as Su Jiajiao's. He took a quick look at it. He then used the feedback in the placement column to obtain the information in it. This is also a magical technique. It is called Ghost Transformation Curse. It was originally a magical technique used on others to mass-produce ghosts and evil spirits. Unexpectedly, he used it on himself to fight for a mutual destruction. It was really tragic. This curse is useless to him, we'll talk about it later. After half a day, as night fell, you also carried Lu Jingxian back to the foot of Xuangu Mountain, and immediately called out loudly and rudely, "Situ Hong, Gu Zhangshan, come out to pick him up." The sudden voice made the two who were discussing countermeasures stunned, and they were even more surprised when they found out that it was Yu's voice. Why is he back? That man came to find him, and Lu Jingxian helped him. Let's go out and take a look. However, when the two came out and saw it, they were dumbfounded. Some of them anxiously went forward to check on Lu Jingxian's condition, and their expressions were not very good. This is a different time. After the dispute in the underground palace disappeared, they, like you, were the ones who least wanted to see Lu Jingxian get into trouble. After all, he had a deep background and was hard to match. After seeing the means given by his father, this worry became even greater. Situ Hong asked anxiously, "What happened?" You replied, she had a fight with the foundation building cultivator and was tricked. It should be that her consciousness was damaged and her soul was weak. It's not a big problem. It's okay. Situ Hong and Gu Zhangshan breathed a sigh of relief, and then became curious again. What happened to the foundation building cultivator? Dead, died at the hands of senior sister Lu. Hearing this, Gu Zhangshan looked at you with interest. The body is in your hands? Yes. That person broke into Xuangu Mountain and first killed the Bone Lion King who occupied the land as king, and then grumbled about looking for you. Do you know him? You heard this, his expression was extremely surprised. How is it possible? You can't say this casually. Gu Zhangshan rubbed his hands, pulled you aside, and whispered, a foundation building corpse, you name a price to sell it to me. You said nothing. For the disciples of Tianshi Peak, the corpse of a strong man is a rare opportunity. It can be cultivated for several years with the method of refining corpses to form combat power. This is why Gu Zhangshan went to the grave of a person after leaving the underground palace. Although he helped him get the second-level divine corpse arm, this thing is a defective product. It is a limb that has been completely damaged in battle and cannot be repaired. Compared with a complete foundation building corpse, it is not on the same level at all, but this thing is of no use to you, so he didn't care and said, I can sell it to you. You name a price first. Lingshi is temporarily not really in need of it. This made Gu Zhangshan stumped again. Why don't you tell me what you want first, junior brother? Simple, a second-level cold-attributed demon pill of a python-like demon beast, plus 5,000 spirit stones, how about that? Gu Zhangshan frowned slightly. Let me take a look at the goods first. After seeing Deacon Su's black body that was still oozing green pus, he bargained, the damage is a bit serious, reduce the price by 2,000 spirit stones. Deal. It doesn't matter who he sells it to. You thinks it's good to get a useful demon pill in exchange. After all, a Qi training disciple like him can only check the first-level treasure house of the sect. There is no second-level demon pill in it, not to mention the cold attribute. In 2 years, you and I will return to the sect. By then, you can prepare the things and trade again. Okay. After saying that, the two returned to their original positions, causing Situ Hong to look over from time to time. He moved 10 steps away from the two of them invisibly, showing too many schemes. The three were silent for a long time, and it was you who broke the deadlock first. Senior sister Lu is left to you. I will go to Xiangu Mountain for retreat. I'll go for retreat too. Gu Zhangshan followed you and plunged into the earthing corpse puppet array, and disappeared. Situ Hong was left with a helpless smile. This man really couldn't be left here like this, and he couldn't die, otherwise he would fail in his mission. The peaceful days are always like flowing water, passing through the gaps between fingers in the blink of an eye. Winter is gone and spring is here, summer nights are cool and autumn is here. Unknowingly, the 4 seasons have rotated twice. This 5-year period has come to an end. The first 3 years were full of things and there were heavy casualties. In the last 2 years, there were only 4 people and it was extremely quiet. Only in May and June every year, when the bonewood blooms, will they meet together, and each pick a batch of Xinjing flowers, ready to take them back to the sect to sell to their fellow disciples. The quantity is much less, and there is a shortage of manpower to completely clear the 3 mountains of Xianbone. Instead, each of them mined a batch of bonewood and prepared to hand it over to the sect. The amount of bonewood is 500 people. The work is complicated and has to be done intermittently. No one can be missing without the sect. The task must be completed. This is the consensus. Lu Jingxian has been healing silently since he woke up. He only met you once. With the blessing of saving his life, his attitude has improved a lot. But it can't be said to be particularly good. According to Lu Jingxian meant that as long as he was willing to be planted with a gu insect buyer, he could become her male lover in bed, and he would have no shortage of cultivation resources. Yu was not interested in such thanks, and he politely refused it by citing the title of Suzhen Chuan. As for the spoils of war, he did not ask for them, probably because he was afraid that he would do something irrational. This day, in the 8th year of Yu's outer sect career, in early January, he had just finished his cultivation and was planning his next cultivation plan. During this period, he had cultivated a total of 4,880 strands of spiritual power, and had just refined the 5th top-grade cold blood pill. Rounding off, it is 49 strands of spiritual power. With 149 strands of spiritual power accumulated, if he wants to break through the 8th level of Qi training, he must accumulate 300 strands, which is halfway, and the speed is not slow. At present, there is only one way that you can start immediately. Refining Han Shi Dan uses the special effects of Han Shi alchemy to reconstruct the top-grade cold blood pill, strengthen its effect, and accelerate cultivation from the aspect of pills. Secondly, you can find a way to investigate the formations, talismans, spiritual food, etc. to see if there are any methods that can help you practice. Now that the Zhuangdishan mission has expired, I will go back to complete the transaction with Gu Zhengshun, and then I can complete the goal of the elixir first. It just so happens that there is another empty slot in the past 2 years. Placement slot 4, Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique, perfect, Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique, 100 out of 152 practices a day, 50 years to complete. Because he swallowed 2 mouthfuls of the soul of the foundation building evil ghost, a lot of time was saved. The magic is also special and different from conventional magic. It is easier to complete. After this technique is perfected, use Black Evil Armor Pattern. Covering his skin is hidden under the skin, and can be activated with a thought, which is convenient and fast. In terms of defense, it is particularly useful against spiritual attacks. In terms of normal physical attacks and energy shocks, the 5 elements, etc., it is similar to the second-level lower-grade defense magic. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. In the past 2 years, you has only encountered a ghost backlash once, which was aimed at his soul, and the power is not too great. After all, he had only swallowed a soul once, and the power of the moonlight from the moon could nourish and cleanse his soul and strengthen his consciousness. In addition, alchemy also has the effect of training consciousness and increasing the foundation of consciousness, so he easily overcame it. This magic technique, the placement column gives a time of 50 years, which is more than twice as long as the corpse magic secret technique, which is simply outrageous. But even if it is placed like this, it can actually continue to increase the power of this technique. After all, the essence of Soul Devouring Evil Armor Technique is actually obtained through the power of Yin spirits. There is no dry suction environment, so it can be placed in the placement column. The endless power of Yin spirits can continuously expand the upper limit of this technique, and there is no limit for the time being. For you, the defense power of the second level lower grade and the special resistance effect against spiritual attacks are completely enough. After all, he is only at the 7th level of Qi training and has just entered the late stage. He does not have so much spiritual power to support these transcendental techniques. It is impossible to use it frequently, so there is no rush to make further progress. Instead, he changed to the pill recipe. Placement column 4, Cold Qi Pill, 33/124 refinements a day. It can be completed in 4 months. The progress in it is Yu's own research. After all, he has obtained this pill recipe for a long time and often studies it. It will take 3 months to rush back from Xuangu Mountain. By then, the transaction will be completed and the materials will be in place, just in time for the pill refining. As for the future arrangements, he preferred to place the cold blood art. Cultivation is the foundation. When the combat power is sufficient, the threat of Deacon Su has been eliminated. In the 4 placement columns, except for the corpse demon secret art, which does not move, the others must be replaced with the power art, which will speed him up. He stood up after finishing the exercise, and took back all the belongings and the formation flags. A familiar voice came from outside. "Junior brother, we are leaving for the sect. Have you packed up?" You immediately walked out of the stone house, looked at the 3 people who were driving various unique flying instruments, hesitated for a moment and stood on Gu Jingxuan's bone boat instrument. "I didn't mean anything else, I just didn't want to get involved with Lu Jingxian. This woman is a bit extreme. It's not right to get close or far away. You must keep a moderate degree." It's just that his choice embarrassed Gu Zhengshun, surprised Sito Hong, and made Lu Jingxian dissatisfied. No matter what, he should be closer to him for saving his life. The Voldemort-like nose snorted first. "Does junior brother you hate me?" You finally realized that he had hurt her sensitive, fragile, and self-abased heart again. People always like to be chosen, not left behind. It's really hard to please. After complaining in his heart, Yu quickly explained. "Came here with brother Gu, so he will naturally go back with him. Some minor conflicts have long passed." "Is it, brother Gu?" Yes, senior sister Lu, you think too much." Lu Jingxian suddenly approached, and his fleshless nostrils were like 2 black holes, creepy, and his voice was faint. "You dare not look at me, don't you like my appearance? It's bad." He actually pointed it out directly. His emotional intelligence is really low. "Don't you know whether it's scary or not? You can't see it at all." Situ Hong stood in the eye socket of the skull magic weapon and quickly controlled the magic weapon to retreat a distance, fearing that blood would splash on his body if he fought. "This is not a good answer." Yu hurriedly bowed. "Yu was born a spirit slave, and his status is very different from yours. How dare I have improper thoughts about senior sister Lu? Senior brother Situ has a dignified appearance, handsome and unrestrained, and his status is extraordinary. Such people are worthy of looking directly at senior sister. Is inferior and unworthy. It's bad. It's coming for me. Situ Hong glared at you from a distance. Is this how you thank me? After saying this, Lu Jingxian calmed down a lot. He stopped pestering her and noticed another detail. You said you were born a spirit slave? Yes. That's strange. The spirit slaves are all old men. I've never seen someone as handsome as you. Yes, what are spirit slaves? Living spirit sand-making machines. And they all have low qualifications, and it is difficult for them to build a foundation in their lifetime. You has already broken through the late stage of chi training, which is a relatively outstanding performance among the younger generation. In a small place, he can even be called a genius. The other two also realized the problem immediately and looked at you in surprise. He explained again. Look at his white hair, it's caused by a huge loss of lifespan. Later, he was appreciated by Su Jinshuan and got rid of his status as a spirit slave, and then he slowly recovered. In fact, I don't have many years left to live. At most, I will face the problem of blood and chi decline in 10 years, just like an old man over 100 years old. He opened his mouth and said that the white hair was indeed caused by a large loss of lifespan in a short period of time, but with the subsequent breakthrough of the realm, there is actually a trend of reversing. It's just that he practiced the secret method of corpse demon, and was mixed with yin chi and corpse chi, and it became permanent. It was the right decision to make at the beginning. Now he can use it as an excuse and benefit a lot. After all, he only burned 10 years of his lifespan, while the chi training monks have a lifespan of 150 years. Number. It's still plenty. Nowadays, it's said that the difficulty of chi and blood depletion in 10 years is actually a problem that normal cultivators will encounter when they are 100 years old. He is only 24.5 years old this year. Burned like this, and supplemented by other means, it is normal to practice quickly. Gu Zhengshun subconsciously continued. Are you still practicing the burning blood technique? Aren't you practicing a cold attribute technique? You looked sideways and smiled. Brother Gu, you haven't practiced the burning blood technique, it can speed up the practice. The choice lies in the burning life seal. This is a secret technique that matches the technique. The same technique is more effective when practiced together. But you can also focus on other techniques and use the burning life seal to speed up. The effect is actually the same, only lacking 3 points. No wonder after saying that, Gu Zhengshan and Sito Hong stopped looking at him. Instead, Lu Jingxian clicked his tongue a few times, with a look of regret. What a pity. A storm was finally resolved under Yu's constant self-mockery. After a delay of some time, the four of them set out on their way home, leaving Xuangu Mountain without looking back, and flew to the direction of the Nilingsu sect with an arrow in their hearts. On the way. Without other people, Gu Zhengshan looked at you with a smile. He knew that the other party was a spiritual slave, but he didn't expose it just now. After all, he didn't like Lu Jingxian either, and there was a deal between the two of them, so it was impossible for him to dismantle his stage at this time. In his eyes, you must be a die-hard subordinate trained by Su Jinshuan. He had also heard a little about the situation in Hanshua Peak, but he didn't know the details. The matter involved the inheritance of the nascent soul, and there were countless conspiracies and calculations involved. He didn't want to get involved, so he wouldn't take the initiative to talk to you about this matter. But you, although the trip to Xuangu Mountain was over. But the underground palace below is still occupied by the foundation building corpse monsters. The journey back will take 3 months, so it is inevitable to talk about some related topics. For example, whether the next round of cultivators coming to Xuangu Mountain will develop the ruins of the underground palace, or send out multiple foundation building cultivators to deal with the corpse monsters. He wanted to go down again before, but the 3 of them refused, and their taboo looks made him a little uneasy, so he simply did not go down to avoid causing more trouble. Now that they are leaving, they can have a good chat on the way. Just a few words shocked him. You mean, the underground palace is actually a trap? He didn't understand. Gu Zhengshan said that the underground palace was a trap set by a Jindan demon cultivator, the purpose of which was to seize the body and be reborn, and it would not take more than 800 years. But the Yuanying inheritance in his hand, Taiyin Yutong, could not be fake, and he had taken all the obvious benefits. How could it be a trap? There must be other variables. It seems that they are not going to develop it again. After all, the first entry yielded too little, which was not in line with the heritage of an ancient sect's ruins. Only Lu Jingxian got a second-level seal artifact. The income was not enough to cover the expenses, and there was not much cost invested. In addition, there were too many deaths, so naturally there was no idea of secondary development, and there was no profit. In this case, Yu had nothing to say. He just secretly decided that he would go there alone again after he succeeded in his cultivation. The stone tablet covered with blood runes must have other secrets. So, 3 months later, 9 spectacular twisted spiral peaks came into view. After 5 years, he finally returned to the mountain gate of the Nilingsu sect, and the rich spiritual energy came to his face. It was refreshing, and I couldn't help but praise the blessed land of the immortals. However, the figures flying in the sky were all very gloomy, with blood, bones, paper people, flying coffins, evil swords. Under the beautiful mountains and rivers, there was a demon cave with a surging sea of blood. Finally back, Yu, see you under the big locust tree at the edge of the corpse-raising land in 5 days. No, this time we'll go to the 8 treasures house in the evil god square. Okay. Gu Zhengshan smiled indifferently, put him in the cold blood square of the Nishue 10 square, and couldn't wait to return to the Tianshi peak. His trip was a loss, and he only got the benefit of the Xianjing flower, which was almost a waste of time. Then he was very jealous of the foundation building corpse in his hand, and hurried back to prepare the bargaining chips. The 2 sides bid farewell to each other. Located in the center of the bottom of the 9 peaks, the Nishue 10 square just below the Blood Demon Hall, is home to more than 100,000 outer and inner disciples. The supply and demand are all solved internally, and it is actually very prosperous. As long as he didn't go to dark corners or deserted alleys, his life would not be in danger. Gu Zhengshan would help him deal with the Zhuangishan mission, and the bone wood that should be handed over had also been handed over. He only needed to wait for the transaction in 5 days before collecting the mission reward. Now, he had to go to Bingxue Tower. Zhao Shang was both an enemy and a partner. As a partner, the large number of magic tools, sundries, corpses, etc. that you harvested during this trip all need to be processed by him and exchanged for spirit stones. Therefore, there can be peace for a while. The premise is that the other party does not go out. If he is caught alone by you, he will be killed. After all, he took Su Qingshan to Xuangu Mountain. If it weren't for his means being above the standard, he might die. Of course, such a person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Both sides have each other's handles, and sooner or later one will die. You calculated as he walked. Zhao Shang, Duan Ping, and Manager Lu are the few enemies he has left. Manager Lu cut off one of his arms, and this revenge must be avenged, but the person has been missing for a long time. He has been judged as a traitor, and the mission hall has the task of hunting down this person. He has been taken away by someone a long time ago, and there has been no news. And Duan Ping repeatedly pitted him, broke his promise, and almost killed him. There is a way to die. It's just that it's not convenient to move him yet, so there's no rush for a while. After careful calculation, Yu was surprised to find that he had basically no enemies. He did a good job in eliminating hatred, and he encouraged himself to keep working hard. He pushed open the door of Bingxue Tower. A strange and graceful figure replaced Zhao Shang, standing behind the counter, holding an account book in his hand. Yu frowned, thinking of the rumor before he left. After hesitating for a moment, he still walked up. "Excuse me, is Zhao Shang here?" The graceful woman glanced at him coquettishly, bowed, and said, "My concubine is Lan Ji. I took over the position of manager of Bingxue Tower 3 years ago. Your Excellency is. I am Yu. Su Zhenchuan personally promoted me to the door. I went on a long trip recently and just came back. I have heard of you. Do you want to ask about Jingqi Shi?" Lan Ji held a round fan and fanned the wind gently. A few strands of black hair fluttered with a charming and moving look, attracting attention, and a faint orchid fragrance penetrated into the sinus. It made you shudder all over. Even though his body was affected by the secret technique of the corpse demon, it actually had a tendency to raise its head. What a terrifying and evil skill of charm. After all, to some extent, he could be regarded as a corpse. Lan Ji could play the dragon raising its head with the corpse. So terrifying. As expected of Su Zhenchuan's concubine, Zhenchuan Yenxian is still quite skilled. You couldn't help but step back a few steps, seeing that the snow white and round thing was approaching. Yu was so angry that he quickly asked, "Where did Zhao Shang, the former manager of Bingxue Tower, go?" "Zhao Shang, of course he's dead." "Dead?" Yu's pupils shrank, and he immediately thought of escaping, but after hearing what Lan Ji said, he gave up the idea. 3 years ago, an alchemist named Zhou Tao took the initiative to find me and wanted me to expose Zhao Shang's theft of Bingxue Tower's interests. He also took the initiative to hand over the stolen money of 4,000 spirit stones. TSK, such people are rare in the Nilingsu sect. 4,000 spirit stones is not a small amount of money. The amount Zhou Tao took out far exceeded the spirit stones he earned from selling pills with you, which can be said to be all his family wealth. You estimated that it should be after he left that Zhou Tao wanted to take over the business of the Alchemist Association. Zhao Shang was not easy to get along with, and it was almost impossible for him to get the same conditions as you. The other party would not admit to privately destroying the monopoly of the pill industry and stealing resources from Bingxue Tower. It is highly likely that they will break up. The gossip between Lan Ji and Su Jinchuan was not groundless and spread widely. If Zhou Tao was ruthless, he might start with Lan Ji to deal with Zhao Shang. However, he didn't believe that Zhao Shang, who was so smart, died like this, and it would implicate a large number of people, at least the few foundation-building monks worshipped by Bingxue Tower. He couldn't believe everything, and he had to inquire from other channels. In this case, we'll take his leave and visit Lan Ji next time. Wait. Lan Ji crossed her jade arms and stopped you with a round fan. Aren't you from Bingxue Tower? I'll keep the Jingqi room for you. Why are you going out? Was born a spirit slave and is not well received. The Jingqi room had long been sold to the inner disciples by Zhao Shang. It's not appropriate for Lan Ji to teach it to me privately. After that, he left Bingxue Tower quickly, not giving the woman a chance to ask for it. Without a suitable channel, the messy and numerous low-level magic tools, elixirs, corpses, etc. on him can only be sold at a low price. If Zhao Shang was still there, he would definitely be able to offer a high price and take advantage of Bingxue Tower. It's really a pity. There are too many low-level storage bags. They are not as good as a high-level storage bag. They have to be streamlined. So, 5 days later. Bazen's High. Gu Jingshan arrived as scheduled and met you in this private room. The second-level ice-attributed Python Demon Beast pill he wanted was already in place, and there were also 3,000 spirit stones. Gu Jingshan smiled and said, "This is the Ice Python Demon pill that I asked my master to exchange from the second-level treasure house of the sect. Please check it." He took the blue demon pill with an icy breath. There was a phantom of a small snake in it. It was a little spirit of the demon pill owner, which could prove its origin and could not be faked. The cold chi pill is only a first-level pill, but it requires second-level materials. It can be seen that it is special. If he can successfully condense the cold flame seed in the Dantianxi Sea, this method is enough to accompany him to grow to the Danjie stage. It is a rare growth-type technique, but he thinks that this technique can be classified as treasure technique, which feels like borrowing the magic of a demon beast. You put it down with satisfaction. The two main medicines, Ice Python Demon Pill and Marrow Fluid, were all ready. The rest were all first-level spiritual medicines, all very common. The item is fine. This is the corpse of the foundation-building body. After the soul is scattered, it is very suitable for sacrifice and refining into an armored corpse. At least it is an iron-armored corpse. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingshan did not dislike the ugly appearance of the corpse. Instead, he couldn't let it go and caressed it. His perverted behavior made people feel a chill. Okay, the deal is done. Both parties put their items away. You hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Brother Gu, can you do me a favor and find out the information about the ice and snow tower in the past 5 years? Oh? Gu Jingshan rubbed his fingers. This is a simple matter. It can be found out clearly in a month at most, but why should I help you? You took out a storage bag, which was full of spoils ready for sale. He threw it directly to Gu Jingshan. Brother Gu has a high position in Tianshi Peak, and he should have joined the ranks of a true disciple. He just happens to have the channels to handle these things. No matter how much you can sell, just give me 8,000 spirit stones. The implication was that the extra part would be regarded as the reward for gathering intelligence. According to Yu's estimation, although this batch of things was second-hand, the total price was more than 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Jingshan was a man who knew what he was talking about. After hearing what he said, he immediately agreed. That's good. I didn't expect that junior brother had so many spoils of war. It seems that the trip to Xuangu Mountain was fruitful. Yu smiled, and everyone understood. Shen. I have another batch of Xianjing flowers here, are you interested, Brother Gu? Come on, tell me more about it. Looking at the drinks that were offered to them, the two chatted harmoniously for a long time until it was getting dark before they separated. Entrusting all the affairs to Gu Jingshan, he currently has more than 36,000 spirit stones in his hand, which is definitely a wealthy level among the Qi training disciples. With another 4,000, he can already go through the channel of Bingxue Tower and exchange it for a top-grade foundation building pill internally. This is Zhao Shang's wish, but it is about to be fulfilled by him, and it is also fate. But he killed so many Qi training late-stage disciples, which is equivalent to robbing the accumulated wealth of others. It is because of his ambition to build a foundation that he has accumulated such a large sum. However, the top-grade foundation building pill has too poor effect on waste spiritual roots. If you really want to prepare for a breakthrough, you have to start with the secret method of the magic way. In the next month, while waiting for news from Gu Zhengshun, he is also waiting for the completion of the Han Qi Dan in the placement column, and a lot of refining experience floods into his mind every day. Combined with the alchemy of the same origin, the efficiency is extremely high. After completing his daily practice, he also found time to find the alchemist association he founded, but the situation is different now. In just 5 years, a large number of low-level alchemists have been gathered. The number of people has soared from 4 to more than 100. The leader is Zhou Tao, who is at the 9th level of Qi training. Compared with the period when Yu was in charge, his ability to attract money has reached a new peak and he has truly stepped onto the stage. It is more famous than the alchemy shops opened by ordinary alchemists who have established their foundation. This situation quickly made Yu's thoughts of reminiscing about the past fade away. Even if this is not the Nilingsu sect, this idea of being in the limelight is not acceptable. What's more, the sect's medicine business has been monopolized for a long time, and only the alchemy hall can be certified to engage in the operation of related industries. At the beginning, Yu was able to discover that in addition to the unified price of medicine, he also found that low-level alchemists were working for the alchemy shops and only earned their craftsmanship fees, instead of setting up stalls and selling cheap self-produced medicines at a lower price. Zhou Tao's behavior of stepping onto the stage is definitely inflated. He probably thought that he would not get into trouble because he was protected by Su Zhenxuan. The business expanded from Hangshuang to the surrounding areas, and the more money they made, the more they made. They were blinded by the spirit stones and could not stop. Once this kind of behavior of making money touched the bottom line, they would definitely die. The 4 people who first formed the Alchemist Association, Yui quit when he went to Xuangu Mountain, and the taciturn Huang Kai also quit. Only Luo Pinggu followed Zhou Tao to work. After understanding the situation, you could only sigh. If things continue at this pace, he might not make it through this year. If he was a little more ruthless, he could use this opportunity to hand over another golden key to Zhuoshoqing of the law enforcement hall, and perhaps he could gain more benefits. However, after thinking about it, he gave up this idea. After all, they were colleagues, and only Huang Kai had the potential to be expropriated. Ignore this matter. May of the 8th year of his outer sect career, the first month after returning to the sect. On this day, a magpie called the door. Placement column 4, Han Qi Dan, perfect, Han Qi Dan, 100 out of 136 refinements a day, 30 years to complete. The perfect pill formula means that Yu's familiarity with this pill has reached the level of perfection. The previous placement column was 24 refinements a day, which was equivalent to another him refining 24 furnaces of Han Qi Dan every day in an unknown place. These experiences and skills were completely inherited by him. 4 months, equivalent to refining 2,880 furnaces. This kind of experience is not enough to be described as perfect, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is superb. Few people can have this kind of experience. Yu, who had been prepared for a long time, deliberately spent some of the contribution points of the Xiangu Mountain task. In the alchemy hall of Zhu Dianfeng, he rented a ground fire room. Speaking of it, he, a first-level top-grade alchemist, did not have a handy alchemy furnace. This is also the norm for most first-level alchemists. Practicing fire refining requires a fire source. Before practicing the flame-breathing method, he can only use the ground fire to refine the alchemy. There are requirements for the venue, and the alchemy furnace is used temporarily. After refining the Han Qi Dan and condensing the cold flame fire, he can consider carrying an alchemy furnace with him. At this time, the focus is on alchemy. Washing the medicine, washing the spirit. Using the power of the earth fire, the unnecessary medicinal properties of the pill formula are removed one by one. This part is the so-called impurities, leaving only the part you need. Yu is skilled and has a clever timing. Every time he adds medicine to refine, it is almost perfect. After refining, it is fusion. His fire control technique is also very good. The medicinal properties are smoothly fused without any waste. With the help of various Dan condensation seals, the refining process quickly enters the Dan condensation stage. 7 days later. From time to time, a hissing sound of a python came from the furnace. The remaining spirit in the demon pill was the key to the growth of this method. Yu carefully completed the last step. Soon, a round and full ice-colored elixir with a snake-shaped mark came out of the furnace. There was only one, and it was ranked as the best. Waves of pill fragrance rushed into his sinuses, and Yu was very satisfied. After taking a look, he swallowed it decisively and began to run the cold blood art to try to refine this pill. The benefits of the best elixir were presented. As long as the method is correct, it takes almost no effort to refine this quality of elixir. In comparison, the best cold blood pill is an elixir that increases cultivation. The huge and pure spiritual power contained in it requires the cultivator to spend a long time to absorb. The functions of the two are different. After the cold chi pill entered the stomach, you felt like swallowing an ice ball, from the throat to the stomach, cold to the bones. After the extreme cold, there is a scorching heat again. A lot of sweat beads came out of the pores of the skin, but as the high temperature passed, a large amount of ice slag formed directly on the surface of the body, and the exhale layer became visible. As the exercises were running, the strange phenomenon of ice and fire was fading. Strands of ice blue medicinal power, after passing through the great Jotian meridians, gathered in his Dantian Chi Si. I don't know how long it has been. Turbulent suddenly, a cluster of ice crystal-colored flames ignited in the center of the Chi Si, and a large amount of spiritual power was injected into it. The flames suddenly rose. It gave people a feeling of coldness, and the power derived from it was also of cold attribute. For example, the actual reaction of freezing and cooling in the outside world, but if you put your hand in the flame, you can't feel the heat, but it will appear to be burned black. This is the first time you has seen such a strange cold flame. After adapting for a while, his mind returned to his physical body. The figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, and with a thought, a translucent white flame ignited on his body. The cold flame produced by taking the pill has also been refined by you twice, so it can't hurt himself. The temperature in the air was dropping, and there was ice in the underground fire room. It seems that in addition to the ice and Yin attribute spells, I can also practice a few fire attribute spells to control the cold flame and exert its power. This thing can not only be used to make pills, but also to fight. It is also a superior method, but there is a lack of corresponding means of realization. That's all. Converging the cold flames on the surface of his body, his right hand rose a tongue of fire, and after a few breaths, it transformed into the form of a cold python. You raised his eyebrows, and his heart was certain. Sure enough, it was born from the treasure technique. The treasure technique is contained in the treasure bones left behind by the powerful blood of the monsters after their death. After the human cultivators learn it, most of them will transform into the form of the monsters before they died. Scales, feathers, eyes, claws, whiskers, vivid, the details are more realistic than the beast form displayed by the magic, and the power is also very strong. After experiencing the cold flame, you focused all his attention on alchemy. The reason why cold chi alchemy is special is because of this kind of cold flame. Now that he has the corresponding means, the effect of this alchemy will be fully stimulated by him. Let's start with the top-grade cold blood pill. After resting for half a day, you took out the prepared materials and continued to refine the second batch of pills. After taking 12 pills of the best cold blood pill, the pill barrier will appear. He has only refined 5 pills so far. Using cold flames to refine ice-attributed pills will greatly improve the effect. It is very suitable for cultivators like him who walk the ice and Yin attributes. This is why he chose this alchemy technique unswervingly after just one look at it. It is not only because it is a third-level residual method, but also because of this reason. This time, it only took 5 days. On the first day, I was basically familiar with the difference between cold flames and ground fire, slowly adjusting my own habits and gradually adapting. On the second day, the speed was faster. Refining, fusion, pill condensation, and pill storage, the 4 steps of alchemy were almost completed in one go. The 5th day. Open the furnace. With the vibration of the pill furnace, 3 best cold blood pills with ice crystal flame marks came out of the furnace. The fragrance of the pills emitted made you a little excited. I couldn't wait to take one, and then practice the power to experience the effect. The original top-grade cold blood pill, one can increase the cultivator's spiritual power by 100 Dao, which is equivalent to 10 shares, which is already a lot. The new version of the top-grade cold blood pill, after the cold flame further stimulates the medicinal properties, plus slight modifications to the details, the effect is more than 50%. Almost 150 spiritual power. It's really amazing. He can even improve the commonly used pills such as Huiling pill and Xingji pill according to his own situation, and turn them into ice-attribute spiritual pills, which will be more suitable for his own consumption. The time for refining should be more than a year. The other personalized improvements to the pill formula are not urgent at the moment, just take your time. After another half a day, you started to refine the third furnace, saved 6 improved cold blood pills in his hand, and then prepared to come out. The retreat lasted for nearly a month, and he gained a lot. After coming out, his first stop was to find Gu Zhangshun, ready to accept the information entrusted before. If there was no problem, he could go to the ice and snow building again and exchange the spirit stone for a top-grade spell of fire attribute. As for the vacant number 4 machine, he directly put on the Xianin hand. Without the assistance of the precious liquid such as marrow fluid, the speed of self-cultivation was terribly slow. The progress was 20 points at the beginning, and it is still 20 points now. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a second-level top-grade spell. Even a foundation-building cultivator can rely on this powerful means as a trump card. He can only achieve it by placing the column. It does not require direct placement perfection, but at least reaches the realm of small success. After a while, when he has completed all the spells that do not take up time, it will not be too late for him to switch to the practice of his own skills. After noon, it was still Bazenzhai. Gu Zhangshun took out a scroll of information and threw it to him, explaining, "This is the information collected by the Juyin Tower established by a true disciple of Tianshi Peak. It should be able to make up for your understanding of the situation in the past 5 years when you were away from Hangswang. It is absolutely worth the money. If there is any business inconvenience in the future, junior brother can ask me for it. I have something else to do, so I will leave first." In response, Yu just laughed and did not stop him. He had seen what Gu Zhangshun was like in Xuangu Mountain. When he had what the other party needed, he would serve very attentively. Once he achieved his goal, he would return to his nature. Selling people is very smooth. It is impossible to find it unless you have bargaining chips. After complaining a little, he focused on the information scroll and studied it carefully. Nothing big happened in Hangswang in the past 5 years. It was basically the same as what I learned from Lan Ji before, but there was a problem. The scroll said that Zhao Shang, the former manager of Bingshui Tower, was not killed, but escaped into the blood abyss. This place is the holy place for the practice of the Nilingsu sect, just 3,000 miles southwest of the sect, very close. The danger there is not something that a chi cultivator can bear, so it is not wrong to say that he died. Moreover, Zhao Shang used a third-level, breaking sky talisman, to escape, which was said to be stolen from Su Zhenchuan's private treasure house, and almost made him bleed. There is another big event. After nearly 9 years of seclusion, the Hanshui Peak true disciple who accidentally obtained a matching Jindan spiritual object from his subordinate's offerings is about to come out of seclusion. According to intelligence, when you and others were still stationed in Xuangu Mountain in the last year, this true disciple had already survived the Jindan Thunder Tribulation, and his promotion was a foregone conclusion. After more than a year, he was in seclusion to consolidate his realm and consolidate his foundation, and it is expected that he will come out of seclusion next year. By then, the other 9 true disciples of Hanshui Peak will either leave the sect and be sent out to guard the city and open a mansion, and go out to practice freely. Or they will give up the position of true disciple, let the sect dig a piece of land, and do some work as a foundation building deacon in the inner sect to show their intention to withdraw. Otherwise, when it comes to accounting, no one will get a good deal. Seeing this, you also frowned. He actually offended this true disciple when he was a spirit slave, which set a bad example and gave other true disciples the opportunity to attack him. Now he is about to come out of retreat. If he loses the opportunity to receive the nascent soul inheritance, he will definitely take revenge. If he does not lose the opportunity, he will also take revenge on those who target him. Looking left and right, you did not see the third possibility. His originally good mood suddenly became melancholy again, and he could not help but want to curse. He thought that the days after his return would be relatively peaceful, but now it seems that it is still a personal wishful thinking. If he does not figure it out, he will not be able to stay in this sect. The means of doing things back then were radical, based on the premise that the other party would not care about a small person, and took a risk. Now it is different. He has a wealth and dare not take the same risk again. In this way, intelligence becomes more important. While thinking, you found that the best way to deal with it was actually to contact Su Zhenchuan. The competitor was about to come out of retreat, and the person involved would be more anxious than him. Su Zhenchuan has basically forgotten about him over the years, which is normal. But if this person is involved, he should be able to remember him, so he needs to take the initiative to contact Duan Pengzi. Thinking of this, you hurried to the ice and snow building early the next morning. Fortunately, he did not swell up too much and was still hanging in this building. Entrust Lan Ji to give Duan Peng a message and come back tomorrow to discuss. Of course, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. After this road was opened, you turned around and went to the Sutra Hall of Zudianfang. He was originally a goods that was captured, and he had a very low sense of belonging to the Nilingsu sect. If it weren't for the difficulty of returning to the Taihu spirit realm, He should have left when he got rid of his spiritual slave status. He really didn't know the way, and there was pressure from the Black Mountain Pass. A small chi training cultivator, don't even think about crossing the domain. Later, his understanding of cultivation deepened step by step, and he finally realized the importance of spiritual root qualifications. Staying in the demon sect was actually beneficial to his cultivation. The idea of leaving immediately became increasingly faint, but now he is likely to face the trouble of the first level of true transmission, and he must also prepare a way out of packing up and leaving. The only reason he stayed in the demon sect was the secret method of improving his qualifications. He must speed up his exploration in this area, so that if he really had to escape, it wouldn't be a pity. Half an hour later, just as the sun rose, you came to the Sutra Hall. Unlike the Sutra Repository and the Dharma Transmission Hall, this place records the basic knowledge of the world of cultivation, secret knowledge, and personal biographies of famous cultivators, as well as myths and legends, ancient historical books, secrets of great families, and so on. The entire miscellaneous books hall has everything, rich in content, and contains more than 1 million books. And it is free for inner disciples. And outer disciples who come here to check some information are allowed to buy it with spirit stones, which can avoid the internal currency of contribution points. It just so happens that you has a lot of spirit stones, but not many contribution points. The Sutra Repository does not have the authority to exchange, but he can know the names of the secret methods to improve qualifications through the information here, so he can get what he wants accurately. The only trouble is that there is a lack of proper management here. Some of the books that inner disciples have borrowed will be returned and randomly stuffed on a certain shelf, and some will be directly taken for themselves, such as some books that record the identification of spiritual medicines. Or if it is about the secrets of folk remedies, it doesn't matter if a few pages are directly torn off. Of course, it doesn't matter if you borrow it for hundreds of years without returning it. The first impression is chaos. Occasionally, someone will fill in the missing books. For someone like you who wants to find books accurately, it is a big project and takes a lot of time. But had to do it. So in the following time, you went out early and came back late, wandering around the Sutra Hall every day, scanning the bookshelves one by one, and often encountered content that interested him. In addition to searching, he would also rent it out to read. For example, 9 Secrets of the Life Magical Treasure, Taboo of Chi Training, Secrets of the 3 Gates of Foundation Building, The Birth of the Pill Recipe, How to Build the Foundation, The Fundamental Explanation of the Spirit. Among them, he was most interested in the Secrets of the 3 Gates of Foundation Building. This book was written by a Yuanian cultivator in Taihu's spirit realm when he was young. It explains the 3 gates of foundation building in detail, greatly improving the success rate of foundation building for the younger generation. The so-called 3 gates of foundation building, spiritual power gate, chi and blood gate, spiritual consciousness gate, not only has a comprehensive interpretation of the foundation building realm, but also the standards for passing the 3 gates, and even puts forward some pertinent suggestions, with more dry goods. Spiritual power gate refers to the fact that chi training cultivators will go through 3 spiritual refinements to liquefy their spiritual power into higher quality true essence, and 1 drop is equivalent to 1,000 shares. The middle and late stages of chi training are the first 2 stages, and the third stage is the time to break through the foundation. Chi and blood passage refers to the strength of the physical essence and physique. In order to complete the third spiritual refining, the cultivator's body needs to accommodate a large amount of spiritual power at one time and compress and refine it. The requirements for the strength of the meridians and physique are relatively high. Generally speaking, the more abundant the chi and blood, the stronger the body, so it is called the chi and blood passage. After a chi cultivator reaches the age of 100, his body enters the old age, his chi and blood gradually decline, and his body becomes worse day by day. The later he gets, the lower the chance of building the foundation, so there is the popular limit of 100 years today. Spiritual consciousness passage, this pass is the most difficult, because it is suitable for chi cultivators to practice. The skills to improve spiritual consciousness are quite rare, and can be called rare. There are only a handful of people who can achieve accomplishments in this way during the chi training period. Spiritual consciousness plays 2 important roles in the process of foundation building. One is to restrain the huge spiritual power in the body during the breakthrough, and protect the meridians from being too much impact. Another is that compressing spiritual power is extremely exhausting. If the spiritual consciousness is not strong enough, the spiritual power is difficult to compress into true essence, resulting in qualitative changes, and the breakthrough will fail. The classics give many methods. The simpler ones are to practice alchemy, refining, drawing talismans, carving arrays. etc., which are skills that have the effect of sharpening spiritual consciousness. A more complicated one is enlightenment. Through calligraphy, painting, chess, swordplay, etc., one can use hobbies to comprehend nature. When the time is right, one will have an epiphanic effect, which will greatly increase the spiritual consciousness. In summary, this book, Secrets of the Three Gates of Foundation Building, has provided you with a practical basis and guidance for the future path, and has benefited him a lot. For those who have reached the three gates, breaking through the foundation building is a natural process without any difficulty. The role played by the foundation building pill is also closely related to the three gates. For example, the low-grade Nishue pill is a foundation building elixir that only works on the physical body. It can replenish the blood of the cultivator, strengthen the physique in a short time, and make the meridians more tenacious and unobstructed. The middle-grade foundation building pill is effective for the blood and blood gates and the spiritual power gates at the same time. While replenishing the blood, the medicinal power can make the spiritual power easier to condense and compress. The high-grade foundation building pill is a panacea that works on the three gates at the same time, which can increase the chances of the cultivator by 50% to 60%. With their own accumulation, almost everyone can succeed as long as they are not too unlucky. This involves a question of utilization rate. 3 spiritual roots are the most standard and can absorb the medicinal power of any elixir normally. 4 spiritual roots are half as bad, only 50%. 5 spiritual roots are even worse, less than 10%, and only the mild medicinal power of the best elixir can be fully absorbed. This is also the real reason why you feels that the top-grade foundation building pill can't help him, but if it is based on the 3-level standard, even without the foundation building pill, he can break through on his own. After all, his basic conditions are not bad. In terms of the spiritual power level, with the help of the mysterious flower, it has achieved semi-liquidation. This level has been crossed halfway. It can be foreseen that when he can break through the foundation, the skills will definitely be promoted to the second level. With the perfect foundation building skills, controlling the perfect spiritual power of chi training should be smooth sailing, not to mention being able to do it. Compressing spiritual power and micro-manipulating spiritual power will definitely not be a problem. In terms of spiritual consciousness, the power of the moonlight brought by Taiyin Ghost Eye can cleanse the soul and increase spiritual consciousness. It is a rare secret method that can improve spiritual consciousness during the chi training period. He is also proficient in alchemy, so it is not a problem for him to smoothly control the huge spiritual consciousness. Only the blood and chi barrier is the most fatal. First of all, he is missing an arm, and the total amount of blood and chi is lower than that of ordinary people. He also lacks the corresponding meridians. The lifespan burned when entering the Tao also has a great impact on his total amount of chi and blood. Coupled with the weak meridians of the waste spirit, it can be said that all the disadvantages are on the chi and blood barrier. It's a pity that there is no top-grade Nishue pill for the lower-grade Nishue pill, otherwise refining a top-grade foundation building pill by himself would be the most perfect solution. Now, either start with qualifications, or he can try to practice a secret technique to increase physical strength. Cold blood art has a little effect in this regard, but it's really just a little bit, not a bit more. It's better than nothing, and it's far less powerful than the divine corpse arm. This may also be a solution. In short, during the days of reading classics in the Sutra Hall, Yu's understanding of cultivation has become increasingly profound, some ancient books that are thicker than a human head and difficult to understand. He can also use the placement column to understand it thoroughly, and he has gained a lot. At present, Unit 4 is mainly used to place the Xianin hand, and more often serves as a flexible maneuvering position, which can be squeezed at any time. Such fulfilling and motivated days lasted for nearly 3 months. Until September of the 8th year of Yu's outer sect career. He finally found the content about improving qualifications. There are not many classics, only 3 books, and they are small stories interspersed in the biography of the Nilingsu sect. Among the 5 Yuanying sects in the Qi-Yuan demon realm, he focused on the Nilingsu sect. After all, the one who is close to the water tower gets the moon first, so it is enough to learn about the relevant information of other demon sections. In the magic way, there is a widely circulated secret technique. It is called snatching the foundation method. It is suitable for those miscellaneous spiritual roots and waste spiritual roots that are difficult to build a foundation. Simply put, capture a foundation building cultivator alive, make his chi empty, and cut off his consciousness. At this time, use the snatching foundation method to completely devour everything of this cultivator. This secret method can be used in the later stage of chi training, and after success, he will become a foundation building cultivator. But it cannot fundamentally change the spiritual root qualifications. What was before, it will remain the same after seizing the foundation. It seizes the foundation building cultivation, not the core background such as the root and spiritual root. It is widely spread, and the Yuanying demon sect of the Red Kite demon realm has a corresponding inheritance. Even the righteous side has a collection. This method also has side effects. The foundation seizing method can only be used once in a lifetime. After using it, it is difficult to break through the Jindan stage in this life. The side effects are of no concern to people with low qualifications. After all, who cares about the Danjie realm when they can't break through the foundation? The classics only mentioned it and introduced it step by step. This secret technique does not meet use requirements, but it can be used as a cover-up. If he wants to stay in the Niling blood sect in the future, the method of seizing the foundation can well explain his problem of wasting spiritual roots in the foundation. After all, his cultivation speed is already very fast, which can be dealt with by burning lifespan. The meaning of breaking through the foundation in the future will be completely different. Keeping this term in mind, the second magic secret technique to improve qualifications came into view. Its name is Blood Spring Evil Method. This secret method is the core inheritance of the Niling blood sect. It can only be obtained by true transmission. The content description is roughly divided into 3 parts: blood sacrifice, cocoon transformation, and rebirth. The so-called blood sacrifice, if a chi cultivator performs this evil method, it requires 100 chi cultivators of the same age and realm. The closer the birth date, the better the effect. The perfectly matching birth date will achieve a perfect blood sacrifice. By analogy, if a foundation-building cultivator practices this evil method, it will require 100 foundation-building cultivators, and the conditions are the same. Blood is drawn to form a spring, which is the blood spring. Then the soul is used as firewood to make the blood spring boil, and then it enters the cocoon and waits for 49 days to complete the blood exchange. Then you can obtain the blood spiritual root, comparable to the heavenly spiritual root. Reborn, as if reborn. The steps are detailed, and there are examples from ancient history to support it. The links are convincing, but it is a pity that once it involves the specific secret method, there is no mention of it. You read it again and again, and reluctantly put it down. This kind of core inheritance cannot be obtained without the true inheritance. He lacks it too much, and the lower the cultivation, the easier it is to meet the conditions. The perfect heavenly spiritual root state described by it should require 100 cultivators of the same age and realm who are exactly the same as his birth date. This condition is also quite difficult. It is difficult to obtain, and even more difficult to cultivate. It is not something that a small person like him can do, which is a pity. When it came to the last magic technique with clues, Yu's eyes suddenly brightened up, and he quickly had a suitable candidate in his mind. This third magic technique is called Magic Embryo Shenyuan Secret Mantra. This technique has no cultivation requirements, and anyone can practice it. The core is to chant the secret mantra every day to transform oneself into the Shenyuan magic embryo. The process of cultivation requires a very special power. It is called evil thoughts of the heavenly demon. Chanting the secret mantra at a specific time every day can draw the evil thoughts of the heavenly demon from the invisible heavenly demon realm to your body, slowly permeating your body and turning into a demon fetus. The process is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you may attract the heavenly demon. At the least, it will confuse your mind and change your character. At the worst, it will take over your body and be equivalent to death. The concept of heavenly demon is very similar to the heart demon, but it is completely different. The source of the cultivator's heart demon is often his own obsession, and there is a source to trace. The heavenly demon is invisible and difficult to detect, and it is also a special creature from outside the realm. It is an outsider. Unless the cultivator takes the initiative, it is difficult for the heavenly demon to entangle him. This is only the first step of Demon Fetus Shenyuan Secret Mantra. After cultivating the Shenyuan demon fetus, the second step is to find a target. The closer the blood relationship, the better. Use your own demon fetus to plant the evil thoughts, imitate the process of the heavenly demon taking over the body, and eat up everything from the person with the same blood. The most important thing is that this secret spell can be used all the time. Even if you are not of the same bloodline, you can devour it, but there are many more restrictions, such as it is difficult to plant evil thoughts and it is difficult to be thoroughly infected. In the end, you can only get 1 or 2/10 of feedback after successfully devouring it. You already had a suitable target in mind. His uncle's son, Wu. His dual spiritual root aptitude is not low, and it is because of him that he needs to go far away from Shirhu City. If he does not go out, he will definitely not be caught and brought to the Red Kite demon realm. The two are close in blood, and once the devouring is successful, he can get 100% of the benefits. What reason does he have not to do it? Note, Yu does not know the operation of the Shirhu city lord to buy and sell people. The problem now is how to get this magic fetus Xin Yuan secret spell. Yu continues to study the classics and focuses on looking up information in this regard. 10 days later, he finally had a target. Xianshan Duan family. In addition to the lineage of the sect master, the Niling blood sect has a total of 3 Yuanying families, Zhua, Yu, and Zhuqiu. The Xianshan Duan family is Su Zhenchuan's maternal clan, and is also a well-known top Jindan family. His maternal sister married a Yuanying Zhenjuan from the Zhuqiu family as a Taoist partner. This Yuanying Zhenjuan is the master of the 4th peak, Evil Sword Peak, one of the 9 peaks, and is known as 9 Evil Zhenjuan. In terms of seniority, Su Zhenchuan can only call him uncle. And Demon Embryo Xian, the Yuan secret mantra, was first obtained by Zhou Xie Zhenjuan from ancient ruins. He generously gave it to his Taoist partner and many concubines. After all, when you reach the nascent soul stage, unless you can practice the secret method of the spirit body, even the assistance provided by the heavenly spiritual root is very limited. Later, it was passed on to the mother's clan of the female relatives. From the probability point of view, you had the opportunity to obtain this secret method from Xianshan Duan or Su Zhenchuan. However, this story recorded in the classics has not exceeded 500 years. There are many people who have practiced this technique. There are tens of thousands of attempts alone, and only 4 have succeeded. 2 of them fell in the foundation building stage, 1 fell in the Dan forming stage, and only 1 survived to this day. He was born from a mixed spiritual root and has cultivated to the late stage of Dan forming. Now he is not in the sect. After understanding all the information, you put down the classics, thinking about how to get it, while continuing to check the relevant information. The number of such secret methods greatly exceeded his expectations. He had only read less than 1/10 of the classics in the Sutra Hall, and the remaining 9/10 should have more surprises. This day, Yu suddenly received a message from Bingxue Tower, saying that Duan Ping had come. He woke up from his infatuated state. Speaking of which, he had arranged to meet the next day, but it had been almost half a month before he came. Obviously, he didn't take him seriously. He pondered silently. His information channel came from the Zhenchuan forces under the jurisdiction of Tianshi Peak. Fatty Duan was hiding in the stonehouse area where the spirit slaves lived every day. I'm afraid he didn't know about it, and Su Zhenchuan might not tell him about it. He was very sure. If he held a grudge, he might still want to beat him up now. Hangswang, Bingxue Tower. He moved his facial features to make his expression more vivid and natural. From a distance, he could see the familiar broad figure. Manager Duan, long time no see, you're still as graceful as ever. Seeing you greeted him with a smile. The short and fat Duan Ping, with his nose almost parallel to the ceiling, opened his mouth to show off his power. What's your name? Haha, you. He was not annoyed. According to his speculation, after Manager Lu took the initiative to escape, the Stonehouse district was dominated by Fatty Duan and Manager Lu. Not to mention the equal sharing of the spiritual slaves' tribute. It was not a problem to take 60% or 70% of it. Fatty Duan must have taken a lot of benefits from Su Zhenchuan, so it is normal that he is more arrogant than before. After all, he is in charge of a purse for Su Zhenchuan. However, he actually didn't know that the true disciple was about to come out of retreat. He was a small shrimp, and the Manager Duan who stole his credit at that time was the big shrimp. If we rank them in the order of revenge, Su Zhenchuan, Fatty Duan, Yu. Concise and clear. At this time, Lan Ji was present, and you couldn't point it out, so he sincerely invited Fatty Duan to chat in the compartment. Although the other party suspected his purpose, she still agreed. Private room. Tell me, what is it? If it's not important enough, you can forget about staying in this Bingxue Tower. Still knocking. Yu was speechless and choked. He paused for a while before talking about the news that the true disciple would come out of retreat next year. His success in forming a pill happened 2 years ago, and his stable realm should be about the same. Sure enough, Fatty Duan's reaction was the same as he expected. After being surprised, the first reaction was panic, followed by disbelief. How did you know it before me? Where did the news come from? If it's true, Lord Su should have told me. Yu narrowed his eyes, sighed, and approached and patted Fatty Duan's shoulder. You and I are essentially people of the same class. Think about it, Lord Su's uncle is the 9 Evils' true lord, and that person will never find you to take revenge. You and I are ready-made scapegoats. Before we know the other party's plan, it is the best policy to keep our troops in place. Once they start a trouble, handing you over will just be the right thing to do. Duan Ping's face turned paler as he listened, but he quickly asked back. I am from the Shangshan Duan family, and you came up with the idea. You are the best person to take the blame. Yu smiled. Yes, you are right, but my status is not enough. I look like a small shrimp who takes the blame for others. It's not acceptable to say it on the surface, but you are different. Manager Duan is nominally a relative of Su Jinshuan, so it's appropriate for him to take the blame. In addition, when the merits were awarded, you took the main credit. I heard that there are a full 3,000 contribution points, and they are all verifiable records. TSK, you was well prepared and had a lot of words to say. Duan Ping suddenly heard such remarks. In addition, Su Jinshuan did not mention this matter to him, so the more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Duan Ping, who was somewhat at a loss, asked subconsciously, then what should I do? You saw this and comforted him. Don't worry, you can't escape responsibility, and so can I. I came to you for this matter. Can you let me meet the master of the true teaching in person? Okay. Duan Ping agreed without saying anything, and after asking for some details, he hurriedly left the Bingxue Tower. Lan Ji saw it and asked curiously, what's wrong with him? It seems that he was scared. It's a small matter. You didn't say much and quickly returned to the ordinary cave in the Evil God Square. While waiting for the notice, he was also practicing and planning silently. This wait lasted another half a month. Instead of waiting for the news from Xin Nian, an uninvited guest came to the door. He couldn't help but sigh that things broke out at the same time, and he didn't even give people room to breathe when he was busy. The person who came was Zhou Tao. Thinking of the matter of the Alchemist Association, you could guess the other party's purpose. Brother, how are you? I heard that you have been back for a while. Why don't you go to the association? After all, this is the hard work of you. Zhou Tao came to visit alone, and he specially brought a gift in his hand, but did not put it in the storage bag. Hearing this, you looked unhappy. He also looked at the people when getting along with others. Lu Jingxian, Zhuo Shouqing and others came from extraordinary families, so he bowed down and acted like a subordinate. Zhou Tao has the 9th level of Qi training, but in his eyes, he is a mentally retarded person who doesn't know what to do and can't see his own status. Therefore, he spoke very impolitely. Why, are you in trouble? The association is my hard work? I see that you are doing a great job. Why do you come to see me? Hearing this, Zhou Tao didn't feel embarrassed and smiled again and again. Yes, it's my problem. However, there is something I need your help with, brother. This is just a small gift, not a token of respect. He placed the basket on the table. Inside was some high-end spiritual food and pastries in the market, which were not cheap. There was also a storage bag at the bottom. You took it out and took a quick look at it with his spiritual sense. Wow, there are at least 20,000 spiritual stones in it. This number is comparable to most of his wealth, which shows that the trouble he encountered is not small. Putting the storage bag back into the basket, you said, tell me, what is it? I may not be able to help you. Zhou Tao, after nodding, he quickly explained what had happened recently. In general, it was similar to what he had guessed before. Pills were a monopoly business, and they were owned by the alchemy hall opened by the sect. The original association of 4 people was small-scale, and the pills they produced did not flow into the market, but entered the ice and snow building and were digested by some inner disciples. It did not cause any splashes, highlighting its low profile. Since Zhou Tao took over the association, he still cooperated with Zhao Shang in the first year, and even kept the dividends given to you. But over time, Zhou Tao's ambition began to sprout. He wanted to expand the number of association members, increase the output of pills, and make more profits from it. Zhao Shang disagreed, so 3 years ago, he reported Zhao Shang for eating inside and outside, which gave Lan Ji the opportunity to come forward. The two reached a new cooperation. Using Lan Ji's identity, Zhou Tao spread the channel to other true buildings in Hangshuang, taking the low-price route. The number of association members continued to expand, and eventually exceeded hundreds. The production capacity increased significantly. Some individuals violated the rules set by Zhou Tao and sold low-priced elixirs to fellow disciples in the name of the association. This move destroyed the stable pricing of the sect's elixirs. It attracted a large number of low-level cultivators to actively buy cheap elixirs from them. At this time, another group of people, relying on Zhou Tao's connections, could not resist the temptation of spiritual stones and were bewitched, resulting in a small group of people becoming the majority. The expansion of the private market led to the fall of all the people in the association, including Zhou Tao himself, who could not afford the large amount of spiritual stones that came in and out every day. The rules set by you in the early days were completely ignored. The snowball rolled bigger and bigger, and finally reached a critical point. At this time, Lan Ji was afraid. She didn't dare to make money, so she took the initiative to break off relations with Zhou Tao. The group of people in the association also wanted money but not life. The channel for true transmission was gone, but the market of the low-level fellow disciples became bigger and bigger, which eventually led to some people being caught by the law enforcement hall when they were trading privately. This kind of behavior was explicitly prohibited in the sect rules. During the call, Zhou Tao spoke in great detail, not even hiding the parts that were unfavorable to you, but chose to tell everything. It seemed that he was really panicking. No wonder he was willing to use 20,000 spirit stones to ask for his help. He was desperate. After listening quietly, you sighed. Tone. I can't help you. When Lan Ji left, you should have realized that Su Jinchuan couldn't protect her, at least in her perception. Why do you dare to continue doing this? Zhou Tao slapped the table unwillingly, his face gloomy. Brother, I can give you 30% of the profit, help me this time. I know you have connections in the law enforcement hall. The matter of Su's Dan shop was operated by you. Zhou can see it. As long as the arrested people are fished out and the law enforcement hall is kept secret for the time being, the Alchemist Society will be disbanded overnight. You glanced at him speechlessly. It's too late. Do you really think they don't know? They are just waiting for you to get fat. You are too thin. You can't eat enough. The members of the Alchemist Association come from the bottom of the Nishue 10 squares. It is estimated that many people are eyeing those bottom-level alchemists who have difficulty in making a breakthrough. What can you do? He is not the sect leader. The words are very straightforward. Zhou Tao is not stupid, otherwise he would not have insisted on abiding by the rules he set at the beginning. It's a pity that he was still blinded by the large amount of spirit stones. After all, knowing is one thing, and practicing it personally is the key. Everyone understands the general principles, but not everyone has become a saint or an ancestor. This is the inferior nature of human beings, which is inevitable. Maybe the last hope is shattered. Zhou Tao turned fierce, and the aura of the 9th level of Qi training pressed down, threatening, you must help me, don't forget that you are the real founder of the Alchemist Association. You said that if I tell the people in the law enforcement hall about the collusion between Zhao Shang and you, will they deal with you? You slammed the table and stood up, with the aura of the late stage of Qi training not concealed at all, and confronted Zhou Tao for tat. You dare? Heh, I'm going to die, why shouldn't I dare? Not everyone has Zhao Shan's escape route, at least Zhou Tao doesn't. Under the threat of death, he can do anything. You hated this kind of coercion the most. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't get any benefits from the trouble caused by a group of people's greed. Why should he clean up the mess? Zhou Tao was a little shocked when he noticed Yu's strength of the 7th level of Qi training. After all, he had the qualification of 3 spiritual roots and a lot of resources to support him. It took him more than 50 years to break through the 9th level of Qi training. He still has a long way to go before he can reach the great perfection of Qi training. He can only make his first attempt at foundation building at the age of 70. This speed is below average among the 3 spiritual roots. He spent a lot of time on alchemy in the early stage, so he was a little slow, but now he is slowly catching up. Yu is not even 30 years old, but he can have such a level of cultivation. It is really extraordinary. Thinking of this, Zhou Tao has more confidence in you. He doesn't want to die either. So, his voice became much softer, and he whispered softly, Brother, I know you have the ability. If you can save Zhou's life, I will give you 50% of the profits of the association during this period. How about it? This is already the biggest promise I can make. The members of the association took most of the profits, not all of them went into Zhou's pocket. Taking a deep breath, resisting the urge to kill this man on the spot, you asked, how many spirit stones are there for 50%? Seeing that there was a chance, Zhou Tao's eyes lit up. 120,000 spirit stones. Hiss, you couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This son of a made so much money, and it was only one-sided. It was impossible for such a person to hand over all the profits to him just to save his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so greedy as to openly violate the sect rules. However, he couldn't really fight to the death. The timing was not right. If there was a way out, he would do it. Originally, he didn't intend to manage the affairs of the Alchemist Association, but Zhou Tao dared to threaten him, and he would dare to do it again in the future. Could he bear such grievances? It was impossible to help, so he could only give Zhuo Shouqing a performance, because this person was more important, and only the direct descendants of the surname Zhuo could handle this matter. I'll try my best. I can only try 1 or 2. If things don't work, we'll notify you. Okay. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Zhou Tao put down the gift, and took out a storage bag and put it on the table. Yu said again, "Give me the names of the people who were arrested, and I will write back to you within 3 days." Zhou Tao quickly took out a pen and began to copy. Yu's attitude gave him a sign of sincerity, and he immediately gained some confidence. While saying goodbye, Yu did not forget to warn him. "This is just the first time, and it won't happen again. The Alchemist Association should be disbanded as soon as possible." He played the whole play, taking care of both his head and his, and first stabilized Zhou Tao. That's it. The trouble at the door came to an end. Yu sent the man away. As soon as he sat down, he felt something was wrong and prepared to go out. Go to the law enforcement hall to find Zhu Shouqing. But as soon as he came out, he found that there were several more eyes on him in the dark, which might be the spies arranged by Zhou Tao. Since he practiced Taiyin Yuton, he has been very sensitive to the eyes of others. This is actually a manifestation of a strong spiritual consciousness. The stronger the perception, the lower the possibility of being attacked. He thought for a moment. Yu smiled indifferently. Since he was being watched, he would change the order of action and go to Hanshue Peak to find Su Jinchuan first. If he had studied the Su's Danpu case a few years ago, Hanshue Peak would be more credible as the first target for help. Find the true biography, go to the law enforcement hall to release the person, notify Zhou Tao. This path is very reasonable. Anyway, he also has to go to see Su Jinchuan. It stands to reason that he has notified Fatty Duan for some time, and he should have met him long ago. He hasn't seen him all the time. Either he doesn't take him seriously, or he is preparing for more important things. It doesn't matter if he waits a little longer. It's a coincidence. Not long after arriving at the foot of Hanshue Peak, he was still thinking about how to tell the disciples guarding the mountain when he saw a chubby figure jumping down quickly. It was none other than Fatty Duan, who was also a little surprised to see you. "Why are you guarding here?" "It just so happens that the master of the true teachings has agreed to meet you and wants to hear your ideas." He. You didn't say much and followed Fatty Duan up the mountain. He had been appreciated once, so the second time would be easier, as the foundation of trust was there. But as for the solution to the problem, to be honest, he hadn't thought of a foolproof plan yet, only a few vicious plans. The kind of vicious plans that would end in a fight to the death once they were carried out. He was also in Hanshue Peak, and that master had a high status and was so talented that he didn't want to offend him unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, before providing a plan, he should ask for more information that he couldn't see. "Manager Duan, you and I are in the same boat. Can you tell me about that gentleman's information?" "That gentleman." Duan Ping's anxious steps suddenly slowed down. The two of them were not in the mood to appreciate the surrounding scenery. They were all focused on conspiracy. After thinking about it, they were all in the same boat. There was nothing to hide. Duan Ping said, "The true disciple of the advanced Jindan, his real name is Wei Zhong. He was born in a foundation-building family, and he has the talent of water and would dual spiritual roots. He should have been an ordinary person, but at the age of 13, he accidentally collided with I saw a corpse of a Jindan cultivator floating downstream, and I got his lifelong collection. I won the top 3 in the previous intersect competition, successfully broke through the foundation building, and got the opportunity to receive the true trial. It only took me 3 years to complete the trial task and get the core inheritance of the sect. I am less than 200 years old now, and I am already a Jindan cultivator. I will also have the opportunity to break through to the Yuanying in the future." Duan Ping finished his words, and seeing that Yu had no intention of speaking, he continued to lead the way. Yu was thinking. The lifespan of foundation building is 300 years, and the lifespan of Jindan is 800 years. This Wei Jinchuan is just an ordinary dual spiritual root. He must have had opportunities, and maybe more than one. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make such rapid progress. The dual spiritual root qualifications seem to belong to the ranks of top-grade spiritual roots, but in this world of cultivation, there are a lot of them, but it is only 1 in 100. Generally speaking, the spiritual body qualifications of heavenly spiritual roots and above are recognized as the seeds of the nascent soul. If you start from this aspect, it is actually okay. After thinking about it, you suddenly thought of something. The reason why the true disciples of Hanshue Peak are hostile to Wei Zhong is because according to the past tradition, the first Jindan cultivator of each peak and each true disciple can obtain the nascent soul inheritance. But it is ultimately based on the will of the Lord of Hanshue Mountain. He can decide the result with a single word, and no conspiracy or trick can shake it. This person is the key. Yu's mind quietly disappeared the vicious plot of forcing Wei Zhong's family to rebel and framing his relatives for rebellion. He remembered that among the true disciples of Hanshue Peak this time, There happened to be a person with a water-type spiritual root, but he had not practiced for long. It was said that he had just broken through the middle stage of foundation building and could not compete with other true disciples. This was very unfair to this person. But the magic way has never been a place for fairness. Wei Zhong was born in an ordinary family, and this person with a water-type spiritual root was also born in an ordinary family. It was said that he was picked up when he was in swaddling clothes. Su Zhenchuan and his family had no reason to refute, but this one did. As long as he was allowed to take action and persuade Jiu Xiezhenjuan to speak a word. I believe that the Yuani Yingzhenjuan of Hanxue Peak would also be willing to give them a face and give them a fair chance to compete. As long as it can be delayed, any variables may happen. We're here. The residence of the true master is in front, who was immersed in thought, came back to his senses and looked around in surprise. This is the halfway point of the Cold Blood Peak. The shape of the 9 peaks of the Nilingsu sect is like a long snake winding up, climbing up like a spiral staircase. It gradually narrows from wide to narrow, and the higher you go, the richer the spiritual energy and the fewer buildings. Here, there is already a concentration of third-order low-grade spiritual veins. The residence of Su Zhenchuan is a courtyard of 10 acres square. The front yard, wing rooms, central hall, left backyard, and right backyard are all exquisite and luxurious. Maids with excellent appearances walk around the corridors around. The courtyard is full of exotic flowers and plants, and each room has a separate magic circle. Following Duan Ping and a plump female housekeeper into the interior, you can see rare spiritual objects that are hard to see in the outside world every few steps. Even the rockery is carved from spiritual jade, the running water is a cool spiritual spring, and there are several spiritual pets. The most eye-catching one is a yellowish tortoise. After passing the central hall, the number of servants is much less. There are more beauties who warm the bed every day. You roughly counted that there are at least more than 30 of them, each of them is excellent in appearance and has their own flavor. This group is considered concubines, and their status is similar to that of Lan Ji. But Lan Ji was sent to the Ice and Snow Tower. This is not a sign of falling out of favor, but a meaning of being more valued. Along the way, Su Zhenchuan's mansion really opened Yu's eyes. He thought it was just a hole dug in the mountain, with a quiet room, an alchemy room, a library, and so on, and that was it. At most, there will be a few more female companions to release desires. This Su Zhenchuan is not practicing, but enjoying life. No wonder he can't compete with Wei Zhong. He spends all his energy on these things. How can he practice hard? Soon. In the right backyard, in front of a small Polonia temple. The master of the true sect is inside. Manager Xiulan and I are waiting for you outside. Okay. You naturally had no objection. He knocked on the door and pushed it open. Speaking of which, this was the first time they met. As soon as he came in, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a high platform. The platform was only half a foot high and covered with a thick carpet. The surroundings were very empty. On the right, there was a whole curtain with beads hanging from a light gauze. There was thick water vapor behind it. It turned out to be an indoor hot spring with the faint fragrance of the female body emanated from it. You did not dare to look at it anymore. On the left was a 3-inch low platform, divided into 3 areas: bookshelves, tea sets, chessboards, various ink landscape paintings hung on the wall, and a large incense burner in the middle. It was obviously used to entertain friends. He really knew how to enjoy himself. His sight returned to Su Zhenchuan, who looked only 25 or 26, but was actually less than 200 years old, 2 rounds younger than Wei Zhong. He was at the peak of the foundation building stage, with straight and 3-dimensional facial features. He was not handsome, but his appearance was above average. The most special thing was his eyes, pure ice blue, giving people a sense of cold and sharp blades. Your subordinate you, meet Master Zhenchuan. Su Zhenchuan nodded. No need to be polite, Duan Ping said that you took the initiative to find me, but you have a way to deal with Wei Zhong. Yes. You did not delay and said what he wanted to say. I think that Wei Chang's coming out of retreat is a foregone conclusion. Your Excellency cannot win the fight, so you must bring out someone more qualified to compete with Wei Chong. Oh? Su Zhenchuan did not comment. You continued. I heard that one of the 10 great disciples of Hanxue Peak has a natural spiritual root of the water element, but because he has only been practicing for a short time, it is difficult for him to compete with the other disciples. If Your Excellency can convince him, with his natural spiritual root qualifications and the water attributes suitable for the inheritance of Hanxue Peak, he is more qualified than Wei Chong in any way. He just lacks a fair opportunity. Su Zhenchuan chuckled and nodded in approval, but asked back. Yes, junior sister Yanling is more qualified than Wei Chong. Helping her can only delay time, but cannot change the fundamentals. Yu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect it to be a woman, but soon he had another idea. My Excellency, if you can promote a fair agreement, wait for Yen Jinchuan to form a pill and fight with Wei Chong, and decide the inheritance by the victory or defeat. In this process, not only you, but the other 7 disciples are also likely to take the step of forming a pill. They will not be reconciled and will certainly take the opportunity to oppose. In this case, it is only natural to propose a fair fight among the 10 true disciples to decide who will inherit the throne. First delay time, then seek a change. You only roughly talked about the plan, but according to Su Jinchuan's background, there is a good chance that this will be accomplished. At worst, he can propose it together with several true disciples with backgrounds. It is better than waiting for the result. Moreover, help Yinjin if you pass it on, the Lord may further pursue her, concealing the real purpose, and once the elixir is formed, you can take advantage of the situation to insert it into the duel. After listening to Yu's plan, Su Jinchuan was silent for a long time. He was thinking about the feasibility of the plan and making deductions. To be honest, he didn't want to compete with a peasant like Wei Zhong. A duel? Wei Zhong doesn't deserve it. But there seemed to be no better way. Originally, he planned to persuade the elixir masters of the Su family and the Duan family to find an opportunity to kill Wei Zhong. The delay plan sounded good, but he wanted to solve it once and for all. You step down first, I will think about it carefully. Yes. Seeing that the other party did not directly confirm it, Yu was not disappointed. After all, the two people had different statuses and knew unequal information. Maybe the other party had a better way. After coming out, Duan Ping asked hurriedly, "How is it? Did the Lord adopt your plan?" Yu nodded and shook his head. "The Lord asked me to step down first, and he wanted to think about it alone." Duan Ping was obviously relieved. "That's good. There is a high chance that your plan will be adopted. Maybe." Manager Xiulan on the side sent the two out of the door. After Yu went down the mountain, he quickly headed towards the direction of the law enforcement hall of the Evil God Square. There are 10 law enforcement halls in the 10 squares. He only knew Zhuo Shouqing. There were at most 3 law enforcement deacons in a square, and the people in the Alchemist Association were scattered. It was impossible to catch them all in one fell swoop. He only needed to catch Zhou Tao and Luo Pinggu. Among the earliest 4-member team, Huang Kai was the second to withdraw from the association, starting with Zhou Tao's violation of the rules. This matter has nothing to do with him. Big business, Master Zhui. It was not Zhuo Shouqing who was stationed in the law enforcement hall of the Evil God Square today. It was another foundation building disciple that you did not know. At this time, you put on the clothes of a law enforcement disciple for the first time, and rushed in with the token without any obstruction. The other party looked at him puzzledly. "Who are you? Do you know Zhuo Laoer?" "Hello, Master," Yu said after he saluted. "I am Yu, the spy arranged by Lord Zhuo in Shifang, to monitor whether the disciples of the sect have violated the sect rules. I am here to report the news." "I see." Yu Xing waved his hands speechlessly. "Let's wait for 10 days for such trivial matters." "Sir, this is about the Alchemist Association, involving 400,000 or 500,000 spirit stones. Lord Zhuo has been watching for a long time." Hearing the number, Yu Xing stood up and said excitedly, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Gather, everyone come here." Seeing that the other party had the same character as Zhuo Shouqing, Yu immediately knew that the matter was settled. "However, with the newcomers, we can't forget the old ones," he said shamelessly. "That." Lord Zhuo sighed. "I don't need to." After glaring at Yu Xing used the sound transmission note to contact Zhuo Shouqing, and said after a while, "Zhuo Laoer has a loyal subordinate." Yu bowed his head and smiled without saying anything. Soon, the elite disciples of the law enforcement hall have gathered. The lowest cultivation level is the late stage of Qi training, and each of them has the purple blood order with the inner disciples. This group of people has a high status, but it is not as important as imagined. Most of them are branches of powerful clans and members of the family and friends group. Just at this time, a purple lightning flashed from the horizon. Only by looking closely could one see a figure sitting cross-legged on a vermilion drum. It was Zhuo Shouqing. His robes were disheveled, and there were a few plum-red lip marks on his face, showing how hurried he was when he arrived. "Where are the people? Where are they?" "Yu Xing. You. Stop howling." Yu Xing looked at Zhuo Shouqing with an unhappy look on his face, and pulled you over. "Your little brother insisted on notifying you, but I want to share half of the harvest. Get out of the way." Zhuo Shouqing rolled his eyes at Yu Xing. They were all playboys, and their age was only a little over 100 years old. Their cultivation was also hovering around the second or third level of the foundation building, and they had not yet broken through the middle stage. If they were not from the direct lineage, their cultivation would be ordinary in the outer sect, not to mention being a great master in the law enforcement hall, and they would be ordinary cultivators who were well behaved. Being able to break through the Jindan stage is the end of this life, and this is still under the condition of having a lot of resources to support them. What's going on? Tell me. Yu was pointed at and found that Zhuo Shouqing had forgotten his name. He was speechless. In fact, if Zhou Tao hadn't come to threaten him, he wouldn't have bothered to deal with him. But he was courting death, so don't blame him for being ruthless. Master Zhuo, I'm Yu, from Su's alchemy shop. Oh, Zhuo Shouqing showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said excitedly, you caught another big fish? The leader of the Alchemist Association, he is half of the profits and principal earned over the years. This is the list of people caught by the disciples of the law enforcement hall, a total of 5 people. They are in the Tianchifang, Evil God Fawn, Hangswang, and Huayanfang respectively. As long as Master Zhuo does not alarm strangers and secretly transfers them to our place, we can naturally do a good job. Zhuo Shouqing's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yu Xing again. Brother Zhuoqiu didn't come? I didn't call him. Zhuo Shouqing thought for a moment. No, I still have to call him. There are many people who are eyeing the Alchemist Association this time. Yu Xing rolled his eyes speechlessly. Shua, Yu, and Zhuoqiu are the 3 Yuanying pillars of the Niling blood sect. Let alone the 2 of them, even if there is only one, it is more than enough to eat the benefits of the Alchemist Association. This is nothing more than worrying about the lack of distribution. After all, the Niling 3 young masters have always been in and out together, and if one is missing, it is inevitable that they will have a grudge. If Zhuo Shouqing was the only one who knew, he would definitely keep it all to himself. Isn't this an extra, Yu Xing? I know, let's act first. By the time he comes, the opportunity will be gone. That's fine. Hey, you, lead the way. Come on. As a guide, has never felt ashamed. When he decided to separate, he had already made some moves on Zhou Tao. Now running in front, the mark of the waning moon appeared in his eyes. The consciousness washed by the power of the moonlight has the characteristics that can only be discovered in the watching the moon state. He attached a special consciousness to Zhou Tao. It is not a problem to locate in the Evil God Square. Just check it occasionally while leading the way. A large number of elite members of the law enforcement hall were dispatched. Even in broad daylight, the disciples walking in the square market avoided them. They were afraid of bumping into these evil stars and being wrongly accused. While walking, you glanced at Yu Xing from time to time, and his figure gradually approached Zhuo Shouqing, and he threw a storage bag over without making a sound. Although the behavior was covert, it could only be hidden from the Qi training disciples, but not from Yu Xing, who was in the foundation building stage. Zhuo Shouqing looked at the storage bag curiously. Inside was the 100,000 spirit stones that Zhou Tao asked you to give him to rescue people. He couldn't keep this black money even if he wanted to. After all, when he met Zhou Tao later, he would definitely tell him. He only kept the 20,000 that was bribed at the beginning. He couldn't take the big one, but it didn't matter if it was small. He could keep it if he could. Ha, you, what's going on? Zhuo Shouqing was naturally happy that he got a large amount of pocket money before he even caught the person. Yu also explained in a low voice. When he heard that it was Zhou Tao who asked him to give the money to rescue the person, he laughed so hard that his head was raised. Ha, this idiot bribed my people. However, after laughing for 3 rounds, he stared at Yu again. Is this all the stolen money? Yu smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. I kept this amount. Well, it's yours, I won't say anything, good. Patting Yu on the shoulder, Lord Zhuo was very satisfied. He took the initiative to get close to Yu Xing to answer his questions and show off. Yu Xing also widened his eyes, a little envious of his old brother who suddenly had a capable subordinate. This amount was not small, and his pocket money was about this amount. Unless you do serious work, it is difficult to get more spirit stones from the clan. The next action is simple. With 2 foundation building leaders and Yu, a humanoid locator, Zhou Tao could not escape the pursuit of the law enforcement hall no matter how capable he was. He was successfully arrested in less than an hour. Also arrested were Luo Pingu and 3 or 4 high-level members of the Alchemist Association. They were all invited by Zhou Tao to discuss countermeasures. Who knew you would act so quickly? The cooperation was just agreed in the morning, and the spirit stones were paid. But before a day had passed, he directly called the deacon of the law enforcement hall to arrest him? He was not a human being. Of course, Zhou Tao did not bite back. He said that Yu was the founder of the Alchemist Association and had accepted a bribe of 100,000 spirit stones from him, trying to drag him down even if he died. but was not greedy and only took what he could take. Zhuo Shouqing didn't even ask, and directly beat him unconscious with a big fight. This kind of partial attitude. Naturally, other people didn't dare to bite again. A total of 700,000 spirit stones were found on several high-level people, which was much higher than you expected. Zhuo Shouqing was even more satisfied. In the future, if we continue to arrest those members of the society, we can earn a lot of money. Of course, he got the lion's share. Not bad, not bad. You are really my lucky star. Being an outer disciple is too much of a waste of your talent. Come to the law enforcement hall again in 3 days. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yu naturally agreed happily. He had been an outer disciple for almost 9 years, which was 10 years if rounded up. It was time to move up a little. After all, the outer sect breakthrough and the inner sect breakthrough were two different treatments. When the inner sect broke through, as long as they were not over 100 years old, they were eligible to accept the true transmission trial mission. This alone was a world of difference. Although Zhuo Shouqing's actual position was not high, the power of the connections he could mobilize was not inferior to Su Jinchuan at all, and it was not that dangerous. After all, they were a group of playboys who valued their lives more than he did. As long as he could get the spirit stones, his status would be similar to that of a hanger-on. Refers to people who specialize in playing with dignitaries. The matter of the Alchemist Association was settled. You had nearly 50,000 spirit stones on hand, which was enough for him to use for a long time. And he also lacked a channel to convert spirit stones into strength. It was useless to accumulate them anymore. There were many uses for spirit stones. Replenishing spiritual energy to spirit boats and formation flags was one use. Daily practice, restoring spiritual power, and replacing the role of spirit veins during breakthroughs were also another use. Of course, its most important use is its purchasing power when used as currency. Many things in the sect require contribution points. It takes time to earn this stuff. After a trip to Xuangu Mountain, Yu didn't have much in his hands. The time cost was too high and it was not worth it. He also had conventional uses for magic tools, and elixirs. With a deposit of nearly 50,000 spirit stones, it was not much different to say that he was the richest outer disciple. After the arrest, he returned to his residence in the Evil God Square. He waited quietly for the follow-up of Su Jinchuan and the law enforcement hall. If the former failed, the demon embryo Shen Yuan's secret curse might have to fall on Zhuo Shouqing and others, and he could only wait. 3 days later. The demise of the Alchemist Association was still circulating on the streets. Some people sighed and felt that they bought too little and there would be no such cheap elixirs for sale in the future. Some people scoffed and said confidently, within 10 years, there will be another Alchemist Association, a Talisman Master Association, and a Weapon Master Association. The internal monopoly of the sect has never been limited to alchemy. You knows best how terrifying the profits are. But after all, this is obtained by squeezing the profits of the sect's industries. The risk is too high. He will definitely not do it a second time unless he leaves the Nishu at 10 squares. According to the agreement, Yu came to this was his third time to the law enforcement hall of the Evil God House. In addition to Zhuo Shouqing and Yu Xing, two foundation building monks, there was also a young man with blonde hair, who was quite handsome and had the best appearance among the three. However, Yu's eyes twitched his sinuses with a strange look. This man smelled of crown sunflower juice. As an alchemist, he was proficient in pharmacology. The effect of this thing was to stabilize the medicinal properties. But there was also a secret effect that was unknown to the public: dyeing. Washing with spiritual power of different attributes will present different colors. The most basic 5 elements are red, blue, gold, green, and brown. The mixed washing of multi-attribute spiritual power can even form gorgeous colors, but for dyeing hair, he is really a talent. Ahem, Yu greets the 3 adults. The 2 were describing the process with great joy, and the blonde man was a little disappointed and indignant. You are too disloyal. You didn't wait for me for such a fun thing. Zhuo Shouqing said speechlessly, it's too late to wait for you. Just be happy when I give you the money. Why are you still nagging here? Yu Xing smiled but said nothing. Yu's voice diverted their attention. Zhuo Shouqing stepped forward and introduced, this is the great hero this time, named Yu. Yu, this is Zhuo Qiuming, the 3rd deacon of the law enforcement hall. Hello, Lord Zhuoqiu. This is Yu Xing, you have met him before. Hello, Lord Yu. No matter how amiable the 3 people were, Yu would always perform the ceremony honestly and never interrupt. The personalities and auras of these 3 people are very different from the atmosphere of the Niling blood sect. It is because of their family background that they can live a stable life even if they are naive, loyal, slacking off, and quarreling every day. Of course, this does not mean that they are stupid, but that their naive side will only be revealed to each other. This is trust. He had met Zhuo Shouqing alone once before. It seemed that he was easily deceived, but in fact he knew everything. They showed no mercy when it came to robbing thieves, and were even more vicious, even wanting to swallow up Deacon Su's property. It was not enough to describe their greed. It can be seen that under their kind appearance, they still have the background of the devil. Yu was different. He had too many things to consider. They were in different circles, and they couldn't fit in even if they tried hard. Or in other words, the three of them were it is a small group different from the big environment, and there are probably many people watching. Being kind to him is naturally because he can bring benefits. Only by standing in the right position can you succeed. Seeing that he was standing aside honestly and had no intention of talking, Zhuo Shouqing couldn't help but show an appreciative smile and raised his hand to signal the two chattering people to shut up. You, I have investigated you. Born as a spirit slave, he was promoted to an outer disciple in less than half a year. He followed the true teachings of Hanshua Peak and practiced in the outer sect for nearly 10 years. Now he has reached the late stage of Qi training. Am I right? Yu nodded. Master Zhua has a keen eye. Yu has been like this all his life. What a pity seeing his neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Zhuo Shouqing swallowed back what he wanted to say and changed his tone. You just have useless spiritual roots, and because of your ambition to stand out, you have traded your life for cultivation to get to where you are today, but this is the end. According to the original plan, I wanted to promote you to become an inner disciple of Shui Peak, but your qualifications are limited, and it will be difficult for you to break through the foundation building stage in your lifetime, and you may not live too long. In this case, the qualifications of the inner disciple are just like that. If you have any rewards you want, you can take the initiative to ask for them. Hearing this, Yu was a little surprised. According to the thinking logic of the magic way, people who have lost their value have only one end, being abandoned. Although he brought 2 waves of windfall to Zhuo Shouqing, looking at the future, he is not a person worth investing in, but a candidate for short-term fun. Using spirit stones to get rid of him is the best way, but according to the current tone, it is undoubtedly giving him a chance to change his fate. After thinking for a moment, Yu said decisively, have you ever heard of the demon embryo Xianyuan secret curse, Lord Zhua? Zhuo Shouqing's eyes flashed with surprise. The secret method of improving aptitude passed down by true Lord Jiuxie? That's right, I want to learn this technique and fight for a chance to change my fate. The 3 foundation building deacons looked at each other, and Zhuo Shouqing frowned. This secret spell was passed down to the sect by true Lord Jiuxie and passed on to his relatives. Although there are very few people who can practice it, it is a top-notch secret method in the world. You are so brave. You continued to insist. I heard that since the method was passed down for 500 years, there have been tens of thousands of cultivators who practiced it, but only a few have succeeded. I only want a chance to practice it. I will not regret it even if I die. The value of this secret spell is self-evident, but the scope of its dissemination has indeed spread a long time ago. In addition, it is difficult to succeed. Even if it is a top-secret method, the chain of interests that can be formed is very low. You said that he was mainly expressing the attitude of success or death. The effect of placing the column will definitely make him successful. At that time, no matter how fast he practiced, it can be attributed to the demon embryo Xianyuan secret spell. There are so many secret methods in the world to improve qualifications, why this one? Faced with the new question, Yu smiled. If I said that I want the blood spring evil spell, inherited by the sect, you would not agree. The 3 of them choked. That's right. According to Yu's status and position, he can forget about the core inheritance. This secret spell that will kill him if he fails to practice is suitable for him to fight for his life. Once successful, it will be once and for all. Zhuo Shouqing frowned and wanted to fight for it. If you really want to change your fate, I can grant you the foundation seizing method, and find a foundation building meat cauldron for you in prison, so you can seize it. How about that? Yu was stunned. He did not expect Zhuo Shouqing to think so highly of him. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, I am not looking for a temporary settlement. Being born in a humble way does not affect Yu's pursuit of immortality. Okay, well said. Zhuo Qiuming, who looked like a rebellious person, clapped his hands lightly and walked past Zhuo Shouqing. I've made the decision and promised you. It's just a secret method with a mortality rate of 98%. I'll go and change it for you. Zhuo Qiuming patted Yu's shoulder and walked straight to the gate. Yu hurriedly bowed and thanked him loudly. Hey, it was too late for Zhuo Shouqing to say anything. He could only sigh and flick his sleeves. After thinking for a moment, he said, since the 3rd brother has promised you, I will not regret it. It's just that I will still pass on the method of seizing the foundation to you. If you can't comprehend the secret spell, you can settle for the second best and gain temporary immortality. Zhuo Shouqing took out a jade slip and threw it to you. He left quickly. In his eyes, Yu's choice was to die. It was a pity for him to meet someone he liked. When Yu was staring at the jade slip in his arms in a daze, Yu Xing also came over and patted him on the shoulder, and whispered, "You are too cunning, I don't like it. But your choice is very kind. This is the library of the law enforcement hall. The room token is filled with contraband that was seized. You can go in once and use spirit stones to buy things inside. When you leave, give the token to the storekeeper." After saying that, he also left the front hall. Yu was somewhat amused. He was acting so much that he felt that he was the kind of desperate seeker of truth. It was nothing more than a choice to maximize benefits. If you plant flowers intentionally, they will not bloom, but if you plant willows unintentionally, they will grow into shade. The carefully calculated Su Zhenchuan has not made any move yet, but the three people from the law enforcement hall who were chatting casually helped him solve a big problem. As long as the demon embryo Shenyuan secret mantra is obtained and the effect is confirmed, he can consider leaving the Niling blood sect, returning to the Taihu spirit realm, and returning home to find his relatives. One is to see his father, and the other is to use Wu to try the effect of the secret mantra. It can be predicted that his bloodline has not been doing well during this period. It is best to set off after building the foundation. After a while, the chaotic thoughts gradually gathered, and Zhuo Xiaoming used his own identity to exchange the secret mantra at the Sex Sutra Pavilion, and he would not be able to come back for a while. You walked towards the law enforcement hall's warehouse. The so-called contraband is the things collected by law enforcement in normal times, which have passed through the hands of the law enforcement elites. Spirit stones, elixirs and the like will basically be divided equally. The jade slips recording the magic will also be copied, and everyone will have a copy. Only the magic tools or some unknown objects are thrown in the warehouse. The deacons don't want them, and the law enforcement elites can pay to buy them. Over time, there are countless classics on the art of magic alone. After all, the accumulation left by the previous generations is also counted and will not be moved away. Therefore, the warehouse of the 10-square law enforcement hall is also called the Small Sutra Pavilion. However, due to the complicated sources and the fact that it has not been verified by the masters of the sect, there is a certain problem of goods not matching the version. For example, after you learn a magic called fireball technique, you find that you can only cast a fireball the size of a pigeon egg, which can only be used for lighting. Even more excessive, you can't even make a flame. This is goods not matching the version. Therefore, you must be careful to identify, otherwise the spirit stones you spend will not be refunded. When you arrived at the warehouse, he talked to the warehouse manager at the door and found that the problem was too serious, so he artificially divided it into two areas. One side was for the magic that had been purchased by the previous people and verified its authenticity, and the other side was for the magic that had not been exchanged by anyone. As for the magic tools and unknown objects, he didn't look at them much. They were useless and the possibility of picking up a bargain was extremely low. After showing the token and entering, he came directly to the verified bookshelf. There were quite a few jade slips stacked on it, and some basic magics inherited from the 9 peaks were all there. There were also many inheritances from outside. You currently lacked a method to transform cold flame into a fighting technique, as well as a secret technique for cultivating the physical body. After a tour with the help of his spiritual consciousness, he selected 3. Top-grade magic, flame-breathing technique, skill-type secret technique, 12 flame spirit seals, body training technique, dragon strength. The cheapest magic technique is only 100 spirit stones, while the flame spirit seal is slightly more expensive and requires 300 spirit stones. Only this method for training the physical body is of high value, a full 1,200 spirit stones. It is said that it is a body training technique given to disciples by a major force in the Chaos Ancient Sea to lay the foundation, which can cultivate 9 dragon tendons corresponding to the 9th level of Qi training. Yu was lacking in Qi and blood, and lacked a lot of Qi and blood. Only practicing bodybuilding exercises could make up for it. This was inevitable. He was satisfied to be able to solve these problems in the law enforcement hall warehouse. When leaving, he saw something out of the corner of his eye. It turned out to be the 2 kinds of knowledge, Compendium of Materia Medica Foundation Building Chapter and Complete Book of Spiritual Fruits Foundation Building Chapter. He couldn't exchange them outside at his current level, but he could here. He bought them decisively and left the warehouse with a lot of harvest. When he left, he didn't forget to give the token to the warehouse manager and asked him to return it to Yu Xing. The sect only collects contribution points, but these places are the big consumers of spirit stones. He used some of the accumulated savings, and there were still a lot left. Most of the time, you used it to buy the medicinal materials needed for alchemy. Unfortunately, there was no suitable alchemy furnace in the warehouse, so he had to find it himself. While returning to the front hall to wait, you quickly flipped through the 3 newly acquired methods. These were stolen goods, and there were no restrictions. You could do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, there are 3 more things that need to be placed, and the plan for the 4 positions needs to be carefully considered. The skills cannot be moved, and the corpse magic secrets cannot be moved. Only the 4th column can be moved. After removing the Xianin hand, you thought about it and put the 12 flame spirit seals first. This secret technique tells a set of hand gestures for controlling fire. It is different from alchemy. It is mainly used in combat, so it is more rough and focuses on power. Placement column 4, 12 flame spirit seals, 12 flame spirit seals, 0/172 exercises a day, 4 months to complete. This is just a relatively common secret method, without any special effects, but the content of controlling flames, especially the spirit seals, are complementary to the seals of alchemy. When the placement is complete and you is fully in control, he will make modifications that are in line with the actual situation. After all, cold flames are the power derived from alchemy, and the 2 types of flame control spirit seals may produce more mysteries. As for the flame breathing technique, the placement time is shorter, and it only takes 3 months to complete. Dragon power is a skill, and even if it is placed perfectly, it does not mean that the cultivation is complete. It has the same nature as cold blood skill. Body training is also divided into 9 levels, which are described in the skill as 9 dragon life tendons. Every time a dragon tendon is cultivated, it means a breakthrough, which corresponds to the 9 levels of chi training. When the 9 dragon tendons are formed, a single arm will have a force of tens of thousands of pounds, and it will be easy to resist 9 tripods, pull 9 horses, and tear tigers and cows apart. Chi and blood are full, and the spirit is full. To practice this technique, one needs to use the essence and blood of dragon-type monsters to refine secret medicine, and then supplement it with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and operate it according to the route of the technique, so that the dragon tendons can be cultivated. The conditions are not met for the time being. But you doesn't care, placing the bar can solve everything. Of course, he'd better start collecting the essence and blood of dragon-type monsters, grab both hands, and both hands must be hard. At present, it is still far from the foundation building, so there is no rush to place the body refining technique. First, the spirit seal, then the flame, and finally the dragon power. 3 hours later, night fell. Zhuoqiuming finally returned to the law enforcement hall and saw you studying the technique, and couldn't help sighing. If it weren't for Yu Laoer's reminder, I thought you would have gone back to rest. You shook his head. It's hard to fall asleep without the confirmation. Next, Zhuoqiuming threw a black jade slip and said, "It contains a translated version of the demon fetus Shenyuan secret spell, originally written in ancient magic text and kept in the hands of Juxizhenjuan. Don't worry about the content. It has been interpreted by many masters of the sect and there is no error." You felt something was wrong in his heart, but he did not show it. He hurriedly thanked him. "I don't need to thank you for your great kindness. If can have a future, it all depends on your actions today. You're welcome. This is your reward. Go back. It's getting late. Disciple, take your leave." You bowed and left with brisk steps. Careful planning is not as good as chance. I really didn't expect to get it so easily. After quickly returning to the residence of the evil god Square, you did not hesitate to take off the corpse demon secret spell and replace it with the demon embryo Shenyuan secret spell. There was no other meaning, it was just more important. Placement column 3, demon embryo Shenyuan secret spell, incomplete spell, demon embryo Shenyuan secret spell, 0 out of 100 practice 96 times a day, and you can achieve it in 10 years. You frowned. Incomplete spell. No wonder. He knew that Zhuoqiuming didn't mean it. If he was the 9 evils, he wouldn't hand over the original. It's just that the ancient magic text is obscure and contains mysterious power. It's normal to make mistakes in translation. After thinking for a long time, Yu's tense expression suddenly relaxed, and he couldn't help laughing. What am I thinking? Even if it is a residual spell, the placement column can be completed after it is completed. It was a coincidence that I was able to get the secret spell I wanted this time. There is no need to pursue perfection. It's just a pleasant surprise. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm dead. Some defects are not fatal. There is no need to be fussy and pursue perfection. Sometimes, only by taking a step back can we see the real blue sky. You are stuck in a dead end. 10 years is not long or short, but it is the longest of all the spells and secret spells he has placed. I don't know how long it will take to complete it later. You estimated that by then he should be close to building the foundation, which is just right for the connection. As for the Corpse Demon secret spell, it takes 20 years to complete this secret spell. It has been placed for about 5 years and 5 months, and there are still more than 14 years left. Don't worry, you can place it later when the placement column is empty. The practice of the Demon Embryo Shenyuan secret spell is more peculiar than all the previous practice feedback, because the placement brings a strange power called Demon Evil Thoughts. According to the secret method, it should be a kind of power that the outer creatures such as the demons feed on, just like spiritual energy is very important to the cultivators. Every once in a while, in addition to the experience and perception in his mind, you could feel a stream of black ripples, starting from the mud ball between his eyebrows and spreading throughout his body. It made his body vibrate like water, and some kind of delicate transformation that penetrated into the body's particles began. This was the basis for the formation of the demon fetus. Half transformation type. Come to think of it, no matter how I practice this secret method, the more I change it, the more it deviates from normal. With a light sigh, the cultivation in the room calmed down. As time passed, you spent 4 months to complete the 12 flame spirit seals, and another 3 months to complete the flame breathing technique. He did not encounter any trouble in the middle, and Su Jinchuan did not summon him. You speculated that the other party might have given up his delaying plan and had other plans. In this way, he will completely lose the channel to understand the deep-level struggle in Hanshue Peak, which is not a good thing. After all, Wei Zhong and he have a grudge. But apart from scolding Su Jinchuan as a pig teammate, he has no good way. He can only focus on cultivation and further enhance his strength. So, the vacant number 4 machine was replaced with the bodybuilding exercise Jelong Jin. Placement column 4, Jelong Jin, 0 out of 124 practices a day, 1 year to complete. It has the same level as Hanshue Ju, and the time to complete it is also the same, but the Hanshue Ju was 48 practices a day, and Jelong Jin was only 24 practices. The number of times is twice as much, but the time is the same. The meaning is self-evident. His comprehension has improved. Strictly speaking, it is acquired comprehension, which refers to those monks with high cultivation. The more they experience and learn, the better their thinking and comprehension will naturally be. This kind of improvement gained through acquired experience and learning is acquired comprehension, which only lacks a little spirituality. Of course, it is also possible that he guessed wrong. This will be clear in the future. In the past 7 months, you has not been able to wait for the desired result, and the matter of the Alchemist Association has gradually returned to peace. He has a new plan and wants to leave the sect again. This time is different from the trip to Xuangu Mountain. Last time, he was avoiding disaster. So many things happened by mistake, and a foundation building monk died. In the end, the result was good. This time it was because the pig teammates did not trust him, or their independent will was too strong and they trusted their own wisdom. Considering the contact with Su Jinchuan, you can actually judge that he is a radical person. The first time, he broke his arm due to an impulsive act, was defeated by Fatty Duan's retreat, and was defeated by the lack of information from the upper level, but he also truly came into the sight of Su Jinchuan. The second time, he killed 3 spirit slaves by force, and used a very crude method to frame several managers in the Stonehouse area, and sent a good thing to Su Jinchuan. This time he was highly praised and rewarded with the promotion of outer disciples. The third time, that is, this time, the plan was not adopted, there was no follow-up notice and reward, and the frightened Fatty Duan did not contact him again. These are enough to prove that Su Jinchuan is a radical person, and no one knows what arrangements he will make. And the 7 months also prove that he was abandoned. In this case, while Wei Zhong has not come out of retreat, he must save himself. And having the right qualification secret method in hand is equivalent to you obtaining the key to the foundation building, which is much better than that grabbing the foundation method. Even if there is no top-grade foundation building pill, once he improves his own qualifications, it will be a natural thing to break through with the top-grade foundation building pill, without the need to slowly grind and try with the placement column. And the Demon Fetus Shenyuan secret mantra is a permanent improvement, and it can be reused, even if there is no blood relationship, and only 1 or 2 points of qualifications can be seized at a time, and it can be used several times. The Golden Elixir Avenue also opened its doors to him. With the effect of placing the bar, he dared not think about how fast he would practice in the future. Therefore, this time when leaving the sect, you could actually consider whether to betray the sect. The value of the Nilingsu sect to him has been greatly reduced. Now it is caught in the vortex of the true teachings. It is better to escape from the Qiyuan demon realm once and for all. Anyway, the cold blood art technique is about to be placed for advancement. There is no need to exchange it for the second level technique from the sect, and it can also be connected to the foundation building period. All conditions have been met. I have been away from home for nearly 10 years. It's time to go back and take a look. You temporarily suppressed the matter of betrayal in his heart. He remembered how he was abducted. He could go and find out the situation later. He could also take the task of capturing spirit slaves. Then he could enter the Taihu spirit realm openly. Whether to leave or stay would be seen later. In August of the 9th year of Yu's outer sect career, after 7 months of seclusion, he stayed in seclusion for another 3 months. In addition to daily practice and magic practice, he was doing one thing. Map. The cultivation world attaches great importance to maps, which are no less valuable than the secret techniques of cultivation. They are also contraband and are forbidden to be traded among disciples. Most of them only have a relatively good understanding of the Blood Abyss province, where the mountain gate is located, and have a basic map. Only cultivators at the foundation building stage and above will have a comprehensive understanding of the 4 provinces directly under the Niling blood sect, as well as the stationing of a large number of cities, the development of cultivation resources, and so on. At the junction of the Qiyuan demon realm and the Taihu spirit realm, there are a large number of dangerous passes and old battlefields, and there are many garrison cultivators, making it difficult to pass normally. Beyond the dangerous passes and old battlefields are 2 long mountain ranges occupied by monsters. The Niling blood sect is located in the upper left corner of the Qiyuan demon realm, near the Broken Boundary Mountains. The Shuayuan province, Fengzhou, and Yiqianzu under its jurisdiction are all adjacent to it. The nearest dangerous pass is called Black Mountain Pass. On the right is the Deadleaf Swamp located below the mountain range. It is a poisonous swamp and full of dangers. On the left of the dangerous pass is the Black Mountain Demon Land, which is closely connected to the Shilong Mountains in the south. These 2 huge areas with layers of mountains and layers of layers separate the 2 places diagonally. The good and the evil, half on each side. This basic information is widely circulated, and it is not difficult to find out. With a little deduction, you can draw a map yourself. The difficulty lies in the distribution of the spirit veins, the city guarded above, the resource points involved, etc. There are also detailed maps of the 2 mountain ranges, such as the activity areas of monsters, the scope of rule of different races, and the formations and restrictions arranged in the mountains during the wars between the good and the evil. Don't underestimate this. The war between the good and the evil is an eternal tradition. Most of them are initiated by the evil side, who invade the hinterland of the Taihu spiritual domain and plunder wantonly, often when there are not enough resources. After one war after another, how many traps and restrictions have been left in the mountains that have not been dismantled and are invalid? These are all things that can kill people: temporary caves, deliberately arranged inheritance traps. Too many. It is almost impossible for a Qi training cultivator to cross the 2 domains from the mountain range. At least he must build a foundation. It is safer to form a pill, but there is also a risk of death. There is no way. The traps accumulated from generation to generation and the troubles of monsters in the mountains are all problems. Moreover, the data is incomplete and the information is seriously missing. Some sects have been destroyed and their unique methods have been lost. It is difficult to dismantle them. Problems have accumulated and gradually become what it is today. Advanced maps are strategic resources and are almost never open to low-level monks. Yu is also worried about this. The slave hunting mission seems to be his only way to return to the Taihu spirit realm. The progress of the map is slow, but he can't rush. He can only watch his daily progress to comfort himself. Since the improvement of the top-grade cold blood pill, Yu has increased his spiritual power by 150 Dao for each pill he refines, and the efficacy has increased by 50%. He has taken the second improved version, and the refining progress is more than halfway. It is his 7th top-grade cold blood pill. Yu once took a top-grade one. Therefore, when his limit is 11 pills, he will have pill barriers and the efficacy will be greatly reduced. There is still room for 4 pills. This is the improvement brought by the replacement of the cold flame characteristics by the cold chi alchemy technique. It is limited to ice attribute spiritual pills. Later, Yu wanted to improve the first-level pill formula, but he failed. The more basic the pill formula, the more difficult it is to improve. He only thought about the ice attribute spiritual pill before, forgetting that this widely circulated pill has been verified by countless people. It is almost optimized to the most perfect state. Before the alchemy system and the cultivation world has undergone earth-shaking changes, there is no room for improvement. Unless the recipe is completely overturned and recreated, this is another concept. The workload is too large, and he is not capable of this yet. Therefore, after several failures, he put it aside directly. In terms of spiritual power cultivation, it was 149 strands more than a year ago. During this period of time, the placement column brought 2,400 strands, that is, 24 strands, and self-cultivation increased by 200 strands, equivalent to 2 strands. Refining and improving 1.5 top-grade cold blood pills, increased by 225 Dao, equivalent to 225 strands of spiritual power cultivation. In more than a year, almost 2 years, a total of 485 strands of spiritual power increased. With the original cultivation, you has accumulated 197 strands of spiritual power in the 7th level of Qi training. There are still about 100 strands, about 10,000 strands of spiritual power, away from the breakthrough. If the placement column remains unchanged, it will take 6 to 7 years, which is very fast for a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots, but it is slow for you. But he has no other choice in a short time. For placement columns, 2 positions for skills, 1 for the magic fetus secret spell, 1 for the dragon power, and even the corpse magic secret that he had been thinking about rolled down. His second brother is suffering, these positions cannot be moved. Changing qualifications is a long-term thing. Breaking through the foundation is not far away. If you want to replenish your Qi and blood, it is best to increase the dragon power to more than 7 tendons. Now is the right time to place it. Both have a higher priority than realm. After all, with his configuration, unless he has an amazing background and trump cards and secret treasures that do not match his realm, his combat power is already full during the Qi training period. Most of the realm improvement is in the reserve of spiritual power, which can be supplemented by elixirs, and the impact on combat power is relatively low. It is actually okay to slow down the realm improvement. It is impossible to speed up even if you want to. I heard the news in April last year. It is August this year. Without any accidents, Wei Chong will soon come out of seclusion. The atmosphere of Hanxue Peak and Hangshuang has changed. The disciples are in a hurry. The Jinchuan building standing in the market has also changed from the past. There are often secret killings. The business of recycling corpses at Tianchi Peak has increased by nearly 30 percentage points. The number of missing disciples has risen sharply, and there are inevitably some smart guys who take advantage of the situation to make a fortune. The storm is coming. Since Yu is an outer disciple of Hanxue Peak and a member of Bingxue Building, it is difficult for him to stay out of it, unless he openly violates Su Jinchuan's orders. Time is very urgent for him and he can't delay any longer. Therefore, after leaving the retreat this time, Yu contacted Gu Jingshan and Sito Hong, hoping to use the slave-catching missions of Wuing Peak and Tianchi Peak to leave the sect. He did not even go to Hangshuang, and even changed his usual place of residence, moving from Evil God Square to Tianchifang, living on the edge, very close to the corpse-raising ground. This place is a special facility of the sect. Disciples of Tianchi Peak need to spend contribution points to cultivate their own corpses here, and the price is not low. Correspondingly, in addition to the corresponding special facilities, there are 7 or 8 common types of special buildings in the 9 peaks and 10 heritages. Yu did not have much in his pocket, so he did not go there. Jingxi room is actually also a kind of thing, but the higher the spiritual root qualification, the better the effect, which is almost useless to him. According to his plan, Gu Zhengshan is profit-seeking and easier to persuade, so he lives in Tianchifang. As a result, the sound transmission note he sent this time did not respond at all. On Sita Hong's side, Yu owed a favor for teaching the knowledge of ancient magic words before, and he asked for help without any scruples. I have already owed you, so it doesn't matter if I owe you more. But for Sito Hong, I have already helped, so it's the same to help again. The principle is the same for both sides. As for investment, it is normal to increase the stakes. In the afternoon, the two met at his new home. Sito Hong was looking at the environment here and asked in surprise, "Brother, with your ability, why didn't you live in the Jinchuan building, but came to the free cave of Tianchifang?" "It's a long story. How about the help I asked you to do?" Sito Hong clicked his fingernails and always felt a little strange. For some reason, he suddenly felt like a younger brother. "Is it a context problem?" Shaking his head, he said, "The slave-catching mission is different from the regular sect mission. There are 40,000 to 50,000 spirit slaves in the 9 peaks, and there is a batch every 6 months. There are 2 batches of people from each peak who cycle out of the sect to perform tasks. This part is controlled by the Jinchuan of each peak. From a procedural point of view, only the Jinchuan can accept it. They are fixed people and it is difficult to change. You frowned slightly and took out a bag of spirit stones. It's very difficult? It's not that bad actually. Situ Hong didn't take it, but slowly poured himself a cup of tea. When he found that it was stagnant water left by the previous owner, his face turned black and he could only put the teacup back. When you are away from home, you will always die due to various accidents, and the slave catching team also needs new people. I can say something about Wuyin Peak, but you have to leave Hanshue Peak and join me to operate this. If possible, of course he is willing to do so. He has wanted to leave a long time ago. The problem is that his outer sect identity was passed down by Su Jinchuan, and once the mark is made, it cannot be washed away, otherwise the 3 people from the law enforcement hall of the Evil God Square would have dragged him into the First Blood Nether Peak. Now is an even more sensitive period, and you can't mess around, otherwise Su Jinchuan will be the first to take action against him. If you can't transfer, you can only try to accept the slave-catching mission of Hanshue Peak. You didn't expect it to be so troublesome. He changed his mind and decided that if he couldn't go home, he could just take a mission out of the sect to avoid it. What about leaving the sect? There should be other suitable missions out of the sect. Does senior brother Situ have any connections? Situ Hong was speechless and called senior brother again. He weighed the bag of spirit stones given by you, his eyes lit up, and whispered, "After all, you are a disciple of Hanshue Peak. I will go back and see if there are any missions out of the sect that the 2 peaks can cooperate on, so that it will be easier to cover up. In that case, I'll leave it to senior brother Situ. The sooner the better. Thank you. Infinitely. Okay. After the matter was finalized, Yu's anxiety was relieved a little. After sending Situ Hong away, he looked around suspiciously. He always felt that he was being watched by Su Jinchuan's people. After all, he was involved in the plot against Wei Zhong. If they wanted to leave a way out, they would definitely keep an eye on him and not let him leave the sect. In this regard, Fatty Duan, who had been silent for a long time, could be sacrificed at certain times. He didn't believe that this guy was not anxious. He waited for a few more days. You often used the night hidden curse to go out to inquire about the news, and by the way, he took the opportunity to take some contraband, such as maps, while the Hangswang was becoming more and more chaotic. After all, up to now, his understanding of the world still stayed on the Taihu spirit realm and the Qiyuan demon realm. Although the 2 realms were vast, they were still a little small for one world, and there must be other regions. It is still necessary to understand these. 10 days later, just when you couldn't wait and wanted to contact other channels, Situ Hong finally sent a message, and the 2 met again in Tianshifang. "Brother, I am glad to have fulfilled your mission." "Ha! It was rare to hear good news," you breathed a sigh of relief, waiting for the other party to continue. Situ Hong spread out the map of Yiqianzu of the Nilingsu sect, which was much more detailed than the one he drew himself. Pointing his finger at a location on the map, he said, "This place is called Spider Mountain, which is a 2nd-level medium-grade spiritual vein. Wuyin Peak has a group of monsters called Ghost Eye Spiders, whose eyes are of great benefit to the Yin ghosts. In addition, it is also rich in a kind of Yin cold spiritual medicine called Spider Heart Grass, which is an essential auxiliary medicine for refining many cold attribute spiritual pills and has a wide range of applications. This Spider Mountain has 21 Ghost Eye Caves, raising tens of thousands of Ghost Eye Spiders, and 540 acres of Spider Heart Grass spiritual fields, which produce nearly 300,000 spiritual stones every year. It is jointly managed by Wuyin Peak and Hanshue Peak, and both are guarded by foundation building cultivators. If brother is willing to take it, he should be assigned to the Spider Heart Grass spiritual field. The reward is 500 contribution points, 10 Spider Heart Grasses, plus 300 spiritual stones, and the time is 10 years. Situ Hong explained it in great detail, and you listened very carefully. This was different from the mission at Xuangu Mountain, where the biggest benefit was the Xianjing flower, which had not yet been decided due to the contention among Guda Peak, Wuyin Peak, and Tianshi Peak. Therefore, the rewards for completing the mission are very few. Go! It means the biggest gain. Therefore, the missions in Spider Mountain, even if it is just a simple garrison mission, are much richer than those in Xuangu Mountain. It's only 10 years, which is better than staying at the mountain gate and losing his life. Moreover, he has passed by Yiqianzu twice, so he is not unfamiliar with it. The journey is only about 2 months, and there are abundant cultivation resources, secret methods, and spells. It is a good place. After making a quick judgment, you smiled. Accepted it. Thank you, senior brother Situ, for running around for me. I will repay you in the future. Upon hearing this, Situ Hong stared at him for a while, and nodded slowly after a long time. Junior brother, I won't say those empty words. Although you are a spiritual slave and your aptitude is a problem, there is still some hope for you to break through the foundation in the future. After all, I am not much better. The peach blossom ghost mother. She is the reason for my success and failure. Alas, the other party suddenly sighed, as if he wanted to say something, but he held back. It was obviously not the right time to say these things. I help you today, and I also hope that you will help me in the future. That's it. Situ Hong took out the task scroll, asked you to use the disciple token to imprint his name, and then left with a heavy heart. You understood a little bit of what he was thinking, but it was a bit difficult to say. He didn't understand what potential Situ Hong saw in him. The peach blossom ghost mother. That was a cultivator in the Jindan stage. Forget it, it's useless to think about these. It's hard to repay a debt of favor. If he is a little shameless and doesn't keep his word, it's okay, but in the big dai vat of the magic way, he is already turned towards the bloodthirsty and tyrannical side. The character and the young master of the family in Shirhu City have changed dramatically. If there are no principles and bottom lines in your heart, you will go crazy sooner or later. The Spider Mountain mission will start in a month. At that time, we will gather in the square of Zudianfang. In addition to colleagues from Wuyin Peak, there will also be a group of disciples from Hanshue Peak. It is a large-scale mission, and the number of participants will exceed that of Xuangu Mountain. It is estimated that there are about 600 to 1,000 people, and there are 2 foundation building leaders. During the waiting period, you began to inquire about the relevant information of this mission, including who is the foundation building leader, what is his personality, who is the true disciple, and so on. By the way, show up in the evil god square to avoid Su the true disciple could not find him, and a misunderstanding occurred. In this way, only half a month passed. A piece of news shocked you so much that he almost jumped up and down. There were rumors that there was a lot of movement in the cave of Wei Zhong, the true disciple of Hanshue Peak, today, and dozens of sound transmission talismans flew out, saying that he would come out of seclusion in a month. Although this news alone caused a lot of waves, it was not enough to make you so upset. After all, he would leave for Spider Mountain in a month. The problem lies in another piece of news. There is a rumor that a Jindan cultivator from Hanshue Peak died in the Waterfall Mountain Wei clan. Some people even said that they saw with their own eyes that 5 foundation building elders of the Wei clan set a trap with a formation and trapped Hanshue Jindan to death. The story was very detailed and quickly spread throughout the Niling blood clan. There must be a mastermind behind it. The Waterfall Mountain Wei clan is Wei Zhong's family. Combined with the current situation, you almost instantly determined that it was Su Jin's hand that transmitted the message. This coincided with the vicious plan he had thought of at the beginning. He slandered the family behind Wei Zhong and forced him to defect. He didn't expect Su Jin Chuan to be so willing to sacrifice his life. The Jindan cultivator said he would kill him. Of course, it could also be a Jindan elder who didn't get along with him. It was too complicated and hard to say. Once this happened, it meant that Wei Zhong and Su Jin Chuan would become mortal enemies, the kind that would not stop until death. In the next stage, it would be the turn of the background competition. Theoretically, Su Jin Chuan's background was far better than Wei Zhong's, but Wei Zhong won the battle for the true teachings. This was an indisputable fact. You had no idea what direction things would develop in, but he couldn't participate at all. A few days later, as the rumors fermented, the Law Enforcement General Pavilion of Zudianfang had to come forward and issued a statement that it would send a team of elites to investigate the Wei family in Prashun. The problem was that Wei Zhong had not come out of retreat, which meant that the biggest backer of the Wei family in Prashun could not move. If the people of this team of Law Enforcement General Pavilion died in Prashun, it would really be like yellow mud falling from the crotch, not butt. In this way, Wei Zhong would be in a great disadvantage. Su Jinchuan took a risk, and once successful, the benefits would be huge. However, don't forget that this is the demonic path. As long as Wei Zhong cuts fast enough, he will still be the first true disciple of Hanshue Peak. After he completes the inheritance of the nascent soul, he will come back to take revenge. TSK, just thinking about it, you wants to pack up and leave. That's good. The more ruthless the Su's methods are, the more hatred they will attract. Wei Zhong should not pay attention to a small figure like me. But what about the other 8 true disciples? Why are there no movements at all? You was worried and often urged Situ Hong to set off from Spider Mountain as soon as possible. There were too many rumors in the sect, and each one sounded more intimidating than the other. I really couldn't stay there any longer. Fortunately, half a month later. That was September of the 9th year of Yu's outer sect career. The mighty team was assembled, with a total of 800 people, half from Wuyin Peak and half from Hanshue Peak. The leader of the Wuyin Peak was a 4th-level foundation building cultivator. You didn't know him, but Sito Hong also joined the mission and nodded to you from a distance. On the Hanshue Peak side, there was a young woman with a veil. Her cultivation should be in the late stage of foundation building. It was estimated that she had just broken through not long ago, and her aura was still unstable. Seeing this, you couldn't help but frown. According to the information he had gathered, the leader of the Cold Blood Peak should be a male cultivator named Chen Yuan who was in the foundation building stage. He was replaced at the last minute. Before he could think about it, a cold voice came to his ears as an extremely large spiritual boat unfolded. Get on board and set off. Land boat. This thing is different from Gu Jingxuan's bone boat last time. This is a real large-scale magic weapon, ranked as the 3rd level lower grade. The length of the hull is more than 100 meters, and there is a small palace at the stern. 2 pairs of huge blue gold flying wings are inserted on both sides of the ship's side, and spiritual patterns representing the wind attribute are distributed on it, which is both practical and beautiful. There are also some small attics and an open-air building similar to an observatory, which should be the place to control the spiritual boat, with an excellent view. This thing is more than enough to accommodate 800 people. There are 2 layers of cabins under the deck, which should be temporary living rooms. It is estimated that it can accommodate 2,000 people, and 3,000 people can squeeze in. Going out to do a task, I can actually get a large-scale 3rd-level magic weapon, which really opened Yu's eyes. In fact, it was not just him. Others were also amazed at the luxury of this thing. It was obviously the first time they saw it. Even the foundation building master from Wuyin Peak was amazed, and his attitude towards the veiled woman became more respectful, not entirely because of the difference in cultivation. It seemed that this person was not simple. Was he also seeking refuge? This thought suddenly flashed through Yu's mind. According to the speed last time, you estimated that it would take 2 months to travel. In fact, it was not the case. Although it had a larger body, it was much faster than Gu Jingxuan's bone boat. Having such a means of transportation was much better than that useless black silk magic weapon. He wanted it too. In less than a month, Yiqianzu's Spider Mountain was in sight. The smooth arrival maid, who had been worried, finally relieved. Calculating the time, Wei Zhong also came out of retreat. I don't know what will happen in this sect. Fortunately, he ran fast. During this month's journey, Yu was either practicing or staying with Sito Hong to learn more about Spider Mountain. The Ghost Eye Spider is a Yin attribute monster with the potential of the 2nd level. The adult body can reach the late 1st level, and the Spider Queen is almost all the 2nd level. There is a Spider Queen in each of those Ghost Eye caves. The Spider Heart Grass spiritual field needs the excrement and body fluids of the Ghost Eye Spider to give birth. When they go to garrison, they also need to go into the Ghost Eye Cave to collect excrement. This task is not only heavy but also dangerous. The body fluid needs are mainly met by hunting, and usually they will act together with the disciples of Wuyin Peak. The other party takes the eyeballs, and they draw the body fluids themselves. Although Spider Mountain is a place of captivity, the monsters are not pigs. They have wisdom and free will, except that the Spider Queen is controlled by the secret method of the 6th peak of the Niling Blood Sect, Xiongming Peak. The large number of ghost-eyed spiders it breeds are in a semi-wild state, very fierce, and their aggressiveness is no worse than that of wild monsters. Otherwise, there is no need for so many people to come to a Spider Mountain. There must be some supplementary amount to avoid delaying production. You will undoubtedly team up with Sito Hong, and it is better to cultivate tacit understanding as soon as possible, communicate more, and deepen the foundation of trust. Brother, the ghost eye of this ghost-eyed spider is a good thing. It is not only useful to me, but also a treasure for the cold blood tactic you are practicing. At this time, the two were standing in the corner of the deck, looking far away at the destination they were about to arrive at, chatting in a low voice. There were cultivators like them everywhere on the deck. Yu immediately became interested when he heard it. Oh, what do you mean? Sito Hong spread out his palm, and the same cold spiritual power rolled up a small whirlwind, with a faint roar of evil ghosts in it. It was the natal ghost spirit, Cold Wind Ghost, that he had refined. After not seeing each other for a while, Sito Hong almost reached the 8th level of Qi training. Peak, not far from the 9th level of Qi training, the spiritual power has been condensed into a semi-liquid state. The strength is not weak. Compared with the monsters of the same level, the human cultivators have a crushing advantage in all aspects except for their inferior physique to the monsters. As long as they have a little combat wisdom, they will almost certainly win if they are at the same level. Of course, the human cultivators mentioned here refer only to the disciples of the Yuanying sect, and the casual cultivators are not counted. There are also monsters with strong bloodlines, which are also not counted as regular. The cultivation method that Sito Hong practiced is called Tianin Ju, which has the same attributes as Yu, but it pays more attention to the yin attribute, followed by the cold attribute. He focuses on the cold attribute, followed by the yin attribute. In addition to refining pills and refining equipment, the ghost eye of the ghost spider is a top-grade precious medicine for cultivators like us with yin and cold attributes. After taking it, it can not only brighten the eyes, but also assist in refining yin and cold spiritual energy. When used with the spirit gathering array, the medicinal effect is about equal to the first level medium grade cultivation elixir, and it can be taken together with the cultivation elixir, with a limit of about 10 pills. Similarly, the stronger the spider that produces the ghost eye, the stronger its effect. If it is produced by a second level ghost eye spider, it can be of great help to the foundation building cultivators. After listening to Sito Hong's explanation, Yu's eyes were bright. He was worried that his own cultivation speed had reached the upper limit and lacked other methods to accelerate cultivation. Unexpectedly, there was another way. However, Brother Situ, will the spiritual root qualification affect the effect of this thing? This. Situ Hong was stunned. I heard that the effect of the ghost eye is relatively mild. Let's try it out first. That's right. Not long after the two chatted, the giant spirit boat was descending, and the full view of Spider Mountain came into view. This mountain is not high, only about 1,700 to 1,800 meters. There are a full 21 ghost eye holes on it. The rocks are pitch black, there is no soil or vegetation, and there are gray threads formed by spider webs everywhere. It is a bit similar to the terrain of Xuangu Mountain. At the foot of the mountain are large areas of spiritual fields, and in the middle is a group of buildings that look like a farm. There are also some stone houses scattered around the edge of the spiritual fields. The soil in the field exudes a faint odor, and is brown-green in color, with a lot of spider silk entangled, like a warm blanket made of rice straw. The spider heartgrass is neatly arranged, black and red in color, with branches and leaves shaped like spider legs, and a red tumor-like grass fruit growing on the top. The origin of the name Spider Heart. The giant spiritual boat stopped at the edge of the spiritual field, and waited for more than 800 people to get off the boat, and then the light gauze woman put it away. Yu and Situ Hong stood behind, waiting for the foundation building monks stationed here to complete the handover. There were only about 300 people, and they changed to another spiritual boat and left. In this way, Spider Mountain was completely taken over by this group of people. Continue to move forward 1,000 meters and come to the center of the spiritual field. The disciples of Wuing Peak and Hanchue Peak separated and assigned tasks one by one. Yu has experience in taking care of spiritual fields, so he doesn't need to enter the spider cave for the time being. He was given 2 acres of land to take care of the spider heartgrass inside.